Jiang Rong was deceived throughout her life, only to grasp the entire truth upon her death. Returning to a decade prior, she found herself on the path of fleeing from a marriage. Jiang Rong unleashed her wrath upon the scoundrel, and then resolutely turned back to the royal residence to wed. Her betrothed, the northern prince's heir, Xialingxi, had once safeguarded her with unwavering devotion, even sacrificing his life to rescue her. Ranger, let us pause here for a moment. Our rescuer will arrive shortly, Shen Wenyuan said, snapping off a peach blossom and presenting it to her. A piercing pain throbbed in Jiang Rong's mind as a torrent of memories surged forth before settling into tranquility. She gazed intently at the man before her, then surveyed her surroundings. It was the height of spring, with vibrant peach blossoms and a gentle breeze. The tender flower-picking gentleman stood opposite her. This scene was all too familiar. It mirrored a moment from 10 years ago when she eloped with Shen Wenyuan. In later years, she often fantasized about what might have transpired had they not encountered bandits that day, or if Xialingxi had not appeared, would they have lived a life of happiness together. It was only moments before her demise that she realized her entire existence had been ensnared in a web of deceit. Absurd and detestable. Unbeknownst to her, upon opening her eyes after death, she had returned to a decade earlier. The bandits you arranged are indeed approaching. Jiang Rong fixed her gaze upon him, her lips curling into a bitter smile. Shen Wenyuan's expression shifted instantly. How could she possibly know about the bandits he had hired? Consider this slap as a token of my father's anger. Jiang Rong raised her hand, swinging with full force to deliver a stinging blow to Shen Wenyuan's face. He has fostered a treacherous wolf. Jiang Rong's father and Shen Wenyuan's father were close friends. Years ago, Shen's father had provoked the emperor, resulting in the confiscation of their estate and exile, leaving no one willing to extend a helping hand to the Shen family. Only Father Jiang, steadfast and deeply loyal, took it upon himself to care for Shen Wenyuan after Shen father entrusted him with his child upon parting. He arranged a betrothal between Shen Wenyuan and his newborn daughter, raising Shen Wenyuan as his own son. Countless whispers circulated behind their backs, questioning how the daughter of a noble family could be matched with the son of a condemned man. Yet, Jiang Rong never minded his origins. They had grown up together, making promises of eternal love. Shen Wenyuan once declared that in this life and the next, he would love her alone. That slap was for your father. Before Shen Wenyuan could react, Jiang Rong delivered another blow to the other side of his face. Your father, Shen, was a man of unwavering loyalty. With a son like you, he must have been doomed for generations. Half a month prior, the emperor ordered Shen father back to court, bestowing upon him the title of Grand Tutor. Shen Wenyuan immediately felt a shift in his stature as the son of a Grand Tutor. He believed he was no longer suited to marry a mere orphan from a declining noble house like Jiang Rong. However, the Jiang family had supported him through thick and thin for 15 years, and he feared that Shen father would oppose any attempt to break their engagement. Thus, he resorted to bribing bandits, intending to abduct Jiang Rong and tarnish her reputation. In doing so, he thought he could rid himself of Jiang Rong with ease. Yet, before he could put his plan into action, Jiang Rong found herself embroiled in a significant predicament. The heir of the northern prince, the most powerful noble in the realm, fell deeply in love with Jiang Rong at first sight and, under the decree of the Empress Dowager, compelled her into marriage. Shen Wenyuan should have rejoiced, relieved of a troublesome engagement. However, there were those who wished to prevent Jiang Rong from marrying into the northern prince's household, offering a handsome sum to ruin the union. Thus, Shen Wenyuan found himself in a duplicitous position, promising Jiang Rong a secret escape while simultaneously plotting with bandits to ambush her along the way. His betrayal was profound, refusing to grant Jiang Rong even a semblance of a good ending. Such cruelty was unparalleled. Shen Wenyuan, I must extract your heart to see whether it is as black as they say. Jiang Rong's eyes glimmered with ferocity. You vile woman! How dare you strike me? Shen Wenyuan snapped back to reality, his fury palpable. As Jiang Rong was on the verge of being slain by the mountain bandits, he felt no need to feign restraint and reached out to seize her collar. However, before he could act, Jiang Rong swiftly lifted her leg and delivered a powerful kick to his abdomen, sending him sprawling to the ground. She followed up with a forceful stomp to his lower belly. Her movements were precise and fierce, clearly indicative of rigorous training. Ah! Shen Wenyuan cried out in pain, bending over and unable to rise. He had never anticipated that Jiang Rong possessed such skills. In her previous life, Jiang Rong was indeed a delicate and helpless young lady. It was during her 10 years at the Northern Prince's residence that someone had taught her. Wait for me. Shen Wenyuan threatened with venomous intent. Jiang Rong let out a derisive laugh, mercilessly treating him like a sandbag, kicking him until he was bloodied and unable to voice his cries. In the distance, the sound of galloping hooves echoed as a dark swarm of masked bandits approached. A glimmer of hope ignited in Shen Wenyuan's eyes. Jiang Rong, your doom is imminent. Yet the girl, still composed and unperturbed, continued her assault. She was aware that the bandits would soon arrive, but while Shen Wenyuan awaited them, she too was anticipating someone. Jiang Rong gazed into the distance, where she discerned a familiar figure emerging from the peach grove. A young man rode a white horse, with striking brows and star-like eyes, exuding an effortless charm, akin to a jade tree swaying gracefully in the wind. Clad in a resplendent red wedding robe, he appeared unparalleled, a vision of striking beauty. The heir of the northern prince, Xielingxi. With bandits ahead and Xielingxi behind, the scene was set. In her previous life, Jiang Rong harbored an intense hatred for him. She even fled towards the bandits, preferring to perish at their hands rather than be captured and taken back by him.
Yet now,
Jiang Rong, with a visage painted in panic and fear, clumsily rushed towards him, clutching her skirt. Chapter 2. My husband. As Xielingxi dismounted from his horse, he was unexpectedly collided into by a young girl clad in white. The soft fragrance enveloped him. Husband, I am frightened. Jiang Rong's delicate voice was laced with a hint of grievance, as if she were in great fear, clutching him tightly. Xielingxi felt his entire being stiffen. Since the Empress had arranged their marriage, Jiang Rong had sent him a letter of intimidation, which contained a single chilling sentence: "If you dare to marry me, I shall remain a widow. It is either you who dies or I." He was acutely aware of her deep-seated animosity towards him, as well as her lofty disposition. It would not surprise him in the least if she sought refuge with bandits. Yet, she dared to call him husband? Xielingxi was taken aback, momentarily lost in thought by her unexpected address. Regaining his composure, he suppressed his chaotic musings, momentarily fixing his gaze on the bloodied Shen Wenyuan lying on the ground. With Jiang Rong's adept skills, a mere band of mountain thieves posed no real threat. Was she truly afraid? It was the bandits who ought to be trembling. However, Xielingxi chose not to reveal her pretense. Instead, he slightly tilted his head and commanded the guards behind him, eliminate them.
yes,
The guards of the Northern King's residence were elite warriors, charging into the bandits with the ease of slicing through vegetables, swiftly dispatching the marauders. Soon, only the gravely injured Shen Wenyuan remained, lying on the ground, frantically shouting, "My father is the Grand Tutor. Do not approach." Jiang Rong, how did your elopement with him turn into such chaos? Xielingxi raised an eyebrow, a smile dancing on his lips, his expression inscrutable, revealing neither joy nor anger. Jiang Rong immediately lifted the small face buried in her embrace, her eyes reddened with tears. How could my husband tarnish my innocence? I did not elope with him. Miss Jiang, your cousin who replaced you has confessed. Do you still wish to argue? The chief guard, Xingzhe, retorted. Indeed, she has a cousin who took her place, Jiang Wan. Jiang Rong, having lost her parents at a young age, grew up under the care of her second aunt, whom she regarded as her own. The bond with her cousin, Jiang Wan, was profound. Upon receiving the Empress's decree for marriage, her second aunt and Jiang Wan sought her out. Ronger, we all know that you and Wenyuan are deeply in love. That reckless young master has cruelly separated you two, ruining your lives. I cannot bear to see this. Wan and I have discussed it, and she will take your place in the bridal sedan chair. You should elope with Wenyuan, her second aunt urged. Jiang Rong was moved to tears. Yet she thought of the reckless young master. What a terrible choice he was. If Wan married him, it would ruin her life. I cannot allow Wan to suffer on my behalf. Dear sister, do not worry. I have a plan to deal with the scoundrel. If I marry him, I will surely fulfill the role of a good young lady. If you go, you will only be bullied by him. This is the most beneficial solution for both of us. Quickly, sister, flee with your husband. Jiang Wan consoled her. That year, as Jiang Rong eloped, she believed she had the closest sister and the most beloved lover, thinking herself the happiest person in the world. In the end, she was merely a pawn. She was exploited by them her entire life, and ultimately, they used her to bring about the demise of Xielingxi. These people, she would not let any of them go. Husband, I know nothing at all. After I fell asleep last night, I found myself here upon awakening. My husband is a celestial being, and Shen Wenyuan cannot even compare to the slightest aspect of him. How could I possibly elope with him? Jiang Rong resolutely denied it, pushing the notion away entirely. He abducted me, and I struggled with all my might. Fortunately, my husband arrived just in time. I was so frightened. Xiaolingxi's gaze dropped, casting a glance at the half-dead Shen Wenyuan, who, then, is truly struggling. Are you implying that today's matter of the marriage substitution has nothing to do with you? Xiaolingxi observed her intently. Jiang Rong obediently nodded, affirming that it was indeed unrelated. Such a splendid husband. How could I bear to give him to another? It is solely to blame for my husband's striking demeanor and exceptional prowess, which has bewildered my sister into making such a grave mistake. The group of guards, including Jingjia, could no longer hold their tongues. Who does not know that the heir of the Northern Prince's residence is the most notorious scoundrel in the capital, having never done a good deed? How could Miss Jiang extol him with such earnest sincerity? Xiaolingxi raised an eyebrow, his dark eyes fixated on Jiang Rong as if he were gazing at a stranger. The Jiang Rong from his intelligence network was certainly not like this. Was it that his subordinates were inept, or had this young woman concealed her true self so deeply? However, that scrutinizing gaze fleetingly vanished, replaced by a casual demeanor, leaving no one able to discern his innermost thoughts. Might I implore the heir to show leniency and not hold the Jiang family accountable? Please take me back. Shall we proceed with our wedding? Upon finishing her words, the young girl gently clasped his sleeve and gave it a little shake, acting coyly. Husband, may we return and marry? Chapter 3. The Dowry in the Boudoir. Jiang Rong sat before the mirror, gazing at her reflection adorned in a phoenix crown and silk robe. With bright eyes and a radiant smile, she appeared enchanting at the tender age of adulthood, yet a wave of disorientation washed over her. Had she truly returned to a decade past? Was this an act of divine mercy? Rong, how have you come back? Aunt Chong entered, her expression a tapestry of complexity. She had not anticipated that Xiaolingxi could discern the truth even beneath the veil. Upon realizing the person was not Jiang Rong, he had stormed away in a fury. However, Aunt Chong remained composed, for the Northern Prince's residence could not allow the world to know that on the day of the grand wedding, the bride had eloped. Today, they must first escort Jiang Wan into the house and conclude this marriage. Later, they would concoct an excuse, claiming an accidental mix-up, thus legitimizing Jiang Wan as the rightful bride in place of Jiang Rong. Although the heir was enraged and had fled, the Northern Prince's residence would undoubtedly send someone to rectify the situation, allowing Jiang Wan to don her bridal attire and masquerade as Jiang Rong. Unexpectedly, Xiaolingxi returned, accompanied by Jiang Rong. Upon seeing her, Jiang Rong sighed softly, and we were intercepted by Xiaolingxi outside the city. What choice did I have but to return with him? I beseech your forgiveness. I must clarify that I did not elope, nor do I possess any knowledge about a substitute bride. Otherwise, the heir, in his wrath, might very well take my life. Aunt Chong felt a pang of anxiety, her heart tightening as she questioned, will the heir not lay the blame upon us? Rest assured, Aunt, Rong shall protect you. Jiang Rong replied, her heart heavy as she returned, feeling as though her spirit had been extinguished, contemplating that perhaps death would have been a more fitting conclusion. However, recalling the immense gratitude owed to her uncles and aunts for their nurturing, Rong felt compelled to ensure their care in their twilight years. Honoring them with incense and mourning rites, how could she ever precede them in departure? Tears brimmed in Jiang Rong's eyes, glistening with sorrow. Meanwhile, Chong's heart constricted with a breath held tight within her chest. Though the words spoken were well-meaning, they resonated discordantly in her ears. Do not grieve. You have many days ahead, and in the future, there may still be opportunities for you, and Wenyuan Chong feigned comfort, concealing a smirk within. What good would it do for you to marry into the Northern Prince's residence today if you can scarcely survive a month? If only Wanwan could take your place, then the Jiang family might bask in the glory of the Northern Prince. Yet, the situation being as it is, with Xiaolingxi's people gathered outside, she lacked the power to secure her daughter's transport to the wedding carriage. She could only settle for a lesser compromise. Rong marrying into the Northern Prince's residence alone, your aunt cannot help but worry. Ing Chun, your trusted maid since childhood, would serve you well as a companion. Let her accompany you as a concubine, and she may assist you in the future. Chong adopted an air of concern for her welfare. Jiang Rong cast a glance at Ing Chun, who was styling her hair, and smiled. That sounds wonderful. Your consideration is indeed thoughtful, Aunt. Chong had come to glean intelligence and, based on the current circumstances, Formulate the most advantageous response. After feigning a few more words of care for Jiang Rong, she departed. Jiang Rong was acutely aware of her thoughts. She surely believed that without hastening to secure a concubine, she would be unable to connect with the grand tree that was the Northern Prince's residence. Jiang Rong discreetly lowered her gaze to her wrist, where a crimson, resembling vermilion, marked her skin. This is the mark left by the poison of the Yellow Springs. In her previous life, Xielingxi once told her that the Yellow Springs is a peculiar poison that requires a month of continuous ingestion to take effect, and only the Jiang family is capable of achieving this. She did not believe a single word. To her, Xielingxi was merely a tyrant who abducted innocent women. How could she place her trust in a villain rather than her own kin? In his past life, he likely learned of her poisoning only recently, deducing that the Jiang family was a den of wolves and uncovering Shen Wenyuan's true nature. Thus, he brought her back, sparing no effort to seek out medicine to cure her ailment. Yet, Jiang Rong had never believed him. It is widely known that the young master of the Northern King is a reckless and arrogant youth who bullies men and women alike, forcibly marrying the second daughter of the Jiang family and shattering a pair of destined lovers. However, no one knows that he merely seeks to save his beloved. I hope you live well, his words lingered in her mind. Jiang Rong could not help but clench her fists hidden beneath her sleeves. In this lifetime, she would never again betray Xielingxi's affections. Ing Chun, you have worked hard over the years. Shall I take you to the Northern King's residence? Jiang Rong casually inquired. Ing Chun hurriedly bowed and replied, as per the young lady's command. Wherever you go, I shall follow. Jiang Rong smiled faintly. Before her demise, she finally understood that the poison of the Yellow Springs she had succumbed to was fed to her daily in a bowl of ginseng soup by her most trusted maid. The maids around her were all placed by the Chong family, and Ing Chun was merely a pawn of the Chong family, monitoring and controlling her. Within the Jiang family, she struggled to manage even a single maid. Yet, once she reached the Northern King's residence, the Chong family would have no opportunity to collect her remains. Chapter 4. The grand wedding with a solemn bow to heaven and earth, followed by a respectful salute to the ancestors, the couple exchanged vows. The ceremonial rites completed, they were ushered into the bridal chamber. Surrounded by a throng of servants, Jiang Rong was led to her wedding room. She lifted her veil and cast a sweeping glance around the chamber, adorned with dragon and phoenix candles flickering in unison, and the scent of incense wafting from the romantic canopy. As the servants withdrew, Xielingxi remained outside, offering toasts, leaving only Jiang Rong and her devoted handmaiden, Ing Chun. Within the room, Jiang Rong retrieved a small vial from her bosom and handed it to Ing Chun, instructing her to pour its contents into the ceremonial wine. What is contained in this vial, miss? Ing Chun inquired, her curiosity piqued as she prepared to pour the powder. Jiang Rong smiled enigmatically. Crimson snow. A poison that seals the throat upon tasting. Ing Chun gasped in shock. Are you intending to poison the young master? With a sly smile, Jiang Rong replied, Not I, but you. Suddenly, she called out loudly towards the door, Someone, come quickly. There is an attempt on the young master's life. Xielingxi was promptly summoned. Husband, I lifted my veil to secretly observe our wedding chamber and was startled to witness this maid attempting to poison our wine. She wishes to harm us. Jiang Rong feigned fear, clutching Xielingxi's sleeve, appearing frail and pitiful. Ing Chun knelt on the floor, her forehead knocking against the ground in fervent protest. I did not. Miss, the crimson snow was given to me by you. How could I dare to harm the young master? To murder one's husband is a grave sin, a fate worse than death. If I truly desired the young master's life, I would not expose your wrongdoing. Jiang Rong presented her case with eloquence and conviction. Ing Chun was utterly unprepared for Jiang Rong's betrayal. In a state of panic, she exclaimed, I am wronged. I truly would never dare to harm the young master. It is the miss who has set me up. Young master, please see clearly. Take her away and execute her. Xielingxi coldly interrupted her pleas. I am innocent. Ing Chun desperately cried, but Jingzhi silenced her, dragging her out. In an instant, only the two of them remained in the room. In his previous life, Xielingxi had executed Ing Chun, for Jiang Rong, poisoned by the waters of the Yellow Springs, could only be harmed by those closest to her. He had killed Ing Chun and replaced her with another maid. The outcome was that Jiang Rong, seeking vengeance for her servant, had plunged a knife into him. Their lives had been marred by misunderstandings and entanglements. Jiang Rong lifted her gaze to the person before her. How wonderful it was. In this lifetime, she would not allow tragedy to repeat itself. Xielingxi also regarded Jiang Rong with scrutiny. Why had she chosen to eliminate her maid? What were her intentions?
Yet,
He did not wish to delve into her secrets. He simply desired for her to remain in the northern prince's residence, under the protection of his wings. His greatest fear was that she was merely feigning compliance, with a heart set on escape. My dear husband, it grows late. Should we? Jiang Rong's cheeks flushed as she began to speak, but her words trailed off. Outside, an anxious maid's voice interrupted. Young master, it is dire. The second miss has suddenly coughed up blood. Please come quickly. Jiang Rong's eyes darkened. So they wish to disturb our nuptial night? In the northern prince's residence, in the tranquil pavilion, a lady adorned in a delicate gown of pale yellow, intricately embroidered with hibiscus, sat before her vanity, commanding her maid to apply a ghastly layer of white powder upon her face. My cousin weeps with such sorrow. She is the only sister-in-law I acknowledge, and I shall never allow that wicked woman, Jiang Rong, to usurp my brother. This was Xie Rua Jiao, the second daughter of the northern Wang mansion, and the legitimate sister of Xielingxi. My lady, you must lie down quickly. The young master is arriving. A maid stationed at the door interjected. In an instant, Xie Rua Jiao feigned a fragile demeanor, reclining on the couch, clutching a blood-stained handkerchief in her hand. With tear-filled eyes, she addressed the man in crimson who entered. Brother, I have coughed up blood, cough, cough, cough. Xielingxi's gaze lingered momentarily on the thick layer of powder covering her face, before the elderly physician accompanying him stepped forth to take her pulse. After a brief examination, he remarked with skepticism, the second lady's pulse appears to be quite stable. I am not afflicted by a mere illness. You cannot discern it. Xie Rua Jiao replied in a voice laced with feigned frailty. I have been wronged. An older matron beside her stepped forward, addressing the young master. Sir, the young lady was perfectly well today, yet suddenly she coughs blood. This is no ordinary ailment. She has been afflicted by a person of formidable fate. Pray tell, who is this person of formidable fate? Xie Rua Jiao inquired, feigning ignorance. The matron continued. There has been no disturbance within the mansion. Today, the young master's wife has entered. She lost her parents at a young age and carries a malevolent fate, making her a harbinger of great misfortune. The young lady has indeed been wronged by her. With such a fate, she may bring calamity upon the young master and the matriarch. What? I can endure coughing blood myself, but she seeks to bring harm to my grandmother and my dear brother? This is utterly unacceptable. Xie Ruojiao feigned a look of shock, declaring, this woman must not be allowed to remain. Brother, quickly send her away. Our Xie family cannot withstand her presence. Xielingxi observed her performance with a stoic expression, his heart unperturbed, even feeling a hint of amusement. At that moment, a clear female voice echoed from outside. Sister, your words are misguided. I am the legitimate wife brought into the family through the formalities of the heir, with every detail of the marriage rites fulfilled, proposal, inquiry of names, auspicious signs, and the wedding date, all arranged perfectly. As you are yet unmarried, you may not be aware that the auspicious signs entail sending my name and birth details to your ancestral temple for divination, and only upon receiving a positive omen can the marriage be confirmed. The ancestors of the Xie family above have deemed my union with the heir a fortuitous sign, believing our destinies are intertwined. How dare anyone contradict the will of the Xie ancestors and spread rumors of ill fortune regarding our marriage? Silence enveloped the room. A woman clad in a resplendent red bridal gown, adorned with a phoenix crown and trailing veil, strode in with confidence. Her beauty was captivating, radiating grace and dignity, her lips curving into a gentle smile, while her eyes sparkled with a fierce light. Who would dare to sever the bond between her and her husband? Such an act would surely invite her wrath. Husband, this old servant has been speaking nonsense before my sister, deceiving her, Jiang Rong remarked, glancing at the elegant figure before her, her brows slightly arched. Such treachery deserves punishment. The maid who had just spoken faltered, nearly collapsing to the ground, urgently turning to Xie Ruojiao. Miss, save me. Chapter 5. Save her one last time. Xie Ruojiao was taken aback by these words. She had been so focused on using Jiang Rong's deceased parents to her advantage that she had forgotten about Neji. If the ancestors deemed this marriage to be auspicious, how could she possibly think otherwise? Are you more formidable than the ancestors? However, upon your arrival today, I feel as if I might just bleed out. How does one reconcile this? Sierra was being unreasonable. Jiang Rong's gaze swept over her pallid face, her lips curving slightly. Indeed, her younger sister appeared to be flustered. If my calculations are correct, the moment she bled was precisely when a criminal in the household met their end. Thus, it can be inferred that Ing Chuan's actions had inadvertently affected her. Unwilling to concede, she resorted to intimidation. I shall not let her off easily. Someone, bring forth the instigator. The young lady of the house commanded, and Jingzhe promptly looked to Xielingxi for guidance. Xielingxi's gaze was profound, yet he did not intervene and proceeded with the task. Soon after, Jingzhe entered carrying a blood-soaked female corpse. Ing Chun had been beaten to death, her body drenched in blood. Her countenance grotesque, with eyes wide open in eternal horror, her demise was heart-wrenchingly tragic. Get away. Quickly, throw her out. Do not bring a corpse into my chamber. Sierra sprang from the bed, lively and vigorous, shedding any semblance of weakness, her voice rising in panic. What are you doing? What is this? Throw her out. Brother, control her. Xielingxi remained unperturbed. His sister, indeed, deserved a lesson. How audacious she was to deceive him. Dear sister, do not be alarmed. Upon her arrival, your condition immediately improved, allowing you to leap and dance, confirming my suspicions that she indeed caused you distress. Fear not, sister-in-law shall exact vengeance upon her, rendering her to ashes and scattering her spirit. With a smile, Jiang Rong seized a candlestick from the table and hurled it onto Ing Chuan's lifeless body. Flames erupted with fervor. Dear sister, observe closely. Once the fire consumes her, your ailment shall vanish. Sierra Jiao was nearly driven to madness by the horror of it all. How terrifying! A bloodied corpse thrust before her, ignited. Oh, dear. The new sister-in-law is utterly fearsome. I am well now, truly. Please remove these dreadful things. Her voice trembled with sobs. Jiang Rong's lips curled in satisfaction. Having spent a decade in the northern king's residence, she possessed an intimate understanding of the Xie family's temperament. Xie Ruojiao was not inherently malevolent, yet her actions lacked discretion. In her previous life, she had often vexed Jiang Rong, all instigated by the meddlesome Qin Kaiwei from the Qin family. What is it that you are weeping for, dear sister? A gentle voice drifted in from outside, as a delicate figure clad in flowing green approached gracefully. A cousin, help me. Xie Ruojiao swiftly concealed herself behind the newcomer. Qin Kaiwei first glanced at Xielingxi, then at Jiang Rong, before blushing as she spoke. I heard that you were unwell, dear sister, and came to check on you. I did not expect my cousin and Miss Jiang to be here as well. Miss Jiang, please do not take offense. My sister is quite mischievous. And should she have erred, I shall bear the responsibility as her elder cousin. Jiang Rong's gaze fell upon her face, cold as ice. In her previous life, Qin Kaiwei was the first to extend a hand of kindness, aiding her escape from the northern prince's residence. She believed Qin Kaiwei to be benevolent. Little did she know. Qin Kaiwei exploited her trust, administering an aphrodisiac to frame her for infidelity. Xielingxi came to her rescue, and they shared a night of passion. Jiang Rong held Xielingxi accountable, refusing to believe his explanations. She loathed him for tarnishing her purity and, in a fit of rage, shattered the antidote he had brought her. The poison, a rare and peculiar toxin, required the gathering of 9 unique herbs to counteract it. Missing even one rendered the antidote futile. Left with no choice, Xielingxi sacrificed his own life to transfer the poison to himself. Jiang Rong, I shall no longer appear before you, as you wish, were his final words before he succumbed to unconsciousness. At that moment, Jiang Rong felt no sorrow. She harbored no love for Xielingxi, her only desire was for his demise. Yet now, with Qin Kaiwei's arrival, memories of that distant past were rekindled, causing an overwhelming ache in her heart. Xielingxi had traded his life for hers. Fortunately, he had survived, albeit as a living corpse. Subsequently, he was taken by a divine healer in search of a cure, while she remained in the northern prince's residence, burdened by the debt of his sacrifice. A decade later, he finally awakened. By then, the world was in chaos, and he had become an invincible war god. She sent the Xie family to the south to reunite with him, but she herself did not accompany them. For 10 years, she had lived for Xielingxi, sustaining the Xie family in the guise of the northern prince's consort, yet she never truly loved him. In her heart, there existed only the memories of her childhood companion, and her home would forever belong to the Jiang family. She returned to the Jiang residence, only to be betrayed alongside Shin Wenyuan, offered as a sacrifice to the enemy leader of the northern desert. They threatened her life to compel Xialingxi to come alone. Jiang Rong was suspended upon the city walls, consumed by a singular thought. Xialingxi, you have already promised me that we shall never meet again in this lifetime. You had better keep your word. Please do not come. I implore you, do not come. On the 7th day of the 7th month in the 27th year of Yongin, a general clad in resplendent silver armor traversed the starry night, journeying 1,000 miles. With arrows piercing his heart and blood staining the long street, he came to rescue her one final time. Chapter 6. The Union of Hearts. The haunting image of Xialingxi's tragic demise lingered in Jiang Rong's mind, prompting her to instinctively grasp the hand of the man beside her. The tangible warmth of his palm provided a semblance of solace, a reminder that all had yet to unfold. Xialingxi remained vibrant and alive beside her, the spirited individual she had known a decade ago. In this lifetime, she vowed to safeguard him with unwavering resolve. The sight of the two holding hands in public instantly dimmed Chen Saiwei's gaze. Jiang Rong tightened her grip on Xialingxi's hand, lifting her eyes to meet Chen Saiwei's, her emotions meticulously composed, her smile radiant. Cousin, as the descendant of a prominent family, you may not be well versed in the nuances of address, but fear not, for as your sister-in-law, I shall gladly enlighten you. I am the wife of your elder cousin. You ought to address me as sister-in-law, or even as the noble consort. As for referring to me merely as Miss Jiang, should others overhear, they may mock your ignorance. Chen Saiwei's clenched fist concealed within her sleeve tightened. She was unwilling to acknowledge Jiang Rong as the noble consort, hence her choice to call her Miss Jiang. Little did she expect to be ridiculed in return. You are the one who is ignorant. She seethed inwardly. As a woman of humble origins, you are nothing but the filth that distinguishes the clouds from the mire. Though her heart raged, she dared not utter a word in front of Xialingxi. After delivering her pointed remark, Jiang Rong turned her attention away from Chen Kaiwei, her gaze alighting on Xialingxi, her demeanor bright and cheerful. My lord, now that our younger sister is well, shall we return home? Jiang Rong awaited Chen Saiwei's tacit acknowledgement. In her previous life, she pretended to be good friends with herself for a month. How long will Chen Kaiwei endure in this life? Returning to the marital abode, Jiang Rong sat obediently on the couch, awaiting her husband's gentle unwrapping of her garments. However, Xialingxi merely escorted her back and turned to leave. Where was her husband going? Jiang Rong was puzzled. Xialingxi replied nonchalantly, to the study. On their wedding night. Did her husband's refusal to consummate their union indicate some dissatisfaction with her? Jiang Rong gently tugged at his sleeve, her eyes glistening with innocence. Xialingxi gazed at her with profound intensity. Was she attempting to entice him to share her bed, only to strike him down in his slumber? Very well. He was keen to witness what tricks this young woman possessed. As the bed curtains fluttered down, the scent of sandalwood lingered in the air. Jiang Rong, clad only in a strapless gown, lay demurely on the couch, modestly awaiting Xialingxi to make the first move. Yet, after a considerable time, Xialingxi remained still, offering no indication of action. Jiang Rong quietly turned her head, only to find Xialingxi beside her, eyes closed, breathing steadily. Was he asleep? They had yet to consummate their marriage. This was unexpected. The world knew of Xialingxi's deep infatuation with her, a love profound as the ocean. Though their initial encounter may have been forced, his affections were undeniably genuine. Reflecting on her past life, Jiang Rong recognized that Xialingxi's love for her was indisputable. So, what could be the reason for his reluctance to consummate their union? After a moment of contemplation, she came to a realization. Previously, she had harbored a strong aversion towards Xialingxi, even writing him a letter expressing her willingness to remain a widow. Xialingxi simply did not wish to coerce her. She wished to grant Xialingxi some time to realize that she had changed and was willing. Jiang Rong cautiously inched closer to Xialingxi, her movements tinged with a hint of anxiety. For it was the first occasion in this life and the previous one that she found herself sharing a bed with him while fully aware. Of course, Xialingxi was not asleep. He merely feigned slumber, awaiting her move. The soft sound of her breathing grew nearer, infused with a touch of tension. She was about to make her move. Xialingxi was entirely focused, his mind alert, prepared to swiftly toss her off the bed with a single hand should the need arise. In the next moment, he felt a gentle weight settle against him. A petite figure quietly crawled into his embrace. Xialingxi abruptly opened his eyes, glancing down to see the girl's raven locks scattered across his chest. "Who is this?" He paused in surprise. Jiang Rong continued her actions, stealthily grasping Xialingxi's wrist. Once more, he braced himself, contemplating whether this young woman intended to restrain his hand to prevent any resistance before plunging a knife into him. Yet, in the next instant, she placed his right hand delicately at her slender waist. Jiang Rong was pleased with this position, contentedly nestling against the reassuring warmth of the man's chest. Her eyes fluttering shut. Within moments, she succumbed to a deep slumber. Xialingxi, however, remained rigid as a board. What was she doing? A faint, alluring fragrance wafted from her, and his palm rested on her soft, delicate waist. An incongruous line from an ancient poem flickered through his mind, a gentle grasp around the waist of the palace maiden. Xialingxi's gaze deepened with an enigmatic intensity. Yesterday, I yearned to rid myself of him, but today, I find myself raising a toast in his honor. He would hardly believe that one could undergo such a swift transformation within a single day. Jiang Rong, to the extent of harboring intentions to eliminate him, has exhibited such patience and restraint. He gazed at the young woman in his arms for an extended period before finally closing his eyes. Chapter 7. This is true love. The following morning, Jiang Rong awoke from her slumber to find her bed vacant. The maid, Yingxia, approached her with great eagerness, whispering, "Miss, what significant event transpired last night? Where has Sister Yingchun gone?" Jiang Rong furrowed her brow, contemplating that it was likely due to her act of killing Yingchun in this lifetime that Xialingxi had ceased to manage her affairs. It was fortunate that Yingxia still held some utility. Having conspired against the heir, she had been exposed and subsequently dealt with. "I am currently quite content with this marriage arrangement," Jiang Rong replied coolly. "Should anyone dare to conspire against the heir, I shall ensure their demise." Yingxia was left speechless, bewildered by her mistress's words. That should not be the case. Even if Sister Yingchun had 10 times the courage, she would not dare to harm the heir. Moreover, just days ago, you declared an oath of enmity against Xialingxi, asserting that it would be either your life or his. How is it that after spending a night with that dandy, your sentiments have shifted? Yingxia pondered discreetly, reporting the second young lady's transformation to the madam. "And the heir?" Jiang Rong inquired, allowing them to assist her in dressing. "The heir arose a quarter of an hour ago and has retreated to the study," Yingxia relayed, then muttered under her breath, "What use could such a dandy possibly have for the study?" No sooner had she spoken than a chilling gaze fell upon her. "Should you dare to speak disrespectfully of the heir again, I shall send you to keeping Chun company," Jiang Rong stated leisurely, her lips curling slightly. "You have always enjoyed lively company. The mass grave to the west of the city is quite populated. Does that appeal to you?" "Forgive me, miss. I am deserving of punishment," Yingxiao exclaimed, collapsing to her knees in fright. In the Jiang household, the lady may secure her safety, but now, in the Xia residence, by the time the lady learns of the news, her body will already have grown cold. Waiting outside the study, I await the heir's emergence, hoping he will join me in presenting tea to our grandmother. Xialingxi's study is known as Mo Yen's studio. "Young master, here is your Tianshan Snow Lotus," a subordinate said, handing a jade box to Xialingxi, his tone filled with unease. "Among the 9 extraordinary medicines, this is the only one we possess. To gather all 9 to restore the young lady's life will prove exceedingly difficult. It is indeed intriguing how such a sheltered young lady, who seldom steps beyond her threshold, could have incurred such a grievous enmity, resulting in a vicious toxin being inflicted upon her. The poison from the yellow springs eludes the detection of ordinary physicians. When it manifests, the afflicted suffer unbearable agony, often culminating in self-inflicted demise." Xialingxi remained noncommittal and instructed, "Convey orders to gather the remaining 8 medicinal ingredients. Prepare this medicine and deliver it to her." "Understood." Jiang Rong was unaware that their first encounter had taken place in a temple, where she had collapsed amidst the peach blossoms on the back mountain. Xialingxi instructed his companion, Xiao Nanqing, to take her pulse, revealing that she had been afflicted by this peculiar poison for a year, with symptoms intensifying over the past month. He was determined to extricate Jiang Rong from the Jiang family. Shun Wenyuan was untrustworthy. She could only remain under his roof for him to feel secure. Holding the medicinal ingredients, Xiao Nanqing prepared to descend for brewing, yet his heart was filled with perplexity. The world speaks of the heir as a debauchee, suggesting he has developed an interest in Miss Jiang heir due to her appearance. However, He was acutely aware that the seemingly extravagant demeanor of his family's young master was merely a facade designed to deceive the imperial court. It was truly unfathomable that the master of their household, whose profound scheming and singular devotion to the imperial cause rendered him indifferent to romantic entanglements, could possibly succumb to the whims of love. Yet, when Jiang Rong fell victim to a rare poison, the young lord spared no effort in utilizing his cherished Tianshan snow lotus to save her. Furthermore, he endeavored to procure the remaining 8 miraculous herbs. If this is not true love, then what could it possibly be? In the North King's residence, at Songha Hall, the grandchildren approached their grandmother with reverence. Offering her tea, Jiang Rong and Xie Lingxi knelt side by side before the venerable matriarch, lifting their teacups with utmost respect. "Splendid, splendid," exclaimed the elder as she accepted the cup, her gaze appraising Jiang Rong with a warm and benevolent smile. After finishing her tea, she presented Jiang Rong with an ancestral jade bracelet, adorning her wrist with her own hands. Jiang Rong bowed deeply to the elder, paying her the utmost respect. In her previous life, when Xie Lingxi had rescued her, he had become a living corpse, and she feared being cast out in the elder's wrath. Yet, she was treated as a beloved granddaughter. The majority of her skills had been imparted by this venerable woman, who held a place in her heart akin to that of a biological grandmother. After paying her respects with tea, Jiang Rong and Xie Lingxi rose to their feet. The northern prince was stationed at the frontier, absent from the capital, and with the late northern princess Chen, there was no one left in the household deserving of their tribute. The elder matriarch took Jiang Rong's hand, introducing her to those present. Yet, Jiang Rong's gaze wandered, recognizing numerous familiar faces throughout the room. To her left sat the secondary consort, Lady Zhao, the daughter of a count who had borne the eldest son, Xie Yuanwen, now wed to Lady Qiao. On the right side, the Li concubine, daughter of the governor, bore a legitimate daughter, Xie Ruo. In addition to her, Xie Rujiao had a curious 5-year-old child, Xie Ling'an, with round, sparkling eyes, and Xie Lingxi, both offspring of the late Princess Chen. The Chen family belonged to the military nobility under the northern prince. The wives and concubines of the northern prince hailed from backgrounds that could be considered quite ordinary. This is due to the fact that the northern prince's estate, as the only branch of the royal family not of the same surname in the Great Xia, holds a unique status, with hereditary rights unaltered, commanding a formidable military force, thus standing as the foremost power in the dynasty. To mitigate the suspicions of the imperial family, the northern prince's estate has always maintained its independence, refraining from forming factions and avoiding marriages with powerful officials and nobles. Jiang Rong, who later presided over the northern prince's estate for a decade, was well aware of these intricacies. Consequently, she began to suspect whether Xie Lingxi had long been masquerading as a dandy to safeguard the interests of the northern prince's estate. Chapter 8. Stealthily cherishing me, the younger sister, Jean Rong, is truly a beauty. Miss Qiao gazed at her with a discerning eye, then smiled radiantly as she praised. In the past, when grandmother sought a match for the young master, he showed no interest. I was curious to know what celestial being could prompt him to propose. And now that I have laid eyes on my sister-in-law, my doubts are resolved. Miss Qiao's flattery was deliberate, her peripheral gaze casting a significant glance toward Chen Kaiwei beside her. As a perceptive individual, she naturally refrained from stepping into the forefront. The old matriarch held great affection for Chen Kaiwei and had once considered her as a potential bride for Xie Lingxi, but he had declined. This matter was unknown to outsiders. Miss Qiao's words struck at the core of Chen Kaiwei's heart. "My dear sister-in-law, you flatter me," Jean Rong responded, playing along with her teasing, her cheeks adorned with a hint of shyness. "All of you sisters are beauties." "Not at all. You outshine us all." Miss Qiao seemed to humble herself, yet inadvertently acknowledged her superiority over her sisters, leaving Chen Kaiwei seething with irritation. Miss Qiao was quite eloquent, inquiring about other matters, embodying the demeanor of an elder sister-in-law, and the atmosphere in the room became harmonious. After 3 cups of tea had been served, the old matriarch Xie looked at everyone and declared, "Now that Shigurer is to be married, our Xie family finally has a proper young master as wife. From this day forth, I shall cease to manage affairs, and all properties of the household will be entrusted to Romer." Since the passing of the princess, the North Wangfu had been under the stewardship of the old matriarch Xie, with the 2 secondary wives assisting her. On ordinary days, Li-side wife merely echoed Zhao-side wife sentiments, while the old matriarch, having aged, took less interest in household matters. allowing the authority to rest predominantly with Zhao's side wife. Grandmother. That cannot be. Zhao, the side consort, was in a state of anxious turmoil. Yet her countenance betrayed a facade of concern. The young lady of the household has never managed domestic affairs and is utterly perplexed by the ledgers. Our illustrious Xie family's vast estate has suddenly been entrusted to her. Should any mishap occur, would it not render her a pariah in our family? Zhao, adept at reading the room, discerned the old matriarch's fondness for her granddaughter-in-law, and her words, though seemingly for Jiang Rong's benefit, echoed with deeper implications. The old matriarch hesitated, contemplating Zhao's assertions. Jiang Rong, composed and unhurried, seized the opportunity to speak. Addressing the venerable matriarch, the granddaughter-in-law has never perused the ledgers and fears she may jeopardize the Xie family's legacy. Perhaps it would be prudent to allow her to manage her dowry first as a means of gaining experience. Truth be told, during my stay at home, my second aunt handled all matters on my behalf, and I possess little experience, thus I hesitate to shoulder such a significant responsibility. The old matriarch's approval grew ever stronger. This young woman was indeed a treasure, demonstrating both responsibility and candor. Were it another in her position, they might concoct elaborate lies to seize power. Very well. Let it be as you suggest, the old matriarch replied, smiling and nodding. Zhao let out a breath of relief. Only the maid, Yingxia, who stood by, felt a chill of trepidation. The second Mrs. Dowry was firmly under the control of the second lady. How could the second miss possibly manage it? Did it imply she would have to wrest it from her aunt's grasp? After a leisurely breakfast with the gathered guests, the old matriarch dismissed everyone. The estate of the northern prince's residence was vast, and Jiang Rong, alongside Xielingxi, made their way back to their quarters in the Jinyu courtyard. They traversed the winding paths of the garden, but Xielingxi's usual pace left Jiang Rong trailing behind. Wait for me, my husband. Jiang Rong quietly tugged at the corner of Xielingxi's sleeve, tilting her delicate face to look up at him. Our home is too vast. I am unfamiliar with the paths. I wish to accompany you back. Xielingxi glanced back at her, his expression indifferent. The maid knows the way. Alongside her were Yin Xia and 4 other maids from the Jinyu courtyard. Nevertheless, he noticeably slowed his pace, accommodating her steps. Jiang Rong's eyes curved with delight. Though she feigned instructing the maid to lead, he had indeed slowed down to wait for her. Aha! Caught red-handed in his subtle affection. Humph. Upon their return to the Jinyu courtyard, the head maid, Fei Chui, promptly approached, presenting a bowl of steaming medicinal soup to Jiang Rong. Young mistress, this is the tonic prepared for you by the young master. Xielingxi regarded Jiang Rong, anticipating her inquiries. Should she question him, he would disclose the poison of the Yellow Springs. Yet he knew she would not believe him. In her previous life, Jiang Rong had indeed asked but remained skeptical, ultimately suffering a setback a month later after she had discarded the second rare remedy he had painstakingly acquired. He had never expressed the rarity and value of each extraordinary medicine, casually offering it to her. She had never cherished it before. Jiang Rong's eyes unwittingly glistened with unshed tears. If she did not wish to drink, she could simply refuse. Why the tears? Xielingxi raised an eyebrow. It was the first time he realized that a delicate woman could be so prone to tears, her eyes reddening at the slightest provocation. He found himself utterly at a loss with such a little crybaby. There was no reluctance to drink. Jiang Rong raised her gaze to meet hers. Her eyes, still resembling a rabbit's, reddened. She gently shook Xielingxi's sleeve, saying, "It's just. I fear the bitterness." She sought a pretext to evade the truth. Accepting the jade cup filled with medicinal concoction, she drank it in one swift motion. Observing her increasingly reddened eyes, Xielingxi pondered how bitter the Tianshan snow lotus could be to provoke such tears. "Thank you for your concern, my lord," the young girl said, her voice thick with emotion as she completed the potion, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she expressed her gratitude. Xielingxi remained silent for a moment before turning towards the Mo Yen studio. "Young master, the candied crabapples from the old Sun family on Four Corners Street have arrived." Jingzhe burst in like a whirlwind, holding out a small food bag to Xielingxi. He barely glanced at it, casually instructing, "Deliver it to her." "Who is she?" Jingzhe momentarily appeared perplexed. However, Xiao Nanqing quickly connected the dots, exclaiming, "I heard that the snow lotus was so bitter that even the young lady almost cried. Our young master is truly considerate. Since it was I who urged her to take the medicine, it is only right to offer some form of recompense for its bitterness." Xielingxi replied with calm assurance. Xiao Nanxing was momentarily ensnared by his reasoning. Wait, young master. We have already generously offered her the rare Tianshan Snow Lotus. What further recompense is warranted? Upon reflection, she realized, the young lady is the young master's beloved. Thus, all was well. Indeed, recompense is due. How admirable that you find a pretext to indulge her. After all, in the realm of stubbornness, who better than a devoted husband? Chapter 9. Lay out the fact that the young lady of the heir apparent has garnered your affection is indeed a stroke of fortune. Xiao Nanxing could not help but exclaim. If it were another person, succumbing to the depths of despair would only lead to a slow demise. Xielingxi subtly furrowed his brow, pondering her unfounded musings. He rescued her for reasons beyond her comprehension. Xiao Nanxing. Very well, clearly harboring feelings yet disallowing acknowledgement. Master, the person has been brought. A shadow guard reported from outside the door. In an instant, Xielingxi's languid demeanor transformed to a chilling presence, the last flicker of light in his eyes extinguished, leaving only an abyss of coldness and cruelty. Bring him in. 2 shadow guards carried in a wooden box and opened it. A pungent stench of blood surged forth, revealing a figure, tortured and unrecognizable, within. In the Northern King's residence, at the Golden Jade Courtyard, Jiang Rong sat in the master seat while Fiku led a group of maids and servants in a formal greeting. These individuals had previously attended to Xielingxi, and from this moment forward, Jiang Rong would be their mistress. According to custom, the servants paid their respects to the young lady of the heir apparent. Jiang Rong acknowledged them with a nod, refraining from excessive words. The people in this courtyard were all left by Xielingxi, reliable and trustworthy. In her previous life, Fiku eventually became her right-hand confidant. Yingxia distributed the silver tokens meant for rewarding them, and once Fiku and the others received their rewards and retreated, Yingxia immediately remarked, Second Miss, you cannot place your trust in these residents of the Northern King's estate. That is indeed true. My utmost trust lies with our own people, Jiang Rong replied with a smile, adding, Yingxia, please bring forth my dowry list. As Yingxia's expression subtly shifted, she presented the dowry list. Jiang Rong perused it, raising an eyebrow, noting that while the 40 chests matched, there was no sign of the land deeds for the shops and farms, nor any mention of the stored silver. A significant portion of Jiang Rong's dowry stemmed from her late mother, which included a substantial sum held at a bank, along with several plots of farmland and commercial properties. Her mother had also left behind a few boxes of jewelry, which, during her youth, had been deceitfully gifted to her second aunt. The only tangible assets remaining were the silver notes and deeds, which were not easily appropriated. Furthermore, the 40 boxes comprised public funds from the Jiang family. Were it not for her second aunt's belief that Jiang Wan was marrying into the family, thus preparing the chests as if for her daughter's wedding, Jiang Rong would have had no dowry at all. Second Miss, your shops and farmland have always been managed by the second madam. She feared that your husband's family might seize your dowry and has kept it safe for you. Yingxia spoke with a silver tongue. Jiang Rong replied nonchalantly, Indeed. I trust my second aunt completely. However, regarding my ability to manage the properties of the Northern Prince's residence, I shall discuss this thoroughly with her upon my return. She was confident that her second aunt would gladly entrust her with the dowry. As the master and servant conversed, Fei Tsue arrived to report, Young lady, Miss Kaiwei has come to pay her respects. Chun Kaiwei gazed at Jiang Rong with a look of sincere apology. I did not address you as young lady yesterday, for I was misled by external rumors, believing you were unwilling to marry into the Xie family, which is why I merely referred to you as Miss Jiang. I felt it inappropriate to clarify in front of my cousin yesterday, so I have come to rectify my mistake. Kaiwei, with an empathetic heart, reflected on the pain of having a childhood sweetheart, an affianced beloved, torn away from her. She would never accept the identity imposed by the one who forcefully took him from her. Thus, she refrained from addressing you as the young lady of the heir, fearing it might cause you distress. Yet, Kaiwei misjudged. Although her cousin had once been betrothed, there was no deep familiarity or bond between them. Observing the affection and harmony between you and my cousin, I genuinely rejoiced for you both. Her words were imbued with sincerity. Had I not already discerned her true nature, I might have mistaken her for a kind-hearted individual. The younger cousin displayed a thoughtful demeanor. Jiang Rong, in accordance, revealed a hint of emotion. Chun Kaiwei presented an invitation, stating, My second sister and I are hosting a poetry gathering at the Wang residence. As the lady of the house, it is essential that you grace us with your presence. Jiang Rong's gaze lingered on the words Qingfeng poetry gathering inscribed on the invitation, her lips curving into a subtle smile. It arrived a month earlier than in her previous life. Chen Kaiwei, you certainly lack patience. She recalled vividly that in her past life, it was at this very poetry gathering that Chen Kaiwei invited Xin Wenyuan, orchestrating an encounter, followed by administering an aphrodisiac. Your kindness is appreciated, dear cousin. I shall certainly attend on the morrow, Jiang Rong replied, her smile growing ever more radiant as she accepted the invitation. Chen Kaiwei, sensing that her scheme was unfolding smoothly, breathed a sigh of relief and harbored a cold chuckle within. However, flattery regarding your status as the lady of the Wang residence had rendered you naively susceptible. Tomorrow, you shall face disgrace and be cast out of the Wang residence. Young lady, the heir has sent you some candied fruits, Emerald announced as she entered alongside Jingzhe. Jiang Rongxin felt a surge of joy as she accepted the paper bag, her brows slightly arched in delight, thinking how splendid the young master truly was. I must express my gratitude to him, she declared, casting a glance at Chen Kaiwei beside her, proudly flaunting her fortune. Although she had intended to engage her cousin in further conversation, the necessity of meeting the young master rendered that impractical. Let us gather again tomorrow, she concluded. Chen Kaiwei, just moments ago filled with exuberance, found her spirits utterly crushed by the heavy burden of the candied fruits. How infuriating! Was it not merely that Jiang Rongxin was slightly more beautiful than she? How blind was Xielingxi? This vexation gnawed at her. Yet it mattered not. Once Jiang Rongxin was expelled from the royal residence, she would ascend as the next young mistress. The wealth of the Xie family, along with the esteemed title of young mistress, would rightfully belong to her. Chapter 10. Embrace your husband in the northern king's residence, within the orchid courtyard of concubine Zhao. Resentment marred her countenance. She lamented, Xielingxi is akin to mud that cannot be molded, yet that old crone is determined to have this wretched creature inherit the throne. What blatant favoritism! Xiao pondered to herself, he is the legitimate son, while your offspring is a mere illegitimate child. There exists a distinction between the two. The old dowager's actions cannot be deemed as partiality, as the legitimate heir is merely receiving what is rightfully his. Yet, deep down, she too harbored aspirations for her husband to ascend the throne, yearning to become the matriarch of the northern king's household, and thus she merely nodded in agreement. That Jiang Rong is but a destitute orphan from a fallen noble family, a mere child still in her youth. How can that old woman contemplate bequeathing the family legacy of the northern king's estate to her? On what grounds? Zhao concubine's ire intensified, her expression darkening. I shall not permit Jiang Rong to usurp the estate of the royal residence. Yingying, go and deal with her. Yingying was Qiao's given name. With a smile, Qiao reassured, do not fret, mother. There are others who wish to expel Jiang Rong more fervently than we do. The young lady from the Qin family has long viewed the position of the heir's consort as her own, and the sudden appearance of a cousin-in-law will not be taken lightly. All we need to do is stoke the flames, and Chen Kaiwei will eliminate Jiang Rong for us. By then, we shall remain untraceable. A cold laugh escaped Zhao concubine's lips. That simpleton Chen Kaiwei possesses a sharp blade. You speak wisely. Perhaps I have been a tad too hasty. In the Mo Yen study, a voice pleaded, spare me, my lord. I have revealed all I know. I truly do not know who my contact is. All dealings were conducted through tokens and coded messages. I have been away from the organization for over a decade. In the past, the northern frontier suffered a devastating defeat, resulting in the death of Prince Wenjiao. A calamity of such magnitude that it instilled fear in the hearts of the treacherous, compelling them to flee. These wretches had long since lost contact with their organization and were too terrified to reach out. They truly did not know where to find them. A man, bleeding profusely, knelt on the ground, his voice hoarse as he spoke while bowing repeatedly, his entire body trembling. Seated in the principal position was the young master in white attire, who merely gazed at him with an impassive expression. Young master, after 3 days of interrogation, this traitor has indeed been a defector for over a decade, divulging everything he knows. The Shadow, a clandestine organization concealed within the northern frontier, had betrayed military secrets 19 years prior, leading directly to the catastrophic defeat of the northern forces. The then commander, Prince Wenjiao, perished alongside the elderly marquis of the Xie family. and the entire Xia army of 100,000 met with annihilation, with none surviving. Young master, I have truly confessed everything. I beg you, spare my life. The man pleaded, bowing in desperation. Chosen to be a spy, he must have possessed a hardened resolve, yet he found his lips pried open against his will, realizing that those who captured him were far more terrifying than any specter. A cold, bone-chilling laugh escaped Xialingxi's lips. Of course. I shall not grant you the mercy of death. Do you think you are worthy of such an end? He gestured to Jingzhe. Let him continue to languish in this hell. In an instant, the man comprehended that the relentless torture he had endured was indeed a living hell. He hastily begged, I implore you and my life. Please, I beg you to kill me. Jingzhe stepped forward, silencing him and sealing him back within a box, while two shadow guards lifted the box and carried it away. Several maidservants adeptly stepped forward to cleanse the bloodstains. Xiao Nanqing stood quietly to the side, refraining from uttering a word. Whenever individuals associated with shadows are mentioned, the young master transforms into a figure of terror, instilling fear in all who might dare to disturb him. The heir and the heir's consort request an audience, Jingzhe reported. Xiao Nanqing immediately interjected. Do you not see the blood staining the ground? Tell the heir's consort to return. No, let her enter at once, Xialingxi suddenly spoke, his gaze cold and fierce. Jiang Rong was led inside by Jingzhe. Two shadow guards emerged, carrying a box, brushing past her. The overwhelming scent of blood assailed her senses, a stench that even the box's lid could not conceal. Her gaze lingered momentarily on the peculiar large box. What could possibly be contained within? Upon stepping into the study, Jiang Rong was taken aback. A maid knelt on the floor, scrubbing away vast pools of blood, the room thick with its metallic aroma. Xialingxi stood by the window, silently observing her. His piercing eyes fixated on her. He understood that in moments of fright, one's true reactions often reveal themselves. He wished to witness her fleeing in terror, to unmask her fade. Yet, before he could utter a word of intimidation, Xialingxi, you are injured? Where are you hurt? Jiang Rong rushed to him like a whirlwind, nearly colliding with his form before halting, her hands frantically tugging at his garments. I am not injured, Xialingxi replied, lacking the patience for her theatrics. He seized Jiang Rong's hand, gazing at her coldly. I just killed a man. This blood belongs to someone else. Ah! Jiang Rong's eyes widened in shock. The young master of this world is a notorious wastrel, reveling in the thrill of taking lives for amusement. Before he could finish his words, a young girl boldly collided into his embrace, holding him tightly, her voice laced with relief. I was so frightened. I thought you were hurt. Xialingxi momentarily stiffened. I have taken a life. Did you hear that? The one my husband seeks to kill is undoubtedly deserving of death. The girl lifted her gaze from his chest, her bright eyes sparkling like the vast universe. My husband is a hero of unparalleled might, the one I cherish most. He is certainly not a villain. In his final moments, Xialingxi reflected, throughout this lifetime, I have never once placed my trust in you, only wielding my sword against you. Should there be a next life, I wish to tell you that you are my unparalleled hero, my glory, my pride, and the one who holds my heart. Chapter 11. Another kiss. Xialingxi's overwhelming hostility was shattered by Jiang Rong's fragmented demeanor. He gazed intently at the diminutive figure before him, momentarily unable to discern whether it was he or Jiang Rong who had succumbed to madness. Had he truly heard what he thought he had? Jiang Rong declared him her unparalleled hero. My husband speaks of killing for pleasure. Yet I perceive you are not truly content, she said, her beautiful, large eyes fixed upon him. It is merely because the slaughter has yet to suffice. Then let us continue. Eradicate all, she proposed, her delicate, jade-like fingers gently caressing his brow. We shall kill until your heart finds joy. Xialingxi lowered his gaze upon her, an unfamiliar sentiment swirling within him. Meanwhile, Xiao Nanqing stood by in utter disbelief. What was the young lady of a house saying? Most young women, upon hearing of the young master's murderous deeds, would likely pale in terror, yet she encouraged him, urging him to continue until he was satisfied. What madness was this? In that moment, he could not ascertain which was more fearsome, the young master or his young lady. Neither seemed to belong to the realm of the ordinary. My husband, the candied fruits you gifted me are exceptionally delightful. I adore them. Thank you, dear husband, Jiang Rong exclaimed, as if nothing had transpired. She had come to express her admiration for him. Once Jiang Rong departed, Xialingxi remained silent for an extended period. Turning to Xiao Nanxing, could the poison from the yellow springs impair her mind? He pondered aloud. He had only heard of the excruciating pain during an episode, but had never been informed that it could affect the brain. Xiao Nanxing hesitated for a moment. He had never encountered another soul who could survive the poison of the underworld, thus he remained utterly ignorant of its specific symptoms. However, observing the erratic behavior of the young lady of the air, one could not dismiss the possibility that the poison had infiltrated her mind. Xialingxi fell into a contemplative silence, and after a prolonged pause, he resolved to hasten his search for an antidote. Indeed, the image of the young woman's eyes, sparkling like radiant stars, surfaced in his thoughts. If it were not the poison affecting her mind, could it be merely an act? He decided to test it once more. What, after all, does Jiang Rong intend to accomplish? As night deepened, the beloved had yet to return. Jiang Rong, having bathed and changed, sat by the window to let her hair dry, the candlelight flickering gently as she idly played a game of chess. The young lady of the air. The heir has returned, reported Fei Tsue. Jingzhe supported the swaying form of Xialingxi into the room. Jiang Rong immediately set aside her chess piece and rose to lend a hand, inquiring with concern, "Is the heir intoxicated?" The heir was in a foul mood today and drank a few too many, Jingzhe explained. "You may withdraw. I shall handle matters here," Jiang Rong instructed. Then turned to Fei Tsue, "Prepare a pot of sobering soup for the heir."
Yes.
Jingzhe and the others exited. Before long, Fei Tsue arrived with the steaming soup. Setting it aside to cool, Jiang Rong gently nudged Xialingxi, "Husband, awaken and drink the sobering soup." The man on the couch appeared deeply ensnared by sleep, utterly unresponsive. "The young lady of the air seems unconscious and unable to consume the soup," Fei Tsue murmured. "Perhaps it would be wise for you to rest early and allow the heir to drink it tomorrow." Jiang Rongdai furrowed her brows slightly, intoxicated and succumbing to sleep, certain that she would awaken to a throbbing headache the following day. "You may all leave," she commanded. The servants retreated, leaving only the young couple behind. Lying motionless on the couch, Xialingxi remained on high alert. If Jiang Rong intended to harm him, this moment of his inebriation would provide her with the perfect opportunity. The faint scent of orchids drew closer, her soft lips brushing against his. Something felt amiss. Xialingxi's eyes flew open, and their gazes locked. A mouthful of hangover soup became entwined between their lips. "Young master, you are awake." Jiang Rong's cheeks flushed with 2 shades of crimson as she offered him the bowl. You should drink it yourself." Xialingxi was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated her move, and she had finally made her move. Yet, the manner in which she did so was entirely unexpected. He had inadvertently lost his first kiss. Observing the shifting expressions on Xialingxi's face, Jiang Rong hesitated for a moment before a realization dawned upon her. Her husband undoubtedly wished to kiss her again. With a playful eagerness, Jiang Rong leapt forward to steal another kiss. Chapter 12. The exchange of wine. The following morning, Jiang Rong donned a pristine, pale yellow short shirt adorned with butterfly and peony motifs, complemented by a flowing skirt of the same hue. Her hair was elegantly styled in a morning cloud bun, embellished with a cerulean butterfly hairpin holding a pearl. Her spirits were remarkably high. After sharing tender moments with her husband the previous day, their marital relationship had flourished significantly. "Excellent, let this momentum continue. The heir's wife has arrived." As soon as Chen Kaiwei caught sight of Jiang Rong, she approached with a radiant smile, inviting her to take a seat. "Heir's wife, please." The Qingfeng poetry gathering was being hosted in Chen Kaiwei's quaint courtyard. At this moment, a considerable number of guests had already assembled for the feast, with the most esteemed position on the left. Chen Kaiwei guided Jiang Rong to the designated spot. Jiang Rong glanced at the table, where an array of fruits and beverages had been artfully arranged. Her gaze inadvertently flicked over a wine jug, her lips curling into a playful smirk as she gracefully chose the second seat. This was the place of her elder sister-in-law. Chen Kaiwei hastily interjected, noting that the heir's wife, given her noble status, ought to occupy the foremost position. With a cheerful demeanor, Jiang Rong replied, "In matters of hierarchy, my aunt has always taught me to respect the elder and cherish the younger. Therefore, I shall yield this esteemed seat to my elder sister-in-law." This left Chen Kaiwei momentarily speechless. Despite having set the trap, the prey had eluded her grasp. Other young ladies attending the gathering began to shower praises upon Jiang Rong. Having heard tales of the Jiang family from Jiangbei, renowned for their literary heritage and virtuous reputation. Upon witnessing her in person, they found the accolades well-deserved. Jiang Rong humbly smiled, acknowledging their compliments. She turned her attention away from Chen Kaiwei and engaged in conversation with the other young ladies who approached her. Consequently, Chen Kaiwei found herself sidelined, unable to interject. Soon after, the Qiao family also made their entrance, observing the vacant position to her left. A thought crossed Chen Kaiwei's mind, how brazenly she was striking at Jiang Rong's dignity. To place the position of the heir's wife beneath her was indeed a slight. However, a moment's reflection led her to consider that should Jiang Rong raise a fuss, Chen Kaiwei could merely invoke the principle of elder respect, thereby rendering Jiang Rong disrespectful to her elder sister-in-law. With a heart keen to witness the unfolding drama, she settled into her seat. As the eldest sister-in-law arrived, Jiang Rong, upon seeing Qiao Shi, greeted her with warmth, exclaiming, "For our first toast today, I shall raise a glass to you. Dear sister-in-law, you are the most senior among us, and thus we honor you first." With that, she lifted her cup and drank heartily. "Honor me first?" Qiao Shi perceived the underlying sarcasm in Jiang Rong's words regarding the seating arrangement, and with a faint smile, she raised her own cup in return, drinking to Jiang Rong. "Sister-in-law, you are too modest." Chen Kaiwei watched in a state of frantic anticipation, unable to interject, as the spiked wine was consumed by Qiao Shi. She had failed to switch the drinks in time. As Jiang Rong observed Qiao Shi finish her drink, a gentle smile graced her features. Her gaze swept across the gathering. There were many guests present, yet none of them were Shen Wenyuan. In her previous life, as soon as Shen Wenyuan had entered, a maid had intentionally spilled a bowl of soup onto his robe, leading him to the guest room to change. He would inevitably consume the tainted tea there. Chen Kaiwei intended to lure Jiang Rong to the guest room, where even if Jiang Rong claimed to have been drugged, there would be no evidence. Thus, she would be deemed guilty of infidelity. Even if it were discovered that she had taken medication, it would merely suggest that she had ingested it for pleasure. Chen Kaiwei sought to see Jiang Rong utterly disgraced. Jiang Rong withdrew her gaze, realizing that Shen Wenyuan had already been led to the guest room. She turned her attention to Qiao Shi, her lips curving into a smile. "Sister-in-law, I have long heard of your literary talents while in seclusion. Today's poetry gathering is the perfect opportunity for you to impart your wisdom." Qiao Shi, renowned for her intellectual prowess and eager to showcase her knowledge, assumed the role of a mentor, engaging Jiang Rong in a discussion on the intricacies of poetry. Seeing Qiao Shi's animated discourse, Chen Kaiwei interjected, "Elder sister-in-law, there are some matters I wish to discuss with you." If Qiao Shi were to react adversely in public, the entire performance would be jeopardized. She intended to divert Qiao Shi's attention. However, Jiang Rong nonchalantly countered, "What secretive whispers does my cousin wish to share with sister-in-law? Perhaps we should wait until sister-in-law concludes her exposition on this poetic work. We are, after all, only halfway through." The other young ladies echoed their agreement. Qiao Shi, engrossed in her narration, paid little heed to Chen Kaiwei. Just as she reached a particularly captivating point, she suddenly let out a delicate moan. Reaching out to tug at her collar, the assembly was left in stunned silence. Chapter 13. Caught in the act. Long sister-in-law, what troubles you? Jiang Rong inquired with a look of astonishment and concern. The aphrodisiac was potent, erupting instantaneously, obliterating rationality. Ha Qiao, with her seductive gaze, eagerly began to loosen her collar. The surrounding maidservants, terrified and frantic, hastily restrained her hands, yet her voice, sweet and alluring, persisted, "I want." Chen Kaiwei, quick-witted, covered Xiao's mouth to prevent her from uttering anything scandalous. The assembly of young ladies and gentlemen, gathered for the poetry meeting, stood in stunned silence. "The Long sister-in-law is unwell. We must escort her home," Jiang Rong decisively commanded. Only then did the maidservants regain their composure, swiftly lifting her away. "Feizue, guard this table's offerings and ensure no one approaches. Send someone to summon the heir," Jiang Rong instructed, exuding the authority befitting a future matriarch with her resolute demeanor. Chen Kaiwei's expression shifted slightly. "What are you doing?" "Ladies and gentlemen, it seems my Long sister-in-law has suffered from heatstroke. This place is stifling. There is a small garden ahead. Manai, please guide everyone to catch a breath of fresh air," Jiang Rong replied, ignoring Chen Kaiwei and smiling at the guests. In this March season, how could Xiao possibly have heatstroke? Yet, everyone discerned that Jiang Rong was preserving the dignity of the northern Wangfu. The northern Wangfu surely needed to investigate the matter thoroughly and could not afford to appear foolish before outsiders. Thus, the guests, understanding her unspoken intentions, followed the maidservants to the small garden. Once the outsiders had departed, Jiang Rong turned to Chen Kaiwei and, without hesitation, delivered a resounding slap across her face. Smack! The household servants gasped in shock. Chen Kaiwei could hardly believe her eyes, filled with fury. Yet in the next moment, she covered her face, overwhelmed with grievance. Her tears brimming as she lamented, "Why has the young lady struck me? What do you think?" Jiang Rong raised an eyebrow, her gaze icy as she regarded her. "Your sister-in-law arrived in good spirits, yet after merely a drink with you, she has turned into this. How dare you conspire against her?" "I did not." Chen Kaiwei vehemently denied the accusation. She loathed Jiang Rong for seemingly knowing everything, swiftly sealing off any evidence. If only she had managed to send Xiao away first and disposed of the wine, she could have cleared herself entirely. Humph. Jiang Rong refused to engage in further dialogue, opting to wait for Xielingxi to take charge of the situation. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Where was Sieruojio? She had not seen her at the banquet. In this gathering, Sieruojio and Chen Kaiwei were the hosts. It was peculiar for her to be so delayed. Could it be that Sieruojio had been orchestrated by Chen Kaiwei to expose an illicit affair? Chen Kaiwei needed someone to unveil the truth, and among the guests present, the only absence was that of Sieruojio. Was she nearby the guest quarters? A sense of unease washed over Jiang Rong as she promptly made her way towards the guest rooms. In the backyard, Sieruojio lamented, "Why did you not summon me sooner? What hour is it? Let us take the back path." Old Madam Sun had accepted Chen Kaiwei's silver and instructed Sieruojio to arrive fashionably late, guiding her through a secluded route to witness a dramatic spectacle. "My lady, do not be anxious. You are the daughter of the Wang family. What harm is there in making them wait a while?" Old Madam Sun chuckled. Sieruojio expressed her discontent, stating that the old woman's words were inappropriate. It was unreasonable for the host to arrive after the guests. As she spoke, an unexpected sound emanated from the Bamboo Grove guest room. Who could be inside? Sieruojio inquired, astonished. Experienced and shrewd, Granny's son immediately recognized the implications of the sound, realizing that Chen Kaiwei had orchestrated a scandalous affair. With a glint in her eye, she remarked, "It appears that someone is engaged in clandestine activities."
"What?"
Sieruojio exclaimed, her brows furrowing with indignation. "Who would be so shameless as to commit such sordid acts in my cousin's courtyard? Let us go and apprehend them." With that, Granny's son swiftly advanced and forcefully kicked the door open. Chapter 14. Rescuing the sister inside the room, a disheveled man grasped a maid, who cried out for mercy. "Let me go. Please, let me go," sob. Chen Kaiwei executed her plan against Shen Wenyuan with precision, unaware that an unexpected incident had unfolded in the front hall. Jiang Rong had yet to arrive, and under the influence of the drug, Shen Wenyuan held the maid firmly. Sieruojio, witnessing this scene, rushed forward in indignation. "Who are you? How dare you bully a servant in the prince's residence?" She reached out to pull Shen Wenyuan away. As Shen Wenyuan was yanked from the maid, he instinctively turned and pinned her to the ground, devoid of rational thought, entirely unconcerned about the identity of the person before him. Miss Sun and the old maid were in a state of panic, hastily attempting to intervene. However, the strength of an elderly woman was no match for the drug-fueled Shen Wenyuan. He kicked her against the wall, causing her to collapse in pain, unable to rise. The nearby servants had been deliberately cleared out by Chen Kaiwei, lying in wait for Sieruojio to stumble into their trap, capturing her in the act. In her haste to depart, Sieruojio had only brought along one maid, which inadvertently placed her in peril. "Help!" she cried desperately, struggling with all her might. But she was no match for Shen Wenyuan's strength. Her garment was torn open, revealing her delicate white shoulder. This was the first time Sieruojio had encountered such a situation, leaving her utterly bewildered. Just then, boom, Shen Wenyuan, who had been restraining her,
was suddenly kicked to the ground by someone.
Tears welled in Sieruojio's eyes as she beheld a woman in a flowing gown standing imperiously before her. The woman possessed a dignified and striking countenance, her brows and eyes radiating an intense fierceness. That expressionless, cold visage, however, bestowed upon Sieruojio an overwhelming sense of security. She felt like a drowning person, nearly engulfed by a torrent, who had grasped onto a lifeline. "Sister-in-law," Sieruojio cried out, collapsing to the ground and weeping as she clutched Jiang Rong's leg. The hot-tempered Wen Yuan, struck by Jiang Rong's kick, doubled over in agony, unable to rise, his body writhing under the influence of the drug. Jiang Rong paid him no heed. Instead, she took a cloak from Mingxia's hands and draped it over Xie, soothing her with the words, "Return and change into fresh garments, apply some powder, and treat this day as if you had never set foot here." She then cast her gaze towards the corner where the disheveled maid stood and commanded, "Seize her." In the main hall, Xielingxi had arrived. The matriarch and 2 secondary consorts were also present. Xiao Shi was carried back to the courtyard of the main residence, and a physician was summoned for her treatment. However, the potency of the drug was so severe that it could not be alleviated. The main residence hastily dispatched someone to summon Xie Yuanwen back for assistance. This marked the first time Xie Yuanwen had taken leave from the magistrate's office due to a scandalous incident during daylight hours. Though Xiao Shi had been rescued, concubine Zhao's nose was so twisted in anger that it was almost unrecognizable. How could such filth infiltrate the royal residence? We must uncover the truth. A thorough investigation is imperative. The venerable physician examined the beverages, discovering that only the drink from the head table was poisoned, while all others remained untainted. At this moment, Jiang Rong returned from the bamboo grove courtyard. After paying her respects to her grandmother, she approached Xielingxi and said, "There is a guest in the guest room who has also fallen victim." The expression on Grand Dowager Xie's face shifted slightly.
Who?
A guest arrived at the Wang residence for a banquet and ended up succumbing to aphrodisiac. If word of this were to spread, it would utterly disgrace the Wang family. "Shun Wenyuan," Jiang Rong replied. Xielingxi's gaze darkened instantly. "Shun Wenyuan?" Today's scheme was aimed at Jiang Rong. The expression of concubine Zhao changed as well. What will become of Shun Wenyuan? There is no antidote for this poison. Only by summoning Xie Yuanwen can his life be preserved. If Shun Wenyuan were to die, the Xie family would bear immense responsibility. Chapter 15. Bribery first, send the person out, and handle the situation properly. The elderly Empress Dowager furrowed her brow tightly. To handle the situation properly meant sending him to a brothel. He must be detoxified. He cannot perish within the royal residence. The steward received the order and went to the guest room to carry Shun Wenyuan. The expression on the elderly Empress Dowager's face was exceedingly grim. What on earth was happening? "Grandmother, I am unaware." Chen Kaiwei knelt with tears glistening in her eyes. She should have addressed the Empress Dowager as Your Highness, but the elderly Empress Dowager indulged her, treating her as a daughter of the royal household, granting her the same privileges as Xie, allowing her to call her grandmother instead. Jiang Rong cast a glance at her. "You hosted the banquet, and there was a mishap with the food and drink, yet you claim ignorance?" Kaiwei truly did not know. Today's poetry gathering was bustling with people, and the drinks had been set out early on the table. Anyone could have taken advantage of the opportunity. Kaiwei genuinely had no idea who had poisoned her cousin. Chen Kaiwei was on the verge of tears. Kaiwei has always been on good terms with her cousin. Why would anyone wish her harm? Kaiwei is truly innocent. I heard this was originally a seat reserved for the future princess. Li, the side consort, had been watching the spectacle for quite some time and seized the moment to interject. Someone is indeed trying to harm the future princess? Fortunately, the future princess switched seats with Xiao. Zhao, the other side consort, grew even angrier upon hearing this. It should have been Jiang Rong facing misfortune. Yet it was her daughter-in-law who was humiliated, dragging her down as well. She remarked sarcastically, "It is rather coincidental that the future princess suddenly decided to switch seats with Xiao." Jiang Rong wore a look of self-reproach. Had she known this would happen, she would have preferred not to change seats at all. "The burden of causing my sister-in-law distress weighs heavily upon me. Do not blame yourself, Rong girl. You were unaware of the poison within this wine. None of you should fall victim to the malice of others. If blame is to be assigned, let it rest solely upon the perpetrator. How can it possibly fall upon you?" Lady Dowager Xie defended. Concubine Zhao could only endure in silence. To conspire against both me and Shun Wenyuan suggests that someone delights in witnessing my disgrace alongside the crown prince. Jiang Rong's thin lips curled into a cold smile. Thus, who would not desire for me to wed the crown prince? Instantly, the gazes of everyone in the Wang residence converged upon Chen Kaiwei. Lady Dowager Xie furrowed her brow. She once contemplated betrothing Chen Kaiwei to Xielingxi. Could it be that this child has succumbed to despair? There are indeed many suitors. The 9th Miss of the Dingwood Duke's residence, who has long harbored feelings for her cousin, is well known. Additionally, the daughters of the Minister of Rights. The scholar from the Hanlon Academy and the left vice minister of the Supreme Court have all participated in last year's selection of a bride for the Wang residence. Chun Kaiwei recounted a multitude of candidates with ease. Last year, during the selection of a bride for Xielingxi, numerous officials presented portraits to the Wang residence in hopes of aligning themselves with the powerful northern Wang house. Yet, not a single one was chosen by Xielingxi. Chun Kaiwei held back some options. Should it be uncovered that Jiang Rong was indeed framed, it would serve to muddy the waters further, presenting more potential suspects. Jiang Rong calmly commanded, "Bring her forth." Yingxiao led the maid Xiaotao into the room. It was she who had guided Shen Wenyuan to the guest chamber and served him the spiked tea. "This maid is in your employ," Jiang Rong stated. If one considers the wine displayed upon the front table, guests may have had the opportunity to strike. In the backyard guest room, not a single visitor had ever graced its presence. Chun Kaiwei glanced at Xiaotao, her expression betraying no sign of change. Should anyone wish to investigate, they would undoubtedly interrogate Xiaotao. Thus, she had meticulously orchestrated every detail in advance. "Xiaotao, why have you done this? Who has bribed you to dare commit such an act?" Chun Kaiwei feigned disbelief, pointing an accusatory finger at Xiaotao in a fit of righteous indignation. Xiaotao trembled, kneeling and bowing her head in submission. "I was momentarily foolish and accepted the silver. The other day, while out purchasing rouge, I encountered a masked steward who bestowed upon me a substantial sum. I do not know who bribed me. I would willingly embrace death. As a domestic servant of the Qin family, her life was entirely at the mercy of Chun Kaiwei. The demise of the entire household was a far greater burden than that of her own solitary existence." Chapter 16. Expulsion. When Xielingxi witnessed the scene, he grasped the machinations behind today's incident with exceptional clarity. He cast a cold glance at Chun Kaiwei, saying, "Since your maidservant has committed a crime, both of you shall be sent to the authorities. According to the laws of the Great Xia, if a servant transgresses, the master will be interrogated. For ordinary servants act solely upon their master's commands. Should a servant commit an offense, the master becomes the primary suspect." Chun Kaiwei swayed, nearly collapsing to the ground. She had not anticipated such ruthlessness from Xielingxi. After all, she had distanced herself from the matter entirely. How could he still wish to send her to the officials? Such logic was unfathomable. Zhao, the secondary consort, interjected, "No. This would tarnish the reputation of our northern prince's residence. We are better off concealing this matter. I do not wish for the scandal surrounding my daughter-in-law's misfortune to reach the courts and become common knowledge. Does she wish to lose all sense of dignity? It is inadvisable to send them to the authorities." The elderly matriarch of the Xie family shook her head and turned to Chun Kaiwei, saying, "There is no need to investigate today's events further. Miss Chun, you've been raised in the royal residence since childhood, but now you have reached the age to be wed. The royal house cannot keep you indefinitely, as it would hinder your prospects. Henceforth, you shall return to the Chun family to await your marriage." Chun Kaiwei's complexion drained of color. "Grandmother. By lineage, I am not truly your grandmother," the elderly matriarch remarked with an icy demeanor. Though she held a fondness for Chun Kaiwei, her affection for Xielingxi surpassed all. From this day forth, those young ladies who had previously associated with the heir need not be invited to the royal banquets, she added. The aged Empress Dowager cannot ascertain who is responsible for the offense, yet she can eliminate all risks. No more invitations will be extended to outsiders, and those within must be dismissed. Chun Kaiwei's complexion drained of color. Despite her myriad schemes, she overlooked the fact that the Northern Prince's residence operates beyond the constraints of officialdom. Evidence is unnecessary, and mere suspicion suffices for the Empress Dowager to expel one. Xiaotao may have been bribed, but it is equally plausible that the one who bribed her is none other than Chun Kaiwei herself. The Empress Dowager requires no proof and seeks no truth. For those in power, it is preferable to err in judgment and eliminate a suspect than to allow a potential threat to remain. "Grandmother, what has occurred?" In her newly donned attire, Xia Ruojiao hurriedly arrived, striving to maintain her composure. Chun Kaiwei offered a bitter smile. "It is my oversight in hosting the banquet that has brought harm to my cousin. I cannot remain in the prince's residence any longer. I shall return home. This banquet was organized by both of us. How can the blame fall solely upon you?" Xia Ruojiao, in a fit of urgency, turned to the Empress Dowager. "Grandmother, please do not send my cousin away. If she departs, I shall follow." The Empress Dowager furrowed her brow. Chun Kaiwei grasped her hand tightly, tears glistening in her eyes. Cousin, it would suffice if you would visit the Chun household more often. Grandmother, my cousin has lost her father in battle and her mother as well. If she returns to the Chin family, she has no kin left. We alone are her family. Sieruogio knelt in earnest plea. This underscores the reason for Chun Kaiwei being raised in the prince's residence since childhood. Her father perished alongside the northern prince in battle, and her mother succumbed during childbirth. Thus, she was entrusted to her aunt, Princess Chun. The Empress Dowager, recognizing the Chun siblings' tireless efforts for the Xie family, regards the remaining Chun Kaiwei as if she were her own granddaughter. Recalling these bygone matters, Lady Xie displayed a hint of melancholy on her countenance. As one ages, nostalgia inevitably sets in. The Qin family has long served as the martial guardians of the Xie lineage, forging a profound bond between the two families. My cousin saved my life. I shall not permit her to leave. Sieruogio clung tightly to Qin Kaiwei. In their childhood, it was indeed Qin Kaiwei who rescued Sieruogio from drowning in the pond. However, Sieruogio remained oblivious to the fact that the slippery stones by the pond had been deliberately placed there by Qin Kaiwei. Lady Xie found herself in a quandary. Qin Kaiwei had undeniably saved Ruogio, and lacking direct evidence of any wrongdoing, she harbored a reluctance to cast suspicion upon Qin Kaiwei. Chapter 17. Seeking Death. Grandmother. Today Cousin Kaiwei made a grave mistake, causing harm to our elder sister-in-law. Overwhelmed by guilt, she refuses to remain in the residence. Yet our second sister is reluctant to part with her. I propose a compromise. Let us send cousin to the Water Lily Temple for a month of quietude, during which she may pray for our sister-in-law's well-being as atonement. Jiang Rong, perceiving the old matriarch's hesitation, suggested, why not wait a month before bringing cousin back? It would be a win-win situation. Grandmother is well aware of Qin Kaiwei's suspicions. For the sake of the Qin family, she merely wishes to send her away. However, Jiang Rong harbors no intention of allowing her to return alive. She must perish. Jiang Rong had long understood that the available evidence would not be sufficient to condemn Qin Kaiwei outright. Kaiwei is no fool. Having orchestrated the scheme, she has expertly distanced herself from it. Jiang Rong only seeks to solidify the blame on Kaiwei for her negligence, facilitating her departure for prayers. That sounds splendid. Second sister is indeed correct. I wholeheartedly support this. Sieruogio quickly expressed her endorsement, casting a grateful glance towards Jiang Rong. The elderly matriarch's gaze settled upon Jiang Rong, offering a slight nod. Ronger, your kind heart and generosity towards others make you a wonderful child. Kaiwei, do not disappoint your cousin's affection for you. Kaiwei expressed her gratitude to grandmother, her cousin, and her second sister, feeling a wave of relief wash over her. Though her face reflected deep emotion, her cousin's willingness to believe in her filled her heart with gratitude. Jiang Rong wore an innocent smile, her eyes slightly curved. Earlier, I was merely taken aback by our sister-in-law's predicament and spoke harshly to cousin in my frustration. Now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, we are all family, and harmony should reign supreme. Concubine Zhao shot a cold glare at Qin Kaiwei. Had it not been for the necessity of keeping her to deal with Jiang Rong, given the predicament of the Qiao family today, she would certainly have expelled Qin Kaiwei. Someone, execute this traitorous servant. Lady Xie cast a cold glance at the kneeling Xiao Tao and continued, Kaiwei is still young and cannot control her subordinates. It is indeed someone else who has instigated her to commit such acts. Zhou Mama, go attend to Kaiwei and ensure that her servants are properly disciplined. A matron by Lady Xie's side stepped forward to accept the command. Thank you, grandmother. Chun Saiwei's face was filled with gratitude, yet her heart felt somewhat stifled. It was evident that the old matron intended to keep someone to monitor her. Although she chose to trust her this time, a sense of unease lingered. This incident was truly a case of losing the chicken while trying to catch the rat. Offending concubine Zhao had aroused grandmother's suspicion, and now she was to suffer at the nunnery. On that day, Qin Kaiwei promptly packed her belongings and was sent to the Water Lotus Nunnery. Although the guests outwardly said nothing, the disgrace of the eldest daughter-in-law of the Northern Prince's residence publicly stripping her clothing quietly circulated within the aristocratic circles. The two incidents intertwined, giving rise to new rumors. Miss, there are whispers outside that Miss Chun has long harbored feelings for the eldest son and, out of jealousy, has inflicted harm upon her sister-in-law. Ingxiao relayed the gossip from outside. Jiang Rong reclined on the couch, a faint smile gracing her lips. Well, that's rather amusing. The incident of Shun Wenyuan's poisoning was tightly concealed by the royal residence, leaving the guests unaware. In this storm of rumors, Jiang Rong remained unscathed. Xiao Shi had awakened and was currently wreaking havoc in the room. Ying Xia added, I must go and speak with her. We cannot allow her to entertain thoughts of despair. The maid observed that Xiao did not seem inclined to seek death. How surprising, Ying Xia remarked. Jiang Rong offered a faint smile. You do not comprehend. My sister-in-law hails from a prestigious family of scholars, where reputation is of utmost importance. Today, in front of so many, her demeanor was less than dignified, and she must be consumed by shame and anger.
Now,
the rumors circulating in the streets speak of her disgraceful behavior. How could she possibly bear to continue living? Chapter 18. My husband, I long for your embrace in the dead of night. Qiao was forcefully coerced by Jiang Rong into a precarious position, suspended from the beam. Sister-in-law, please don't lose hope. Even if others label you as licentious, everyone understands that you are merely a victim of spring fever. It was not your intention, Jiang Rong expressed her heartfelt concern. Xiao felt a surge of blood rising to her chest as she stood atop a low stool. Clutching the white silk ribbon that dangled from the beam, her complexion pale and distressed. Sister-in-law, please cease your pleas. Today I have resolved to end my life. Initially, she had no intention of taking such drastic measures. Yet, upon Jiang Rong's entrance and her insistence that preserving one's life is far more significant than concerns over chastity, she felt compelled to feign a desire for death. Dear sister-in-law, consider the brighter side. Are you not joyful today? What do the fleeting opinions of outsiders matter? If they deem you a wanton woman or twist your name into scandalous tales, it holds no significance as long as we find happiness ourselves. The judgment of others is inconsequential. Each word from Jiang Rong struck deep. The term wanton struck Qiao like a dagger, and in a moment of despair, she placed her neck upon the white ribbon. Do not stop me. How can the world speak of me so? Today, I can only seek death. To preserve my purity in this world. Sister-in-law, Jiang Rong, in a fit of urgency, rushed forward and grasped her leg, inadvertently toppling the stool beneath her. Thus, Xiao found herself suspended from the beam, while Jiang Rong clung desperately to her leg, attempting to pull her down. In an instant, Xiao's face flushed crimson. She had not intended to seek death. Help! Someone please save me! But her neck was tightly constricted, and the intense sensation of suffocation rendered her speechless. The surrounding maidservants were paralyzed with shock. In a frantic rush, they hurried forward to rescue Miss Qiao. At last, they managed to bring her down from the beam, but she had already succumbed to unconsciousness, barely clinging to life. Quick, fetch a doctor! Jiang Rong cried out in alarm. The long residence was engulfed in chaos that night. In the lantern-lit courtyard, Qiao lay upon the sickbed, her neck marred by a deep bruise. Lost to the realm of consciousness. She had narrowly salvaged her life, with only a breath remaining. The doctor proclaimed that it would take months for her to recover. The lady had never intended to take her own life, but upon hearing the unkind words spoken about her by the heir's wife, despair had overtaken her. Qiao's devoted maid knelt upon the ground, weeping as she recounted the tale to Xia Yuanwen. His expression darkened as he turned to Jiang Rong. Are you intent on driving her to death? Jiang Rong's countenance remained impassive, choosing silence over discourse. Suddenly, the sound of maidservants greeting the heir could be heard from outside the courtyard. Jiang Rong immediately turned her gaze towards the entrance. Her previously cold demeanor softened as she beheld Xia Lingxi, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Husband! Seeing her in such a state of distress, hastened Xia Lingxi's steps as he strode in. Husband, my sister-in-law has been driven to despair and attempted to take her life. It frightened me terribly. Jiang Rong clutched at his sleeve, her voice laced with grievance. Elder brother blames me. Ronger merely sought to save my sister-in-law. Ronger feels so wronged. Xia Lingxi's gaze swept over the nearly lifeless Qiao before settling on Xia Yuanwen. Apologize. She has tormented my sister-in-law. Xia Lingxi, are you going to protect her? Xia Yuanwen said coldly. What my elder brother means is that today my sister-in-law has encountered disgrace, yet she harbors no thoughts of suicide. Rather, it is my wife who mistakenly believes in her virtue and assumes she wishes to end her life, thus offering misguided counsel. Am I correct? Xia Lingxi retorted. Xia Yuanwen found himself momentarily speechless. Could he deny it? Regardless, the Qiao family has indeed sought death, and it is imperative to preserve one's reputation. It is this wretched maid who spoke carelessly, leading me to misunderstand. Take her away and silence her. Xie Yuanwen cast a glare at the maid, then turned to Jiang Rong with a strained smile. Thank you, sister-in-law, for rescuing my wife today. I must apologize on behalf of my elder brother. It is getting late, so I shall not keep you any longer. Jiang Rong slightly curved her lips, raising her gaze to Xielingxi. My lord, I was struck on the leg by my sister-in-law and cannot stand. My lord, I wish for an embrace. Chapter 19. Deceiving him to sleep in the garden. Stone-carved lanterns gleamed like stars, illuminating the path. A man clad in crimson held a slender maiden in his embrace, traversing the gentle evening breeze. Enveloped by the subtle fragrance that lingered in the air, accompanied by the melodious chirping of magpies among the branches. He cradled her as they advanced, leaving behind a picturesque scene that felt akin to a grand dream. Jiang Rong clasped her arms around Xielingxi's neck, tilting her delicate face upwards to gaze at him closely. The man's chiseled features, elongated brows and eyes, and the profound gaze beneath his thick eyelashes resembled a starry sea. Xielingxi, her Xielingxi. It truly felt like a dream. Release me. His icy voice shattered the reverie. Jiang Rong regained her senses, only to realize they had unknowingly returned to the Jinyu courtyard. Xielingxi gently set her upon the low couch, prompting her to finally let go. He crouched before her, his long, jade-like fingers deftly removing her shoes and socks, rolling up her trousers to reveal her delicate, snow-white calves, unmarred by any signs of injury. Are you hurt? Xielingxi raised an eyebrow, posing the question. Jiang Rong's cheeks flushed slightly. It's a bone injury. It's not visible from the outside.
Ha.
Xielingxi let out a derisive laugh. She had certainly learned the art of fabricating tales from Xie quite swiftly. Truly, it hurts. Jiang Rong pouted, her face a picture of grievance as she blinked, feigning vulnerability. I need my husband to massage it. Xielingxi's gaze darkened. Fetch the female physician to examine her.
This.
Jiang Rong's attempt to deceive her husband has failed, leaving her biting her lip, despondent. No. I am not injured. There is no need to trouble anyone. Then why pretend to be ill? Xielingxi glanced at her, his gaze scrutinizing, nearly suffocating Qiao Shi, as if he intended to extract another sum for medicine. Jiang Rong pouted. I certainly did not. A single medical fee is hardly worth my feigning illness. As she spoke, she raised her gaze towards Xielingxi, her eyes sparkling with mischief, yearning for a hug from her husband, to trick him into embracing her. This little girl, so audaciously bold in her words. Xielingxi chose not to engage further and turned to leave. Despite the fact that her husband had fallen for her at first sight, he remained indifferent to her. Jiang Rong lowered her eyes, her small hands tugging at her sleeve. Tears pooling in her eyes. Ronger once believed the rumors and thought her husband to be a villain, which is why she penned a letter of severance. I am sorry. Ronger apologizes. Could you not continue to ignore me? The plaintive tone of the young girl instantly caused Xielingxi to halt in his tracks.
He stopped.
He would prefer Jiang Rong to hurl insults at him than to contend with such a weeping child. When have I ignored you? Xielingxi turned back to her.
Now.
You left me alone in the dead of night, refusing to sleep beside me. Jiang Rong's voice was filled with injustice. The poison of the Yellow Springs had indeed clouded her mind. The Jiang Rong before the poison would never have spoken to him in such a manner. Husband, if you do not care for me, you should divorce me. Your cold demeanor makes me unhappy. Jiang Rong's lips protruded, a picture of indignation and sorrow. Xielingxi realized for the first time that the most troublesome beings in this world are women who know how to act coyly. Just look at her sulking demeanor. All she desires is to be coaxed. Not a single harsh word can escape her lips. I am going to bathe. Xielingxi offered an excuse, unable to voice his intention to head to the study. In an instant, the look of grievance vanished from Jiang Rong's face, replaced by a radiant smile. Then I shall wait for my husband to return. In the dead of night, the maid extinguished the candlelight, plunging the room into darkness. Jiang Rong quietly opened her eyes and stole a glance at Xielingxi. The night was thick, allowing her only to discern a vague silhouette. She reached out and gently caressed Xielingxi's cheek, closing her eyes in contentment. Tonight, she would also fall asleep in her husband's embrace. However, once she drifted into slumber, the feigning Xielingxi opened his eyes, gazing down at the sweetly dreaming girl in his arms, his expression shifting between uncertainty and contemplation. Chapter 20. The return at the moment when Jiang Rong committed murder and deceit, she employed ruthless tactics and displayed decisive brutality. Yet before him, She presented a pitiful and obedient facade. After several tests, he no longer doubted her pretense. However, he was deeply skeptical, believing that the poison of the underworld had infiltrated her mind, impairing her normal cognition and leading to her erratic behavior, akin to hysteria. Once she was cured, she would return to her former self, no longer clinging to him, but solely intent on his demise. At that time, he would grant her the divorce she desired. Xielingxi lowered his gaze, the night concealing all his emotions. On the 6th day of their marriage, they returned home. A magnificent four-horse carriage came to a halt before a grand residence on the western street of the capital. Jiang Rong gazed at the plaque that read Duke of Loyalty and Righteousness. The Jiang family was renowned for their literary heritage, producing scholars for generations. Her father had excelled in the imperial examinations, attaining the highest honor, and served as the deputy minister of works. Tragically, when she was 3, he perished while protecting the emperor during a spring hunt. The emperor posthumously conferred the title of Duke of Loyalty and Righteousness upon him, granting this vast estate and advancing her father's brother, filling the vacancy of deputy minister. At that time, Jiang Qingrong held merely a position as a prefect. Yet, leveraging his elder brother's achievements, he ascended to the esteemed rank of a third-grade official in the capital. Such advantages were not enough for their satisfaction. Welcome to the heir and the heir's consort. Jiang Qingrong led his family to greet them outside the residence. A maid fetched a spring stool, and Xielingxi assisted Jiang Rong in disembarking from the carriage. There is no need for such formalities, uncle. We are family. Jiang Rong concealed all her resentment, her smile warm and inviting. Jiang Qingrong replied respectfully, the North King's heir holds a prestigious status. We must uphold the proper etiquette. Xielingxi is the heir to the marquisate, his status as the prince equivalent to that of a county king, making him an unattainable figure for the modest Jiang family. The members of the Jiang family welcomed the Xie couple into the inner hall. This is Rong's elder brother. Jiang Qingrong gestured towards a young gentleman of about 18 or 19, introducing him to Xielingxi. Jiang Wenqing immediately smiled and bowed to Xielingxi, saying, My younger sister is quite mischievous. I hope the prince can be forgiving. Jiang Rong's parents had only one daughter. Thus, Jiang Qingrong adopted his eldest son into the primary branch of the family to inherit the title. Jiang Rong had always believed her second uncle cherished her. Having no biological brother, she felt as though she had gained one through this arrangement. Yet, what they truly coveted was merely the title. Xielingxi cast a fleeting glance at him, offering no comment. He was notorious in the capital for his debauchery and ill manners, and no one would bother to uphold etiquette with a scoundrel. This is Rong's cousin, the young lady Jiang Wan. Jiang Qingrong pointed to his daughter on the other side. Greetings, sister and brother-in-law, Jiang Wan said with a shy smile. She was adorned in a simple sky-blue long dress, her hair elegantly gathered with a wooden hairpin. Xielingxi's gaze lingered on Jiang Wan for a moment, as her attire bore a striking resemblance to that of Jiang Rong in her earlier days, when Jiang Rong's clothing was modest and graceful. However, the most remarkable aspect was her perpetually aloof and proud demeanor, regardless of whom she encountered. With a heart enriched by poetry and literature, she possesses a spirit of pride and disdain for the debauchery of the wealthy, refusing to engage in sycophantic endeavors to curry favor with the powerful. Though Jiang Wan may seem akin to her, the moment she smiles, her true essence transforms entirely. The aloof and haughty Jiang Rong would never bestow such a smile upon a libertine. Both Jiang Wan and Chang felt the penetrating gaze of Xielingxi, who regarded Jiang Wan with an increased interest. Their eyes met, and a shared joy blossomed within them. In preparation for this return banquet, the mother and daughter had meticulously planned in advance. Chapter 21. Her mastery of tea art yesterday. Mama was taken aback to discover that Xielingxi had an affinity for such delicate and understated beauties. Her mother, in comparison to Jiang Rong's previous attire, crafted an exquisite ensemble for her, which she was to don the following day. Chang remarked, Jiang Rong has little time left. If you seize this opportunity to capture his heart, you could become his second wife. Jiang Wan felt a sense of resistance. Why should Jiang Rong, the first wife, have precedence while she could only aspire to be the second? Then whom do you wish to marry? Xielingxi is destined to be the future northern king, and even the princes are vying for his favor. Among the many noble families that rise and fall, only the northern duke's residence stands as a steadfast pillar for the great Xia. As long as the great Xia endures, so shall the northern duke's residence. Such a splendid opportunity. Had Xielingxi not been so blind as to fall for Jiang Rong, How could you have the advantage of proximity? Jiang Wan pondered that becoming the Northern Duchess in place of Jiang Rong might not be so bad after all. Once Jiang Rong passed, everything would belong to her. Much like the current situation with the loyal and righteous Duke's residence. Jiang Rong's father had died, leaving behind titles, positions, and wealth, all of which were now hers. At first glance, Jiang Rong discerned that Jiang Wan's attire resembled her former self. With a slight curl of her thin lips, she remarked, "Sister, you appear quite different today. Were you not the one who adored luxurious garments and jewels? Perhaps after spending so much time with you, I have developed a fondness for simplicity," Jiang Wan replied, raising her gaze to meet hers, silently competing. "If I were to openly declare that I am emulating you, what could you possibly do about it? If Xielingxi is enamored with someone like you, then I could easily take your place. In that case, the adornments and silks I prepared for my sister may indeed be ill-timed." Jiang Rong smiled gently and instructed her companion, Jade, to carry the 2 chests of silk and treasures back, and to bring forth another chest of books. "Understood," Jade replied brightly. Observing the third Miss Zhang's pretense of acting like a noble lady before her marriage, she felt a wave of revulsion. Jiang Wan's heart ached, her jewels. Yet on the surface, she could only grit her teeth in silence, for once she was united with Xielingxi, all these would belong to her. Why would she need Jiang Rong's gifts? She felt no sorrow at all. Yet how could she not feel the sting of anger? "Ronger, your aunt has missed you day and night. Now that I see you are well, I can finally rest easy." Although Chang's heart was heavy, she held Jiang Rong's hand with a facade of concern. "Come, let us share some intimate words." Jiang Rong feigned deep emotion, replying that she too greatly missed her aunt and had much to discuss. Chang led Jiang Rong to the inner courtyard. Meanwhile, Jiang Qingrong and Jiang Wenxing accompanied the heir to the front hall for tea. According to tradition, daughters would share whispers with their mothers and sisters while the fathers entertained the new son-in-law in the front hall. They would all gather together for lunch, partaking in a welcome banquet. However, Jiang Wan did not accompany Chang to the inner courtyard but remained in the front hall with Jiang Qingrong to host the guests. "My lord, I have recently acquired a fine jar of tea. Ordinary brewing cannot reveal its true essence. It must be prepared using ancient tea-making methods. Fortunately, my daughter is quite proficient in the art of tea. Allow her to brew tea for us," Jiang Qingrong said, stroking his beard with a cheerful smile. Jiang Wan, sitting shyly at the tea table, elegantly showcased her tea brewing skills. In the realm of refined young ladies, proficiency in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, painting, tea brewing, floral arrangement, and incense burning is deemed exceptional. Jiang Wan deliberately sought an opportunity to showcase her talents, hoping to capture the attention of Xielingxi. Xielingxi sat languidly in his seat, his expression relaxed, with a faint smile playing on his lips. "In the Jiang family's rear courtyard, your uncle has asked your sister to brew tea, for the young master is a distinguished guest, and we, the Jiang family, shall spare no effort in our hospitality." Chang, wary of arousing Jiang Rong's suspicions, offered this explanation. Yet the woman across from her seemed entirely oblivious to her cousin's intentions of alluring her husband, casually remarking, "Aunt, you are far too courteous. In the past, my dowry was managed by you. I kindly request that you return it to me." Chapter 22, Sudden Wealth Ronger. You have never perused the account books and lack understanding of business affairs. Upon marrying into the Northern Prince's residence, should the Xia family covet your dowry, without your aunt to oversee matters, I fear you may suffer a loss. Chang's heart sank, yet her expression remained gentle, always considering Ronga's well-being. Jiang Rong nodded earnestly, acknowledging her aunt's concerns, stating, "You are indeed right, aunt. With your presence, I have never had to worry. Your kindness towards me is truly boundless. However, the Grand Dowager Empress wishes for me to manage the internal affairs and oversee the Xia family's assets, yet this has been thwarted by Consort Zhao, who claims I lack the necessary experience. I must first acquire some knowledge before I can take over the Xia family's legacy." Chang's breath caught in her throat. "What did you say? The Grand Dowager Empress intends to entrust the vast wealth of the Northern Prince's residence to you? You have only just married in. Everything belonging to the Northern Prince's household was originally under Xielingxi's purview. Should it not be entrusted to us as a couple, will it remain under Consort Zhao's control indefinitely? The Grand Dowager Empress trusts me more than she does Consort Zhao, and rightfully so. After all, I am united with the heir." Jiang Rong smiled faintly. Chang contemplated this and realized the truth in her words. Jiang Rong, as the wife of the northern prince, was indeed the rightful person to manage the estate. However, she had not anticipated the Grand Dowager Empress's swift delegation of authority, which surpassed her expectations. For a moment, she genuinely wished that Jiang Rong could endure for a while longer, take control of the Xie family's assets, and allow her a share of the benefits before her demise. Ronger is confident that within half a month, she will take over the Xie family's affairs, Jiang Rong said, turning to Chang, but I will need your assistance, aunt. I shall first retrieve the ledger and the land deed. The business must continue to be managed by your capable hands, and the accounts must not suffer any loss. The Dowager has set her heart on placing me in power. With these documents, I can effectively silence concubine Zhao. As for taking over the Xie family's enterprises, I confess my ignorance in matters of commerce. I shall entrust everything to my aunt, and you shall oversee it for me, while I will only present the account books to the Xie family on a monthly basis. I do not trust the steward of the Xie household. It is imperative that you take charge of this arrangement. Madame Chang's breath quickened at the thought. If she were to manage the business and the accounts, it would imply that she could siphon off a considerable amount of silver without the Xie family ever discovering it, provided the accounts appear flawless. This plan must be executed swiftly. We must seize the opportunity to extract as much wealth as possible from the Xie family before Jiang Rong's demise. Whether Jiang Wan can marry into a supplementary position is uncertain, but at this very moment, a chance for sudden wealth presents itself. Ronger, of course, my aunt shall assist you. Rest assured, I will handle all these matters for you. Filled with excitement, Madame Chang immediately instructed the maid beside her. Fetch the dowry ledger for the second young lady. The maid complied and withdrew. Madame Chang harbored no concerns about retrieving these items, for Jiang Rong's affliction was beyond remedy. Her death was inevitable. Furthermore, her marital family would never accept the dowry. Upon her passing, all her possessions would revert to the Jiang family. For Madame Chang, these assets could be reclaimed within a month, and she would do so with great ease. However, she pondered, Ronger, were you not previously disinterested in matters of business? Jiang Rong's temperament has been deliberately cultivated into that of a bookworm, devoting herself solely to the study of the sage's teachings, valuing emotions over material possessions. This is to bind her with familial affection, compelling her to willingly sacrifice for the Jiang family in exchange for benefits. If it were not for the powerful figure who sent the poison of the underworld to take Jiang Rong's life, such an obedient and understanding pawn could be utilized throughout her entire life. Of course, exchanging Jiang Rong's life for a multitude of advantages would be a lucrative deal. At present, I find no interest in such matters. However, Xialingxi has ruined my life. I shall not rest until I have brought down the Xie family, for my resentment remains unquenched, and I cannot accept this fate. Jiang Rong's face was filled with bitterness. Aunt, do you understand? I was forced into marriage with him. It is a fate worse than death. I wish nothing more than for us to perish together. Chapter 23. Sowing discord, my poor Ronger, you have suffered unjustly. Chang urged. You must not despair. You must live, for life holds hope. Only by living can she amass wealth. Each time I think of my uncle and aunt, the Jiang family, and Shun Wenyuan, I remind myself to persist. Jiang Rong sincerely declared. You all have not descended into hell. How could I dare to die? My dear Ronger, once that wastrel Xialingxi grows weary of you, there will still be an opportunity for you to part ways. Rest assured, aunt will bring you back home then. Chang feigned tears with insincerity. At that moment, a maid entered with a box in hand. Ronger, these are the accounts and silver contracts. Take them with you. You need not worry about anything else. Your aunt will manage the business for you, Chang assured. Jiang Rong casually handed the items to the nearby Xia. I will trouble you again in the future. Aunt. Oh, by the way, I heard that Chun has passed away? Chang inquired. She had received news of Chun's demise. Jiang Rong sighed, and, on my wedding night, in a moment of despair, I attempted to poison Xialingxi, wishing to perish alongside him. He saw through my plan, and Chun took the blame for me. She died for my sake. So that is how it was. You must not act so recklessly in the future. Trust your aunt. You will return in due time. Chan quickly reassured her. Now I have come to understand. Rather than perish, I would rather ruin the Xie family and exact revenge on Xialingxi. Naturally, I shall not act so foolishly again. Jiang Rong nodded lightly. The two conversed for a while longer. Suddenly, Jiang Rong asked, Aunt, where is second brother? The Chang family has two sons. The elder son was adopted by the first branch, while the younger, Jiang Wenyan, age 17, is a debauched wastrel engaged in gambling, drinking, and other vices. This good-for-nothing incurred more gambling debts last night, and the creditors came knocking, infuriating your uncle to the point where he gave him a severe thrashing, leaving him unable to rise from bed today. The mention of Jiang Wenyan fills the Chong family with ire. Why did your uncle strike him so harshly? I shall go see my second brother. Jiang Rong, with a look of concern, advised, do not be angry. My second brother is still young and will surely come to his senses in due time. Chong family, not wishing for Jiang Rong to disturb Jiang Wan in the front hall, was pleased to delay her further and commanded, Jiang Mama, take the young lady to the Song courtyard. In the Song courtyard, Jiang Wenyan lay sprawled on the bed, cursing at his father. In his chamber, several beautiful maidservants attended to him. One peeled grapes while another offered fine wine, and a dancer swirled gracefully, singing seductive melodies. Second young master. The second young lady has arrived. A servant announced. Jiang Wenyan frowned in annoyance. What does she want? This young master is unwell and shall not receive visitors. However, Jiang Rong had already barged in, her brows furrowing at the scene that met her eyes, and she coldly commanded, everyone leave this room. A hush fell over the assembled crowd. What madness is this, Jiang Rong? How dare you command my people? Jiang Wenyan protested. When the young lady speaks, who would dare remain? Jiang Rong replied icily. The maidservants and dancers, intimidated by her newfound status, swiftly exited. In an instant, only Jiang Wenyan and Jiang Rong remained in the room. Jiang Rong, what are you doing? Jiang Wen wore a sullen expression. Had he been able to rise from his bed, he would have taken it upon himself to strike Jiang Rong. Upon hearing that his second brother had been chastised by their uncle, he couldn't help but reflect on the disparity. His elder brother had sought an official position last year, expending a considerable sum of silver. Yet their uncle had shown no discontent. Both were sons, yet the titles and family wealth belonged solely to the elder brother. Leaving the second brother with nothing, he even faced punishment for merely being in debt. Jiang Rong spoke with measured calmness, clearly sowing discord. Sister merely feels that it is unjust. Chapter 24. The protective young master Jiang Wenyan struck the bed frame, profoundly agreeing. Indeed, that old fool is utterly unfair. If I had been adopted by the eldest branch back then, the entire estate would have been mine. What does spending a little money amount to? He has long harbored envy towards my elder brother for inheriting the title. Time and again, he had caused disturbances before their parents in hopes of altering the line of succession. Yet it proved futile. His ambition to undermine his brother was thwarted by his own inadequacy, a greedy and inept individual. Does the second brother truly desire the eldest branch? Jiang Rong inquired with a smile. Jiang Wenyan, in resignation, replied, what use is my desire? The old man is biased towards his eldest son. I recently heard an intriguing tale. It is said that when my elder brother took the provincial examination, he swapped his test paper with another's to gain success. Jiang Rong spoke softly. Jiang Wenyan's eyes widened in shock. What did you say? Do you have any evidence? Each year's examination papers are archived. The proof, dear second brother, lies in your own investigation. I cannot ascertain its truth, but should it be real, a guilty person cannot inherit the title, Jiang Rong stated, each word deliberately understated. Beside her, Jiang Wenyan felt a surge of excitement, yet a flicker of doubt emerged in his eyes. Why do you wish to assist me? Naturally. I want to witness the rift between you brothers, a struggle to the death, Jiang Rong replied. Uncertain of the veracity of the test paper exchange, she had only heard whispers of such rumors in her past life. However, she was certain that once Jiang Wenqing discovered his brother's intent to imprison him, he would strike first. The two were destined to clash. She would never allow her father's hard-earned title to be bestowed upon these shameless individuals. Because my elder brother has offended me, I do not wish for him to remain my true brother, Jiang Rong stated calmly. Rest assured, second sister, you have assisted me, and when I inherit the title, I shall treat you as if you were my own sister. Jiang Wenmei beamed with delight. Jiang Rong smiled in agreement. Then, I shall await the good news from our second brother. In the front hall, Jiang Wan gracefully approached Xielingxi with a freshly brewed cup of tea. Her demeanor shy and demure, presenting the tea with both hands. My lord, please enjoy this tea. Just as she spoke, she intended to douse Xielingxi's garments with the steaming liquid. Her plan was to lure him into a more intimate setting. However, as the tea was about to spill, Xielingxi swiftly unfurled his exquisite fan, and the tea was deflected back, splattering all over Jiang Wan's delicate hand.
Ah,
The scalding tea reddened her fair skin, causing it to swell painfully. Jiang Wan let out a shriek, tears streaming down her face.
Wan Wan.
Jiang Qingrong's expression shifted dramatically. Xielingxi, the first to lose his temper, snapped his fan shut and slammed it onto the table with a resounding thud. Clumsy and careless, you cannot even serve tea properly. You nearly burnt this lord. What punishment do you deserve? Jiang Wan winced in pain, feeling even more aggrieved upon hearing those words. My lord, please do not be angry, it was an accident. I hope you are not harmed. If the maidservants in the Wang residence were as foolish as you, they would have long been sold off. Xielingxi let out a cold snort, her expression steadfast, ultimately turning her gaze towards Jiang Qingrong, stating with a measured tone, the young lady of the air is dignified and graceful, her demeanor composed, serving as a paragon for young ladies. As the cousin of the heir's consort, you ought to be guided properly, so as not to bring shame upon her. Jiang Wan's face twisted in anger. To be compared unfavorably to a maid and to be told not to embarrass Jiang Rong. This spoiled young man certainly knew how to provoke. Jiang Qingrong wore an awkward expression, nodding repeatedly, affirming the heir's words. Wan Wan, you should quickly take your leave. Chapter 25. A meeting. Each time Jiang Wan endured excruciating pain as she departed from the front hall. Upon returning to the inner residence, she sought out Madame Chong to lament her grievances. Madame Chong swiftly commanded her maidservants to fetch burn ointment, applying it tenderly as she expressed her anguish. That vixen, Jiang Rong, has bewitched Xielingxi to the point of distraction. My daughter possesses qualities that far surpass that bookish fool. Mother, given Xielingxi's steadfast protection of Jiang Rong, even if Jiang Rong were to perish, it seems I would remain overlooked, Jiang Wan replied, her voice laced with injustice. Madame Chong nodded in agreement. You are correct. We must first separate them. At that moment, Xia hurried in to report. The second young lady visited the second young master at Songyun, then sent the maidservants away and proceeded to the adjacent Jiyuan. Since being fostered by the Jiang family, Shen Wenyuan had taken residence in Jiyuan. Madame Chang's eyes widened in realization. I suspected she had no reason to visit Miana. It appears she used that as a pretext to clandestinely meet her lover. Mother, let us lure the heir to Jiyuan. Jiang Wan exclaimed joyfully. If Xielingxi were to witness Jiang Rong in the company of Shen Wenyuan, he might, in a fit of rage, divorce Jiang Rong and reclaim me. Wan Wan, we must not rush this matter. Jiang Rong still serves a purpose. Madame Chong weighed the pros and cons. She desired the wealth of the Xie family. Should Jiang Rong be cast out now, their fortune would slip away. What could be more significant than my daughter marrying into a royal household? Jiang Wan thought indignantly. Yet, in the presence of Madame Chong, she refrained from voicing her discontent. Upon exiting, she promptly dispatched someone to convey a message to her father, using a stroll in the garden as an excuse to lure Xielingxi to Jiyuan.
Jiang family Jiyuan.
What brings you here? Shen Wenyuan asked, his expression laden with caution. Every encounter with Jiang Rong had resulted in his punishment. He still could not comprehend where he had faltered, allowing Jiang Rong to strike him time and again. Chen Kaiwei has deliberately drugged you, seeking to frame me for infidelity in hopes of banishing me from the Wangfu, Jiang Rong replied, her demeanor calm and unhurried. She views the position of the young lady of the house as her rightful possession. Although she has failed this time, she will undoubtedly attempt again. As long as she lives, she will devise ways to expel me from the Wangfu, and you are her most effective pawn. A shadow fell across Shen Wenyuan's countenance. Being a man of intellect, he recognized the truth in Jiang Rong's words. Chen Kaiwei's schemes against Jiang Rong would inevitably drag him into her machinations. Chen Kaiwei had been praying at the Water Lotus Monastery for a month. This was a rare opportunity. Once she returned to the Wangfu, it would be challenging for him to act against her. Jiang Rong turned her gaze toward him and stated, this is your best chance to eliminate her. Shen Wenyuan's expression shifted, his eyes wide with shock and disbelief. You want me to kill Chen Kaiwei for you? Such a proposition was utterly unexpected. Was this truly the gentle and kind-hearted Jiang Rong he knew? It is not for me. It is for your own sake. Jiang Rong maintained her composure, her tone as serene as ever. You may choose not to kill her, but then you must brace yourself for her continued attempts to drug you. Do you truly believe you can evade her every time? There is no such thing as a foolproof defense against a thief. Should she succeed just once, the scandal of your involvement with a married woman will spread far and wide, ruining your future. Will you simply sit idly by? Shen Wenyuan's expression was as cold as water, and he had to admit that Jiang Rong was entirely correct. If he wished to avoid a ruined future, he must eliminate the hidden threat of Chen Kaiwei. This is merely your subjective opinion. There is no evidence to prove that it was indeed Chen Kaiwei who poisoned me, Shen Wenyuan said gravely. Moreover, if she succeeds, so will you. Why do you not take action? Jiang Rong, with her eyes wide open, uttered a falsehood. Because I am gentle and kind, never taking a life. Shen Wenyuan, obviously disbelieving every word, retorted stubbornly. I will not kill Chen Kaiwei. You must handle it yourself. Jiang Rong did not wish to waste further words with him. Her thin lips curled into a mocking smile. As you wish. She was convinced that Shen Wenyuan would take lethal action. With Uncle Shen's imminent return, as the illustrious son of the Grand Tutor, his future was bright, and he would never permit Jiang Rong to ruin it. Thus, Chen Kaiwei was destined to die. Just as Jiang Rong was about to depart, she heard voices approaching from a distance. If she were to exit the bamboo courtyard now, she would inevitably encounter that group. Shen Wenyuan's expression instantly stiffened. Jiang Rong, you must hide. His thoughts were solely consumed with the desire to marry a well-matched daughter of a powerful official, showing no inclination to entangle himself with Jiang Rong. If the two were discovered in clandestine meeting, it would be indefensible. There is no need for such complications. Jiang Rong had long been aware that every move she made within the Jiang household was under the watchful eyes of the Chang family. Her visit to Shen Wenyuan would undoubtedly be known to them. The Chang family truly could not contain their impatience. They would forsake even money to sever her ties with Xielingxi. However, since she dared to confront them, she was well prepared for what lay ahead.
Bang!
Jiang Rong, caught entirely off guard, suddenly lifted her foot and delivered a fierce kick to Shen Wenyuan's abdomen. The impact caused him to collapse to the ground with a thud, curling up like a boiled shrimp. Enraged, he cursed, "You lunatic, what are you doing? I heard you mock my second brother for being uneducated and incapable of achieving fame. Our Jiang family took you in, yet you show no gratitude and instead ridicule your benefactors. What gives you the right to deride my brother?" As she spoke, Jiang Rong viciously kicked Shen Wenyuan in the chest. He was already injured and had suffered a physical setback recently, leaving him utterly powerless. As Xielingxi and the members of the Jiang family passed by the bamboo garden, they witnessed Jiang Rong relentlessly kicking Shen Wenyuan. The onlookers were left in stunned silence. Xielingxi found this scene eerily familiar, reminiscent of a moment from the past.
Stop it!
Jiang Qingrong shouted upon seeing the spectacle. Jiang Rong, cease this at once. How dare you assault your cousin Wenyuan? Quickly, someone help him up. Previously, he had looked down upon Shen Wenyuan, but now that Shen Wenyuan's father had become the Grand Tutor, he instantly regarded him as a commendable cousin. Second sister, the heir just praised you for your grace. Who would have thought you capable of such a crude act? Jiang Wan was equally taken aback, as the unfolding narrative diverged entirely from her expectations. Yet, a spark of inspiration ignited in her mind, prompting her to continue seeking fault. Jiang Rong, still seething with indignation, retorted, "Shen Wenyuan mocked my second brother, claiming he is uneducated. I cannot tolerate this. Your brother has always been like that, and your cousin spoke no falsehood," came the reply. Jiang Qingrong's words were all in favor of Shen Wenyuan, and he frowned in displeasure. How could you resort to violence for such a reason? Apologize to your esteemed nephew at once. Go to the ancestral hall and reflect on your actions. Jiang Rong, with an expression of indignation yet unable to defy her elder, lowered her little head in silence. She merely tugged gently at Xielingxi's sleeve, a picture of pitifulness. Just moments ago, she had been brimming with fury, fiercely attacking her former lover, but now she turned to her husband, displaying a demeanor of grievance and charm. This transformation of expression was truly delightful to Xielingxi, who found her utterly endearing. The daughter-in-law of the heir was deeply loyal and could not tolerate anyone speaking ill of her brother. She was a person of profound emotions. There was nothing wrong with that. Xielingxi held the young lady's hand with a steady and protective grip, concluding with a hint of warning. She is now a member of the Northern Wangfu. It is not for others to meddle. Master Jiang, you have overstepped. Jiang Qingrong was taken aback by Xielingxi's indulgence towards Jiang Rong. He had punished Jiang Rong to curry favor with Shen Wenyuan for the sake of Shen Wenyuan's father, who was soon to return. Yet he had forgotten that Jiang Rong was no longer someone he could punish at will. Chapter 26. A calamity in the capital. The young lord reminded, In the past, I was quite strict in managing Rong at home. It was merely a matter of habit. Jiang Qingrong, in a low and humble tone, quickly changed the subject, saying, hasten to summon the doctor to tend to young Master Shen's injuries. Shen Wenyuan harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Jiang Rong, yet he would not deny her words at this moment. After all, being caught in their clandestine meeting was far worse. A beating was not an unbearable fate. As the hour grew late, Jiang Qingrong suggested, it is time for dinner. Young Lord, Ronger, let us proceed to the front hall. Jiang Rong refrained from further comments and took Xielingxi's hand, heading towards the dining area together. Only Jiang Wan was left, consumed by jealousy and hatred. It was clear that Jiang Rong had acted rudely and violently, yet the young lord treated her with such distinction. She was determined to usurp Jiang Rong's position. On the way back to the residence, Jiang Rong held the bridal dowry box she had retrieved, her spirits lifted. Upon arriving at the gates of the Wang residence, they encountered a scene. A makeshift stretcher was laid out, upon which reclined a young master clad in exquisite garments. A middle-aged man in official attire stood at the entrance, his face a portrait of grievance and indignation. Xia Yuanwen invited him into the estate, but he refused to enter, deliberately raising his voice. I will not go in. Let Xielingxi come out and apologize to my son. I dare not enter. I fear Xielingxi may strike me as well. The bystanders paused, captivated by the unfolding spectacle. Xia Yuanwen, feigning distress, was secretly overjoyed. Lord Zhou, please. Do step inside and wait a moment. My younger brother is currently away from the residence. Upon his return, I shall ensure he offers his apologies to your esteemed son. Rest assured, with my presence, he shall never be allowed to act recklessly. Young master, you are a man of reason. If the heir were to possess but half of your qualities, he would not have become a calamity in the capital. Minister Zhou sighed deeply, embodying the image of a beleaguered victim. My dear lord, please refrain from such remarks. My younger brother is merely young and lacks understanding. Xia Yuan feigned humility. The surrounding common folk observed the commotion, whispering amongst themselves. The eldest son of the Xia family was poised and courteous, yet alas, he was not the heir to the northern prince's estate. Why is the son of the Minister of Justice lying on a stretcher? It was said that last month, a woman sold herself to bury her father, and although young Master Zhou kindly attempted to rescue her, this debauched heir forcibly took her and even injured young Master Zhou. Minister Zhou had just returned to the capital yesterday, seeking retribution. How pitiful it is that the woman, who sacrificed herself for her father's burial, has fallen into the hands of such a bully. Inside the carriage, Jiang Rong's gaze gradually turned icy, while Xielingxi, seated opposite her, distinctly felt the chill of her eyes, as if autumn frost was slowly settling. Xielingxi chose silence, offering no explanations. The world is rife with misunderstandings. Had Jiang Rong distanced herself from him earlier, he would have been spared much trouble. Yet, in the next moment, to his surprise, Jiang Rong lifted the curtain of the carriage, gazing at the two individuals outside the gate, and called out, who is selling themselves to bury their father in front of our royal residence. How unfortunate. Brother, you must give her more silver. Minister Zhou turned, seeing a masked young lady cursing him, and retorted angrily, what nonsense are you spouting? Who has sold themselves to bury their father? I just faintly overheard someone discussing the selling of oneself to bury a father. I saw a person lying on the stretcher, and your countenance bears the expression of one who has lost a parent. Is it not so? Jiang Rong inquired earnestly. Xielingxi, who dismounted the carriage alongside her, nearly twisted her ankle as she stumbled on the spring stool. The heir of her family indeed carried an air of peculiarities about her. Sister, how could you be so disrespectful to Lord Zhou? Did you not observe the official attire he dons? How could you utter such an impolite statement regarding selling oneself? Xia Yuan admonished. Jiang Rong boldly retorted, brother, your words are quite inappropriate. How many virtuous officials, dedicated to serving the people, live in poverty with nothing but the integrity of their character? Can a public servant not be impoverished to the extent of selling themselves to bury a father? It almost implies that Lord Zhou is corrupt and affluent. I, of course, maintain my integrity and have never engaged in corruption. This is my son. Do take a good look. Lord Zhou, both furious and at a loss for a rebuttal, could only point at Zhou Honyang, who lay on the stretcher feigning unconsciousness. Jiang Rong examined the scene and sighed. At such a young age he, alas, a parent sending off their child. Lord Zhou, please accept my condolences. We are fellow villagers. We ought to support one another. Qingxia, fetch 100 taels of silver, so that Lord Zhou may give his esteemed son a proper burial. It turns out it was about selling oneself to bury a child. My apologies for mishearing. My son is not dead. Lord Zhou seethed, gritting his teeth, pointing at Jiang Rong with a trembling finger. You vile woman, vile woman. With an innocent expression, Jiang Rong replied, Lord Zhou, why do you speak such harsh words? I meant well, though I have not been of much assistance. I shall certainly do better next time. You. The minister of Zhou's eyes sparkled with fury, nearly choking on his own breath, clutching his chest, his face turning a ghastly shade of purple. Xiaolingxi glanced at the young lady beside him, a fleeting smile dancing in his eyes. This little girl certainly knows how to provoke. Though he could not assist you in laying your son to rest this time, I shall surely make amends next time. That the minister of Zhou did not succumb to his rage is a testament to his robust health. Xia Yuanwen observed the minister's speechlessness from anger and swiftly redirected the conversation. Second brother, the minister of Zhou is here regarding your forcible abduction of a commoner and the assault on young Master Zhou. You must promptly offer your apologies. Xia Yuanwen understood that Xiaolingxi's temperament would never allow him to apologize. Instead, it would only serve to amplify his notorious reputation, rendering him even less worthy of being the heir to the royal residence. Before Xiaolingxi could utter a word, a frosty female voice interjected. He is not worthy of my husband's apology. Xia Yuanwen stared in astonishment at Jiang Rong, furrowing his brows. Sister-in-law, how can you be so disrespectful? Truly a den of snakes and rats. The minister of Zhou pointed at Jiang Rong and Xiaolingxi, his face a mask of indignation. Minister Zhou, please do not be hasty. On the 27th of last month, I ventured out to purchase rouge and witnessed your esteemed son forcibly seizing a commoner. My husband acted heroically, rescuing that young woman and imparting a lesson to your son. Jiang Rong addressed him. That young woman is presently within the royal residence. Jingzhe, please bring Qionyang here. Jingzhe glanced at Xiaolingxi for approval, who offered no dissent. Jingzhe promptly departed. Moments later, a woman clad in mourning attire was escorted into the room. She was merely 16 or 17, possessing a beauty akin to a blooming flower, with the grace of a delicate maiden. Upon seeing Zhou Hongyang lying on the stretcher, a flicker of hatred flashed in Qionyang's eyes, yet she restrained herself from rushing at him and respectfully bowed to Xiaolingxi and Jiang Rong. Commoner Qionyang pays her respects to the young master and the young mistress. Some claim that my young master forcibly took you. Is there any truth to this? Jiang Rong inquired, turning her gaze toward her. The young mistress sees clearly. It was Zhou Hongyang who forcefully abducted a commoner. Gratefully, it was the young master who saved me. Qionyang immediately clarified. Zhou Shangshu's expression darkened. My son abducted a commoner, and he saved her? Ha! Young lady, have you been bribed? How could you utter such twisted words? Who would believe you? The surrounding townsfolk murmured among themselves, and indeed, few were convinced. After all, Xiaolingxi had a notorious reputation. To suggest he acted out of kindness was met with skepticism. They would rather believe he was a bully, and that the unfortunate commoner had surely been coerced. Chapter 27. The heir apparent's consort. I speak only the truth. I have not been bribed. Qionyang anxiously clarified. However, Minister Zhou merely scoffed, dismissing her entirely. Jiang Rong, witnessing the scene, was not the least bit surprised. The Zhou father and son dared to appear so brazenly because they were convinced that even the direct testimony of the involved parties would fail to vindicate Xiaolingxi. This seasoned bureaucrat could effortlessly render the victim's words devoid of any credibility. Minister Zhou, I previously mentioned that I saw it that day, Jiang Rong insisted. A flicker of disdain crossed Zhou's eyes. You are the spouse of the heir apparent. Surely everyone can understand that you would defend him. I have not finished my words. On that day, I also saw a guard dressed in the attire of the Imperial Guard pass by. I do not know him by name. However, it would suffice to report to His Majesty and investigate the Imperial Guards on duty that day. Jiang Rong gazed at him, her lips slightly curling. Would Minister Zhou perhaps believe the Emperor's personal guards? Zhou's breath hitched. At that moment, he wished to chastise his son severely. The impertinent fool had claimed that only a few ordinary citizens had passed by. To mention that even the Emperor's personal guards had witnessed this. Was that not courting disaster? Zhou Hongyang was even more perplexed. Was there indeed another guard? I neither saw Jiang Rong nor any guard. This trifling matter cannot possibly disturb the Emperor's ears. Minister Zhou hastily countered. I believe Ronga's suggestion is quite commendable. An aged voice emerged from within the estate. The Dowager Xia, surrounded by a throng of maids, made her entrance. Your Grace. Minister Zhou turned to her and bowed. Madame Xia spoke softly. Lord Zhou, I shall enter the palace immediately and beseech His Majesty to deliver justice for your son. If it is indeed young Master Xi's fault, let the Emperor impose a severe punishment upon him. However, if it is your son who speaks falsely and frames the crown prince, then let him be exiled to the northern frontier, serving the nation with loyalty. I do not wish to enter the palace. I do not wish to be exiled. Zhou Hongyang could no longer maintain his facade and rose defiantly. Minister Zhou, with a stern expression, admonished, You fool. Speak clearly. What on earth is happening? He dared not cause a scene before the emperor, lest he be accused of failing to govern his household properly. I genuinely intended to purchase Qionyang, offering her money to bury her father, but she refused to come with me. In the struggle, Xia, young Master Xia, happened to pass by and struck me. Zhou Hongyang's voice dwindled to a whisper. If your intentions were sincere, why would Qionyang refuse? Jiang Rongdai raised an eyebrow. Qionyang, noticing that this unfamiliar yet ethereal figure, the young lady of the air, was advocating for her, suddenly knelt before Jiang Rongdai, exclaiming, Esteemed young lady, please discern the truth. I was solely reliant on my father, making a living by selling noodles. However, Zhou Hongyang coveted me and sought to purchase me as a concubine. I refused, and he claimed that he fell ill after eating at my stall, demanding 1,000 taels for medical expenses, which I cannot repay. They then intended to seize me as repayment. My father defended me and was beaten to death. I was left to sell myself on the streets to bury him, and he attempted to forcibly take me into his household. Thankfully, the young master saved me, granting me my life. Zhou Hongyang bears a grudge against my father. I would rather die than marry him. Madame Xia, the elder consort, felt a mix of sympathy and indignation as she exclaimed, How audacious of you, Mr. Zhou, to bully us so brazenly. The response came swiftly. This is merely the one-sided account of a troublesome commoner. The food she prepared nearly cost me my life, and it is only just that I seek recompense for the medical expenses incurred. Zhou Hongyang quickly countered. As for her father, his unfortunate demise was an accident during a scuffle. How can I be held responsible for that? Minister Zhou nodded repeatedly, asserting, according to the laws of the Great Xia, one who causes death by negligence may be redeemed through a monetary penalty. My son shall pay a fine to the authorities. As for debts owed, she must be brought back to repay. Madame Xia let out a cold laugh. Minister Zhou, as the head of the Ministry of Justice, you are well versed in the laws of Xia and speak with great authority. Yet I, as an elderly matron, am not familiar with such matters. Someone, remove them from my sight. Their presence at my residence is an ill omen. With her command, the guards of the residence surged forth, armed with wooden clubs. And at the elder consort's order, they began to drive the Zhou father and son away with relentless blows. The Zhou duo fled in utter disarray. The onlookers, having witnessed the spectacle, murmured in astonishment and clapped in approval. Grandmother, how can you allow the guards to assault a court official? This is against propriety. Xia Yuan protested, feeling a sense of disgrace. Although Madame Xia hailed from the esteemed Jiang family and had the demeanor of a benevolent elder, when angered, the fierce spirit of a warrior woman emerged in full force. If he is dissatisfied, he can certainly take his grievances before His Majesty. Lady Xia let out a cold snort, turning her gaze towards Xielingzi, who wore a beaming smile. I always knew my dear grandson was a good child, valiant and righteous, upholding justice and aiding the weak, a true embodiment of our ancestors' virtues. Xia Yuan seethed internally. Xielingzi had committed numerous misdeeds, and this instance of accidental benevolence, driven by his lustful desires, was being lauded as if he were a paragon. It was fortunate that you happened to pass by that day. Otherwise, the truth might have remained obscured. Lady Xia grasped Jiang Rong's hand, her expression filled with contentment. Jiang Rong softly remarked, it was merely a coincidence. In truth, she had not fortuitously witnessed the events. The imperial guards were a fabrication of her design. All of this knowledge came to her later. In her previous life, after Xielingzi had become a mere shell of his former self, she orchestrated every affair within the Wang residence. Qionyang, who remained in the Jinyu courtyard, was under her employ, managing the business alongside the two jade figures who served as her right and left arms. Thus, she came to understand Xiao Nyang's origins and the enmity she harbored against the Zhou family. Following a series of schemes, she avenged her. Xialingxi bore the notorious label of abducting common women, and with Xiao Nyang now associated with the Northern King's residence, her attempts at vindication were rendered untrustworthy in the eyes of society. In her past existence, Zhang Rong had not cared for the reputation of a debauched scion, and Xialingxi clearly displayed a similar indifference. Yet at this moment, Zhang Rong was deeply concerned. Should the truth remain unexamined, she would weave a lie to unveil the reality to the world. Xialingxi gazed at Zhang Rong, contemplative. He had not encountered her that day, yet she seemed to possess an intricate understanding of the matter. Was she truly nearby? He sensed an underlying strangeness in the affair, an unsettling coincidence. Yet even Zhang Rong, who was resolute in her intent to slay him, could be swayed by the allure of the underworld, choosing instead to protect him. What, then, in this world, is truly impossible? Xialingxi averted his gaze, restoring his tranquil demeanor, though a strange sentiment lingered in his heart. The sensation of being safeguarded by Zhang Rong. Unfamiliar yet comforting. The members of the Xia family returned to the inner courtyard. The Dowager Xia inquired gently of Qiu Nyang, expressing her sentiments. Such a pitiful child. I bestow upon you 100 taels. You may leave now. Qiu Nyang bowed in gratitude, exclaiming, Thank you, Dowager. The young master has already provided me with burial expenses. I cannot accept more. I am not worth such a sum. She is indeed a humble and honest girl. Accept it. The Dowager Xia replied with a gentle smile. Seeing this, concubine Zhao's eyes glimmered with mischief. Dowager. This girl being brought back by the young master suggests a certain affinity. Her personality is quite likable. Why not allow her to serve as a concubine to the young master? As she spoke, her provocative gaze settled upon Zhang Rong's face, determined not to miss any opportunity to trouble her. Chapter 28. Xialingxi only loves her. The old Dowager Xia furrowed her brows. It was quite inappropriate for Ronger to have just married into the royal residence. How could one take a concubine so soon after a wedding? A mere 2 months' wait would not be too much to ask, Zhao the concubine remarked. The old dowager found herself at a loss for words. For her, protecting Zhang Rong was intrinsically linked to Xialingxi's wishes. If Xialingxi were to cherish this woman, she would naturally not oppose it. The humble maiden, with her delicate stature and lowly status, felt unworthy and humbly declined. Zhao the concubine smiled gently, observing that her modesty and lack of greed were indeed commendable. You ought to express your gratitude to the dowager, she urged. Qiu Nyang found herself in a predicament. As a purchase servant, she had no right to refuse. I do not fancy her, Xialingxi coldly declared. But you saved her. Zhao the concubine stared at Xialingxi in astonishment. If not for a desire for beauty, what could possibly compel a wastrel to rescue someone? I simply cannot abide Zhou Hongyang. Taking her was merely a means of opposing him, Xialingxi replied nonchalantly. This indeed aligned with the typical behavior of a young libertine, leaving Zhao the concubine momentarily speechless. Xialingxi's gaze then fell upon Zhang Rong, who sat calmly beside her grandmother, her expression unperturbed as the topic of concubinage arose. She appeared entirely composed, as if she had already anticipated the outcome. Zhang Rong was indeed certain, for Xialingxi had loved her alone throughout his life. How could he possibly take a concubine? Sensing Xialingxi's gaze, Zhang Rong responded with a sweet smile, her face radiating obedience. I understand. You will not take a concubine. You only love me. Without needing to express my feelings through glances, I understand. I love you too. Back at the Jinyu courtyard, Xialingxi retreated to the study. While Qiu Nyang respectfully greeted Zhang Rong, this humble woman has been keeping vigil for my father and has yet to pay my respects to the young lady. The maid pays her respects to the young lady. A flicker of anxiety stirred within her. Although she had declined to take a concubine and the young lord had no intentions towards her, she was, after all, saved by him and nearly betrothed to him. Such a position was seldom disregarded by a mistress. You may rise. Your father was killed by Zhou Honyang. I can seek vengeance for you. Would you be willing to become my confidant and assist me? Zhang Rong remarked with a smile. Yingxia had been excused under the pretense she provided. Now. Beside her was Fei Tsue, both struck dumb by such earth-shattering words. Qiu Nyang regained her composure and bowed deeply. The young lord saved me. Thus, the young lady is my sovereign. It is only fitting that I risk life and limb to repay your kindness, regardless of whether you seek vengeance for me. It is my duty to do so. She then expressed her concern. Zhou Hongyang is the son of the Minister of Justice. I am aware that murdering the son of a high-ranking official is a capital offense, and I dare not implicate the young lady. Rest assured, I have my own methods. It merely requires some time for planning, Zhang Rong replied with a gentle smile. In her previous life, she had killed Zhou Hongyang. It was merely a matter of doing so once more. Xionyang was both astonished and overjoyed, at a loss. And she bowed deeply to Zhang Rong. The young lady's immense grace and virtue shall be repaid by this servant's utmost sacrifice. She had not anticipated that the noble consort would not only be entirely unperturbed by her awkward status, but would also be willing to take her as a confidant and even seek vengeance on her behalf. Rise, for if you were to perish, you could never repay my kindness, Zhang Rong remarked with a light chuckle. I wish for you to open a bookstore. Zhang Rong elaborated on her plans in detail. Xionyang was taken aback by the favor, while the maid expressed concerns about her ability to handle such a responsibility. Her father had once been a scholar, yet he never succeeded in passing the imperial examinations. Xionyang had accompanied him since childhood, learning to read and do arithmetic. She was the one who calculated the accounts for the family's pancake stall, yet she had never engaged in such a grand enterprise. Do not worry. I believe you are capable, Zhang Rong reassured, waving her hand dismissively. I entrust this matter to you. In her previous life, Xionyang had managed the business for herself and gradually stood out. Zhang Rong retrieved a silver note valued at 1,000 taels from her dowry box and handed it to Xionyang to prepare for the bookstore. She meticulously counted her dowry once more. Over 30,000 taels of silver deposited in the bank, 7 shops, 3 pharmacies on North Street, 1 silk shop, 1 rouge shop, and 1 jewelry store on West Street, as well as a restaurant on East Street. Additionally, there was a villa situated outside the city. Zhang Rong's finger lingered on the deed to the villa, a flicker of nostalgia passing through her eyes. Her mother hailed from the Bai family of the Apricot Grove in Zhongbei, a lineage dedicated to medicine for generations. Zhang's mother was also a renowned female physician. Tragically, she passed away due to banditry 2 months after Zhang Rong's birth. This villa was her mother's retreat, housing a study that preserved her invaluable manuscripts. For a physician, these manuscripts represented a lifetime of dedication and effort. In her previous life, Zhang Rong was uncertain about how to handle her mother's belongings. The skills of medicine and other arts are often closely guarded secrets, meant to be preserved temporarily. It was not until 2 years later, when her cousin from her maternal family arrived in the capital from Zhongbei, that she learned of her mother's lifelong wish to compile her learnings into a book, disseminating knowledge to alleviate the suffering of many. Regrettably, a fierce summer storm had ravaged the family estate, destroying everything. This remains a profound regret for Zhang Rong, as she could not fulfill her mother's aspiration. However, there is still time to make amends. The following morning, at Songha Hall, after returning to the Zhang family the previous day, her aunt had restored the family shop to her. In recent days, Zhang Rong planned to explore various shops. There exists a villa outside the city, her mother's former residence, which she wished to visit. Zhang Rong gazed at the elderly Lady Xia, aware that in noble families, strict protocols govern travel, necessitating permission from elders. During her time in the Zhang household, she had often been confined, rarely allowed to step outside, as her guardians sought to maintain control. Rong, you need not consult me on every matter, simply make your own decisions. When venturing out, do ensure you are accompanied by a few guards, Lady Xia said with a warm smile, showing her considerable leniency. Upon exiting Songha Hall, Zhang Rong promptly summoned a carriage, preparing to journey to the outskirts of the city. Xielingxi followed closely at her side. My dear husband, might you accompany me? Zhang Rong inquired. Her delicate brows arched playfully, her eyes shimmering with a hint of excitement. She understood that while her husband may appear to be a frivolous dandy, he was, in truth, quite occupied. Zhang Rong never troubled him during the day, ensuring she did not impede his important affairs. Every evening, I await his return to share a slumber.
Indeed.
Xielingxi nodded. In that manuscript of his, I wonder if there exists any record of the 9 miraculous medicines. He gazed at the radiant smile of Zhang Rong before him. Within a month's time, she must consume the 2nd of the miraculous herbs. To counteract the peculiar poison of Huangquan, one must gather all 9 miraculous medicines. Should 2 of these herbs be ingested prior to the onset of the poison, One's life may be prolonged for 6 months. Within that 6-month span, ingesting another 2 can extend life for an additional year. Only by consuming the remaining 5 miraculous herbs before the end of one's lifespan can a cure be achieved. The young girl's smile was both bright and resplendent. Today marks the 7th day of the month, leaving merely 23 days. Xiaolingxi's gaze darkened slightly. Husband, why do you seem unhappy? Jiang Rong inquired, gently tugging at the hem of his garment with her slender fingers. Xiaolingxi raised an eyebrow, responding, I am not. Yet your face clearly betrays your discontent. Jiang Rong observed him with suspicion. Xiaolingxi momentarily paused, pondering. The truth was because she was nearing death he felt quite unhappy, did he not? He quelled his thoughts, narrowing his eyes as he looked at Jiang Rong, reaching out to touzle her small head. You are mistaken. Indeed. It was a privilege for her to accompany him on outings. She ought to feel elated. Jiang Rong nodded to herself in agreement. Xiaolingxi found himself momentarily bewildered.
Ah.
Such words were absurdly reasonable, indeed. Chapter 29 Manuscript Ruined the Spring Season is splendid. On Yuling Mountain, a vast expanse of flowers sways in the breeze. Vibrant and enchanting, a myriad of colors and forms. There exists a hot spring on the mountain, ideal for cultivating flora. The front mountain serves as a flower garden, while the rear mountain is designated for medicinal herbs, both legacies left by my mother during her lifetime. On the mountain path, Jiang Rong was introducing the sea of flowers to Xiaolingxi. Presently, the herbs from this medicinal garden supply 3 apothecaries, while the flower garden is reserved for the Jiang family's use. Every winter, I come here for a brief respite to check on the courtyard over there. We have arrived. The steward of the villa, Jiang Kai, hurried toward us, his tone tinged with mild reproach. Why has the second young lady come without prior notice? We have not made any preparations. There is no need for any preparations. I merely wish to take a look, Jiang Rong replied calmly. She was well aware that Jiang Kai was affiliated with the Chong family. The stewards of those shops were also under the Chong family's influence. Now is not the time to provoke them, to avoid alerting the snake by stirring the grass. How dare you show such disrespect to the future duchess? Does the master need to report to you when they arrive? Fei Tsui glared at Jiang Kai indignantly, then turned to Jiang Rong. Duchess, given his lack of respect, perhaps we should replace him. Jiang Kai's face twitched in fear, yet recalling the Chong family, he stubbornly retorted, Second young lady. This old servant has been a loyal servant to the Jiang family all his life. You cannot dismiss me. If you are loyal to the Jiang family, then go seek them out. My lady, the future duchess, is free to do as she pleases. Xiaolingxi shot him a cold glance, her eyes filled with defiance. Cannot dismiss? What a farce. In the capital, who does not know the infamous reputation of the North Wang's heir? He is but a capricious young master, unrestrained in his desires, doing as he pleases. Second miss. I am ever loyal to you, with no ulterior motives. Upon hearing Xiaolingxi's command, Jiang Kai, fully aware of her unyielding nature, immediately cowered, kneeling before Jiang Rong and pleading pitifully, I merely worry that I have not prepared the food in advance, and may not meet your expectations. My loyalty is unwavering. Jiang Rong replied coolly, you speak insolently. Receive 50 slaps. Without sparing a glance at Jiang Kai, she strode inside. Fei Tsui raised her brows, directing the servants to administer Jiang Kai's punishment.
Jiang Kai,
filled with resentment yet fearful of speaking out, could only glare bitterly at Jiang Rong's retreating figure. I wish to organize my mother's manuscripts. If the heir finds it dull, perhaps he could take a stroll around? The scenery here is quite pleasant and worth a look, Jiang Rong said with a smile, glancing at Xiaolingxi. Xiao Nanxing stepped forward. Does the heir's consort possess knowledge of medicine? If not, there may be errors. I, however, am well versed in the art of healing. Perhaps I could assist in the organization. He had already received the heir's instructions to seek clues regarding the 9 extraordinary herbs. Then I shall trouble Dr. Xiao. Jiang Rong readily agreed, expressing her gratitude. She indeed lacked medical knowledge. Thus, the group arrived at the entrance of a study. The ancient door bore a time-worn, rusted copper lock. Jiang Rong retrieved a copper key and unlocked the door. In an instant, she was rendered speechless. The rows of bookshelves, which ought to have been filled with manuscripts, now stood starkly empty. Jiang Rong hastily rushed inside, searching frantically. In the center of the bookcase stood a 4-footed, lotus crane patterned square ding. It was filled with thick ashes and a few pages that had not been completely burned. Jiang Rong picked up one of the charred pages, clenching her fists in anger. It bore her mother's handwriting. This was her mother's manuscript. Who could have burned all the manuscripts? This was the labor of a healer's heart. Xiao Nanqing empathized, feeling both sorrow and fury. Xie Lingxi surveyed the room, moving closer to the windowsill for inspection, then glanced upward at the ceiling. There were no signs of forced entry. Who else possesses a key? Xie Lingxi turned to Jiang Rong. There was none. Jiang Rong's fists tightened, her teeth gritted in frustration, yet Jiang Kai knew best who had visited this place. Soon, Jingzhe dragged the swollen-faced Jiang Kai over. Upon seeing the scene in the bookcase, Jiang Kai's heart sank. Tell me, who burned my mother's manuscript? Jiang Rong's voice was frigid. Jiang Kai attempted to feign ignorance, trembling as he shook his head. The old servant does not know. Then you shall die. Jiang Rong replied coldly. Jiang Kai turned pale with shock. Before he could react, Jingzhe's blade was already poised at his throat. Second miss, spare me. Old servant. How will you explain to the second madam if you kill me? Jiang Kai's face turned ghostly white as he hurriedly pleaded for mercy. Since you claim ignorance, then you shall be held accountable. You have destroyed my mother's relics. My aunt will only commend me for my decisive action. Jiang Rong's voice remained icy. The blade of the awakening of insects gently grazed Jiang Kai's neck. Pain, pain, pain. Second miss, spare me. I truly had no part in this. Jiang Kai pleaded, feeling the sharp sting at his throat as blood spattered forth. He feared that in the next moment, he might find his head severed from his body. Desperately, he exclaimed, the late madam's belongings were not destroyed by me. A year ago, the second madam suddenly ordered me to grant the servants a day off, sending everyone away from the estate. On that day, I saw smoke rising from a distance. Those manuscripts were burned by the second madam. They have nothing to do with me. Jiang Rong lowered her gaze, a realization dawning upon her. In her past life, after her cousin's arrival, she had mentioned to the Chong family that she intended to sort through her mother's possessions. Yet, before she could do so, the estate was engulfed in flames. The manuscripts had not been destroyed 2 years later. They had long been obliterated. That fire in her previous life had merely served as a cover-up. The Chong family had deliberately sent all the servants away. Clearly, on that day, there had been another hidden figure present, aside from herself. Moreover, if this scheme originated from the Chong family, why wait until now? Jiang Rong was merely 3 years old when her father passed away, and since then, the estate had remained under the control of the Chong family. They could have destroyed everything long ago. The key, along with the land deed, had only today returned to Jiang Rong's possession. There was, indeed, another mastermind behind the Chong family. Seeing the increasingly grim expression on Jiang Rong's face, Jiang Kai realized his inadequate stewardship would likely lead to his demise, prompting him to plead for his life. Second miss, please spare me. I possess copies of these manuscripts. If you would grant me a chance to live, I shall present these transcriptions to you. Otherwise, I shall destroy them. Xiao Nanqing, filled with indignation, kicked him, retorting, you cannot even access the library. How do you intend to feign possession of a few books to deceive us? I truly possess the copies. Though I lack the key, I am somewhat skilled in the art of key-making. Where there is a lock, I can create a key.
Jiang Kai has the insight.
On the black market, the prescriptions from the Bai family fetch 100 taels of silver. I have meticulously transcribed every word. This is all wealth. I assure you, I have made no mistakes. The Bai family of Jiangbei has a long-standing reputation for producing esteemed physicians, and their prescriptions are exceedingly sought after. Jiang Kai had stealthily copied the medical texts left behind by the Bai family and secretly sold them for profit. Chapter 30. The man behind the scenes, a surge of joy, akin to rediscovering something long lost, welled up within Jiang Rong. Her mother's manuscript still existed in this world. Jiang Rong turned her gaze towards Jiang Kai, her eyes seemingly fixed on a corpse. Very well. If you surrender the manuscript, I shall spare your life today. Xie Lingxi raised an eyebrow, asserting that there was no need to spare the wretch's life when they could extract the desired information through other means. Upon hearing this, Jiang Kai was struck with terror, trembling in fear. He had long heard the tales of the depraved young masters, notorious for their cruel methods of tormenting servants. He was acutely aware of his own weaknesses and knew he could not withstand punishment. Second miss, I have preserved the manuscript of the first madam. I have done a service. Jiang Kai hastily defended himself. Jiang Rong's thin lips curled into a mocking smile. To pilfer her mother's relics for profit. Such treachery and disloyalty were beyond contempt. He had the audacity to claim merit for selling her mother's possessions. Jiang Kai deserved to die. However, not at this moment.
Well,
I shall consider this a service of sorts. Today, I will let you go, Jiang Rong declared. She was a woman of her word. Having proclaimed that she would not kill him today, it was certain that he would meet his end on a future date. Thank you, second miss. Your generosity and kindness shall not be forgotten. I vow from this day forth to remain utterly loyal to you, even unto death. Jiang Kai hurriedly swore his allegiance. Xiaolingxi briefly scanned Jiang Rong's face and chose not to speak further. Since Jiang Rong had decided against killing him, he would acquiesce to her wishes. Half an hour later, Jiang Rong locked the bronze lock of the study once more, as though she had never been there. Jiang Kai moved 2 boxes of manuscript copies from his residence. He had transcribed numerous copies of the prescriptions to sell, yet a collection of disorganized pharmacological manuscripts remained untouched, as their contents were indecipherable, preventing him from selling them. If Aunt were to inquire whether I visited the library today, you know how to respond, Jiang Rong said calmly. This was the reason she refrained from harming Jiang Kai, to avoid arousing suspicion in Chang. The old servant understood. The second young lady had not entered the library. You know nothing, Jiang Kai said with a sycophantic smile. He had already sold Chang to Jiang Rong and dared not reveal the truth before her. He secretly rejoiced that Jiang Rong had not sought retribution from Chang. Otherwise, he would surely face her wrath. Jiang Rong's gaze swept across the estate, finally resting upon the flower bed before the library. The flowers there had been personally planted by her mother years ago. Her mother had a particular fondness for peonies, and within the fence bloomed 7 or 8 varieties, in hues of yellow and purple, vibrant and resplendent. The treasures left by her mother were to be cherished. Remove all these flowers. I shall take them back to the Wang residence, Jiang Rong commanded. At this moment, Jiang Kai dared not voice any objections. Without hesitation, he instructed the gardener to transplant them into pots, which were then carefully loaded onto the carriage. In the loyal and righteous Duke's residence, the inner courtyard. Did Jiang Rong visit Yuchuan Mountain today? What was her purpose? Chang inquired, looking at the informant, Yingxia. As soon as the second young lady stepped out, Yingxia stealthily approached Chang to report. The second young lady did not speak. Yingxia replied, the second young lady has taken the air with her, presumably to admire the sea of flowers. However, Chang's nature was one of deep contemplation, and after a moment's reflection, a sudden realization struck her. I entrusted her with the keys to the villa yesterday. Among that collection of keys are the main gate, the treasury, and most crucially, the key to the study. A wave of unease washed over her. She did not wish for Jiang Rong to uncover any trace of her intentions at such a critical juncture. In her preoccupation with the Xie family's affairs yesterday, she had momentarily overlooked this detail. The second madam reassured her. The second young lady visits the villa annually, yet she never enters the study. There lie the belongings of the late madam, and she would not disturb them lightly. The old matron comforted her, sighing softly. I have always acted with caution, yet that noble individual is so reckless, intent on destroying the manuscripts left by the Bai family. Alas, must such actions not wait until after Jiang Rong is dealt with? Yet, she is so impatient to obliterate Bai's hard work, unable to wait even a moment longer. The matron offered solace. This past year, the second young lady has remained oblivious. You have raised her to be obedient and sensible. Even if she were to witness the manuscripts being burned, she would never suspect you. She would believe whatever you say. I have every confidence in persuading her to trust me, yet this adds an unnecessary complication. That noble one truly leaves me with a mess to clean up. Chang paused, then instructed. Send a message to have Jiang Kai come over once Jiang Rong departs. Understood. As soon as Jiang Rong left, Jiang Kai promptly received the order to pay a visit to Chang. What brings the second miss to the manor today? Inquired Madame Chang. Jiang Kai felt a pang of anxiety within, yet his expression remained as steady as a seasoned elder. If he could not even maintain this facade, he would certainly be unfit for his managerial position. She merely took a stroll around and dug up the peonies left by the First Lady. I see. Madame Chang sighed in relief, feigning casualness as she asked, was she able to enter the study? Not at all, Jiang Kai responded promptly. You have endured many years guarding Yuchuan Manor. I have bestowed the land deed upon Jiang Rong. It is merely a formality. Everything remains unchanged. Do you understand? Madame Chang spoke slowly, emphasizing her words. Jiang Kai bowed respectfully. This old servant comprehends. You are the sole master of the manor. We, your loyal servants, remain steadfast in our allegiance. As Madame Chong spoke, her gaze lingered briefly on his swollen face before shifting to the evident bruise on his neck.
Who did this to you?
Second Madam, it was the North King's heir. He is exceedingly domineering. It was all the heir's doing. Jiang Kai's expression turned sorrowful as he lamented. This old servant merely voiced a complaint and nearly faced replacement. You must intercede on my behalf. Madame Chong recalled Xialingxi's demeanor from the previous day, remarking, Xialingxi is now utterly captivated by Jiang Rong. You must comply and avoid provoking them. You have suffered injustice. Someone, grant manager Jiang a vial of wound ointment and seal 500 taels of silver for him. Old servant, thanks the second madam. Jiang Kai expressed his heartfelt gratitude, tears of appreciation in his eyes as he took his leave with the silver and medicine. Madame Chong felt a sense of relief, as long as Jiang Rong remained oblivious. On the way back to the residence, young master, may I temporarily store these 2 boxes of books in your study? Jiang Rong inquired. Xialingxi, displaying great generosity, instructed someone to prepare a study for her. Thank you, young master. However, I prefer that no one knows I have obtained these 2 boxes of books, Jiang Rong replied, aware that Ying Xiao was nearby, acting as her informant. A fleeting thought crossed Xialingxi's mind. Very well. Jingjia, take them to the Moyan studio. You may come and use them whenever you wish. Understood, Jingjia responded. Xiao Nanqing couldn't help but click his tongue in astonishment. Isn't that the place where we usually conspire? Is the young master effectively banishing himself? Upon returning to Jinyuan, Ying Xiao promptly approached. Jiang Rong feigned nonchalance and ordered her to transplant the peonies into the courtyard. After quietly observing the peonies from the windowsill for a while, Jiang Rong withdrew her gaze. So, there are others behind Chang's family. No wonder she managed to acquire the elusive Huangquan poison. Chapter 31. The heir protects her. The following morning, Jiang Rong set out to inspect the accounts at the shop. Her first stop was the apothecary, where the manager had already received instructions from the Chong family and presented the meticulously prepared account books. These ginseng roots were sourced from Yuling Mountain Manor, reflecting the inventory records. The apothecary's manager explained that there were shipment invoices from the manor, which you, as the heir's consort, may verify. Our accounts are transparent and undoubtedly accurate. I naturally trust those arranged by my aunt. However, these items must be presented to the Empress Dowager for her review. Jiang Rong stated. Jiang Rong made her way once more to Yuling Mountain Manor to cross-check the incoming and outgoing inventory of medicinal materials. Upon arriving at the manor's entrance, she was greeted by a cacophony of voices from within. Where are my peonies? Not a single one remains. That Weizi specimen was meant to be taken to the palace tomorrow. How have you cared for them? Jiang Wan exclaimed, her fury palpable as she surveyed the barren flower bed. Jiang Kai cautiously replied, Third miss, please do not be angry. Yesterday, the heir's consort came and took the peony flowers. What? Jiang Rong, did she steal my flowers? Why did you not stop her? Jiang Wan retorted angrily. I have told you time and again to take special care of that Weizi. If even a single petal is missing, I will hold you accountable. Jiang Kai thought to himself, yesterday I could barely keep my own life intact. How could I have remembered such a trivial matter? Third miss. These exquisite peonies were left by the first madam. If the heir's consort wishes to take them, I have no grounds to oppose. Jiang Kai lamented, caught in a dilemma. Jiang Wan exclaimed in anger, Jiang Kai, you were nurtured solely by our mother. Have you forgotten who your true master is? These peonies, are they hers? They belong to me, the third young lady asserted. Every blade of grass and every tree in Yuhua Mountain Villa rightfully belongs to you and the second madam. However, yesterday, the young lady of the heir arrived first, and I, fearing the heir, did not dare to intervene. Jiang Kai quickly amended his words. Yuhua Mountain Villa was bequeathed by Jiang Rong's mother, while the earl's residence was inherited from her father. Yet, to the second branch of the Jiang family, everything was deemed theirs. Jiang Wan had long considered these peonies as her own. With the Empress Dowager hosting the peony banquet tomorrow, all families of officials ranked 3rd grade and above were invited. Jiang Wan had been preparing to showcase these rare and exquisite peonies, but to her dismay, they had all vanished upon her arrival today. Enraged, she lost all semblance of composure. Miss, the young lady of the heir has arrived. A sharp-eyed maid promptly reminded her as she spotted Jiang Rong. Jiang Wan ceased her reprimand and turned to face Jiang Rong, donning a gentle smile. Sister, what brings you here today? I have come to settle accounts, Jiang Rong replied. Jiang Kai, bring forth the accounts of the medicinal herbs. With a casual command to Jiang Kai, she then seemed to disregard everything else, inquiring, Third sister, are you here to admire the flowers? Sister, I have come to claim the peonies. Jiang Wan quietly sighed in relief, realizing that Jiang Rong had not overheard her. She feigned a delicate and aggrieved expression. I am to attend the palace banquet tomorrow, and I had my eye on Weizi. I never anticipated that sister would uproot it yesterday. It seems I must attend the banquet empty-handed. Could you perhaps give Weizi to me, dear sister?
No, she replied.
My mother appeared to me in a dream, expressing her desire for the flowers she left behind to accompany me. If I were to give them to you, it would be a grave act of filial disobedience. Jiang Rong turned to Jiang Wan, her words carefully chosen. Does my third sister wish for me to be deemed unfilial? Jiang Wan was rendered speechless, her face pale with distress. The concept of filial piety loomed larger than the heavens. Was the second sister deliberately attempting to use my reluctance as an excuse, invoking the memory of our deceased aunt? Jiang Wan's countenance reflected a sense of helplessness. Jiang Rong, with utmost seriousness, replied, How could that be? If my third sister doubts me, she may descend and inquire of my mother. This is truly what she conveyed to me. Jiang Wan was left utterly speechless. Was she to go so far as to inquire of the dead? Jiang Rong's demeanor was exasperating. My lady, the account books you requested have arrived, Jiang Kai announced, rushing in with several stacks of ledgers, his demeanor exceedingly courteous. Fei Chui stepped forward to receive the books. Third sister, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave, Jiang Rong stated, casting a glance at Jiang Kai. Please ensure my third sister is well taken care of. Do not neglect her. Jiang Kai bowed respectfully, yes. I shall make certain that the third young lady feels at home. Jiang Rong smiled contentedly and turned to depart, accompanied by her entourage. As she walked away, resplendent and surrounded by her numerous attendants, Jiang Wan felt a surge of intense jealousy. Raising her hand, she struck Jiang Kai across the face. Feel at home? Who is the guest here? Jiang Kai, stunned by the sudden slap, hurriedly apologized. I misspoke. You are the master. You are the true mistress. After verifying the herbal account books at Yuyuan Mountain Villa, Jiang Rong proceeded to inspect the remaining shops, meticulously checking each ledger. By the time she returned home, dusk had fallen. In her heart, Fei Cui felt a sense of injustice for the young lady, and upon arriving at the residence, she hurried to find Xielingxi to report the matter. Young master, you must stand up for the young lady, she implored. Today, while accompanying her to check the accounts, we encountered the third miss of the Jiang family, who audaciously claimed that Yuyuan Mountain Villa belongs to her. The young lady was furious after the peony flowers were moved. Fei Cui exclaimed, One cannot fathom the grievances the young lady has endured at the Jiang family. She merely endures such bullying, feigning ignorance. Xielingxi's gaze grew slightly cold. Enduring? What connection do those words have with Jiang Rong? She dares to speak boldly in my presence. It seems she prefers not to confront the second house directly, perhaps plotting something instead. He chose not to interfere, lest he disrupt her schemes. However, he could certainly collect a small interest on her behalf. Since they relished in seizing others' possessions, it was only fitting to reciprocate. A glimmer of derision flashed in Xielingxi's eyes. Investigate the shops under the Jiang family's second house, and seize them. Shao Nanxing accepted the command and departed, contemplating how the young master, with his grand estate, was indeed elevating the Jiang family as trifling possessions by even taking notice of them. Fei Cui returned to Jiang Rong's side, beaming as she subtly sought to commend her master. Young lady, those who have wronged you will face the young master's retribution. Jiang Rong, engrossed in her ledger by lantern light, did not grasp the underlying implication and merely laughed lightly, nodding in agreement. Indeed, Xielingxi has always shielded her, and in this lifetime, she shall diligently protect Xielingxi in return. On the 9th day of March, Jiang Rong and Xielingxi are to celebrate their marriage. According to the customs surrounding the royal wedding, today they are to enter the palace together to pay their respects to the Empress Dowager and express their gratitude. Within the Xinang Palace, an atmosphere of joy and laughter prevails. This exquisite peony, since arriving at the residence of my son, has been nurtured with utmost care, eagerly awaited to bloom. It neither blossomed early nor late, yet it chose today, the day of the Empress Dowager's peony banquet, to unfurl its petals. A beautiful lady, beaming with delight, remarked, "This exquisite flower is meant to be presented to the Empress Dowager. I wonder if she will take a liking to it?" And Yang, "You truly know how to bring joy to this old woman," the Empress Dowager replied, her smile radiant as she affectionately gazed at her young daughter. "Your thoughtful gesture brings me great happiness." At that moment, a eunuch entered to announce, "Your Majesty, the Crown Prince of the Northern Kingdom and the Crown Princess have arrived to express their gratitude." "Allow them to enter," the Empress Dowager commanded. A flicker of concealed chill passed through the eyes of Princess Yang. "Oh, Zhang Rong has arrived." Chapter 32. The daughter of an old friend, the minister, and his wife, bowed in gratitude to the Empress Dowager. Today, Zhang Rong donned an exquisite crimson robe befitting a royal consort, standing gracefully alongside Xielingxi to express their thanks, embodying elegance and propriety. They were indeed a pair of radiant individuals. The Empress Dowager gazed at the two with a warm smile. For the royal family, it was quite considerate of the Northern Prince's residence to select a humble woman, steering clear of alliances with the influential ministers. Thus, when Xielingxi entered the palace to seek her approval for the marriage, she readily consented. Following customary praises and bestowing a plethora of gifts, Zhang Rong graciously responded, preparing to take her leave. "Is this the daughter of Ling Yang? Come closer. Let me have a look," the Princess Anyang suddenly interjected. "Ah, Ling Yang, the maiden name of the Bai family," the Empress Dowager remarked, turning to her. "You are acquainted with her? Mother, have you forgotten? When I gave birth to Chiomer, I nearly lost my life. It was only after summoning Ling Yang that both mother and child were saved. I have been away for many years, and upon my return to the capital last year, I learned of her passing, leaving behind only a daughter." Princess Anyang turned her gaze towards Zhang Rong, her smile warm and inviting. "As the daughter of my old friend, I shall certainly take good care of you. The heir must proceed to the peony banquet. I wish to converse with Zhang Rong a while longer." "Oh, so her mother was the physician who once saved you. How fortuitous." The Empress Dowager nodded in acknowledgement. Zhang Rong regarded the princess's overtures with caution, for in her previous life, she had encountered the princess several times at court banquets. Yet the princess had never alluded to this matter, treating Zhang Rong as a mere stranger. Xielingxi cast a glance at Zhang Rong before taking his leave. Today, the couple was also invited to the peony banquet. Naturally, with Xielingxi's well-known debauched temperament, he would attend the royal feast if he pleased, and feign illness if he did not. However, since Zhang Rong was left behind, he had no intention of abandoning her, thus he decided to accompany her to the banquet. "I see you and the Crown Prince are quite affectionate, which is delightful. I was genuinely concerned upon hearing that you were already betrothed." Princess Anyang remarked with a face full of concern, "I fear my mother's good intentions may inadvertently ruin your promising union." Zhang Rong's two betrothals were a marriage granted by the Empress Dowager and a decree from her late father. To accept the arranged marriage would be to defy her father's wishes and be deemed unfilial, yet to reject it would offend the Empress Dowager. The princess, it seemed, was deliberately digging a pit for her to fall into, harboring ill intentions. "Grateful for the Empress Dowager's benevolence in bestowing this marriage upon me, had my father been alive, he would have been immensely honored. My sentiments align with my late father's," Zhang Rong responded with composure, leaving no room for error. "You and your father are both steadfast in loyalty." The Empress Dowager's furrowed brow relaxed as she smiled, saying, "This child is truly clever and understanding. I take great pleasure in her. Bring forth 2 bolts of the newly tribute cloud pearl brocade for the Crown Prince's consort," she commanded. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Zhang Rong responded graciously. Princess Anyang also smiled, though her gaze gradually turned cold. This girl, much like her mother, was silver-tongued and eloquent, strikingly reminiscent of Bai Ling. Yet her demeanor remained unchanged as she continued to inquire about Zhang Rong's reading habits and preferences, exuding the warmth of a concerned elder. Ultimately, she commanded that Zhang Rong be escorted out. The palace maid guided Zhang Rong out of the Sinang Palace, and upon reaching a fork in the path, she pointed to the left. "Your Highness, if you proceed straight ahead, you will arrive at the Imperial Garden where the peony banquet is held. This servant takes her leave." "Thank you," Zhang Rong replied politely, following the path indicated. It was not until she sensed a lingering gaze upon her that she turned around, only to see the maid retreating. Swiftly, she altered her course and headed down the right path. Outside the Sinang Palace, the maid returned to Princess Anyang and whispered, "Your Highness, I have shown her the way to the hot spring pool and witnessed her entrance. Both princes are present there today. It is indeed quite lively." Princess Anyang smirked slightly. "Let us proceed to the peony banquet. Such merriment is best enjoyed together, is it not?" Meanwhile, Jiang Rong hastened her steps, trying to maintain decorum as she made her way to the end of the path leading to the imperial garden. Upon spotting Xielingxi amidst the crowd, she finally exhaled in relief. In her past life, as the consort of the northern prince, she had often been summoned to the inner palace for banquets, visiting the imperial garden on numerous occasions. Had she been an inexperienced debutante, she would have fallen into their trap. Jiang Rong grasped Xielingxi's hand, her smile gentle and unassuming. "I felt a bit of a headache from the breeze on the way here. Might we return to see a physician?" The inner palace was the enemy's domain. With ill intentions brewing, she knew she must escape swiftly. She would not grant them another opportunity to ensnare her. Xielingxi instructed the attendant beside him, saying, "This heir has experienced a relapse of an old ailment. Please inform Her Majesty the Empress Dowager and excuse us." After the two departed from the inner palace, they settled into their carriage. Jiang Rong inquired, "My husband, do you know where the path to the left of Sinang Palace leads?" "To the Tangquan Pool," Xielingxi replied. This was a warm spring within the palace, exclusively reserved for the emperor and the princes, though it was occasionally bestowed upon members of the royal family. Xielingxi had previously bathed there. "Someone seeks to lure me to the Tangquan Pool. May I abstain from attending future palace banquets? I fear for my safety," Jiang Rong confessed to Xielingxi with complete honesty. Xielingxi's gaze darkened slightly, yet his demeanor remained relaxed. "Of course," he assured her. He mentally noted a name, Princess Anyang. Jiang Rong felt a wave of relief wash over her as she yawned and lazily leaned against his shoulder, soon drifting into slumber. Princess Anyang was the emperor's younger sister, and her family was also of high status. If one cannot confront an enemy, it is wise to bide one's time. The journey must be taken step by step, and foes must be dealt with one at a time. "My lord, the North King's heir and his wife have left the palace together," a maid reported. Princess Anyang furrowed her brow. Had she not entered the palace for the first time? How could she possibly know the way to the imperial garden? Perhaps the Dowager Empress, aware of her maiden visit, had forewarned her to avoid any missteps. The matron gently cautioned, "Your Highness, this sudden decision may have startled the serpent in the grass. She likely suspects you are leading her to the Tangquan Palace. And if she is startled, what of it? She could only endure. Could she truly stand against this princess?" Princess Anyang let out a cold laugh. "Moreover, I have left no incriminating evidence. Whether it pertains to today's events or others, she will find no proof. What can she do to me?" The matron praised, "Your Highness, to you, turning the tides is as effortless as crushing this woman, akin to squashing an ant. Were it not for her mother's loathsome reputation, this insignificant insect would not even warrant your attention, Your Highness. The daughter of Ling. Allowing her a swift demise would be an injustice to the suffering I have endured over the years." Princess Anyang bitterly declared, "Keep a close watch on her. Seek another opportunity and bring her to the palace. Before her demise, I shall find some amusement." Chapter 33. A letter to my wife. Jiang Rong returned to the Jinyuan, pondering the encounter she had with the Grand Princess earlier that day. She harbored a subtle suspicion that the Grand Princess might hold a grudge against her mother. However, she chose to set this thought aside for the moment and focus on what she could accomplish. Once her strength was sufficient, she would confront the Grand Princess. The following day, the 10th day of the 3rd month, Xielingxi's wedding leave came to an end. According to the laws of the Great Xia, the duration of marriage leave was 9 days, excluding travel time. Xielingxi held a position in the Bureau of Envoys, which managed the issuance of decrees, titles, and various official matters. Whenever proclamations were to be disseminated or royal family members were to be granted titles, the Bureau would dispatch envoys to carry out these duties. This was a department primarily tasked with errands, where half of the personnel were noble youths idling away their time, while the other half were scholars using the position as a stepping stone in their careers. It was a relatively easy position, yet representing the court and traveling to various places necessitated that the officials possessed a sufficiently noble status. A scion of the emperor's indulgence, like Xielingxi, could hardly be expected to attend to bureaucratic matters diligently every day. The reason for his visit to the office today was that a task had been assigned to him. The emperor had decreed that the Bureau of Envoys should send someone to Ningxuan for a sacrificial offering, praying for favorable outcomes in the northern military campaigns. As the son of the northern commander, this duty naturally fell upon him. Early in the morning, Jiang Rong instructed her servants to prepare Xie Lingxi's luggage and arrange the packed boxes on the carriage. Upon his return from the office, she handed him a rather unattractive brocade pouch, saying, "Husband, please take care on your journey. Inside this pouch are the safety talismans I obtained from the Qingyan Taoist temple a couple of days ago. I hope you have a safe journey. I shall await your return at home." Xie Lingxi accepted the somewhat crookedly stitched pouch and tucked it into her bosom, her face betraying little emotion as she murmured in acknowledgement. "It is said that the mountain air is quite frigid. Hence, I have placed 2 sets of autumn garments in the trunk. As the awakening of insects approaches, do remember to remind the young master to dress warmly." "Understood," came the reply. "Fearing that you may not find the food to your liking on your journey, I have arranged for this cook to accompany you. Having someone familiar brings a certain peace of mind," Jiang Rong added. Xie Lingxi patiently listened to her incessant chatter. Ultimately, as she was about to board the carriage, she noticed the young woman still standing at the gate, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, her eyelids slightly reddened, on the verge of weeping. "I shall return before the end of the month," Xie Lingxi assured her. "The second dose of medicine will be brought back before the month concludes." Jiang Rong nodded, her eyes still brimming with tears. "What would you like? I shall bring it back for you," Xie Lingxi continued. Jiang Rong shook her head, still tearful. "Then what must I do to see you smile?" Xie Lingxi sighed. Jiang Rong grasped the hem of Xie Lingxi's garment, her gaze filled with hope. "Can you write to me?" "Certainly," Xie Lingxi contemplated, realizing that sending a letter to assure her of his safety was indeed a simple task. "How wonderful! Thank you for your love letter, my husband," Jiang Rong exclaimed, enveloping Xie Lingxi in her embrace, her smile radiant as flowers in bloom. Xie Lingxi stood there, somewhat stiffened. Truly, the trials of the world are many, and life is fraught with challenges. Once beyond the city gates, Xie Lingxi sat in the carriage, listening to Xiao Nanqing's report. "Young master, the news has been conveyed to the Four Seas gang. An arrangement has been made to trade for the cold spring orchid in Lingzhou. The second of the 9 extraordinary herbs has received word." Thus, Xie Lingxi sought a pretext to leave the capital in pursuit of the elusive medicine. The so-called Ning Mountain sacrifice was merely a suggestion put forth by Xie Lingxi as associates to the emperor. Lingzhou lies in close proximity to Ning Mountain. Xie Lingxi nodded in acknowledgement. "Young master, everything is proceeding as per your arrangements. Why do you persistently furrow your brow?" Xiao Nanqing inquired, puzzled. Xie Lingxi turned to Xiao Nanqing, his expression grave. "Have you ever penned a love letter?" Xiao Nanqing immediately shook his head. "I have not yet taken a wife. Thus, writing a letter of affection is beyond my capacity." "Then how does one compose such a letter? Do you possess any knowledge?" Xie Lingxi pressed. Xiao Nanqing exchanged glances with Jingjia, racking their brains. "Shall I fetch someone who has written one for you to inquire?" On the first day of her husband's departure, she missed him. Subsequently, she meticulously reviewed the accounts. On the second day of her husband's absence, she longed for him even more, continuing to pore over the ledgers day and night. By the 5th day of his departure, she finally completed her review of the accounts. When Jiang Rong visited the matriarch, she seized the opportunity to discuss the accounts she had just finished examining under the pretext of seeking advice from the elder. "Young lady, you have managed these shops with remarkable organization. Xie Ge has indeed brought a treasure to the Xie family," the matriarch exclaimed with delight. She was astonished that Jiang Rong, who had never managed any estate before, could so adeptly sort everything out in merely a few days. Such capability is precisely what esteemed families yearn for in a matriarch. "Your aunt truly cares for you," the matriarch remarked with a touch of nostalgia. In the grand estate, the methods employed are often subtle, yet lethal. The extent to which one invests in nurturing a child reveals much about their capability to navigate the complexities of life as they mature. In noble families, it is expected that daughters will ultimately assume the role of the matriarch, and mastering the art of household management is essential. Jiang Rong, reflecting on her journey, acknowledges that all she has learned stems from your teachings. She has been instructed on managing the household, auditing accounts, and fulfilling the role of a lady of the residence. Throughout the past decade, she has faced deception and encountered various pitfalls, yet she has persevered, grateful for your guidance. At this moment, she chooses not to argue, but merely nods in agreement. "Ronger, I believe it is time to pass on the responsibilities of the Xie family estate to you, exclaimed the elderly matriarch with a beaming smile. There was a profound sense of relief in her heart, knowing that the family legacy would continue. Meanwhile, the consort Zhao maintained her usual demeanor, responding in a calculated manner. What you say is true, mother. After all these years, I too am weary and yearn for a respite. With Romer adept at managing the household, I can rest easy. She had long anticipated this moment. The old matriarch would inevitably relinquish control to this cunning young woman. The matriarch, confident in her scheme, thought to herself that surely this young vixen would not resist the temptation to fill her own coffers. Jiang Rong's eagerness to seize control of the Xie family's assets could only be interpreted as a desire for personal gain. This cannot be, she feigned modesty. Romer is still young. She should continue to collaborate with consort Zhao. However, Zhao quickly interjected, "You may rest assured, I have faith in your ability to handle matters independently."
Then,
"I shall give it a try," Jiang Rong replied, gracefully accepting the challenge. Lady Xie and concubine Zhao exchanged satisfied smiles. Upon exiting Songhe Hall, Jiang Rong immediately instructed Yingxia, "Quickly go and inform my aunt that from this day forth, the Xie family's assets shall be entrusted to her care."
yes.
Yingxia joyfully rushed back to convey the good news. In the capital, at the residence of the Duke of Loyalty and Righteousness, Mrs. Chang lamented, "We have never offended anyone from the Wanjin Trading Company. They are robbing us. This is outright robbery." Jiang Qingrong furrowed her brow and replied, "The Wanjin Trading Company possesses immense financial resources, far beyond our means. If we cease these dealings, we shall simply incur losses. You speak so lightly of it. This is my dowry at stake." Mrs. Chang became even more agitated. Recently, for reasons unknown, the Wanjin Trading Company seemed to have suddenly targeted her. The finest spice shop under her name was unable to procure raw materials from the western regions, no matter how exorbitant the price offered.
Consequently,
She could not produce the finished perfumes and faced the prospect of compensating her clients with substantial sums of silver for their orders. Her restaurant also encountered troubles, as unsanitary food led to customers vandalizing the establishment. Every one of her enterprises seemed to falter, leaving her with nothing but devastating losses. Chapter 34. Please rest assured. Young master, why not seek out the individuals from the Wanjin Trading Company to inquire about the situation? Suggested Jiang Qingrong, who also harbored hopes that the dowry from the Chang family would prove beneficial. I have sought them out. Yet the proprietor of Wanjin Trading Company refuses even to meet with me. I invoked the name of the young master's aunt, but these unscrupulous merchants do not even afford the northern prince's household any respect. What am I to do? Lamented Chang Shi. Wanjin Trading Company was a formidable force in the realm of commerce, monopolizing the trade routes of the western regions. Although the western regions paid homage to the great Xia dynasty, countless bandits lurked amidst the swirling sands, rendering the imperial efforts to eradicate them futile time and again. Whenever officials from the court arrived, the bandits would retreat, only to emerge once the officials departed, plundering the merchant caravans. It was virtually impossible for anyone to conduct business in the western regions until the emergence of Wanjin Trading Company. They provided the assurance that merchants affiliated with their company could traverse the western trade routes safely. Thus, with a mere word from Wanjin Trading Company, Changshi's shop would receive not a single grain of spice from the west. For Changshi, wealth held greater significance than life itself. Suddenly facing ruin, she was overwhelmed with despair, her composure shattered as she wept in frustration. "Madam, good news." A matron hurriedly entered, exclaiming, "Yingxia has reported that the young master's wife has acquired the Xie family's assets and seeks your assistance in managing them."
what?
Chang Shi, momentarily dazed, lifted her head. "The Xie family's assets are now mine?" "Indeed. She requests your help in overseeing them," the matron replied. Chang Shi's profound sorrow swiftly transformed into exuberance. She hastily wiped away her tears, her face radiant with joy. "I knew it. Jiang Rong is my lucky star. The fortune teller proclaimed that I am destined for great wealth and prosperity. It appears that the promise of wealth shall indeed be fulfilled today." Jiang Qingrong was exceedingly pleased. With the assets of the Xie family, there was no need to concern herself with the trifles of the past. However, one must exercise caution. The Dowager Xie has commanded the Xie family for decades and is not to be trifled with. It would be unwise to leave any incriminating evidence. We cannot afford to offend the northern prince's residence. Rest assured, my lord, such tactics are my forte. the Xie family will be unable to trace any discrepancies. Chang assured confidently, her eyes gleaming with mischief. Regarding the Wanjin Trading Company, they look down upon our Jiang family. Yet I find it hard to believe they would dare to cross the Xie family. Xia, I have a task for you. Meanwhile, within the opulent Jinyu Yuan of the Northern Prince's residence, Jiang Rong stood amidst the peony garden, wielding a wooden ladle to water the blossoms. Dear flowers, let us observe who truly excels between Consort Zhao and Chang. I place my bets on Consort Zhao. For she has managed the Xie family for so many years and knows the intricacies of their affairs all too well. A light chuckle escaped her lips. Consort Zhao relinquishing power so readily suggests a trap, and I am certain that my avaricious aunt will step right into it. The Xie family's business is unfamiliar territory for Chang, yet for Consort Zhao, it is her domain. She is poised to seize every advantage. Miss Xia has returned and has something to report, came the announcement from Fei Cui. Let her come in, Jiang Rong replied nonchalantly. Xia entered with a worried expression. Second miss, there has been a mishap within the Jiang family. The second madam's business has been sabotaged. What? Jiang Rong exclaimed in astonishment, secretly rejoicing. Such fortuitous news indeed. The Wanjin Trading Company engages in malicious competition, oppressing smaller shops with unparalleled shamelessness. Xia, mimicking the words of the second madam, relayed. The second madam wishes to invite you to meet with the manager of the Wanjin Trading Company. Surely, your personal intervention would compel them to show respect to the Northern Prince's residence. Jiang Rong understood the underlying motives and couldn't help but smirk inwardly. If the Wanjin Trading Company refused to acknowledge her, would she not be left humiliated and enraged, compelled to seek retribution through her influence? Her aunt's scheme was indeed clever. The Wanjin Trading Company was undeniably excessive. Rest assured, aunt, when the young master returns, I shall send him to confront them. Jiang Rong responded resolutely, perfectly embodying the role of a devoted niece standing in solidarity with her aunt against a common foe. If they fear the Northern Prince's residence, it necessitates the presence of someone truly in command. My involvement would likely prove ineffective. Xia wholeheartedly agreed. I shall report this to the second madam at once. Jiang Rong then scooped another spoonful of water to nourish the vibrant peonies, exclaiming, Ah, truly, heaven is on my side.
Now,
My aunt must be more eager than ever to extract funds from the Xie family's estate. In mid-March, Xie Lingxi and his entourage passed through Qingzhou, where they took residence. Young master, the governor of Qingzhou has learned of your presence and has prepared a banquet in your honor, Xiao Nanqing reported. As the heir of the Northern Prince's residence, Xie Lingxi was welcomed with open arms by local officials at every stop along the way. At this moment, he had donned a black robe and a mask adorned with mysterious Western motifs, his voice transformed into an unfamiliar, icy tone. Handle it yourself. Understood. Xiao Nanqing received the order and inquired about a crucial matter. When will the young master send a letter to the future consort? We shall arrive in Ningxian tomorrow, and it may be inconvenient to disclose your whereabouts thereafter. This is due to Xie Lingxi feigning presence in Ningxian while actually proceeding to Lingzhou to engage in dealings with the Four Seas gang. Xie Lingxi paused momentarily, as he had not yet determined how to compose the letter to Jiang Rong. Before tomorrow, find 10 love letters for me to review. Xiao Nanqing clasped his fists. Understood. I shall ensure it is done. A quarter of an hour later, in Qingzhou, at a tea house owned by the Wanjin Trading Company. Today, the tea house is closed to the public. However, within the tightly shut doors, a lavish array of tea delicacies is laid out. The resident tea master of the establishment, with delicate hands, prepares tea amidst fragrant incense. The tea house, empty of servants, hosts only a middle-aged man who waits quietly. Upon seeing the masked figure enter, he promptly approaches with utmost respect. I pay my respects to the young master. Please, may the young master be at ease. It is widely known that the Wanjin Trading Company is managed by 8 chief stewards, with the head steward at the forefront. Yet few are aware that this esteemed trading company is, in fact, owned by a mysterious young master who dons a mask. Xie Lingxi settled himself at the tea table and casually inquired, Is the Liuli Jade Zune prepared? Please, allow me to present it to you. The Liuli Jade Zune is a national treasure of the long-lost Liuli Kingdom, the foremost realm of the western regions, which has since fallen into obscurity. It is said to conceal a treasure map within. Whoever can unravel its secrets shall gain access to the fabled treasures of the Liuli Kingdom. Such an invaluable artifact commands a bounty on the black market far exceeding that of the cold spring orchid. The esteemed shopkeeper opened a brocade box on the table and presented it before Xialingxi, remarking, "The Four Seas gang is indeed insatiable. Daring to exchange this for your esteemed self. This encapsulates the transaction between the Wanjin trading house and the Four Seas gang, the exquisite glass jade vase in exchange for the rare cold spring orchid." Xialingxi's gaze fell upon the glass jade vase, devoid of any flicker of interest. He harbored no intrigue for tales of treasure, regardless of its worth. If it could procure a life-saving remedy, that was sufficient. A mutually beneficial arrangement. Indeed, he remarked with an indifferent tone. The shopkeeper promptly adjusted his demeanor, declaring, "As long as it can secure what you desire, that is our fortune. Our agreement with the Four Seas gang is set for 3 days hence in Lingzhou. Would you require me to personally attend?" Xialingxi replied, "No, I shall go myself." The shopkeeper was left in greater perplexity. The young master was willing to go to great lengths for this miraculous medicine, even taking matters into his own hands. For whom was this remedy intended? Chapter 35. The young master's deep affection for her, the head steward, naturally, did not dare to pry further, and instead said, "Young master, I have another matter to report. Those shops you instructed us to handle have been dealt with. However, the other party has brought up the Northern King's manor." Although the head steward completely disregarded the Chong family, the mere mention of the Northern King's manor, the steadfast pillar of the great Xia dynasty, commanded immediate attention. Whether to confront the Northern King's manor was a matter that required the young master's guidance. "Do not concern yourself with it," Xialingxi replied indifferently. The head steward respectfully acknowledged, "Yes." He thought to himself, "Our young master is indeed a person of extraordinary influence, with connections even within the Northern King's manor." At the residence of the governor of Qingzhou, the governor politely introduced, "Young Master Xiao, this is our region's most eligible young talent who seeks a wife. He will surely be able to alleviate the young master's troubles." Indeed, I will certainly speak well of you in front of the young master," Xiao Nanqing replied, fanning himself with a feather fan and wearing a broad smile. As a sycophantic attendant, Xiao Nanqing had long since mastered the art of being a competent and flamboyant lackey. Upon hearing this, the governor beamed with delight and addressed the assembly of young talents. "Today, I have invited you all to assist in selecting the 10 finest love letters for the Northern King's heir. Please, feel free to unleash your creativity. Those whose letters are chosen by young Master Xiao will receive these treasured calligraphies from my collection as a token of gratitude." The young talents buzzed with excitement, whispering amongst themselves. The governor, in his eagerness to curry favor with the Northern King's manor, had truly cast aside all shame, gathering everyone to write love letters for that extravagant heir. Yet, would they still put pen to paper with fervor? Do you comprehend the phrase, "to scold is merely to vent"? Could one truly miss such a splendid opportunity? There were, indeed, a few talented individuals who looked down upon engaging with the frivolous elite and chose to abstain from participation. However, the majority were exceedingly enthusiastic. Some eagerly inquired, "Young Master Xiao, what kind of love letter does the young master desire? What purpose does it serve?" Naturally, it is intended for the young master's wife. Our young master was recently wed, yet has been separated from his bride, and yearns to send her a heartfelt letter filled with affection. Regrettably, he has never penned such a missive, nor has he encountered one before, and is uncertain where to begin. Hence, he seeks guidance from all present. Xiao Nanqing beamed with joy. The young master harbors profound feelings for his wife, an affection as deep as the ocean. The governor of Qingzhou timely interjected with praise. Although Xiao Nanqing did not quite grasp how his master had suddenly fallen under the spell of love, he nodded in firm agreement. Indeed, that is only natural. As the gathering concluded, Xiao Nanqing returned home laden with a multitude of love letters. That night, in the study, he presented a letter to his master, exclaiming, "Look at this one. The emotions expressed are exceedingly sincere. His wife is his very life. He would give everything for her." He continued, "And this letter, after parting from his wife, he has been consumed by longing, afflicted with the malady of love sickness. It is as poignant as it is plaintive. I am certain his wife will be profoundly moved upon receiving it. It is particularly fitting for a couple separated in such a manner." And then there was this letter. Xialingxi observed Xiao Nanqing with an impassive expression as he finished unsealing the 10 letters. Is this truly what a love letter is? The pause in his tone did not escape the keen perception of Xiao Nanqing, who swiftly remarked, "It may be that my judgment is lacking. Perhaps these 10 letters fail to meet your approval. I have gathered a plethora, more there's no need to review them. Xiaolingxi interjected, waving his hand dismissively. He was resolute. Such sentimental vows of eternal devotion were beyond his capacity to articulate. Taking up his pen, Xiaolingxi composed a simple letter of well-being, utterly formal and devoid of superfluous embellishments. In conclusion, he recalled the image of the young lady gazing at him with tear-filled eyes. Would she weep upon receiving this missive? After a brief pause, he instructed Xiao Nanxing, "Select an ancient painting from my treasury and send it along with the letter. It is said that Jiang Rong has a penchant for calligraphy and painting. A gift of art may soothe her." In times past, travel was slow, and correspondence even slower. Yet, the writing of impeachment documents occurred with astonishing speed. Before Jiang Rong could receive Xiaolingxi's letter, news of his romantic correspondence had already reached the court. "Your Majesty, the heir of the Northern King, Xiaolingxi, dispatched as an envoy to offer prayers in Ningxian, has audaciously summoned scholars in Qingzhou to pen love letters for him. This is a gross dereliction of duty and an affront to his responsibilities. We implore your Majesty to impose stringent punishment."
Indeed.
Xiaolingxi appeared utterly unconcerned with his official duties, solely engrossed in frivolity. Such debauchery was a betrayal of the trust placed in him by the throne. The censors of the Daziyuan emerged one after another to voice their accusations. The Daziyuan had always been at odds with the Northern King's manor. Any disturbance within the Northern King's residence sent the censors hopping about with the exuberance of frogs. Standing in the back row, Xie Yuanwen felt a sense of schadenfreude upon hearing those words, yet his expression remained grave as he stepped forward to offer his apologies. Deliberately deflecting, "I plead for my younger brother. This must have been the doing of those beneath us. My brother is certainly unaware." "Do not attempt to absolve your brother," the official retorted. "He summoned those talented individuals to compose letters for his wife. How can you claim he was uninformed?" The emperor, seated upon the dragon throne, maintained a genial demeanor, displaying remarkable magnanimity, unperturbed. Longing for one's spouse is a natural sentiment. It is merely that his actions are somewhat unconventional. "Xie Yuanwen, you may rise. This matter requires no further discussion." Xie Yuanwen, somewhat disheartened, expressed gratitude for the emperor's grace and returned to his place, feeling a sense of frustration. The debauchery and absurdities committed by Xiaolingxi were far from singular, and many such incidents had reached the court, yet the emperor consistently exhibited an unusual tolerance toward him. The officials, accustomed to such occurrences, did not linger on the matter. They proceeded to impeach where necessary and, once dealt with, moved on to the next issue. At the North Wang mansion, in the Jinyu courtyard, the heir's consort, concubine Zhao, had arrived. The jade-green servant came to report. Jiang Rong was engrossed in the ledgers, her delicate brows slightly raised as she invited concubine Zhao inside. "Rong, there are some matters that should have been imparted to you by the legitimate wife. However, since the wife departed early, I, as your stepmother, must step in and remind you. As a wife, it is imperative to counsel your husband, advising him against indulging in the allure of women and to prioritize his career. He is an official of the court, entrusted with duties on behalf of the state. How can he afford to be preoccupied with trivial affairs of the heart, inviting criticism from the other officials?" Concubine Zhao assumed an authoritative tone, imparting her wisdom. Upon receiving the morning court news relayed by her son, she secretly fretted over the emperor's indulgence towards Xiaolingxi and sought to create trouble for Jiang Rong. "You must engage in self-reflection. As the first wife, you ought to embody grace and restraint. How can you be so beguiling, ensnaring your husband as affections? The heir has gathered a group of talented scholars in Qingzhou merely to write to you." What an outrageous display! Zhao, the side consort, wore a displeased expression and further intimidated. This matter has already caused a stir in the morning court, and numerous officials have denounced the heir. You must understand. His Majesty has chosen to overlook this for the sake of the prince, but if he continues down this path, he will inevitably find himself stripped of his position and imprisoned. You will bear the guilt of the heir's downfall. Fei Tsue was nearly driven to the brink of fury. This Zhao side consort truly was a bully. The heir had always been a debauchee. He had not been criticized for his conduct after marriage. So how could the blame possibly rest on the heir's consort? Zhao consort speaks correctly. Ronger must surely counsel the heir to conduct himself properly. Jiang Rong remained unperturbed and composed, gazing earnestly at Zhao consort. "It is entirely due to my beauty that the heir has become entranced by such allure. I truly envy you for being free of such troubles." Chapter 36. A spiritual connection with the Crown Prince Lady Zhao, the concubine, was livid, her complexion resembling iron. Wishing fervently to pounce upon Jiang Rong. Striving to take a deep breath to quell her inner fury, she maintained a facade of amiable composure. Speaking in a sarcastic tone, since ancient times, a man has sought a virtuous wife and a beautiful concubine. Indeed, you are endowed with beauty. The implication was clear. Jiang Rong was only worthy of being a concubine. Jiang Rong responded with a gentle smile. Thank you for your kind words, Lady Zhao. However, I believe that this ancient saying is not entirely accurate. For instance, in the latter part. She paused deliberately, her gaze fixed on Lady Zhao, smiling yet silent. Your concubine, on the other hand, is not beautiful, is she? Fei Sui could no longer contain her laughter, bursting into a fit of giggles. You. Lady Zhao stammered, rendered speechless by indignation. It was as if no matter what she said, Jiang Rong would retort with a single word. You are ugly. Truly ugly. This infuriated her to the core. The first part of her statement held merit. It is precisely because Her Majesty the Empress recognized my virtue and grace, deeming me worthy to be the Crown Prince's legitimate wife, that our marriage was bestowed. Jiang Rong spoke with calm assurance. In comparison, beauty is but a trivial attribute for a young lady. I wonder why Lady Zhao can only perceive this. Perhaps it is human nature to covet what one does not possess. Lady Zhao was supported by her maidservants as she exited, nearly fainting from rage. Fei Sui's eyes sparkled with admiration. Crown Princess, you spoke so eloquently. It was merely a few truthful words, Jiang Rong replied nonchalantly. Such a trivial exchange is hardly worth mentioning. Upon recalling the letter penned by Xielingxi, a smile could not help but grace Jiang Rong's lips. Should the prince's letter arrive, present it to me at once. As the morning court session concluded, the news of Xielingxi gathering talented individuals in Qingzhou to compose a letter for Jiang Rong spread like wildfire throughout the capital. As a well-known prodigal son, his actions were entirely justifiable. Yet, it incited greater curiosity among the populace regarding the contents of that love letter and the exquisite beauty of the second Miss Jiang, who could so utterly captivate the Prince of Beiwang. During her time sequestered in her chamber, Jiang Rong rarely ventured out, and few were privy to her visage. As rumors intensified, she eventually acquired the illustrious title of the most beautiful woman in the capital. Meanwhile, in her courtyard, concubine Zhao, seething with rage, shattered a delicate roux kiln tea set. This vixen, relying on her scant beauty, dares to humiliate me so. Concubine Zhao fumed. Madam, great things are afoot. She shall soon be apprehended. The matron consoled. This girl is merely sharp-tongued. You will soon be rid of her. Indeed, such petty cleverness holds no weight. She is no match for me. Concubine Zhao mused on her schemes, her smile returning. Her gaze fell upon the mirror, and a pang of frustration washed over her. While she could not be deemed a beauty, she was far from ugly. Yet, she could never compare to Jiang Rong. When Jiang Rong is imprisoned, she would certainly mar that pretty face. The following evening, Jiang Rong finally received the eagerly awaited letter that had journeyed across vast distances. Jiang Rong carefully opened the envelope, revealing a thin sheet of paper with a mere 2 simple sentences. Greetings. I have arrived in Qingzhou and will proceed to Ningxian tomorrow. She had anticipated a grand missive composed by a gathering of talented individuals, yet with his lack of scholarly prowess, this was all he could muster.
Ningxia,
Holding the lamp beside her, was greatly disheartened upon reading the letter. Jiang Rong let out a cold snort, expressing her disdain for the air, and chastised herself for her irreverence. Realizing her indiscretion, Ningxia lamented her unguarded words and hastily knelt, striking her own cheek in remorse. Though the words are simple, the heir's profound affection for you is evident, as the heavens can attest. Fei Sui quickly interjected, defending her mistress. Jiang Rong smiled gently, comprehending the essence of the message. Simplicity is the ultimate sophistication. Ornate language is but a fade. True sentiment resides within these uncomplicated phrases. The heir inquires after my well-being, expresses concern for me, and informs me of his safe arrival. The most genuine feelings do not require embellishment. It is merely a mutual acknowledgement of care between us. Fei Sui's eyes sparkled with admiration. Your Grace, you are truly remarkable. You understand everything. She, however, could discern nothing from those simple lines, recognizing her mistress's extraordinary insight. Jiang Rong, satisfied, delicately returned the letter to its envelope, placing it reverently inside an exquisite brocade box. Today, She had received a love letter from her husband, and her heart was filled with joy. The noble consort received an additional scroll, sent alongside the letter. The emerald presented another scroll. Jiang Rong unfurled it, and a quaint depiction of red beans emerged before her eyes. This was the renowned red beans painting from the previous dynasty's master. Jiang Rong, well-versed in calligraphy and painting, instantly recognized its immense value as a priceless ancient artwork. Yingxia was equally astonished, flattering indeed. The heir shows profound affection and loyalty to the noble consort. Knowing her fondness for art, he thoughtfully gifted this ancient masterpiece. Delicate dice rest upon red beans. Does the longing know the depths of its ache? Jiang Rong gazed dreamily at the painting, her lips curving into a smile. Emerald, please hang this artwork in my chamber. My beloved, I have received your yearning. I miss you too, hee. In the capital, at the residence of the loyal and righteous Marquis, Chang Shi anxiously inquired, has it succeeded? The steward presented a heavy box, declaring, it has. Chang Shi hastily opened the box, revealing it brimming with silver notes, all in the denomination of 1,000 taels. Amitabha, may the Bodhisattva bless us. Chang Shi exhaled in relief, her face radiant with joy. My previous ventures were mere trifles. The illicit salt trade is where true profits lie. After taking over the Xie family's business, she endeavored to extract some wealth from its various enterprises. Yet she soon discovered that the financial management of the Xie family was meticulously strict, intricately interwoven and orderly, leaving no room for exploitation. If the accounts were truly disarrayed, the Xie family's fortune would have long since crumbled. Just as despair threatened to engulf her, she finally identified a loophole. The Xie family salt. In the Great Xia, the sale of salt is strictly prohibited for private individuals, being a state-run enterprise. To engage in salt trading, one must obtain an official salt permit. The immense wealth of the Xie family stems from the establishment of their nation, during which the royal family bestowed upon them a vast salt mine, granting them the rights to sell official salt. The accounts of the salt shop are closely monitored by various parties, making it difficult to manipulate the figures. However, she could discreetly pilfer salt from the mine for sale. Now that she is in charge, this task is not insurmountable. All that is required is to position some of her own people among the guards patrolling the salt fields. During their shifts, they could quietly transport the salt away. Since this transaction would not appear in the salt shop's accounts, it would evade detection entirely. In recent days, she has stolen a shipload of salt and sold it to private salt traders, who are eager for further collaboration. With a beaming smile, Chang expressed her enthusiasm for selling more. Let us prepare another 5 shiploads in a few days. Initially cautious about the private traders possibly engaging in treachery, she refrained from selling too much. Now that she has seen the profits, it is only natural to sell the Xie family salt and enrich her little treasury. Chapter 37. The capture of the Chang family. On that particular morning, Jiang Rong, as was her custom, enjoyed morning tea with the elderly Lady Xie at Songa Hall. Your Grace, the officer from the Mingxin division has come to pay his respects, announced a guard. What? Lady Xie furrowed her brow slightly. Please let him in. The Mingxin division, being the emperor's personal guards, was responsible for inspections and arrests, holding the authority to monitor officials without exception, even those of royal blood. No household wished to engage with them, for their visits typically heralded misfortune, ranging from serious allegations to the complete destruction of a family. Madame Zhao, the concubine, felt a surge of excitement. The news she had long awaited had finally arrived. Jiang Rong was to be apprehended. Esteemed lady, I am Lu Hua, the officer from the Mingxin division, here to pay my respects, announced a middle-aged man clad in an official robe, bowing respectfully. I have come today, as your household is implicated in a case of smuggling illicit salt. Madame Zhao's heart raced as she discreetly tightened her handkerchief. The moment had come. Jiang Rong's downfall was imminent. Through our investigation, we have discovered that someone has been illicitly transporting salt from the Xie family mines. We have confiscated 6 ships of stolen salt belonging to your family, and I request that a steward from the Northern King's manor be sent to inventory and receive the goods, Lu Hua continued. Lady Xie was taken aback. What? Someone has been smuggling our salt? Indeed. This individual has sold it twice, and during the second transaction, we apprehended a person with both the goods and the proceeds. Lu Hua replied. Who is this person? Lady Xie pressed for an answer. It is Chang, the wife of Jiang Qingrong, the Minister of Works. Jiang Rong's expression turned to one of disbelief. This is impossible. My aunt is certainly not that kind of person. The evidence is irrefutable. Our mindful justice department would never wrong the innocent. Lu Hua spoke in a solemn tone. The steward she dispatched for the transaction has been captured on the spot and has confessed. The guards she placed at the salt field have also confessed. I have seized the first batch of illicit salt and the proceeds from her quarters. Both witnesses and material evidence are abundant. The old Empress Dowager was taken aback and, upon regaining her composure, expressed her gratitude to Lord Lu for recovering the legitimate salt. Steward Lu, please accompany Lord Lu for the handover.
Yes.
The trusted steward beside the old Empress Dowager bowed in acknowledgement. After completing this matter, Lu Hua turned to leave. Zhao, the side consort, was filled with astonishment. To facilitate the illicit salt trade, she had exerted considerable effort behind the scenes otherwise. How could the Chong family have found a buyer so swiftly? It was unexpected that while Chong was apprehended, there was no connection to Jiang Rong. The Mindful Justice Department had not mentioned Jiang Rong at all, which indicated there was indeed no substantial evidence against her. It appears that only Chong was engaged in the salt smuggling, while Jiang Rong was not involved whatsoever.
How could that be?
Wasn't it possible that they conspired together? Zhao, the side consort, could not fathom how Jiang Rong could remain indifferent to such ill-gotten gains. Unwilling to accept this, she insisted on dragging Jiang Rong into the fray. Immediately pressing, Jiang Rong, you colluded with your aunt to steal salt from the Xie family. Do you acknowledge your crime? Ronger was unaware. Jiang Rong replied, her expression downcast. The Dowager entrusted the Xie family as assets to me, and, being concerned about my youth and potential errors, I requested my aunt's assistance to manage affairs and help me address any oversights. To my astonishment, my aunt seized the opportunity for profit. Jiang Rong rose, bowing respectfully to the matriarch, Lady Xie. It is my oversight, all my fault. I am unworthy of the authority over the household. It should be returned to Concubine Zhao. Concubine Zhao narrowed her eyes, a smirk playing on her lips. At least you possess some self-awareness. However, upon hearing this, Lady Xie shook her head. Even I believed your aunt to be virtuous. How could you not? Her intentions are veiled too deeply, and it is no surprise you failed to perceive them. To err is human. This was merely a minor misstep. Take it as a lesson, and be wary of misplaced trust in the future. Lady Xie, the Chong family and Miss Rong are kin. Concubine Zhao interjected hastily. Lady Xie, please see clearly. Ever since the young lady assumed control of the estate, she has diligently examined the accounts. I serve as her personal maid, and I can attest that the young lady has had no clandestine dealings with the Chong family. She has indeed been deceived. Emerald knelt in reverence. As a born servant of the Xie family and steward to Xielingxi, her testimony was credible. I naturally trust Rong'a. Lady Xie nodded in agreement. Seeing the situation unfold, Concubine Zhao shifted her approach. However, this incident within the Xie family arose from Rong'er's youth and her poor judgment in choosing associates. She requires further experience. She cannot bear the weight of household management alone. If she is not allowed to undertake these responsibilities, how will she ever gain that experience? Very well. Authority over the household has been entrusted to Rong'a. This matter is settled and cannot be altered, Lady Xie declared with finality. I find myself somewhat fatigued today. You may all retire and rest. Madame Zhao, the concubine, felt a surge of frustration in her chest, yet she could only excuse herself. Once all the individuals in the chamber had departed, the matron stepped forward and remarked, Your Highness, Concubine Zhao's concerns are not without merit. Regarding the matter of the Chong family, should the young master's wife. She is the legitimate wife of young Master Shi, and the assets of the Xie family will undoubtedly fall into her hands after my demise. The elderly matriarch replied with a hint of indifference. As long as I am capable of overseeing young Master Shi, I shall scrutinize whether the person he has chosen is worthy of the position of young Master's wife. If she proves inadequate, I shall still have time to seek a suitable candidate before I pass. It is too late to prevent future calamities if she is not entrusted with the household now. Over time, one's true nature reveals itself. Whether she is capable remains to be seen. I believe this child possesses merit. I hope my judgment is not flawed. The matron finally comprehended, recognizing the elderly matriarch's foresight. Upon returning to the Jinyuan, Fate Sue expressed her fears, saying, I truly worry that the matter concerning the Chong family could implicate you. Thankfully, Her Highness did not strip you of your authority over the household. Grandmother would not do that, Jiang Rong replied with a serene smile, confidence evident in her demeanor. How could the elderly matriarch, who has adeptly managed the Xie family for many years, be a simpleton? Though she may not entirely trust me yet, I am acutely aware that I am destined to be the future mistress of the Northern Prince's residence. I must make an early judgment on whether I am worthy of such trust, ensuring that Jiang Rong continues to oversee the household. In my previous life, I also took time to gradually build trust with the elderly matriarch. After all, what trust exists without reason? Affection is something that accumulates gradually. Miss, the elder master has come to see you, Ingxia hurriedly announced as she entered. Please invite my uncle in, Jiang Qingrong said, having just returned from court. Upon hearing that their household was besieged by the Mingxin division and witnessing the capture of Lady Chang, he rushed to the North Wangfu seeking assistance. Ronger, your aunt has been taken. You must rescue her, Jiang Qingrong urged anxiously. Uncle, just now a gentleman from the Mingxin division visited and claimed they have irrefutable evidence. However, rest assured, my bond with my aunt is akin to that of mother and daughter. Regardless of the circumstances, I shall plead with the Empress Dowager. Hoping to secure my aunt's life, Jiang Rong replied. Only to save her life? Jiang Qingrong frowned. Does that mean Lady Chang will still be considered a criminal? Is his concern truly for her well-being? He cannot allow himself to have a wife labeled as a felon. This matter must be a misunderstanding. Your aunt is not the kind of person to deserve such a fate, Jiang Qingrong hinted, hoping to persuade Jiang Rong to exonerate Lady Chang. Chapter 38. The pure and virtuous crown princess Jiang Rong expressed her delight. Uncle, do you possess any evidence that could vindicate aunt? If so, it could surely save her. The illicit salt trade is a grave matter, implicating the Northern Prince's residence and reaching the ears of the emperor. Who would dare to act unjustly in such a case? If you have any evidence, please present it directly. In an instant, Jiang Qingrong's spirits diminished. In recent years, the smuggling of salt had become rampant, prompting the emperor to issue a stern edict for thorough investigations. The Mingxin Bureau had apprehended numerous members of the royal family and nobility, leaving no room for bribery. Indeed, how could Jiang Rong come to her aid? Who would risk their own safety for the sake of injustice? I possess no concrete evidence, Jiang Qingrong admitted. But I have known your aunt for many years and believe she is not the kind of person to commit such acts. I shall visit the prison to ascertain the situation first. Jiang Qingrong promptly changed his tone, unwilling to jeopardize himself for the sake of the Chang family. That sounds well, Jiang Rong replied. I shall do my utmost to save aunt. As Jiang Qingrong departed, Fei Zue hesitated and remarked, Aunt nearly implicated you, yet you still wish to save her. Aunt has shown me kindness in my upbringing. Even if she has erred, as her child, how could I be heartless and ungrateful? Jiang Rong responded thoughtfully. Raised by Aunt Chang, she could not remain indifferent without facing the scorn of others for being unfilial. Moreover, the time had not yet come to confront the second branch openly. She would wait for her two elder brothers to clash first. On the surface, she would strive to rescue Aunt Chang, while covertly plotting her downfall. Miss, you truly value loyalty and righteousness, Ingxia eagerly flattered. Jiang Rong pressed her lips together slightly. I have always been clear about my loyalties and grievances. On March 25th, the verdict of the Chang family's private salt case was pronounced. It was initially decided that the punishment would be immediate execution, but this was ultimately commuted to 100 strokes of the rod and exile to Lingnan. This change in judgment was facilitated by a single word from the venerable Dowager Empress Xia. Out of consideration for the Northern Prince's residence, the emperor spared the life of the Chang family. At that time, people praised the Northern Prince's consort for her pure filial piety and virtue. Dear child, you have saved the life of the Chang family, thus repaying her nurturing grace. From this point onward, she shall have no further connection with you. Such a person should not cause you sorrow, the Dowager Empress Xia consoled. Jiang Rongfu bowed in gratitude, thanking his grandmother for her willingness to assist his aunt. If you cannot bear to part with her, you may accompany her on her departure, the Dowager Empress Xia said with exceptional leniency towards Jiang. Who could resist a child who embodies kindness, filial duty, and loyalty? Jiang Rong was reluctant to bid farewell to his aunt, choosing instead to watch her depart from a distance. Lowering his gaze, Jiang Rong continued, We have a fabric shop in Maple Leaf Town, which serves as a supplier for our silk store. I wish to visit Maple Leaf Town to review the accounts of the shop, and I kindly request your approval, grandmother. Maple Leaf Town, situated near the capital, is renowned for its dyeing and weaving. Since taking over the Xia family's enterprise, Jiang Rong has diligently inspected the accounts of various businesses, demonstrating a strong sense of responsibility. You have worked hard, go ahead. Take more guards with you. The Dowager Empress Xia nodded, her eyes filled with admiration as she regarded him. Jiang Rong did not neglect his official duties for personal matters, already exhibiting a burgeoning sense of independence. As night fell, Jiang Rong and his party arrived at Maple Leaf Town. I have a task for you, Jiang Rong instructed, addressing the 4 cloaked shadow guards standing before him. The 4 shadow guards were entrusted to her by Xielingxi before his departure, tasked with ensuring her safety and obeying her commands. Jiang Rong had never contemplated deceiving Xielingxi by treating his men as her own, for she had complete trust in them. Moreover, she was unable to find such skilled and loyal shadow guards elsewhere at that moment. Tonight, the convoy transporting the prisoners would pass through Maple Mountain, near Maple Town, and she needed their assistance in capturing the Chong family. The 4 shadow guards exchanged glances. If the young master had commanded them to heed the young mistress's instructions, then surely they ought to comply regarding the capture of the prisoner transport as well. They accepted their orders and withdrew. Emerald was taken aback, her eyes widening in astonishment. It turned out that the young mistress had deliberately brought people to Maple Town for the purpose of rescuing the Chong family. The Chong family was locked within the prisoner transport, having endured 100 lashes, their bodies marred with injuries, curled up within the confines of a carriage, disheveled and resembling a beggar. In a daze, she reflected on how just a few days prior she had been the dignified wife of a senior official, only to find herself reduced to a mere prisoner. The stark contrast was unbearable for her to accept. Being a shrewd individual, she understood all too well that her chances of redemption were now extinguished. Her husband would not rescue her, deeming her a liability to his reputation. That powerful figure would also remain indifferent to her fate. Jiang Rong had been ensnared in her deceit, striving to preserve her life. Yet what was the point? Exiling her to Lingnan would be akin to a fate worse than death. At that moment, several figures clad in black rushed forward, prompting the guards to shout in alarm, "Help! The prisoner transport is being ambushed." A glimmer of light sparkled in Chang's eyes as she joyfully waved her hand, exclaiming, "I am here. Please come and rescue me." The guards escorting her were no match for the Dark Sentinels, and Chang was successfully extricated. Half an hour later, the Dark Sentinels returned, carrying a burlap sack. "Madam, we have brought her back," they announced. Chang emerged from the sack, gazing at Jiang Rong, who sat in the seat of honor. A sigh of relief escaped her lips as she exclaimed with reddened eyes, "Aunt, I knew you would certainly save me. It was not in vain that I raised you like my own daughter." "You are no longer my aunt, for my uncle has divorced you," Jiang Rong replied unhurriedly. On the day the decree was made, Jiang Qingrong, for the sake of his reputation, swiftly penned a divorce letter and sent it back to Chang's family, severing their marital ties. From that moment forth, Chang and the Jiang family were no longer connected. Chang had long been aware that Jiang Qingrong was a heartless and ungrateful man. Otherwise, how could he have plotted to seize his own brother's fortune? Yet, when the situation turned against her, she could not help but feel infuriated. How much of my effort and dowry did I invest in him since our marriage? That ungrateful wretch. My uncle truly deserves a grim fate. In the near future, I shall send him to join you. Jiang Rong nodded in agreement, her gaze cold and distant as she looked down at Chang. Chang's expression stiffened, a vague sense of foreboding washing over her. "Ronger, what are you implying? Who is it that entered Yuling Mountain Villa with you a year ago and set fire to my mother's belongings?" Jiang Rong cut straight to the chase, inquiring boldly. Chang's expression shifted in an instant. "What are you talking about? I cannot comprehend. Who is the one that bestowed upon you the poison from the Yellow Springs?" "This poison is a rare and extraordinary toxin of our time, capable of rendering its victim unable to seek life or death, and is of exorbitant value. Nearly impossible to procure. To utilize such a precious poison on me is truly beyond your means." To put it simply, if Chang wished to eliminate her, a mere packet of arsenic would suffice. She would never be inclined to employ such an expensive poison. You. Chang became uncontrollably flustered, never having anticipated that Jiang Rong was privy to everything. Yet, she maintained a facade of grievance and sorrow. "Rong, Ani does not understand what you are saying. There must be some misunderstanding. You lost your mother at a young age and your father at 3. It was I who painstakingly raised you. How could you possibly think that I would wish to harm you? If I had intended to take your life, you would not have survived to this day. I regard you as my own, as my beloved daughter. To hear you say such things truly pierces my heart." Chang feigned sobs, a mere act. Chapter 39, Chang Clan. Death. Jiang Rong gazed quietly at her. This discourse felt all too familiar. In her past life, after Xielingxi had transformed into a living corpse to save her, she, burdened with a multitude of questions, had inquired of the Chang matriarch why she had been poisoned. The matriarch had expressed herself with equally mournful rhetoric. Jiang Rong had believed her. In her naivety, she thought that if the matriarch wished to kill her, it would be a simple task, requiring no elaborate schemes to bring her to this point. The poison from the underworld hardly seemed like something her aunt could have accessed. Her aunt must surely be uninvolved in this matter. She had paid a grave price for her misplaced trust, her life and that of Xielingxi. Jiang Rong refrained from arguing with her and shifted the conversation. In recent years, the illicit salt trade has run rampant, and what the court manages to seize is merely a drop in the ocean. Others engage in the smuggling of salt without consequence, yet you, at the very outset, find yourself apprehended. Did you conspire against me? The Chang matriarch looked at her in astonishment. How could you say it was a conspiracy? This illicit act was one you chose to pursue. It is a blatant scheme, open and above board, leading you straight to imprisonment. I am not the architect of this trap. How could I ensure you would even connect with the salt traffickers? As a virtuous and reputable young lady, where would I find such connections? Jiang Rong replied with deliberate calm. All thanks to concubine Zhao's assistance. It truly is a splendid performance. You are fully aware that concubine Zhao intends to harm you. Yet you entrusted this to me. I am merely your scapegoat. The Chang matriarch finally grasped the situation, her eyes widening in shock as she stared at Jiang Rong. You did this deliberately to harm me. So, spare me these futile words. Who is the mastermind behind this? Tell me, shall I grant you a swift death? Otherwise, you may experience what it truly means to yearn for death. Jiang Rong's gaze bore a fierce, bloodthirsty glint. It was as if Changshi was encountering Jiang Rong for the first time. Beneath her seemingly kind and innocent exterior lay a profound cunning. Since you are already aware, you must comprehend that your days are numbered. Laughter echoed. The poison of the Yellow Springs, a torment beyond endurance. Jiang Rong, your demise shall be more tragic than mine. Changshi was taken aback. Realizing she had fallen into Jiang Rong's trap, her fury escalating. Take her away. Inflict punishment. Ensure she does not perish before dawn, Jiang Rong coldly commanded. The four dark guards were utterly bewildered. Initially believing Jiang Rong intended to rescue someone, they only grasped her true command upon receiving orders to drag Changshi away.
Jadeite.
Equally stunned, stammered Lady, have you been poisoned? I shall report this to the young master at once. He is aware, Jiang Rong replied, her tone softening slightly at the mention of Xielingxi. Then her claim that you will not survive for long is a deceit, right? You are well. Jadeite's eyes brimmed with tears of worry. Jiang Rong affirmed with a nod, yes, it is a deception. Xielingxi will save me. He shall return with the antidote. Jiang Rong lowered her gaze to the crimson mark on her wrist, contemplating the agony of the Yellow Springs poison. A torment worse than death. Even caring for a small creature evokes feelings. Changshi had nurtured her for over a decade. How could she be so heartless? Such suffering. How could she possess such cruelty? She recalled the moment in her previous life when the second elixir shattered, leaving her without the medicinal suppression. The poison of the underworld surged within her, inflicting an agony that penetrated to her very bones. The pain was unbearable. In her desperation, she grasped a pair of scissors and plunged them towards her chest, wishing only for an end to her suffering. Xielingxi intervened, the sharp blade piercing through his palm, blood splattering her face. Please kill me, she cried, her reason consumed by pain as she implored Xielingxi to end her life. He held her in silence for a moment before softly replying, live well. Then, he transferred the poison of the underworld into himself. The hatred was overwhelming, suffocating. Why are you crying, consort? Jadeite inquired gently. Jiang Rong snapped back to reality, only then realizing tears had streamed down her face. The depth of her love birthed an equal measure of disdain. A self-deprecating smile crossed her lips as she reflected, I despise her so. Yet I truly regarded her as a mother all these years. Orphaned in her youth, she had grown under the care of the Chang family. She believed that despite her lack of biological parents, she was the cherished daughter of her adoptive ones, a child both unfortunate and fortunate in her own right. Alas, it was all a fade. The years she had lived were nothing but an elaborate deception. What did a child know of ulterior motives? She instinctively leaned on those who showed her kindness. Yet, All of it was but an illusion. She possessed nothing. From beginning to end, she was utterly alone. Consort, the Chong family has been apprehended. Moments later, the shadow guards brought in the battered Chong family. It was Princess Anyang. She was the one who commanded me to do this. A year ago, she returned to the capital and, upon seeing me at a banquet, recognized the jade hairpin adorning my head as belonging to your mother. She beckoned me aside and inquired about my relationship with your mother. The Chong family matriarch knelt on the ground, trembling as she confessed, it was she who sought to kill you. The poison from the underworld was given by her. And she also burned your mother's relics. Princess Anyang. Jiang Rong recalled her previous confrontation with her in the palace and asked, what enmity exists between her and my mother? I do not know, came the reply. I dared not inquire. Such a personage commands my every action. Back when Jiang Qingrong served as an official in a distant province, I never set foot in the capital. Heaven knows how your mother incurred the princess's wrath. I, too, have been ensnared by your mother. I was compelled. Your aunt truly regards you as her daughter. The matriarch wept, pleading for mercy. Ronger, spare me. Despite having sold her for a most satisfactory price, she feigned innocence at death's door, attempting to manipulate Jiang Rong's compassion. Jiang Rong regarded her with a calm demeanor, retrieving a dagger from her shadowy guard and swiftly plunging it into the matriarch's chest. Blood splattered forth. She turned her back, not casting another glance at the dying woman, ensuring the body was discreetly disposed of. Indeed, the guard dragged away the corpse. Jiang Rong stood alone at the window, gazing into the silent night, her eyes icy and resolute. Your Highness, please do not grieve, whispered Yushir softly.
No.
I do not grieve. From the moment she awakened to her rebirth, she understood that she possessed no kin. In this realm rife with betrayal and scheming, she found solace in the presence of Xielingxi. I am grateful that there exists such a person in this world who loves her. The following day, Fei Sui tiptoed outside, cautious not to disturb Jiang Rong. Yet, as with her usual routine, the young lady of the house awoke. Send a carriage to the fabric shop, Jiang Rong instructed as she sat before her vanity. Fei Sui was taken aback. You wish to inspect the accounts? Indeed, that is precisely why we are here. Jiang Rong replied matter-of-factly. Fei Sui discreetly observed the demeanor of the young lady, noting that she appeared as composed and dignified as ever, as if the tearful woman she had witnessed was merely a figment of her imagination. How could such events transpire without consequence? Yet, some individuals possess an inner strength that prevents them from remaining anchored in the past. Yes, I shall fetch the carriage at once. Fei Sui responded brightly. The young lady regained her spirits, and this brought her joy. Jiang Rong boarded the carriage and proceeded to 2 shops for her account inspections. However, upon stepping outside, she was met with an atmosphere of foreboding. Soldiers were scouring the streets, conducting searches throughout the town. Chapter 40. She has only 3 days left. Jade. Go find out what has transpired in the town, Jiang Rong remarked, her demeanor seemingly unaffected. The body of the Chong family had been disposed of overnight, cast outside the town without leaving a trace, rendering the officials unable to trace the matter back to them. Jade felt a pang of unease and hurriedly returned with news. Your Highness, it is unrelated to us. I have heard that someone has stolen a precious item from the Four Seas gang, prompting them to report to the authorities. Several neighboring towns are currently under lockdown and being searched. The Four Seas gang, which had risen through the grain transport trade, was supported by the wealthy gentry of Jiangdong, boasting an astonishing fortune, and was one of the prominent merchants in the region. Is that so? Jiang Rong nodded slightly. If it did not concern her, she need not intervene. I heard it is a miraculous herb, something called lawn. Jade continued to chatter. Cold spring orchid? Jiang Rong's eyes sparkled momentarily.
Indeed.
That is its name. Jade quickly affirmed, Your Highness truly possesses an extensive knowledge. This was the second miraculous herb brought back by Xielingxi in her previous life. What is the current situation? The Four Seas gang? The thieves of the herb? Have there been alterations from the past? Regardless, the priority is to locate the cold spring orchid. Jiang Rong lowered her gaze to the red mark on her wrist. Only 3 days remained until her final deadline. A modest horse-drawn carriage clattered along. Inside the carriage, Jiang Rong dipped her finger into the tea, sketching intersecting streets on the low table. The towns under investigation by the officials were meticulously noted one by one. The most likely hiding place for this individual was the mountain shrine located north of Maple Leaf Town. The young lady of the heir apparent has arrived. Fei Cui gently lifted the carriage curtain and spoke softly. Jiang Rong casually picked up a silk handkerchief to wipe the water stains from the table, then stepped down from a carriage. She gazed at the bustling temple, her eyes sweeping across its grandeur, and said, "Let us proceed to pay our respects." Indeed, after offering a stick of incense to the mountain deity and donating a sum for the temple's upkeep, the temple steward graciously permitted Jiang Rong to explore the surroundings. Behind the mountain temple lay a series of cabins. "My lady, I have inspected each one. There is no one here," reported the hidden guard. Jiang Rong appeared contemplative, her gaze resting on the monk carrying the vegetarian meal, and instructed, "To the woodshed. In Maple Leaf Town, the county office. I have sealed off the entirety of Maple Leaf Town. We shall surely capture the thief of the medicinal herbs." The county magistrate gazed at the elegantly dressed man before him with obsequious admiration. The second leader of the Four Seas gang shook his head and remarked, "He may not even be within your Maple Leaf Town. The priority is to secure several checkpoints, and thorough searches must be conducted within the town. In this transaction with the Wanjin Merchant Guild, our leader has taken matters into his own hands. He has already sent people to the neighboring Red Flower Town. That direction was calculated by our leader as the most probable escape route for the thief. And the towns surrounding Red Flower Town are merely being sealed off as a precaution against the criminal's escape. Rest assured, I shall thoroughly investigate every corner of Maple Leaf Town." The escort team of the Wanjin Merchant Guild arrived in Maple Leaf Town. "Young master, the leader of the Four Seas gang has gone to Red Flower Town. It is likely that the thief has fled there," the chief steward cautioned. He could hardly anticipate that, just a day before the transaction, the Four Seas gang had indeed been infiltrated by a traitor, resulting in the theft of the precious medicine. Consequently, the two major trading houses pursued the matter from Lingzhou all the way to the outskirts of the capital. He sensed an inexplicable air of oppression emanating from his young master, whose mood had notably soured of late. Even standing beside him felt burdensome. "To the mountain god temple," he commanded, with no superfluous explanations. His voice was chillingly cold. The incompetence of the Four Seas gang was astonishing. They had allowed their valuables to be stolen and, in their haste, sealed the information to the outside world, granting the thief ample opportunity to flee. Otherwise, why would he be on this prolonged pursuit without a trace of the culprits? Time was of the essence. Only 3 days remained. He must locate the cold spring orchid. At the mountain god temple, in the woodshed, Chu Ju removed his mask and exhaled a sigh of relief. His 3 months of undercover work had not been in vain, having accomplished remarkable feats within the Four Seas gang. He had risen to become the personal guard of the gang's young lady, which afforded him the opportunity to infiltrate the treasury and retrieve the royal family's lost treasure. Gazing at the brocade box before him, a smirk of satisfaction graced his thin lips as he fiddled with the intricately designed lock adorning the box. It was a mechanism lock, impervious to brute force. Should one attempt to force it open, it would detonate, annihilating its contents. Only one who possessed the unlocking code could unveil its secrets. Such locks were specifically crafted to safeguard valuable items, rendering them insurmountable for the average thief. However, as a descendant of the art of mechanisms, he had devoted 7 days to mastering the lock while evading capture, and today, he was finally poised to unlock it. With a sense of pride, Chu Ju deftly disengaged the final mechanism. A soft click resonated as the lock yielded. Chu Ju opened the brocade box, a sly smile creeping across his face, envisioning his father bowing before him upon the retrieval of the national treasure pearl. However, the next moment, he found himself transfixed by the sight of a single herb lying quietly within the box. It was a dried orchid-like medicinal plant, emanating a faint fragrance. What in the world is this? Where is the national treasure pearl that I have been pursuing? Is this some sort of joke by the Four Seas gang? Just a mere herb, and you chose to encase it in a 16-lock mechanism? Is this the lifeblood of your entire gang? An overwhelming sense of indignation washed over Chu Ju, feeling utterly deceived. He had specifically selected the box sealed with the most formidable traps from the treasure vault. Could this herb possibly be more precious than the national treasure pearl of our great Xia? Chu Ju was utterly perplexed. The national treasure pearl was the pride of Great Xia and had been stolen recently. This matter was confidential, entrusted by the emperor to his most trusted subordinate, the commander of the Mingxin division. As a concealed officer of the Mingxin division, renowned for his martial prowess, mastery of disguise, and trap techniques, Chu Ju had been assigned this secretive task. Of course, the primary reason he received the assignment was that the commander was his father. Numerous clues pointed towards the Four Seas gang. In order to prevent them from destroying the pearl prematurely, the Mingxin division opted not to directly confiscate it, but instead sent operatives to infiltrate and retrieve it. Little did Chu Ju expect that after all his efforts, he would end up with a mere herb. Just then, a loud crash echoed as the door was broken open. Before Chu Ju could react, several masked dark guards stormed in, their countless long swords pointed directly at his forehead. "I am Mingxin division," Chu Ju immediately declared. He had refrained from revealing his identity to the officials and soldiers earlier because the matter concerning the precious pearl required utmost confidentiality. However, upon realizing that he had taken the wrong item, he no longer wished to flee and openly proclaimed his identity. Regardless of whether it was the Four Seas gang or the government who would dare to lay hands on a royal guard of the Mingxin division. Before he could finish his sentence, a brick suddenly struck his head with a resounding thud. The impact left Chu Ju's mind ringing, and in the fleeting moment before his eyes closed, he vaguely discerned a masked woman with strikingly beautiful, glistening eyes. The young lady. Was it not stated that he is from the Mingxin division? Did you just knock him unconscious? Jadeite exclaimed. To prevent him from threatening us with medicine, it is more appropriate for him to lie down, Zhang Rong calmly replied as she stowed the brocade box away. I did not catch what he said. He is merely a thief of medicine. We are apprehending a thief, which is a pursuit of justice. Come, let us return at once. Chapter 41. My husband. Long time no see. Emerald eyes sparkled with small stars. There was evidently something amiss, yet the words of the young lady of the heir apparent were so persuasive. The temple of the mountain deity is surrounded. An urgent report came from an E. Jiang Rong was taken aback. Who? That group of soldiers certainly had not anticipated this location. It seemed that the lieutenant of the Mingxin division possessed some skill. In the next moment, a row of black-clad guards surged in from all directions, their bows and arrows aimed squarely at the woodshed. Amidst the throng of armored soldiers stood a masked gentleman in dark attire. He was tall and slender, standing like a pine and bamboo, exuding an aura of cold ferocity, resembling a ferocious beast ready to pounce on its prey, brimming with murderous intent. Hand over the treasures, and I shall spare your life. The chief steward bellowed hoarsely. Xiaolingxi glanced toward the woodshed, his gaze momentarily stunned. On the ground lay an unconscious man, and although the masked woman and her party were disguised, the dark guards were undoubtedly his own. How could he not recognize them? In a furious rush, he barged in, only to find his wife cradling the cold spring orchid, obediently gazing at him. Both the person and the herb were in perfect condition. Xiaolingxi's murderous intent dissipated in an instant. Jiang Rong also regarded the suddenly intruding masked gentleman, faintly sensing a semblance of familiarity. As he stormed in with palpable menace, upon catching sight of her, his murderous intent evaporated, clearly recognizing her. Had she not intervened at that moment, the cold spring orchid would have fallen into his hands. They locked eyes. Chang once lamented that the Wanjin Trading Company had brought her business to ruin. In this world, there exists but one individual who would seek justice for her and provide the remedy she desperately requires. The answer lies before her. Jiang Rong gazed at the masked man before her, who seemed utterly unrelated to the usual Xiaolingxi, her eyes sparkling with hope. Husband. The chief steward could hardly suppress a laugh. Did she believe that merely calling him husband would secure her safety? Their young master was known to shun the company of women. Yet, in the next moment, the typically cold and unyielding young master paused briefly and commanded, "Lower your bows." The black-clad guards, momentarily bewildered, fell silent and took a step back after complying. The chief steward's smirk froze on his face, his eyes wide with disbelief. What? Calling him husband truly held sway? Husband? It has been so long. Jiang Rong beamed with joy, dashing towards him while cradling the precious medicinal herbs. Xiaolingxi, accustomed to her exuberance, effortlessly caught her in his embrace. However, a veil of confusion lingered in his heart. He recognized Jiang Rong because she was surrounded by his people. Yet how had she discerned his identity? In this guise, no one from the Northern King's residence could possibly identify him. The following day, Xiaolingxi donned his usual attire and returned to the entourage led by Xiao Nanqing. No one was aware that he had been operating under a different identity during these past few days. Jiang Rong also resumed her role as the young lady of the air, returning to the capital alongside him in broad daylight. Young lady, the medicine has been prepared, Xiao Nanqing announced, presenting the concoction brewed from the precious herbs. Jiang Rong accepted the potion and drank it in one go. So you're already aware? Xiaolingxi gazed at Jiang Rong, his expression laden with complexity. The Dark Guard had already reported to him the recent actions of Jiang Rong. Jiang Rong obediently nodded. The jadeite servant promptly presented a bag of sugar cubes, specifically procured by the heir from the town to alleviate the bitterness of the medicine. Though these confections lacked the refinement of those from the capital, they were notably sweet. The heir had no intention of concealing the truth. Rather, he sought to prevent any doubt from arising in the heart of the heir's consort, given her upbringing under the Chong family, which might lead her to question our intentions and hinder her cooperation in treatment. Xiao Nanxing hastily explained, "The heir is wholly devoted to your salvation. I hope you understand." Jiang Rong placed a sugar cube in her mouth, the sweetness spreading delightfully across her tongue as she nodded earnestly. "I understand." In her previous life, Xiaolingxi had forced her to take medicine, which she had vehemently resisted. Only after he had elucidated the poison's nature did she begin to comprehend. Yet skepticism clouded her judgment as he compelled her to ingest it. It was only when the poison manifested and Xiaolingxi sacrificed himself that she truly recognized her plight, though she had still fallen victim to the deceit of the Chong family. Regrets plagued her heart, a myriad of if-only thoughts weighed heavily upon her. Fortunately, the heavens showed her mercy, granting her a chance to start anew. "My lady, I possess a small query that I hope you might illuminate. How did you discern the heir's identity? Is there perhaps something amiss with his disguise? For the sake of the heir's safety, I wish to ascertain if there are areas that could be improved." Xiao Nanqing pondered, perplexed. Xiaolingxi turned his gaze towards Jiang Rong, equally intrigued. The disguise of her husband was impeccable, his voice altered, and his demeanor entirely different. "You need not worry. I believe that apart from myself, no one else could recognize him." Jiang Rong smiled like a blooming flower. The Dark Guards and the Emerald, both trusted confidants of Xiaolingxi, failed to recognize her. "How did you manage to discern my identity?" Jiang Rong inquired, casting a playful glance at Xiaolingxi, her eyes slightly curving with amusement. "It's a secret, because, in this world, aside from you, there is no one who treats me with such kindness. Xiaolingxi, to me, you are far too conspicuous." The Alliance leader, the Golden Merchant Guild, has first discovered the cold spring orchid. Their chief steward is utterly shameless, claiming that the rare herb was unearthed by them. Were it not for their intervention, we would not have been able to finalize this transaction. Thus, they demand we provide another rare herb as a token of gratitude. The second deputy leader appeared utterly remorseful as he offered his apologies. Within the Four Seas Guild, countless factions exist, with the grand leader revered as the sovereign of all. The frail young master, concealed beneath his cloak, remarked indifferently, "What you say holds some truth. I miscalculated my move. The Mingxin division possesses considerable prowess. The Mingxin division is either in the midst of capturing individuals or en route to do so, excelling in both tracking and counter-tracking."
Indeed.
They had played a clever trick on him. Had the Golden Merchant Guild not intervened, this precious herb would have been lost, and the transaction would have certainly fallen through. "Dispatch orders to seek the 9 rare herbs." The ailing young master displayed no dissent towards this matter, exhibiting remarkable leniency. However, when addressing another issue, his voice turned cold as ice. "Are you aware of the identity of those who infiltrated the Four Seas Guild?" "My subordinate was negligent. I am unaware," the second deputy leader replied, kneeling in contrition. "The dark-clad captain of the Mingxin division."
Ha!
The Emperor's hound, sent to seek treasures for his master. It is rumored that the national treasure of the Great Xia, the Pearl of State, is concealed within the Four Seas Guild. The frail young master let out a cold chuckle. The second-in-command hastily responded, "My lord, this is merely a rumor. How could we dare to steal a national treasure? Such an act would be a grave sin that could annihilate our faction and clan." The young master, however, firmly believed they were not mistaken. The precious jewel was indeed hidden within the Four Seas Gang. He coldly declared, "There are spies within the Four Seas Gang, and malicious individuals are framing us. Investigate." "Yes." The second-in-command promptly bowed in acknowledgement. The Golden Merchant House departed. The Four Seas Gang withdrew. Alone in the storage room, Chu Ju lay forgotten. The Four Seas Gang, wishing to avoid offending the imperial court, naturally could not take action against him, resorting only to muttering a few curses about their lackeys, while on the surface, the second-in-command still had to greet him warmly as official lord. Chu Ju slept for a day and a night, awakening groggily to a throbbing headache, as if someone had struck him with a brick. Suddenly, it dawned on him, He had indeed been knocked unconscious by a brick. Who is that insolent girl daring to attack me? Show yourself. Chu Ju bellowed, scanning his surroundings. Silence enveloped him. Had she fled? She better watch out. The next time we meet, I shall bind you and give you a good thrashing. Rubbing the lump on his head, Chu Ju seethed, vowing vengeance. Chapter 42. Chen Saiwei's demise. Chen Kaiwei gazed at the Buddha statue before her, her eyes brimming with resentment. After a month of fasting, praying at the water lotus shrine, hand-copying scriptures, and secluding herself from the world, she felt utterly worn down. Meanwhile, rumors regarding her and the eldest son of the Xie family circulated wildly. Just days prior, several young ladies visiting the shrine encountered her, their expressions rife with disdain, which incited her to miscopy several lines of the scriptures in her agitation. Jiang Rong. Once I return to the northern prince's residence, I shall ensure your expulsion. Just wait. She fantasized malevolently about how she would confront Jiang Rong upon her return. Her expression twisted with fury. Miss Chun, our young master requests your presence at the back mountain, a man's voice called from outside. He is aware of your intentions towards Jiang Rong and wishes to discuss a plan with you. Who is your young master? Chen Saiwei's countenance shifted to one of alertness. How does he know of my intentions towards Jiang Rong? You will find out once you arrive, came the reply. Avoiding her maid to keep her schemes hidden from Granny Zhou, she stealthily made her way to the back mountain for the meeting. The surroundings were eerily silent. There, she spotted a figure in a blue robe standing alone atop the hill. Shun Wenyuan? Chen Kaiwei exclaimed in surprise, recognizing the person before her. Was he not Jiang Rong's former lover? A myriad of plans surged through her mind. If she were to ally with Jiang Rong's trusted ex, it could prove advantageous. However, in the next instant, without uttering a word, Shen Wenyuan forcefully pushed her off the cliff. You drugged me, intending for me to accompany Jiang Rong in death and ruin my future. How despicable. Shen Wenyuan gazed coldly at the figure of Chen Kaiwei tumbling down the cliff. The notion of allying with Chen Kaiwei had never crossed his mind. Associating with someone as foolish and clearly manipulated by Jiang Rong as Chen Kaiwei was tantamount to hastening his own demise. His father was soon to return to the capital, and neither Jiang Rong nor Chen Kaiwei, nor any trivial matters, would hinder his promising future. At the northern prince's residence, the elderly matriarch exclaimed, Old madam, our cousin has gone missing. She was copying scriptures in the Buddhist hall, and when the time for dinner arrived, I went to summon her, only to find her absent. I searched the entire Water Lotus Pavilion and could not locate her. The anxious Zhou Momo hurried back to report. Xie Laotai's expression shifted dramatically. What is happening? Quickly, dispatch the guards of the northern prince's residence and increase the number of personnel to search for her. A large number of guards were mobilized, and at last at the foot of Water Lotus Mountain, they discovered Chen Saiwei's lifeless body. Old madam, our cousin is gone. Zhou Momo returned with a sorrowful countenance. The guards carried back a stretcher draped in white cloth. What? Xie Laotai staggered, nearly fainting. How could this be? Poor child, she had always regarded the foster child in the prince's residence as her granddaughter, and the sudden tragedy filled her heart with profound grief. Cousin! I refused to believe it. Cousin Xie Ruogio's vision darkened as she rushed forward to unveil the white cloth, revealing Chen Saiwei's tragic demise. With a gaping wound on her forehead, Cousin Xie Ruogio wept inconsolably. The northern Wangfu promptly reported the incident to the authorities. Upon investigation, it was determined that Chen Kaiwei had likely fallen from a cliff. No suspicious individuals were identified, nor were there any eyewitnesses. Ultimately, the case was concluded as an unfortunate accident. Upon receiving the news, Madame Chen immediately rushed to the scene, weeping profusely. Oh, my poor Kaiwei. How could you leave us at such a tender age? We, the white-haired, have buried the black-haired. How shall your aunt live on without you? Her husband was Chen Saiwei's paternal uncle and a general in the Xie army. Though Chen Kaiwei had been raised in the northern Wangfu and had seldom returned to the Chen household, Madame Chen wept as if Kaiwei were her own daughter. Madame, let us first carry the child back and arrange for the funeral, consoled concubine Zhao. We are all deeply saddened by this tragic incident. Hearing the terrible news, the matriarch of the Xie family was overwhelmed with grief and collapsed onto her sickbed. The young lady of the air was away on business, leaving the affairs of the household temporarily in the hands of concubine Zhao. Kaiwei had always been cared for by the northern Wangfu. Now, a healthy child was lost. This responsibility lies with you. You must provide the Qin family with an explanation. We have served the Wangfu loyally for generations, with unwavering devotion. Saiwei's father sacrificed himself to save the old prince. Is this how you treat the progeny of loyal subjects? Madame Chen wept bitterly, filled with resentment. Yet, she dared to voice her grievances, for she understood that such matters in the capital would not tarnish the reputation of the Qin family, the most trusted generals of the old prince, nor would it affect the camaraderie of their comrades far away in the northern frontier. Despite her ungracious words, the matriarch would not reproach her. Instead, she would offer greater incentives to placate her. Thus, she could boldly lay the blame on the northern prince's residence, justifying her claim to procure additional funds. Indeed, this matter stemmed from our negligence. The secondary consort, Zhao, held her in contempt, fully aware that her tears were a calculated attempt to extort money. After all, the northern prince's residence was not lacking in wealth, and the matriarch genuinely cherished Chen Kaiwei. Following such an unfortunate incident, it was only natural for the matriarch to generously compensate the Qin family. Alas, had Miss Rong not suggested that Kaiwei seek blessings at the Water Lotus Temple, this calamity would not have befallen her. Ultimately, the blame rested on the northern prince's mismanagement. Zhao insinuated. Madame Chen understood her implication and joined in the theatrics, lamenting that the heir's consort had caused Saiwei's demise. My poor Kaiwei. Zhao listened with satisfaction, preparing to report back to matriarch Xia. Madame Chen wept profoundly, blaming Miss Rong for Saiwei's plight. Although it was deemed an accident. Had Kaiwei remained within the confines of the northern prince's residence, such a tragedy would never have occurred. We can empathize with the family's grievances. Zhao deliberately remarked, this incident undeniably reflects a responsibility that the northern prince's residence cannot shirk. Matriarch Xia sighed softly, pondering how Miss Rong could be faulted in this instance. Matriarch, Madame Chen requests an audience, a maid reported. Zhao secretly chuckled, knowing that Madame Chen was adept at creating a scene. Understanding that weeping before matriarch Xia would be most effective, she was already plotting in her mind. How fortunate it was that Chen Kaiwei had met her end. Thus, it perfectly positions Jiang Rong amidst the scandal of having caused her cousin's demise. Moreover, given the unforeseen circumstances arising from her machinations, she can no longer maintain her dignity as the steward and must relinquish her authority. Jiang Rong suffers both in reputation and in fortune. Truly, Chen Kaiwei has met her end beautifully. Quickly summon her to enter. The Empress Dowager, having anticipated the lamentations of Madame Chen, felt an overwhelming sense of guilt as she granted her a seat. Esteemed Dowager, Kaiwei has been under the care of the northern prince's residence for over a decade, and the household has devoted itself to her well-being. This child has erred and willingly sought to atone through prayer. It was indeed a noble endeavor. Who could have foreseen such a tragic turn of events? I implore you, esteemed Dowager, to cast aside your self-reproach. This incident cannot be attributed to the northern prince's residence, nor to the esteemed young lady. Madame Chen, wiping her tears, declared, I have come today to take Kaiwei back to manage the funeral arrangements. Zhao, the side concubine,
Was taken aback.
Did you not just express a different sentiment? How is it that you, a woman so fixated on wealth, have so suddenly transformed into a paragon of understanding? This is most peculiar. Chapter 43. No wonder the crown prince's consort 15 minutes prior. Jiang Rong's carriage arrived at the northern prince's residence. Xiaolingxi had gone to the Department of Personnel to hand over duties, while Jiang Rong and Xiao Nanqing returned to the royal residence first. Upon entering, they were greeted by the sound of weeping in the reception hall. The crown prince's consort has caused the death of our Kaiwei, my poor Kaiwei. Fei Tsui was taken aback, bewildered by the unfolding situation.
What was she talking about?
The young lady from the Qin family had tragically fallen from a cliff, and now the Qin family had come to lament, blaming the crown prince's consort for the demise of Miss Qin. The maidservants timidly reported the news. Fei Tsui was incredulous. How could this possibly relate to our crown prince's consort? Take me to see Chen Kaiwei, Jiang Rong commanded. The body of the young lady is inside. Lady Chen is currently holding her and weeping. A maid cautiously gestured towards the reception hall. Jiang Rong strode into the hall. A middle-aged woman sat on the floor, wailing loudly. A stretcher covered with white cloth lay nearby, and Jiang Rong lifted the cloth with her own hands, revealing Chen Kaiwei lying peacefully, her death serene. Alas, Shen Wenyuan's method was rather deft. What are you doing?
Who are you?
Lady Chen immediately interjected. Do not touch my Kaiwei. I am Jiang Rong. Upon learning of my cousin's unfortunate fate, my heart aches. Jiang Rong's expression was one of profound sorrow, her performance impeccable. It is you who has caused my Tsaiwei's death. Lady Chen glared at Jiang Rong with fury, poised to confront her. Return my Kaiwei to me. Several maidservants restrained her, preventing her from lunging at Jiang Rong. Madam Chen, please do not be angry. I feel an immense sense of guilt over this unfortunate incident. Had I known that my cousin would slip and fall into the ravine at Water Lotus Cliff, I should have never allowed her to go there. I should have insisted she return to the Chen residence immediately. Jiang Rong wore a pained expression. I had initially considered inviting the Chen family's younger cousin to the Wang residence as a lieutenant, but given the current circumstances, it seems prudent to reconsider. What if there were further accidents? How would I justify it to the Chen family? The mention of the Chen family cousin caused Madame Chen's anger to freeze, replaced by a look of confusion. Are you referring to my son? Indeed. I am speaking of your son, madam. As far as I am aware, all the male members of the Chen family have gone to the northern front to serve in the military, leaving only one young cousin at home. Jiang Rong continued with a warm demeanor. I had envisioned him serving as a 7th-rank lieutenant in the Imperial Guard for the heir. As he is a relative of the heir, and such a trusted position ought to be entrusted to one's kin. In her previous life, she had dealt with Madame Chen, who was fierce and unyielding, valuing wealth over reputation. Yet, one must consider that with all the male members of the Chen family in the northern front, the matriarch must possess a certain fierceness to uphold the family's honor. In her past existence, the Chen family remained unwaveringly loyal to the Xie family, serving the nation with utmost dedication, ultimately leading to their tragic downfall. While Jiang Rong harbored disdain for Chen Kaiwei, she held no ill will towards the Chen family. On the contrary, she felt a deep respect for those soldiers who dedicated themselves to their country. The matriarch of the Chen family, though indulgent, prevented her son from going to war, raising him as a frivolous young man lacking in knowledge. However, when the old prince perished and both the Xie and Chen families suffered devastating losses, this once indulgent young man matured overnight, taking up the burdens of his father and brothers in the northern front. In the first battle, he met his demise on the battlefield, leading to the complete severance of the Chen family's lineage. In tales, the wayward son returns with ease, as if merely turning back would render him invincible. Yet, in reality, how can a debauched youth bear the heavy burden of a military lineage? Those 10 years were fraught with the harshness of wind and frost, filled with blood and tears. Jiang Rong lowered her gaze as layers of memories surfaced in her mind. The year following Xie Lingxi's coma, the old prince was ambushed on his return to the capital. The subsequent year saw the northern front fall, with the Xie army resolutely refusing to surrender, resulting in their total annihilation. The Xie family, steeped in mourning, was thought by the world to have vanished. The old matriarch stood alongside her, depleting their wealth to provide for the fallen and rebuild the Xie army. Externally, they faced invasions from the northern desert, while internally, there were struggles for succession, and they precariously safeguarded the tumultuous realm of Daxia. It was a tragedy, a profound suffering shared by all. Jiang Rong vowed never to allow history to repeat itself. Your Highness, you possess remarkable insight. My family Guangzong is, in fact, the prince's cousin. He is unwaveringly loyal to the prince. Lady Chen swiftly shifted the conversation, her face breaking into a warm smile. Upon catching sight of Chen Kaiwei's lifeless body, she struggled to suppress her joy. Alas, regarding Kaiwei, you mustn't blame yourself. It was her own carelessness. Your Highness, please do not bear any guilt. She was already overwhelmed with concern for her own son. The Chen family was of military lineage, yet she could not bear the thought of her son on the battlefield, thus severing his path of valor. Chen Guangzong was yet another individual indifferent to the pursuit of knowledge. Observing that the other scions of the Chen family had all ascended to positions of military officer, she felt a growing anxiety for her son, the legitimate heir of the Chen clan, who had accomplished nothing of note. The northern Wangfu, in accordance with its status, was endowed with official ranks. The captain of the ceremonial guard was a most favorable position, serving as a retinue to the heir apparent, yet also bearing the distinction of a 7th-rank official and trusted confidant of the heir. Once the heir ascended to princely status, her son would undoubtedly rise alongside him, ensuring a lifetime of affluence and ease. Entrusting Guangzong to the northern Wangfu brought her complete reassurance. Any mishaps would be solely due to his own carelessness. Your Highness, please do not take offense. Lady Chen expressed her hopes and inquired, Might I ask when Guangzhong will be inducted into the ceremonial guard? As long as the esteemed lady wishes, it can be arranged at any moment, Zhang Rong assured her, adding, your grandmother must be in great distress at this time. I implore you to offer her some comfort. Leave it to me. It is my duty, Lady Chen promptly replied. Inside Songha Hall, concubine Zhao wore an expression of disbelief. Lady Chen, you just stated that the heir's consort was responsible for Tsaiwei's demise. That was merely a moment of sorrow, a lapse in judgment. Upon reflection, how could I hold the heir's consort accountable? I have heard whispers of the incident concerning Kaiwei within the Qin family. The child, having inadvertently harmed her cousin, was indeed right to seek blessings. The heir's consort's handling of the matter was entirely appropriate. Madame Chen has completely transformed her demeanor, looking at the Empress Dowager with admiration, exclaiming, who wouldn't envy the Empress Dowager for having such a granddaughter-in-law? Concubine Zhao, left speechless, could only express her profound bewilderment. Within the confines of Jinyuan, Fei Tsue discreetly inquired and returned to report that Madame Chen has praised you as if you were a blooming flower. Such a capricious individual warrants your caution. However, her intentions appear to be somewhat self-serving rather than malicious, which is of little consequence. Zhang Rong waved her hand nonchalantly, saying, once the heir returns, please invite him for a visit. I wish to discuss matters concerning the ceremonial guards with him. Typically, these trivial affairs are decided by the matriarch. You may proceed with the arrangements, for the heir seldom concerns himself with household matters. Fei Tsue promptly responded, of course. Zhang Rong smiled lightly, adding, I need to borrow a few personnel from my husband to make certain arrangements. Fei Tsue wore a puzzled expression, questioning, isn't it merely about the ceremonial troops? Aren't they the heir's attendants? What arrangements could possibly be necessary? Madame Chen has returned home with the remains of Qin Kaiwei. After 7 days of mourning, following the completion of the initial rites, Chen Kaiwei was laid to rest, bringing this chapter to a close.
Meanwhile,
Chen Guangzong has officially been appointed as a 7th grade officer in the ceremonial guards. Chapter 44. Who'll give it a try? Quite amusing, Chen Guangzong, accompanied by a throng of companions, made his way towards the northern prince's residence. Brother Guangzong, we have not joined the Imperial Guard. Is it appropriate for you to take us there? Indeed. Will the elderly princess chase us away? The speakers were Chen Guangzong's close associates, equally indulged scions of the northern prince's military lineage, who often reveled in each other's company. Now a captain of the Imperial Guard, Chen Guangzong had brought them all along. What is there to fear? My brothers, I am now the captain of the Imperial Guard. Is it not only fitting that I recruit a few capable subordinates? He thumped his chest with bravado, exuding the air of a dandy. We share our fortunes, and now that I have risen to the rank of 7th grade captain, surely I can grant you the honor of a personal guard? Brother Guangzong, you are truly generous. Zhang San applauded. Li Si hesitated slightly, saying, we are all scions of military families. Mingling is one thing, but bringing along 2 maidservants, is that truly appropriate? Chen Guangzong had a lovely maidservant nestled under each arm. The 2 he cherished most dearly. As the captain of the Imperial Guard, I determine whom we recruit, Chen Guangzong declared with satisfaction. Upon arriving at the side entrance of the northern prince's residence, they were met by the waiting Jade, who announced, the personal guards of the Imperial Guard are requested to proceed to the villa in the west of the city. The young lady has instructions for you.
Oh.
Are they hosting a welcoming banquet? How very courteous. Chen Guangzong chuckled, leading his entourage in a grand procession to the villa in the west of the city. The villa had long been unoccupied. Today, however, a formidable group of guards clad in black stood vigil. These guards, the elite protectors of the royal residence, were entrusted with ensuring its safety. Jingjia, stationed at the entrance, cast a glance at Chen Guangzong and the others, allowing them passage without hindrance. Once they had entered, he solemnly commanded, close the door. 2 attendants swiftly approached and shut the heavy door, securing it with a lock. The atmosphere felt excessively grave, as if the closing door evoked a sense of incarceration. Chen Guangzong let out a dry chuckle as he made his way to the training ground. A woman, adorned in exquisite silk garments, stood quietly upon a high platform. Who are these individuals? Jiang Rong's gaze swept over the group of privileged youths. Chen Guangzong, confident in his status as the son of a noble family, believed that Jiang Rong, a woman of modest means, would not dare to offend the scions of the CF family. He asserted with conviction, these are the offspring of the generals under the Northern Prince's command. As the captain of the UA division, it is my duty to recruit personal guards. The selection of royal guards should rightfully be made by the heir and his consort. What qualifications do you possess to overstep your bounds? Jingzhe coldly reprimanded. Yet, Zhang Rong merely smiled faintly and replied, "It matters not. As long as you all are willing to join the UA division and serve as the prince's personal guards, let me first inquire. Are you all volunteers?" "Of course. We are eager to serve the Northern Prince's household." Zhang San, Li Si, and the others eagerly responded. The royal guards held a rank no lower than the 8th grade, bestowing upon them prestigious titles without the need to engage in battle, a remarkable source of pride. "In that case, you shall all remain." Zhang Rong, exuding a gentle demeanor, turned to the two maidens and inquired, "And who might these two be?" "We are from the ceremonial guard," Chen Guangzong interjected. "It would be quite unseemly to have a group of gentlemen standing around. Having two beauties present is far more pleasing to the eye." His argument, though somewhat disingenuous, stemmed from his disdain for the monotony of standing guard. Hence his decision to bring along two maidservants for his own entertainment. Zhang Rong, with a knowing smile, nodded in agreement, then let them remain for the time being. Chen Guangzong, feeling quite pleased with himself, noticed the other young lords relaxing, as they began to whisper among themselves, contemplating bringing their own maidservants. "From this day forth, you shall all be members of the ceremonial guard, serving as the personal escorts of the crown prince. In the interest of your safety, we will commence with some specialized training." Zhang Rong addressed the assembly, her tone calm and measured. "Jingzhe, you shall oversee their training," she instructed. "What shall we train in?" "We are merely a ceremonial squad," Chen Guangzong declared, clearly intent on evading any strenuous effort, as he was not one to endure hardship. "The assassins who come to kill will not spare you simply because you are part of a ceremonial unit," Zhang Rong remarked coolly. "When the crown prince ventures to the northern frontier, the enemy will not hesitate to slay you, regardless of your status as a ceremonial guard." Chen Guangzong immediately retorted, "How could the crown prince possibly go to the northern frontier? It is a journey we are unlikely to ever undertake." Zhang Rong regarded him in silence, reflecting. "Yet you ventured to the northern frontier in your past life, lamenting the time wasted without having learned how to be a leader beforehand. It is only when the great edifice collapses that one realizes the folly of neglect." Jingzhe, already having received instructions from Zhang Rong, organized the group, commanding, "Form ranks and follow me in practicing your punches." "I shall not." Chen Guangzong, with an air of nonchalance, plopped down onto the ground, embodying the essence of indifference. "I do not train in martial arts. I am here to pass the time, not to endure hardship." Jingzhe replied coldly, "In the northern king's residence, disobedience to military orders is punishable by military law. If you possess the courage, strike me. Do you dare to injure me? Just imagine how you would explain it to the Chen family." Chen Guangzong, brimming with self-satisfaction, exhibited no fear whatsoever. Zhang Rong, unhurried and composed, remarked, "Injuring you would hinder training and delay our progress, which is indeed impractical. Bring forth the water tank." Two cloaked guards carried a large water tank to the training grounds and positioned Chen Guangzong within it, lifting him up on either side. "What are you doing?" "I am the legitimate son of the Chen family, my father is." Before Chen Guangzong could finish his protest, Zhang Rong deftly seized his neck with one hand and plunged his head into the water tank. Glub, glub, whoa. The onlookers, a group of young aristocrats, were taken aback by this sudden turn of events. "Even if your father were here, he would not intervene. If you wish, you could write him a letter, inviting him to return to the capital to support you," Zhang Rong leisurely suggested, pulling Chen Guangzong from the water tank. "Will you heed military orders?" Coughing and gasping, Chen Guangzong's face flushed red as he exclaimed, "I quit. I want to go home. Quickly, notify my mother." But before he could finish his plea, Zhang Rong once again forced him into the water tank. This time, the duration was particularly prolonged, and Chen Guangzong felt as though he were on the brink of suffocation. It was his first encounter with death, and he discovered that drowning was a profoundly agonizing ordeal. Chen Guangzong never anticipated that Zhang Rong would truly dare to take his life. He wished to plead for mercy, to implore Zhang Rong to rescue him from his dire predicament. Yet, as water surged into his mouth, choking him to the brink of suffocation, he found himself rendered utterly speechless. His frantic struggles proved futile against the relentless grip of his circumstances. Just as Chen Guangzong believed his end was nigh, Zhang Rong finally extricated him from the depths. "Do you heed the military command?" she calmly reiterated, her tone devoid of emotion. Delicate fingers grasped the back of Chen Guangzong's collar, poised as if awaiting his denial, ready to submerge him once more. I hear. Chen Guangzong gasped, exerting every ounce of strength to respond amidst violent coughs, fearful that a moment's hesitation might lead Jiang Rong to plunge him back into the water. Jiang Rong let out a slight sound of disappointment, releasing her grip before turning her attention to the others, her smile radiant. Who else wishes to try? It's rather entertaining. Chapter 45. She shall have her way. The group of idle rich quivered in fear, silenced like cicadas in the frost. Witnessing Chen Guangzong's harrowing escape, who would dare to challenge her? The frivolous young masters were particularly spineless. Their subordinates resolutely obeyed military orders. They would follow every command. Indeed. If the heir's wife instructed them to head east, they would not even consider going west. Zhang San and Li Si expressed their loyalty in unison. Jiang Rong's lips curved slightly as she addressed Jingzhe. I leave this to you.
Yes.
Punching, standing post, weighted squats, and jumps. Jingzhe rigorously trained Chen Guangzong and the others in accordance with the routine of the black-clad guards. Meanwhile, the two maidservants brought by Chen Guangzong were temporarily assigned to the kitchen. When lunchtime arrived, Chen Guangzong and his companions were utterly exhausted, sprawled on the ground, too drained to move. The others were free to dine. Jiang Rong cast a glance at Chen Guangzong and said, Captain Chen, you shall practice 2 more rounds.
Why?
Is this a personal attack on me? Chen Guangzong shouted in indignation, but as soon as his gaze met Jiang Rong's calm and composed face, his voice dwindled. And he plaintively protested, Why must I practice more? Lady Heir, do you have some misunderstanding about my capabilities? I truly cannot continue. Jiang Rong smiled at him, emphasizing that as the captain of the ceremonial guards, he must be accountable for those he chose to protect. Those 2 maidservants are delicate and frail. If you do not practice an additional 2 rounds, how will you safeguard them? Or do you intend to flee at the first sign of danger, leaving them to fend for themselves? A leader must take responsibility for the lives of their soldiers. It was you who brought them into the Imperial Guard, and thus you must possess the commensurate strength to protect them. I was wrong. I will let them withdraw. Please, allow them to leave. Chen Guangzong hastily pleaded for mercy. Jiang Rong smiled, stating, As a commander, one must honor their words. How can one expect to garner trust if orders change with the wind? If you wish for them to withdraw, they may do so after a month's time should they fail their assessment, and I shall naturally release them. Until then, you must undergo an additional 2 rounds of training. Chen Guangzong felt darkness envelop him, despairing at the thought. Being a commander is exceedingly difficult. I am but a frivolous youth. Is it not permissible for me to avoid the mantle of generalship? Jiang Rong replied coolly, Prepare the water barrel. No. My greatest aspiration in this life is to become a great general. I am immensely grateful for the princess's diligent cultivation. I shall train earnestly and will not disappoint your expectations. I shall rise immediately to practice. Upon hearing those last 3 words, Chen Guangzong, in a state of near collapse, sprang up with laughter, exclaiming, I am not weary. In fact, I thrive on training. Woe is me. The other young nobles, terrified, dared not remain slumped. Instead, they stood in line, obediently waiting for their meals, filled with trepidation. Thankfully, I did not bring a maid. Brother Guangzong's laughter is more lamentable than tears. Has he lost his sanity? Woe is me. I too feel I am on the brink of madness. Returning to the matter at hand, the princess mentioned earlier that one could withdraw if deemed unqualified. If we were to feign laziness and practice half-heartedly, would that not allow us to escape her clutches? Thus, on the following day, the lackadaisical Zhang San and Li Si accompanied Chen Guangzong in his additional training, their efforts half-hearted and careless. As the chill of the awakening of insects enveloped the land, the consort of the heir issued a decree. Anyone caught in deceitful antics shall face increased penalties until they achieve compliance. The young rakes lamented, pleading for their parents to rescue them. Within the Mo Yen study of the northern prince's residence, the young rakes were meticulously organized by the consort of the heir. And to my surprise, the 18 poisons I had prepared remained untouched. Xiao Nanqing reported with a smile to Xielingxi. To safeguard against the possibility that Jiang Rong could not control the unruly young men, Xielingxi instructed Xiao Nanqing to remain on standby, ready to suppress any unforeseen incidents in his name. These young rakes harbored a profound fear of Xielingxi. They were undaunted by their parents or the authorities. Yet they feared those who surpassed them in prowess. Indeed, Xiaolingxi embodied such a formidable presence. Now, an additional figure of dread had emerged among them. You would not believe how the consort of the air had submerged Chen Guangzong into a water vat with such efficiency that it left the onlookers in a state of shock. Xiao Nanqing marveled. Xiaolingxi, engrossed in a game of Go, scarcely raised his gaze, seemingly unfazed. Yet, as he handled the pieces, he pondered quietly. Did Jiang Rong possess an understanding of military tactics? Who had she learned from? Alas, his intelligence network appeared to be rather ineffective. I fear that upon returning home, these young rakes' families will come knocking, lamenting for justice from their royal residence, Xiao Nanqing mused softly. Finally lifting his gaze from the board, Xiaolingxi spoke with measured calmness. Since she has made such arrangements, she undoubtedly possesses a contingency plan. After a brief pause, he added, should they come seeking answers, let it be known that it is the arrangement of this heir. Let us see who dares approach this heir for retribution. Xiao Nanqing mused, who is unaware that you are the most unreasonable figure in the capital. Naturally, no one dares to approach you with their grievances. While you claim that the heir's consort has her contingencies, isn't it true that you have already devised a plan for her aftermath? Whatever the heir's consort wishes to pursue, you indulge her. The man who appears to be indifferent to worldly pleasures, when he becomes invested, is truly like a wildfire, spreading endlessly across the prairie. In the capital, at the residence of the Princess of Anyang, she seethed. Did you not assert that the poison of the underworld is incurable? It has been several days past the deadline. How is Jiang Rong still alive? The princess glared furiously at the middle-aged scholar before her. When Jiang Rong first returned to the northern prince's residence, she had been elated, anticipating Jiang Rong's demise from the poison. Yet, day after day, Jiang Rong remained as lively as ever. Your Highness, please calm your anger. Through recent investigations, my subordinates have gathered information that suggests a plausible scenario. It is highly likely that Xiaolingxi has prolonged her life using one of the 9 miraculous herbs. The scholar bowed and reported, Your Highness, the poison of the underworld can only be remedied by the 9 miraculous herbs, yet gathering all 9 is a near impossible task. Thus, the poison is widely acknowledged as a terminal affliction. He continued, recently, the dealings between the Wanjin Trading Company and the Sihai Gang have stirred quite the commotion. It is said that the materials exchanged included one of the 9 miraculous herbs, the cold spring orchid. If all goes as expected, this herb has ultimately been acquired by the Northern Prince's residence. Given the Northern Prince's immense wealth, it is understandable that Xiaolingxi could procure a couple of miraculous herbs to temporarily extend Jiang Rong's life. Yet, even so, gathering all 9 miraculous herbs seems utterly impossible. Your Highness, please quell your anger. According to the medical texts, 2 rare herbs can extend life for 6 months. After 6 months, Jiang Rong will undoubtedly perish. Princess Anyang coldly snorted, wishing to prolong the life of that wretch for yet another half-year. The scholar silently berated himself. Initially, he had suggested administering arsenic directly to Jiang Rong, deeming her death too swift and unsatisfactory for revenge, insisting instead on employing the most cruel and torturous poison in existence. Yet now, he found her demise too gradual. His subordinates had not anticipated that Xiaolingxi would develop an affection for Jiang Rong, seeking remedies to cure her ailment. His incompetence in handling matters deserved Your Highness's reprimand. The scholar inwardly grumbled, while outwardly expressing utmost respect and contrition. Xiaolingxi, thwarting my schemes. A cold glint flickered in Princess Anyang's eyes as a thought suddenly struck her, and she broke into a smile. How have I only just realized this? It becomes all the more intriguing. No matter how cruel the poison, it can only torment her for a time. Only Xiaolingxi has the power to strike at her heart. Arrange for someone to seduce Xiaolingxi. I desire for him to abandon her after igniting their passion. Chapter 46. The esteemed Minister Song Hung. The scholar received his orders, pondering that Xiaolingxi was merely a debauched libertine, which made the task rather manageable. Furthermore, he was to send someone to seek out the 9 extraordinary herbs. Although it was unlikely that Jiang Rong could gather all 9, the princess felt a sense of reassurance at the prospect of destroying one. A glimmer of coldness flickered in the eyes of Princess Anyang. Indeed, the scholar bowed and withdrew. Once he departed, the chamber was left with Princess Anyang alone. Her thin lips curled into a chilling smile. Ling Nyang, your daughter can live another 6 months. Are you pleased? I wish for her life to be filled with torment and suffering, just as mine has been. After ensuring the affairs of the Imperial Guard were in order, Jiang Rong returned to the Golden Jade courtyard. Your Grace, Qionyang has come to pay her respects, reported Fei Chui. Admit her, Jiang Rong replied. Ever since Jiang Rong had bestowed a sum of silver, Qionyang had been diligently preparing a bookstore as instructed by the young lady. After nearly a month of effort, everything was finally in place. And she came to report, Your Grace, all matters concerning the study have been arranged. The study is situated on the slightly secluded Qingshi Street. The location is quite spacious, with the bookstore elegantly decorated and well-stocked. The rear courtyard accommodates the printing workshop. All is ready for the grand opening. Please inquire nearby for any talented scholars proficient in document preparation and hire 2 of them. As for their specific duties, I will discuss that with them in person, Jiang Rong instructed. As for their monthly wages, offer them double the usual rate for such clerical work. Though Qionyang was somewhat perplexed by Jiang Rong's intentions, she respectfully accepted the orders. It is quite common for affluent families to employ literati to manage their documentation affairs. However, one wonders what tasks these individuals are assigned in their respective bookshops. After Qionyang's departure, Fei Cui promptly bowed and remarked that if the young lady desired someone skilled in drafting documents, there were indeed a few within the Wang residence. No need for that. I'll simply look around the vicinity. She truly required 2 scribes, but it was also an opportunity to fish for talent, hoping to catch someone suitable. In the future, a renowned minister of the Great Xia dynasty, Song Hung, was born into a humble family and resided near Qingshi Street. It is said that in his youth, he lost both parents in quick succession, with medical expenses depleting their savings, causing their once comfortable household to fall into ruin. He survived by writing letters for others, hauling sandbags at the docks, and performing miscellaneous tasks at taverns. And there are even tales that his striking beauty nearly led him to be lured into a brothel as a male courtesan. Despite such arduous circumstances, he ranked among the last few in the imperial examination. He had never attended a private school, relying solely on the 4 books and 5 classics left by his father for self-study, showcasing remarkable talent. Due to his low ranking and lack of connections within the court, Song Hung was assigned to a poor, desolate border county as its magistrate, an undesirable post for many. Nonetheless, he exhibited extraordinary governance skills and maintained an incorruptible reputation. Wherever he served, he benefited the local populace, gradually rising through the ranks based on his achievements, ultimately becoming the youngest minister among the 6 ministries. He was a rare hawkish figure among civil officials. Ultimately, however, he fell victim to the slanders of political adversaries, wrongfully imprisoned on charges of embezzlement, and met a tragic end in confinement. Following his death, his estate was confiscated, yet not 100 taels of silver could be found. This individual is characterized by his integrity and unwavering loyalty, making him difficult to sway. However, he also values deep emotional bonds. Jiang Rong does not seek to manipulate him for her own purposes. Rather, she merely wishes to cultivate a favorable connection in advance. The former Northern Prince's residence always maintained its independence, but what was the outcome? When the birds are gone, the bow is put away. She must establish her own influence within the court to safeguard the Northern Prince's residence. The war faction, aligned with the Northern Prince's stance, serves as a natural ally. Of course, casting this net may not guarantee his capture. This is merely an appetizer. Her true bait has yet to be deployed. Even if this initial attempt fails to ensnare him, he will undoubtedly present himself willingly in the future. The following day, Qionyang entered holding a thick stack of rice paper. Lady of the Air, after we disseminated our message, many individuals have come forward to apply. These are their self-recommendation letters. I believe that as the news spreads, even more will arrive. Jiang Rong perused the letters one by one, and before long, she spotted a familiar name, Song Hung. His handwriting was elegant and fluid, a testament to his artistry. Among the stack of submissions, his prose stood out remarkably, truly befitting of a future scholar. Jiang Rong extracted his work and selected another piece of exquisite writing from the remaining pile, saying, "These 2 individuals will do. Have them meet me in the study tomorrow." Understood. Song Hung, donned in a long, faded robe, stood before the myriad volumes of the study. This was the most respectable attire he could muster. Having spent the previous day hauling sandbags at the dock, his monthly earnings barely equaled a fifth of what he would receive from the study. He desperately needed this position. As long as he undertakes this task, he will be able to settle his family's remaining debts within 6 months. When his father fell gravely ill, he borrowed a sum of money from his uncle to procure medicine for him. Although the interest was steep, it was still preferable to the extortionate rates of loan sharks. Song Hung has been repaying for 3 years and is finally nearing the end of his obligation. The study before him is tranquil and elegant, adorned with the 4 characters Wanwan Shu Zhai inscribed on a plaque. The calligraphy, though unsigned, exhibits a graceful dance of dragons and phoenixes, hinting at the mastery of a renowned calligrapher. The study has yet to officially open its doors. Standing at the counter is a modestly dressed woman, her demeanor warm and welcoming, devoid of any haughtiness typical of those managing affluent households. Young Master Song has arrived. Please take a seat. My master will be here shortly. Chiao Nyang greeted him. Thank you, Song Hung replied as he settled into a chair within the study. A servant brought forth a pot of hot tea and a selection of pastries. You have come a bit early, so please enjoy a cup of tea while you wait, Chiao Nyang said with a smile. Song Hung, feeling somewhat reserved, replied, I did arrive a little earlier than expected. The alluring aroma of the pastries wafted through the air, and having only dined once the previous day, his gaze instinctively lingered on them. Yet he maintained his composure, sitting upright in respectful silence. After approximately the duration of a tea ceremony, an elderly scholar with a white beard entered. Mr. Zhou, please have a seat, Chiao Nyang beckoned. The old scholar, somewhat proud, nodded and lazily took a seat. Having previously served as a teacher for wealthy families, he would not have considered visiting a modest shop had he not found himself in somewhat strained financial circumstances, especially given the high price set by this study. In a humble establishment situated in the impoverished district of Qingshi Street, one might ponder the extent of its capital and the origins of its proprietor. Suddenly, a resounding announcement echoed from outside. The young master's consort has arrived. Chiao Nyang promptly rose to greet her, and the maidservants bowed in reverence. The young master's consort as well, she stated. The 2 literary gentlemen have already arrived. The young master's consort? Zhou Xiaozai sprang up from his seat in astonishment, gazing incredulously towards the entrance. A retinue of royal guards accompanied a lady clad in a gown of peony embroidery in a delicate shade of yellow, who gracefully entered. Her every gesture exuded the dignified poise characteristic of a noblewoman from a prestigious family. This unassuming study harbored connections to the royal court? Zhou Xiaozai's face lit up with a broad smile as he hastily performed his salutations, eagerly offering a flurry of auspicious greetings. I, a humble subject, pay my respects to the young master's consort. May you enjoy boundless blessings, health, prosperity, eternal spring in the embroidery pavilion, constancy like the moon, and ascendance like the sun. Song Hung was equally taken aback. He had not anticipated that the figure behind this modest study was indeed a young master's consort. I, a humble subject, pay my respects to the young master's consort, he proclaimed as he rose to bow. Though he was not adept at delivering auspicious phrases, he sincerely extended his wishes to this gracious lady. I wish you all the best. Chapter 47. The flourishing library. Jiang Rong's gaze fell upon Song Hung. Compared to a few years later, his youthful appearance now suggested he was merely 17 or 18. Yet, the tranquility of his demeanor mirrored that of his future self. Contrary to her expectations, he was not difficult to engage with. Rather, he was a courteous young man. However, in her previous life, Song Hung had no friends in the court, nor any powerful figures to whom he would bow in deference. His amiability surely stemmed not from his status, but perhaps from the fact that she had provided him with a task of particular significance. Indeed, it is often said that a single coin can thwart even the mightiest of heroes. Please be seated, Jiang Rong said, retrieving her gaze and taking her place at the head of the table. The purpose of inviting you both is to discuss the publication of a book. The first issue has already been prepared. Starting from the second issue, I require you both to contribute articles. I will arrange for the collection of pertinent information, and you shall select what you deem important or intriguing to compose your pieces. Su Xiaozai contemplated the bizarre nature of this endeavor, yet outwardly he responded with respect. Rest assured, Lady Heir, I shall execute this task diligently. Song Hung mused privately that this undertaking was not insurmountable. He would ensure its success. In addition, Jiang Rong continued, you will be responsible for reviewing the content of each issue. She outlined our tasks, and both men promptly bowed in agreement. Although they had never engaged in such work before, for 2 scholars, the act of writing was a simple endeavor. Here is the first issue of the publication. You may take a look. Jiang Rong left a volume of books on the desk and cast one last glance at Song Hung. There are many sample books displayed in the outer room. Feel free to peruse them if you're interested. Song Heng's heart soared with joy. He had always found it difficult to afford books, and now, unexpectedly, he could read them freely while working here. Ordinary bookstores seldom allowed browsing, fearing that the books might be disordered and unsellable. Yet, Zhang Rong was utterly unconcerned about such trivialities. Having met with Song Heng and his companion, Zhang Rong instructed Xiao Nyang to recruit 10 scouts to gather information from the capital. One report was to be delivered to the study for Song Heng and his associates to compose articles, while another was to be sent to the Northern Prince's residence for Fei Tsue. Understood, Xiao Nyang replied. As for the first volume of the book, it was to be printed in 1,000 copies. What price should we set for the noble consort? Xiao Nyang inquired. Zhang Rong smiled and said, We shall not sell it. Instead, we will distribute it to various academies and private schools. Ah! Xiao Nyang exclaimed in surprise. Wouldn't that mean a total loss? The second volume will surely recoup the costs. Once they read the first volume, there will undoubtedly be demand for the second. Zhang Rong replied confidently. A fine wine need not fear the depth of the alley, though it may be a splendid item. Waiting for others to discover it is far too slow. It is better to present it to the public for their enjoyment. A spacious and luminous bamboo pavilion was specially designated as their study. Song Heng sat at the desk, opening the book. He had intended to proofread alongside Scholar Zhou, but Zhou had gone out to gather insights regarding the background of the study. As Song Heng gazed at the title page inscribed with Qian Qiu, Volume 1, he turned the pages and was utterly astonished. What lay before him was indeed a remarkable critical essay on contemporary literature. In essence, this serves to enlighten the scholars preparing for the imperial examination about the merits and flaws of an 8-legged essay. Such books are not uncommon in the marketplace. Yet, the pivotal aspect lies in the fact that this anonymous predecessor has articulated the subject matter with remarkable eloquence. For someone like Song Heng, who lacks the guidance of esteemed mentors, perusing this work proves to be immensely rewarding. He is now capable of composing essays that surpass his previous efforts by several magnitudes. This venerable figure undoubtedly possesses the talent of a top scholar. After perusing the text, Song Heng noticed the absence of a signature, leaving him unaware of the identity of this illustrious predecessor. In the capital, at the Bailu Academy, a few volumes of books are displayed at the entrance. Inscribed upon them are the words, "The first issue of the Wanwan Shu Zhai collection, freely available for all scholars to take." These books come at no cost, inviting all to peruse them. However, one might ponder the adage that suggests low-priced goods lack quality. What could this possibly entail? A scholar picked up a book, leafing through its pages and frowned. Current literary critique? Ha! Yet it bears no signature. Which nameless youth dares to compose such a piece without a modicum of self-awareness? Current literary critique, undeniably, is a genre that garners significant favor among the scholarly community. How could one not regard materials that are intimately connected with the imperial examination? Should a distinguished scholar offer insights on contemporary literature, students would undoubtedly queue from the East Street to the West Street upon hearing the news. However, the crux of the matter lies in the credibility of the critique's author, who would place their trust in an obscure newcomer. While some scoff and others deride, there are those who delve into the pages with keen interest. Chi Moyan casually picked up a volume to examine. After all, it was free, and there was nothing to lose in taking a glance. However, as he continued to peruse the pages, he began to sense that this book held something of substance. Was it merely an illusion? Chi Mo Yen intended to return it, yet the more he read, the more he found it invaluable, ultimately deciding to tuck it away. Chi Mo Yen, could it be that you truly believe the contents within? His classmates mocked. He casually replied, "I'll just take it back to prop up the corner of my desk." Laughter erupted. Ha ha ha. I knew it. No one could possibly be that foolish. As the bell rang for class, the students bowed and took their seats. Today's instructor appeared particularly spirited. Esteemed scholars, today I stumbled upon a remarkable tome at the entrance of the academy, one that I believe will greatly benefit your studies. I urge you all to examine it. And today I shall discourse upon the millennium. The audience was taken aback. Could this truly be an exceptional book? Although some were not well-versed, the esteemed scholars from various academies quickly began to endorse this work in unison. Thus, within a single day, the millennium became a sensation in the capital. Many sought out the studio that had distributed the book, discovering it belonged to the estate of the Northern Prince, specifically the property of the Northern Prince's consort. Instantly, the identity of the previously unknown author was established, a distinguished Confucian scholar commissioned by the Northern Prince. No wonder even our teachers spoke highly of the millennium. The Northern Prince certainly had the means to engage such a formidable predecessor. What could this consort intend by enlisting a Confucian master to produce such a work?
To sell it.
Did you not notice the inscription at the back? Anticipate the second volume. That second volume is precisely what they are waiting for us to purchase. Release the second issue soon. I shall purchase it. To utilize such remarkable articles solely for commercial gain is indeed a disgrace to scholarship. The young master of the North, known as the foremost dandy of the capital, is utterly captivated by his fiancée. She must possess no admirable qualities. Esteemed ladies of noble birth would typically counsel their husbands, yet she is akin to him in nature, so her actions come as no surprise. I wonder who this esteemed individual is? If I could become a disciple under such a mentor, I would not only aspire to be a scholar but also have great hopes of becoming a successful candidate in the imperial examinations. Who could possibly disagree? Has anyone inquired into the origins of this mysterious figure? The entire capital is abuzz with speculation regarding the identity of this enigmatic predecessor. Meanwhile, Jiang Rong leisurely sits in the golden jade courtyard, basking in the sunlight. Chapter 48. The notorious minister, Qi Mo Yen. From a young age, Jiang Rong harbored a profound passion for literature. During the times when the Chang family feigned a deep maternal bond with her, they would often jest that had she been a male, the Jiang family would have produced another top scholar. Alas, the imperial examination barred women from participation. Yet, what of it? She could remain shrouded in the shadows. In her literary endeavors, she had three objectives. First, to generate income. Second, to wield influence over public opinion. And third, to ensure that her work would attract aspiring scholars eager to seek her mentorship. In this world, some scholars shunned the idea of aligning themselves with the powerful, while others readily embraced such affiliations. Jiang Rong understood the intrinsic value of the former but, as a person of privilege, found herself in need of the latter for her own purposes. The following day, the Wanwan study was bustling with activity. Individuals arrived seeking to study under the esteemed scholar, inquiring when the second volume would be released, and some lingered, hoping for a chance encounter with the great sage. Creating a lively atmosphere, Qionyang presented a substantial stack of visiting cards to Jiang Rong. Lady Consort, these are requests from those wishing to study under the venerable Qianqiu, along with invitations for the esteemed scholar to visit. Since no one knows the scholar's name, we shall refer to him thus for the time being. Jiang Rong, unperturbed by how others addressed her, responded nonchalantly. Please keep the mentorship requests.
Discard the rest.
Understood, Qionyang replied respectfully. She then inquired. Many are asking when the second volume of Qianqiu will be released. That depends on when Song Hung and the others complete their final draft. Jiang Rong replied, as she began to peruse the mentorship requests. When a student seeks to apprentice under a master, they not only compose a heartfelt letter of request, but also include their own writings, hoping for guidance from their esteemed predecessor. Jiang Rong meticulously opened each letter, only to find that most were from mediocrities, which was to be expected. It is a well-known truth that the children of humble origins seldom rise to greatness. While this may seem unjust, it is often the case that truly talented individuals hail from scholarly families. These scions of esteemed households have the privilege of mentorship from venerable scholars and would never recklessly pledge allegiance to a different faction. Moreover, some prodigies born into modest circumstances have already been courted by other prominent families. The families of civil servants have long been discerning in their search for talent, beginning from the early stages of education. Thus, what remains are mostly individuals of average capability. However, one particular piece stood out. It was quite impressive. Jiang Rong's eyes brightened, and upon glancing at the signature, she was astonished to discover it was from Song Hung. Song Hung? Jiang Rong felt a surge of surprise. Although she initially intended to use 1,000 autumns as bait to attract him, she understood that someone like him, who never formed cliques, would never align himself with the Northern Prince's residence. Her plan was to host a lecture in her study, where she believed he would likely attend, allowing her to forge a connection and perhaps gain an ally. She never anticipated being able to recruit him. Jiang Rong then turned her attention to the letter of apprenticeship he had penned, which was filled with inquiries regarding the complexities of the first volume of 8,000 Autumns, reflecting his earnest desire for knowledge. A smile crept onto her face as she thought, Song Hung truly is adorably naive, completely oblivious to the underlying implications of seeking an apprenticeship. The esteemed elder of 8,000 Autumns is a sage of the Northern Prince's residence. As a student of this individual, he would inherently belong to the Northern Prince's faction. When Song Hung enters the political arena, This will be his lineage. Since ancient times, the relationship between heaven and earth, sovereign and subjects, as well as teacher and student, has been held in high regard. The bond between a teacher and student is akin to that of father and son, and it should never be forsaken. However, Song Hung, born into a humble family, has had limited experiences and fails to comprehend the intricate nuances of the aristocratic and bureaucratic world. He has unwittingly sold himself, yet remains oblivious to it. Jiang Rong, upon perusing his letter of apprenticeship, could not help but chuckle. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Rong decided to keep the letter. A pure minister has his own path. Although Song Hung may not be the person to assist Jiang Rong, he feels there is a need to guide him until he matures. Jiang Rong continued to leaf through the pages. As he neared the end, he finally came across another piece that caught his eye. The literary prowess displayed was on par with that of Song Hung. Jiang Rong nodded repeatedly, his gaze settling on the signature at the bottom, his expression turning contemplative. Chi Moyan. Jiang Rong unfolded the letter of apprenticeship he had penned. The language was earnest and exceedingly humble, even stating that if he could not meet the elder's expectations, he would be content merely serving as a tea attendant. This was a blatant indication that his true intention lay elsewhere. He sought this as a stepping stone to gain entry into the Northern Prince's estate. Such knowledge, coupled with his unscrupulous methods, clearly marks him as a future scheming minister, Chi Moyan. This individual is the son of Lin Ida, the Minister of Rights, who has fallen into obscurity. In 3 years, he will triumph in the imperial examination and return to the Lin family, acknowledging his heritage. The Minister of Rights is affiliated with the Duan Wang faction. Yet, no one anticipated that Chi Moyan would be a secret chess piece for the Crown Prince. Who knows how many pieces of intelligence he has discreetly gathered for the Crown Prince regarding the Duan Wang faction. When the Crown Prince ascends the throne, Chi Moyan will transform into a powerful official, serving as the Deputy Minister of Justice, purging dissenters from the new emperor's court. Not a single member of the Duan Wang faction will meet a favorable end. He seemed to exhibit a ruthless loyalty towards the new emperor, particularly targeting the Lin family with exceptional cruelty. He falsely accused Lin Ida of treason and betrayal, leading to the condemnation of the entire Lin clan. This transpired in the 5th year following the demise of the late prince, whose assassination remained an unresolved mystery. However, Chi Moyan unearthed this case, fabricating evidence to implicate Lin Ida in collusion with the Northern Desert and conspiring against the late prince. As the case involved the late prince, Jiang Rong discreetly followed the investigation, revealing that the Minister of Rights had no actual ties to the Northern Desert, thus exposing the case as a miscarriage of justice. Nevertheless, Chi Moyan, leveraging the overwhelming power of the new ruler, twisted the truth, unlawfully executing Lin Ida and annihilating his entire lineage. Subsequently, he framed loyal subjects, engaged in factional strife, and unjustly executed numerous officials who opposed his views. Song Hung was among those who fell victim to his treachery. Many generals from the Northern Prince's faction also suffered persecution at his hands. With a gaze as cold as ice, Jiang Rong cast aside his notice. This man deserves death. It would be prudent to eliminate him early, to avert future troubles. Yet, at present, Chi Moyan remains merely a scholar, having accomplished nothing. Jiang Rong hesitated momentarily, then retrieved the discarded notice. Perhaps it would be wise to examine the Chi Moyan of a decade past. If he is indeed a born villain, it would be simpler to eradicate him before he fully develops. Jade, please assist me in investigating this individual. Jiang Rong handed Chi Moyan's invitation to Jade. Jade accepted it solemnly, assuring the young lady, "Rest assured, I will thoroughly uncover the details of this person's life and history." Outside the western suburbs of the capital, in a modest peasant's fenced yard. "Mother, your eyesight is poor. Do not strain yourself with embroidery. Not long ago, I earned a modest sum by writing for others." Chi Moyan snatched a piece of embroidery from a woman's grasp. In her youth, that woman must have been extraordinarily beautiful, but the trials of life had rendered her notably aged. One of her once lovely eyes, now blinded from countless nights spent embroidering, left her with only a single eye capable of sight. "Moyan, your foremost priority now is to study. Do not let the pursuit of money hinder your progress in the imperial examinations," urged Chi's mother, trembling as she grasped her son's hand. "Your father was a successful scholar. You must not fall too far behind." At her words, Moyan's gaze darkened slightly. "Moyan, have you heard any news of your father recently?" his mother inquired with great concern. Chi's mother, a woman from Jiangnan and the daughter of a merchant, had been cast out of her home after becoming pregnant out of wedlock. Fortunately, her deft hands and embroidery allowed her to sustain both herself and her son. The young gentleman, known as Moyen, hailed from the capital. It is said he came from a humble background and had traveled to Jiangnan to visit relatives, where he fortuitously met Chi's mother, who soon fell in love. He promised to return to the capital to seek his parents' approval for their union and instructed her to wait for him, assuring her he would surely come back. However, that departure led to over a decade of silence. Chapter 49. A natural pair with the Crown Prince Mother Chi has waited year after year at the misty rain bridge they agreed upon. Last year, Chi Moyen persuaded her to journey to the capital in search of her father, and the two traveled great distances to the city. However, they found no leads. Chi Moyen replied, his eyes shadowed with uncertainty. Alas, I fear something unfortunate has occurred. Otherwise, he would have returned to us long ago. Mother Chi sighed deeply, her voice heavy with concern. Chi Moyen, however, could not suppress a cold smirk within. What misfortune! He had already located that person. The name and address he provided to his mother were mere fabrications, as he had no intention of allowing her to find him again. Yet, he had inadvertently left behind a fragrant sachet. Upon inquiring about the intricate patterns embroidered on it, Chi Moyen discerned that they were the family crest of the Lin clan. The Lin family was a prominent lineage in the capital, far from the ordinary folk that he and Mother Chi had presumed. It was impossible for him to take the merchant's daughter as his wife. Before his journey to the south, he had already become the esteemed son-in-law of a high-ranking minister, attaining the position of Minister of Rights at such a young age. Chi Moyen discreetly sought out Lin Ida, hoping to secure justice for his mother. However, he was met with a brutal rejection, nearly resulting in his demise. He was resolute in his ambition to excel in the imperial examinations, to rise above the rest, and to compel Lin Ida to kneel before him in supplication. Chi Moyen's eyes were icy, yet in the face of his mother's anxious expression, he could not utter a single truth. Her unwavering affection was sustained solely by the hope of reuniting with Lin Ida. He cared not for that man, nor for whose son he was, but he cherished only this one mother. Do not overthink. One day, you shall meet again. Chi Moyen offered a word of consolation, gently guiding the elderly woman out of the courtyard. He shifted the conversation, saying, "The sun shines splendidly today. You should bask in its warmth and rest well. My son intends to visit a particular study today, where a remarkably esteemed scholar resides. Many seek to become his disciples, and my son hopes to secure an opportunity there. That is wonderful news. You must go quickly." Upon hearing news concerning her son's education, Chi's mother promptly headed towards the kitchen. "I have steamed some buns. Take them along lest you grow hungry. Ah, and do not forget my beloved fan adorned with the blossoming begonia. You must present it to the esteemed elder. Mother, that is your heartfelt creation. I had intended to sell it to support your studies, and now it is the only offering we can part with. If he is to be your mentor, it is only fitting to present the most treasured gift as a token of sincerity. I hope the elder will graciously accept it." Chi Moyen was firmly pressed with 2 plain buns nestled in a cloth pouch and a finely crafted sandalwood box. With a slight sting in his eyes, he discreetly concealed the ornate box in the wardrobe, carrying only the buns as he stepped outside. The fan was precious, crafted with a long-lost technique of exquisite embroidery, worth a fortune yet requiring immense effort. His mother had taken up the embroidery work, but the toll it took was great. She had lost sight in one eye. Now, she could no longer create such masterpieces, and the begonia fan was the last remnant of her devotion. On Chingstone Street, at the Myriad Scrolls study, Scholar Zhou approached the task assigned by the young lady with utmost seriousness. He had diligently inquired and discovered that this young lady was indeed the apple of the Northern Prince's eye. Unbeknownst to him, after a lifetime of unfulfilled potential, he unexpectedly found himself leaning against such a formidable tree in his twilight years. He dared not be negligent. As for Song Hung, the situation was even more pronounced. For the sake of a modest sum, he pressed on. The two had been diligently sifting through information and composing articles. However, following the latest directive from the royal consort brought by Qiu Nyang, Zhou Xiucai and Song Hung exchanged glances, agreeing to forego sleep for the night. "Youngster, are you up for it?" "I am quite fine. But what about you, esteemed senior?" "Ha! Do not underestimate me. I too endured a decade of arduous study, hanging my head and pricking my thighs to attain the status of Xiucai. It's merely a night without sleep. What scholar does not yearn for the next volume of Qianqiu? Even Zhou Xiaocai, now in his 60s, could hardly resist the urge to pen a few more articles, hoping to elevate his rank to that of a jinshi. Thus, on the following morning, the second volume of Qianqiu, co-authored by Zhou Xiaocai and Song Heng, was freshly completed. In the Spring Breeze Tower, a place of romance and revelry, Xialingxi lounged languidly in an elegant room on the second floor, sipping wine and listening to music. Clad in opulent brocade robes. It was the hour of duty, yet as a young dandy, he naturally could not be found in the official hall. Young master. There has been no news regarding the miraculous herbs from the Four Seas gang, and the Wanjin Trading Company has made no progress either, reported Xiao Nanqing. Since the young master had relinquished his study to the royal consort, their conspiracies could only unfold in alternative venues. Xialingxi's gaze remained indifferent as he continued to listen to the music, betraying no sign of emotion. Recently, a new force had emerged in the black market, seeking the 9 extraordinary herbs. Upon investigation, it was determined that this faction hailed from Princess Chang of Anyang. Xiao Nanqing wore a perplexed expression. I truly cannot fathom why she insists on targeting the young lady of the air. The parents of the heir's consort bear no enmity towards her. In fact, they have shown her kindness. It was precisely the Bai family that provided care during her harrowing childbirth, ensuring the safety of both mother and child. I am genuinely bewildered by her motives. Ever since the peony banquet, Xialingxi has commanded me to investigate Princess Anyang. However, I have been unable to uncover any connection between her and the parents of the heir's consort. The only link remains their act of saving her life. Keep a vigilant watch on the news from the princess's residence and be ready to intercept any information. Xialingxi's voice was as cold as ice. Understood. Xiao Nanqing acknowledged the order. After reporting the matter at hand, Xiao Nanqing seized every opportunity to offer flattery, stating, Young master, the heir's consort is truly remarkable in her business acumen. Presently, the entire capital is abuzz with Qianqiu, and countless scholars eagerly await the release of Volume 2. Surely, once the second edition is published, the Wanwan study will reap abundant profits. Such a prodigy is indeed a perfect match for you, young master, a match made in heaven. The young master's admiration for the heir's consort inspires us, her subordinates, to shower her with heartfelt praise. We extol her virtues. The young master finds joy. And we are rewarded in turn. What do we call this? It is a triple-win situation. The chill in Xialingxi's gaze, as anticipated, dissipated somewhat. I see she harbors ambitions beyond mere commerce. What else does the heir's consort aspire to? Xiao Nanqing inquired with curiosity. A selection of contemporary literature. A tool for the imperial examinations. She aims for the court. Her ambitions are indeed considerable. Xialingxi chuckled softly. Xiao Nanqing appeared somewhat bewildered, unable to grasp the full extent of the situation. The noble consort, though a woman of remarkable talent, could never participate in the imperial examination to hold an official position. How could she then aspire to the court? Outside, Jingzhe reported. Your Highness, Fei Tsui requests an audience. Yesterday, Chunyang delivered a plethora of apprenticeship invitations, and the noble consort selected one individual for me to investigate. Fei Tsui bowed and stated, I have inquired and learned that this person hails from Jiangnan and arrived in the capital last year. Given Jiangnan's distance of over 1,000 miles, I fear I may have overlooked something, hence I seek your guidance. This matter necessitates the involvement of outsiders, a privilege beyond her reach. Upon hearing this, Xiao Nanqing was momentarily taken aback. An apprenticeship invitation? Could it be that the noble consort intends to take on a student? In that case, the individual's moral character must be thoroughly vetted. Jingzhe, send word to Jiangnan to conduct a thorough investigation, Xialingxi instructed directly. Understood, Jingzhe replied, accepting the command. Fei Tsui felt reassured and bowed before taking her leave. The heir is consistently reliable and comforting. Chapter 50. A Meeting of Minds, Young Master. Is the young lady of the heir recruiting students to find someone to assist her in the official realm? Xiao Nanqing exclaimed in astonishment. It was the first time he had encountered a woman bold enough to devise such a scheme. The formidable women in the inner chambers were merely victors in the contest of wives and concubines. Yet, Zhang Rong aimed directly at the court. You and the young lady of the heir truly share a profound connection, Xiao Nanqing praised sincerely. He felt utterly foolish. How could he have ever doubted the young master's judgment? The bond between the young master and the young lady of the heir was unmistakable. Surely, The young master could not misinterpret the young lady's intentions. Suddenly, a thought struck Xiao Nanqing. The one seated on the dragon throne had always been wary of the northern prince's residence. Would the actions of the young lady of the air draw the attention of those above? He cautioned, his brow furrowing. Xialingxi maintained a calm demeanor, unhurried and composed. What he fears is the northern prince's potential successor. He would not regard a woman with any significance. All the esteemed scholarly families are vying for talented individuals. The Jiang family has a legacy steeped in literature, and her actions align perfectly with the identity of a Jiang woman. The emperor would not suspect this to be a maneuver of the northern prince. He might even speculate that it is under the Jiang family's direction. Whatever she undertakes, as long as it has no ties to the northern prince, it will not pose a significant threat. Xiao Nanqing suddenly comprehended. It was a common occurrence for women marrying into the northern prince's residence to leverage its power for the benefit of their natal families. The northern prince's residence was a military stronghold, lacking connections among the civil officials. This batch of recruits seemed destined to rally around the Jiang family, ultimately benefiting them. Young master, do you imply that the young lady of the air is, in fact, recruiting on behalf of the northern prince's residence? Xiao Nanqing astutely discerned the underlying meaning in his young master's words. Others disregard her, believing she has little connection with the northern prince's residence. However, the young master holds a different perspective. He has gathered people on her behalf. Yet, she remains the matriarch of the northern prince's estate. Xialingxi lifted her wine cup, savoring a sip of the exquisite wine that perfectly pleased her palate. Xiao Nanjing found his thoughts somewhat entangled, yet one thing was crystal clear to him. The young master truly adores the princess consort. Whatever the princess consort does, the young master perceives as commendable, as if she performs her tasks with unparalleled grace. A breathtaking romance. So sweet. The Autumn of 1,000 Years, Volume 2, is now available. Qionyang hung a newly inscribed wooden sign before the study. Good news. The second volume has been released. Boss, bring me 10 copies. The announcement of the second volume sale caused the Wanwan study to become instantly overcrowded. Before long, the entire Qingshi Street was filled with people eager to purchase books, with lines even stretching into the adjacent street. In tea houses and taverns, news about the Wanwan study and the Autumn of 1,000 Years spread like wildfire. Inside the Spring Breeze Pavilion, a dancer gracefully concluded her performance, and the matron approached with a beaming smile, announcing, "Esteemed guests, we have exciting news. The Autumn of 1,000 Years, Volume 2 has just been released. Our Spring Breeze Pavilion has thoughtfully reserved 1,000 copies in advance. Guests in need can simply ask, sparing you the trouble of waiting in line." A single stone stirred 1,000 waves. The patrons below erupted like firecrackers, bustling and clamoring for their copies. "Matron, bring me one. Quickly. I want one. I'm so eager. Ever since I finished Volume 1, I've been unable to find solace in food or sleep, my mind consumed solely by the desire to delve into Volume 2. Alas, my friend, you were just sharing laughter with the ladies. Do you comprehend the meaning of finding joy amid suffering? With Volume 2 out of reach, I can only visit the Spring Breeze Pavilion to alleviate the torment within my heart through the company of these enchanting ladies." Xiao Nanqing marveled, recognizing the old matron's acumen in business. She adeptly sensed the winds of desire and urgency, explaining why the Spring Breeze Pavilion holds the esteemed title of the foremost brothel in the capital. "Young master, would you care to purchase a copy?" Without awaiting Xialingxi's response, Xiao Nanqing interjected, "I have indeed uttered a superfluous remark. Surely, you would support the business of the future Lady of the Air. I shall procure a copy at once." Xialingxi remained noncommittal, quietly observing the throng below as they clamored for Qianqiu. He recalled the mischievous glint in the young lady's eyes, a slight smile tugging at his lips before his expression returned to its usual impassivity. In a short while, the 1,000 copies available at the Spring Breeze Pavilion were sold out. The old matron hurriedly dispatched someone to procure more from the Wanjuansha studio. Jiang Rong priced the volumes reasonably, ensuring that most scholars could afford them, refraining from inflating the price due to the book's esteemed content. The exquisite commentary in the first volume mirrored that of the initial issue, each word a gem, captivating the audience. Soon, someone stumbled upon the second volume. What is this? It appears unrelated to the Imperial Examination essays. The second volume is entitled Observing the Affairs of the World, seemingly chronicling recent events. I want to read the essays. Who would be interested in such trivial matters? Let me see. The latest battle in the northern frontier, a resounding victory for our forces. The floods in Jiangnan have prompted the Wanjin Trading Company to donate grain. A long-lost national treasure from the western regions has resurfaced, rumored to unlock the secrets of a national treasure. The 8 renowned brothels in the capital have united to host a courtesan competition.
What?
Where is the courtesan? I want to see. A young dandy, completely disinterested in the imperial examinations, immediately leaned closer. I want to see too. What is this lost national treasure? Where is it? Good heavens, look at this last article. The son of the Minister of Justice forcefully abducts a commoner woman, while the northern prince's heir gallantly rescues her. Good heavens, is this true? Is it not written in reverse? Surely it is the northern prince's heir who rescued her, not the one who abducted her? In this capital calamity, could there really be a good deed? The minister seeks justice, and the commoner woman weeps as she reveals the truth. The Empress Dowager has sent someone to expel the Zhou family father and son. The text states this quite clearly. It cannot possibly be false, for otherwise, it would be a blatant slander against a high-ranking minister, which warrants imprisonment. If the northern prince's consort dares to write such, it must surely be based on fact. The Empress Dowager is formidable. Sir, do you have any more copies of Eternal Autumn? Please grant me another. What? Sold out? Then would any scholar among you be willing to share half with me? I only desire the second volume. Originally, only scholars purchased Eternal Autumn, but now many are clamoring for it. Some scholars, who initially deemed the second volume useless, gradually began to discover matters of interest within its pages. There are those concerned with military affairs, those attentive to the people's livelihood, those in pursuit of rare beauties, and even those who simply enjoy the spectacle. In this second volume, a plethora of subjects is encapsulated, embodying an extensive array of information. Rather than merely being an article, it resembles a compilation of diverse narratives. On the second floor, in an elegant chamber, Xielingxi has just completed reading the second volume. The inscription of the first volume reads read 10,000 books, featuring astute critiques of contemporary literature, while the second volume is inscribed with observe human affairs, focusing on matters of human existence. Though the articles appear disordered, he discerns a particular detail. Only the essays regarding the northern frontier conflicts and the tale of Qiu Nyang lack an authorial attribution. In contrast, all other pieces are credited to the pseudonyms Chrysanthemum Recluse and Bamboo Guest. Given the intricate understanding of the details surrounding Qiu Nyang's story, he has already surmised the identity of the author. Chapter 51. The commotion I adore. In the first volume, the narrative unfolds with eloquence, forging a reputation. In the second volume, the essays encompass myriad phenomena, appealing to the populace at large. The number of patrons purchasing books downstairs has increased significantly. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Xiao Nanqing is profoundly impressed. The young lady is indeed a prodigy in commerce. Xielingxi's gaze sweeps over the bustling scene below. He possesses an acute intuition that much of the news regarding the second volume is intended to attract attention, yet some of it is information she desires to disseminate. This is the realm of public opinion, the pulse of the people. This young woman is truly audacious, increasingly surpassing his expectations. Not only does she aim her sights on the court, but she also seeks to utilize the populace as her vessel. Such tactics cannot be innate. They must be cultivated through experience, perhaps by a patriarch of a prominent clan who has navigated the tumultuous waters of imperial politics for a decade, acquiring the requisite insight and shrewdness. Does she have a sage guiding her? Xielingxi's thoughts drift to the Bai family. Countless individuals have benefited from her kindness, and it would not be surprising if someone discreetly extended protection to Jiang Rong in return. His gaze settles on the final article. Zhou Hongyang is a vindictive man. He will surely seek to trouble Jiang Rong. Xiao Nanqing commanded, send a carriage to Wanwan bookstore. Yes. In the capital, at a lively tea house, Jiang Rong, clad in simple white garments and donning a white gauze hat that obscures her features, sits at a table adorned with tea and exquisite pastries.
Today,
as per her usual routine, she visited the CF family shop to review the accounts. Passing by the tea house, she ascends to enjoy a cup of tea and take a brief respite. This tea house is situated near the Bailu Academy, and most patrons are scholars, each engrossed in a copy of Qianqiu, engaging in spirited discussions. The first volume is devoid of controversy. The points of contention lie solely within the second volume. It is utterly disgraceful that a collection of such trivialities has been amalgamated into a single tome. Lu's assertion is misguided. The foremost matter in the second volume concerns the military affairs in the northern frontier. How can this be deemed trivial? As scholars, we must be concerned with matters of state, family, and the world at large. It is imperative that we remain informed. Indeed, while it is well known that conflicts in the northern frontier are fraught with difficulty, it is only upon reading this article that one realizes that even in the face of great victories, every inch of territory is purchased with blood. To speak candidly, the second volume encompasses significant events as well as some trivialities. However, the first volume merely corresponds to the page count of an ordinary book. The additional content in the second volume is provided at no extra cost. Those who find it unappealing are free to disregard it. As Confucius said, select the good and follow it. We may choose to learn from the beneficial aspects. Those of lesser intellect, who possess a narrow vision, merely seek to sell sensational tales to entice the ignorant populace for monetary gain. Are we, scholars, to stoop to quarreling with a woman of such base character? How can one speak so? Fei Tsue, brimming with indignation, retorted, if one possesses such capability, then do not read. Yet, why do they choose to scrutinize our work and look down upon us? Jiang Rong, with a serene demeanor, sipped her tea, remarking, it matters not. Regardless of their disdain, they must still pay, and we suffer no loss. Your grace is truly commendable, Lady of the Air, Fei Tsue praised. Jiang Rong smiled gently, choosing silence. Whether in disparagement or support, such matters hold little significance. Only scholars will purchase literary works to pique the interest of the common folk. The second volume is essential. Do you find her perspective myopic? TSK, that is indeed rather favorable. I sincerely wish there were more of such brilliance. In the capital's premier establishment, the Delicacy Pavilion, Zhou Hongyang strode in with a swagger, his gait wide and confident. The moment he entered the hall, a low gasp of recognition rippled through the crowd. Isn't that the son of the Minister of Justice? Instantly, the atmosphere fell silent. Most patrons, engrossed in their books, were fervently engaged in spirited discussions. Upon hearing the mention of the minister's son, all eyes turned in unison towards Zhou Hongyang. Their expressions varied, as if they were scrutinizing a curious spectacle. Young Master Zhou, welcome. Please do come in. A nimble waiter approached, though his gaze held a hint of peculiarity. What are you all staring at? Do you wish to lose your eyes? Zhou Hongyang scoffed. Only then did the patrons collectively divert their gazes, murmuring softly amongst themselves. His father held a high rank as Minister of Justice, and most present did not dare offend him openly, given their lesser status. Yet, one young gentleman clad in a flying fish robe, carrying a recently acquired book, smiled and inquired, Zhou Hongyang, I heard that you were injured while attempting to abduct a commoner. Is that true? Zhou Hongyang's eyes narrowed in anger as they met the young man's gaze. Were it anyone else, he would have relished the thought of breaking their legs for such insolence. However, this was Chu Ju, son of a trusted confidant of the emperor. Thus, their familial standings were roughly equal. Furthermore, 3 officers in flying fish robes, wielding embroidered spring sabers, sat nearby. They were formidable fighters, unlike his own subordinates, who were hardly a match. It is but a mere rumor, a misunderstanding involving the northern prince's residence, Zhou Hongyang replied ambiguously. Surrounded by a multitude, he could hardly brazenly admit to his failed attempt at forcibly taking a maiden, only to be met with a beating. Yet the text clearly states that you and your father were expelled by the esteemed Lady Xia. TSK. I have yet to witness a second-rank official being unceremoniously thrown out. Pray, enlighten me on how your father scurried away in such disgrace, that I may broaden my horizons. As Chu Ju spoke, he erupted into laughter. The onlookers, unable to contain themselves, stifled their laughter behind their sleeves. The atmosphere within the tavern brimmed with mirth. Save for one. Zhou Hongyang. Zhou Hongyang was on the verge of exploding with rage. Never had he endured such humiliation. He retorted angrily, Chu Ju, I have no quarrel with you, so do not fabricate stories. Oh, but I am not the one spinning tales. The book states it quite clearly. If it is false, then you should promptly inform your father to take it up with the northern prince's residence. A scuffle would be most entertaining. Chu Ju exclaimed with exuberance, reveling in the unfolding drama. Zhou Hongyang was utterly perplexed. What book? The window of the private room on the second floor swung open, and the guest he had arranged to meet beckoned him to hurry up. Zhou Hongyang shot a fierce glare at Chu Ju and hastily ascended the stairs. As soon as he reached the upper floor, the suppressed laughter from below erupted into a chorus of guffaws. Boss, Why did you provoke Zhou Hongyang for no reason? Inquired a young officer, unable to restrain himself. Chu Ju, engrossed in the great age, replied with delight. Those who attempt to forcefully take maidens are fair game for my scorn. Were it not for this attire, I might have even struck him. This book is truly captivating. The first half was a snooze, but the latter half is positively riveting. The officer silently pondered. Scholars cherish the upper volumes as treasures. Yet it is only someone like you, who has truant since childhood, who would disdain them. On the second floor, in a private room, Shen Wenyuan handed a copy of Qinqiu, Volume 2 to Zhou Hongyang, directly flipping to the last few pages. Young Master Zhou, you may not have perused this book. It has slandered you profusely. It would be prudent for your father to swiftly shut down this bookstore. Zhou Hongyang looked down, his anger boiling to the surface. And he finally grasped the situation that had just unfolded. How outrageous! Which bookstore dares to defame me? I shall see them all imprisoned. Zhou Hongyang exclaimed furiously. Chapter 52. Sealing the study belongs to Jiang Rong, the consort of the Northern Prince. Yet, even within the confines of the Northern Prince's residence, she could still be subjected to rumors and trouble, leading to a potential sealing. Shen Wenyuan replied. When the first volume of Qinqiu emerged, Shen Wenyuan was utterly astonished and yearned to be acquainted with the esteemed elder of Qinqiu. However, upon discovering that this study was under Jiang Rong's name, he felt as though a precious treasure was being squandered. Such a distinguished master ought to assist him in achieving academic success, yet it was instead in Jiang Rong's hands. Being used for profit, what a waste. Fortunately, his father was soon to return. Shen Wenyuan could only silently console himself, believing that once his father was back, he would surely be able to invite a renowned master to guide him. In the Great Xia dynasty, the civil officials held 3 prominent titles: left assistant, right assistant, and grand tutor. Shen's father was appointed as the grand tutor, making him the object of fervent attention from the various princes, who all sought to win over his only son, Shen Wenyuan, currently in the capital. Shen Wenyuan attended these gatherings, intending to compare offers and seek the highest bid. The Minister of Justice was aligned with the Crown Prince's faction. Today, Zhou Hongyang hosted a gathering, intending to probe Shen Wenyuan's sentiments on behalf of the Crown Prince's camp. That shrewish woman. It's her again. Zhou Hongyang grew even angrier, but he vented his frustrations without uttering a word regarding the matter of arrests and sealing. Shen Wenyuan understood. The events in the book were not mere fabrications. Thus, there was no authority to enact a sealing. Young Master Zhou, I have an idea that could help you vent your frustrations, Shen Wenyuan suggested with a glint in his eye. What idea? Zhou Hongyang inquired, turning his gaze towards him. Sealing the Wanzhuan study does not necessarily require concrete evidence, does it? Is your father not the Minister of Justice? There is a fugitive, wanted by the Ministry of Justice, whose suspicious whereabouts have been reported at the Wanzhuan study. Therefore, sealing the study would be entirely justified. Shen Wenyuan smiled faintly. Zhou Hongyang, taken aback, clapped his hands in delight, exclaiming that Master Shen was exceptionally clever, highly learned, and truly gifted. What an excellent idea! If this study dares to tarnish his reputation, then he shall ensure it remains inoperative. Master Shen, with such talent, should he assist His Royal Highness when the prince ascends the throne, you will undoubtedly achieve greatness on par with your esteemed father. Having resolved a dilemma, Zhou Hongyang regarded Shen Wenyuan with increased admiration and sought to win him over. My lord is keen to employ talented individuals, and he will surely entrust Master Shen with significant responsibilities. Shen Wenyuan, flattered by the praise, felt a sense of elation within, though he maintained a composed exterior, modestly stating it was merely a small stratagem. I have heard that Xielingxi has taken your betrothed. When His Highness ascends the throne, he will surely avenge you. Zhou Hongyang, adopting a unified front against their foe, replied, I too have lost a favored commoner to him. When the time comes, we shall make him pay. Shen Wenyuan's smile faltered. It was you who lost your betrothed. I have never regarded Jiang Rong, a mere girl from a humble household, with any esteem. She is but an ignorant woman, unworthy of my consideration. This engagement is merely a matter of parental arrangement. Shen Wenyuan was reluctant to discuss the matter, feeling it beneath him, and remarked, Zhou Gongzi, you should first attend to the Wanzhuan study. There are numerous buyers for this Qinqiu book. If we do not seal it soon, this matter is likely to spread throughout the capital. You are right. I shall invite you for a drink another day. By the way, Young Master Shin, shall we go witness the festivities together? The bustling Qingshi street was teeming with life, a veritable sea of humanity. Among the throng was Chi Moyan. After standing in line for the better part of the day, it was finally his turn. Chenghui, 301.
Thank you.
Chi Moyan retrieved a small pouch of coins from his satchel and handed it to the shopkeeper, solemnly accepting Qianqiu, Volume 2. At that moment, a loud shout rang out from the street. Officials are conducting an investigation. Clear the way. A pack of soldiers surged in like wolves, scattering the waiting crowd and sealing off the Wanwan bookstore. Chi Moyan, clutching his book, gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene. What was happening? Xiaonyang's expression shifted slightly as she approached. Esteemed officer, is there a matter at hand? The Wanwan bookstore is suspected of harboring fugitives. Seize the bookstore and take all related personnel, bellowed the leading official from the Ministry of Justice. Xiaonyang hastily protested. Impossible. This is a property under the Northern Wangfu. How could we possibly harbor fugitives? Whether there are any or not will be determined upon investigation. Take them away. The bookstore's patrons were thrown into disarray. They were but ordinary citizens, suddenly beset by the grave accusation of harboring fugitives, panic spreading among them. Harboring a fugitive is a serious crime. It could lead to the death penalty. Zhou Xiaocai had just emerged from his study when he heard the accusation, his vision darkening in fear. Yet, Song Hung remained unflappable, showing no signs of trepidation. The innocent shall clear themselves. There are no fugitives in our Wanwan bookstore. What is there to fear? The individuals in the study were forcibly driven to the entrance. Xiaonyang argued vehemently, My lord, you can see for yourself that we, the inhabitants of this study, are all present. There are no fugitives here. That is uncertain, came the retort. Who knows if there are hidden chambers or secret passages within your study? I believe we must set fire to it to ascertain the truth. With a sense of self-satisfaction, Zhou Hongyang approached, accompanied by Shen Wenyuan. Upon seeing him, Xiaonyang's expression shifted noticeably. It was him again. The chief officer of the Ministry of Justice, eager to curry favor, remarked with a smirk, Young Master Zhou is correct. This study must indeed be burned. Men, ignite the fire. You cannot burn it. This study contains a vast collection of books. Even if you possess the right to search, you have no authority to damage the property of the common people. Song Hung bellowed.
Ha!
If you dare to prevent us from burning it, it seems the fugitive truly resides within. By obstructing the officials in their duty, are you not akin to a conspirator for the fugitive? You certainly appear suspicious. Zhou Hongyang replied with a cold smirk. The chief officer of the Ministry of Justice immediately interjected, Rest assured, young Master Zhou, this person is highly suspect. I shall ensure a rigorous interrogation. He then urged the officials, What are you standing around for? Ignite the fire. The officials lit their torches, intending to throw them into the study, while Song Hung desperately obstructed them, insisting, Do not burn it. Xiaonyang, regaining her senses, hastily cried out, Stop them. We cannot allow them to burn the books of the air. The servants of the study and the officials began to shove each other. The onlookers, witnessing this scene, retreated in fear of being caught in the crossfire. Only one person maintained a keen gaze, Chi Moyan. He sought to apprentice himself to the esteemed Qianqiu, hoping to align himself with the powerful northern prince's mansion. In this moment of crisis within the study, was it not the perfect opportunity for him to demonstrate his loyalty? Without a moment's hesitation, Chi Moyan swiftly tucked the book into his satchel, rolled up his sleeves, and with an air of righteous determination, charged forward, proclaiming, The Tome Qianqiu serves as my esteemed mentor. How can I remain indifferent while you seek to incinerate Qianqiu? Volume 2? I shall stand against you. At that juncture, within the study, Song Hung stood resolutely against 4 officials. One of the officers, deeming him an obstruction, brandished a club, intent on striking him. Chi Moyan, vigilant and observant, witnessed this scene while recalling Song Heng's emergence. This individual had stepped forth from the study, a member of the Northern Wangfu. My resolve to save Chi Moyan is unwavering. With a determined leap, Chi Moyan launched himself towards Song Hung. Thud! The wooden stick struck down, delivering a fierce blow to Chi Moyan's back, sending him crashing to the ground. Chapter 53. Deep affection for the Crown Prince consort brother. How are you? Song Hung exclaimed, deeply moved, as he hurried to assist Chi Moyan. Chi Moyan, with an expression of fearless determination, replied, Do not mind me. Protect the books. Thank you, kind sir, for your assistance. Quickly, carry this gentleman to the rear. he urged. Autumn Nyong, witnessing someone getting injured in defense of the Wanwan Book Studio, rushed to his aid. Chi Moyen was content as he was carried into the sanctuary of the studio. However, the studio was understaffed and could hardly withstand the overwhelming number of officers. The situation was perilous. Do not move. Emerald bellowed with authority. The Crown Prince Consort is present. Who dares to act recklessly? At that moment, a luxurious carriage came galloping down the street. Emerald, standing before the carriage, wore an expression of fury. The carriage halted in front of the studio, and as the curtain was drawn back, a lady clad in white descended gracefully from the springboard. She wore a veil and hat, rendering her features indistinguishable. Upon hearing the title of Crown Prince Consort, the gathered crowd instinctively surged forward, eager to catch a glimpse. Word had spread that the Crown Prince Consort was the most beautiful woman in the capital, captivating the northern prince to the point of obsession. He would marry no one else. Hurry, let us see what she looks like. I can't see. Please don't push. The atmosphere around them grew animated once more. Crown Prince Consort. Autumn Nyong, upon spotting Jiang Rong, felt as though she had found her anchor. She rushed forward to clarify. Crown Prince Consort, please be assured, the staff of the studio are innocent citizens, and we certainly harbor no fugitives. They insist on accusing us of sheltering criminals and threatening to burn the studio. I am aware. Rest easy. Jiang Rong lightly nodded and turned to Zhou Hongyang. Your desire to incinerate the study stems solely from our public revelation of your misdeeds. Enraged by shame, you seek personal revenge. Using your father's position as the Minister of Justice, you attempt to fabricate a charge against the study. Song Hung, make a note of this for the next issue.
Yes.
Song Hung replied loudly, casting a fierce glare at Zhou Hongyang. Upon seeing Jiang Rong, Zhou Hongyang's animosity intensified, and in response to her piercing words, he furiously exclaimed, You speak nonsense. Your study harbors fugitives. Burn it down. According to the Great Xia law, arson of private residences incurs a penalty of 3 years of hard labor. As the head of the Ministry of Justice, you fail to remind your little master of this. Are you intent on sending him into exile? Jiang Rong raised an eyebrow, directing her gaze at the head of the Ministry of Justice. His expression instantly stiffened. Though the law is as stated, it is well known that the offspring of officials enjoy certain privileges. They can act with impunity, and no one dares to report them. However, should anyone dare to investigate, their rationale would indeed be untenable. Zhou Hongyang attempted to argue further, but Shen Wenyuan interjected, whispering, Young Master Zhou, apprehending individuals and sealing off premises is entirely justifiable. Do not ignite the study, which would only complicate matters further. The law permits arrests and seizures, but it does not authorize the burning of others' homes. Zhou Hongyang, his teeth gritted in frustration, had no choice but to suppress his anger and harshly declared, Your study must be sealed off for harboring fugitives, and everyone must be taken away for rigorous investigation. Who has seen any fugitives in our study? False accusations carry the penalty of retaliation. Jiang Rong coldly fixed her gaze on Zhou Hongyang. He hesitated, intimidated by the implications of her words regarding retaliation, despite initially intending to claim he had witnessed it with his own eyes. Shen Wenyuan thought to himself that this contraption was utterly useless. He stepped forward, donning a fade of insincere smiles, and said, Your Highness, the suspicion is merely that suspicion. It does not imply that you are necessarily harboring anything. It cannot be deemed slander. Should the truth be uncovered, I shall ensure your safe return. His words were exceedingly polished, yet the timeline for uncovering the truth remained an enigma. Such tactics were employed by the powerful to suppress dissenting merchants. Nothing novel. However, the fact that everyone resorted to such means indicated their undeniable efficacy. A mere suspicion could suffice to seal one's shop, and the legality of it rendered any pursuit of justice utterly futile. When Jiang Rong saw Shen Wenyuan emerge, without uttering a word, she seized a firewater stick that lay on the ground and struck him forcefully across the face. Shen Wenyuan let out a pain scream, collapsing to the ground from the brutal blow. Jiang Rong wielded the long stick with vigor and, in the blink of an eye, delivered a flurry of 17 or 18 strikes upon him. The onlookers were left in stunned silence. Zhou Hongyang finally snapped back to reality, exclaiming, Quick! Stop her! Jiang Rong, what are you doing? The officials rushed forward to shield Shen Wenyuan. Only then did Jiang Rong discard the stick and, casting a cool gaze over the astonished crowd, declared, Ladies and gentlemen, you have all witnessed this man approaching me with a smile. We were once betrothed, and to prevent any rumors of impropriety that may tarnish my reputation, I deemed it necessary to strike him first, to assert my innocence. You, wicked woman. Shun Wenyuan spat blood, pointing an accusing finger at Jiang Rong in a fit of rage. The crowd murmured in agreement, acknowledging her reasoning, rendering him speechless. Yet, do you not seek merely a flimsy excuse to unleash your wrath upon him? Zhou Hongyang was taken aback. Jiang Rong audaciously struck someone in public, a clear indication of her disdain for him. He bellowed, "Seize all these individuals. Take them away. Who dares to take anyone away?" A chilling, magnetic voice emerged. Another lavish carriage arrived, halting at the entrance of the study. A striking young gentleman clad in crimson, surrounded by a throng of attendants, approached. "My lord." Jiang Rong's eyes brightened, her face alight with joy. Yet, in the next moment, tears welled up as she plaintively tugged at his sleeve, reporting, "My lord, they intend to capture me." "Handle this, Jingzhe," commanded Xielingxi. The accompanying dark-clad guards surged forward like wolves, ruthlessly assaulting the officials and apprehending Zhou Hongyang and his companions. "What are you doing?" "We are enforcing the law. There have been reports that the Wanjun study is harboring fugitives." Zhou Hongyang's heart raced, and he felt a familiar ache in his recently healed leg. Xielingxi, unfazed, delivered a fierce kick to Zhou Hongyang's leg, declaring, "Arguing with this young master?" The sound of cracking bones echoed. "Are you jesting?"
Ah!
Zhou Hongyang emitted a piercing scream, exclaiming, "My leg, my leg." Xielingxi cast a glance at the head of the Ministry of Justice, who immediately trembled in fear, stammering, "Your Highness, spare me." Xielingxi coldly retorted, "Listen carefully. I do not care what great cases your ministry intends to pursue or whether you possess evidence. Apprehending my consort is absolutely unacceptable. Depart from here at once." "Yes, yes, yes." The head of the Ministry of Justice scrambled away in disarray. The onlookers were left in a state of shock. In a fit of righteous fury for his beloved, the Crown Prince of Beiwang indeed lived up to the rumors, harboring profound affection for his consort, valuing her above all else. Initially, I thought the tales were exaggerated, yet the reality surpassed all expectations. The Crown Prince's defense of his consort was utterly unreasonable, disregarding all consequences. How sweet. This is overwhelmingly sweet. Jiang Rong lifted her gaze to Xielingxi, her eyes shimmering with brilliance, her brows delicately arched. He always appeared like a heroic figure descending from the vibrant clouds, ever protective of her. What virtue had she possessed to deserve such fortune? To encounter such a worthy companion? Beneath her veil, her countenance involuntarily flushed with bashfulness. In the midst of the crowd, she gently grasped the sleeve of Xielingxi, as if clutching the entire starry expanse of the night sky. Chapter 54. The Emperor's summons lying on the ground, Zhou Hongyang glared resentfully at Xielingxi, exclaiming, "Xielingxi, you obstruct the Ministry of Justice. Just wait." With a derisive laugh, Xielingxi stepped forward and forcefully stomped down, breaking his second leg. "Very well. Wait you shall." Zhou Hongyang let out a piercing scream, succumbing to the pain and losing consciousness. Shun Wenyuan remained silent throughout the ordeal, shrinking his neck and bowing his head like a quail, terrified of attracting Xielingxi's attention. It was only after watching Xielingxi and Jiang Rong enter the Wanjun study that he finally breathed a sigh of relief, hastily instructing the servants to carry Zhou Hongyang back to the Zhou residence. Upon seeing the Zhou family members, Shun Wenyuan shed his earlier timidity and exclaimed with righteous indignation, "Young Master Zhou has suffered greatly. The Prince of the North is arrogant and lawless, bullying others beyond measure." Inside the Wanjun study in the main hall, the aftermath of the recent search left the place in disarray, with overturned boxes and a chaotic floor. Chunyang, feeling deeply ashamed, stepped forward to apologize. "This servant has failed in her duty, inadequate in safeguarding the study. You have done exceedingly well. Had you not intervened in time, the study would have been set ablaze, resulting in significant losses," Jiang Rong remarked with a gentle smile. "Everyone's efforts deserve recognition. Each shall receive triple their monthly wages." Lady Xie. Chunyang felt a wave of relief wash over her at Jiang Rong's praise, and she quickly added, "It was thanks to young Master Song Hung who intervened promptly, and also a young gentleman who came to buy books, displaying great courage." The phrase great courage seemed oddly juxtaposed with Qi Moyan's name. When Jiang Rong had entered earlier, she had observed Chi Moyan lying on a stretcher. At this moment, he had been carried to the backyard, and a doctor was summoned to provide treatment. Xionyang recounted the events with great care, explaining how young Master Song had single-handedly confronted four assailants to protect the study. Fortunately, the young man who had come to purchase books had intervened on his behalf. Jiang Rong listened intently. It was not surprising that Song Hung, a man of great integrity, would rush out to defend the study. Yet, it was Chi Moyan who intrigued her. She could perceive his subtle attempts at goodwill with clarity. The very person who had caused Song Heng's demise in a past life was now desperately striving to save him in this one. Truly, the caprices of fate are remarkable. Xionyang, please summon a renowned physician to attend to this man and provide him with nourishing tonics. Also, prepare a generous gift to present, Jiang Rong instructed. At this juncture, she had no intention of meeting Chi Moyan, as the intelligence from Jiangnan had yet to arrive. She needed to comprehend this man's history before deciding on her course of action. Yes, I shall obey, Xionyang responded. Once Jiang Rong had concluded her affairs concerning the study, she turned to the quietly waiting Xielingxi by her side and smiled warmly. My dear husband, let us return home. Indeed. In the guest room of the study, after examining Chi Moyan's pulse, the doctor prescribed a remedy, stating, this young man is not gravely injured. He merely has some superficial wounds. If he takes this medicine thrice daily, he will recover in a few days. Thank you, esteemed doctor. Song Hung expressed his gratitude. Together with the attendants, he carefully transported the injured Chi Moyan to the guest room. Thank you for your life-saving assistance, honorable brother. I am Song Hung. May I inquire your esteemed name? He asked, clasping his fists in a gesture of respect. Chi Moyan reclined on the couch, his mind still replaying the scene he had just witnessed. The heir of the Northern Wangfu, casting aside the 6 ministries, displays an audacious arrogance. Such a formidable backing is one he must strive to maintain. Brother Song, you are too courteous. I am merely Chi Moyan, who cannot bear to witness the actions of the Ministry of Justice. Chi Moyan replied with a polite smile. Song Hung, unable to suppress a hint of concern in his tone, remarked, the Ministry of Justice fabricates charges, yet they possess a semblance of legitimacy. If a complaint were lodged, claiming the heir obstructs law enforcement and disdains the court, the implications would be grave. Xielingxi's contempt for the court and obstruction of justice. My son warned him that such behavior is inappropriate, yet he retaliated by breaking his legs. He shows utter disregard for the court and his majesty. I implore your majesty to impose severe punishment. The Minister of Justice knelt before the imperial desk, weeping profusely. The emperor, with an air of authority, listened to his lamentations, while a few open memorials lay on the table before him. However, Minister Zhou was unaware that beneath those memorials rested a newly minted volume of Qian Qiu, Volume 2. He was far more cognizant of the unfolding events than Minister Zhou. The Mingxin division vigilantly monitored the northern Wangfu from dawn till dusk, with every action of the Xie family falling under their scrutiny. How could he be oblivious to Xielingxi's true nature? Contempt for the court? Pah! It was merely 2 privileged scions demonstrating their ruthlessness. Zhou Hongyang, relying on his father's position as Minister of Justice, believed he could vent his frustrations under a fabricated pretext. Unfortunately, he encountered the unreasonable Xielingxi, leading to his own downfall. Yet, witnessing Minister Zhou's sorrowful display, the emperor feigned a lackluster performance. Indeed, this youth's conduct is outrageous and lawless. He deserves to be met with severe punishment. Summon the northern prince to the palace immediately. The eunuch accepted the command and withdrew. In the depths of Minister Zhou's heart, joy bubbled forth, causing his sobs to grow louder. The eunuch in charge of the writing implements felt a flicker of intrigue. The emperor had indeed spoken of summoning to the palace, rather than arresting. It seemed the approach would remain as before, with a delicate balance of elevation and release. The emperor's indulgence towards the northern prince was truly remarkable. As Jiang Rong and Xielingxi returned to the northern prince's residence, they were summoned to the palace once more. Your Majesty, the northern prince and his wife have arrived outside the hall, announced the eunuch. The emperor's gaze flickered, and he commanded them to enter. Jiang Rong dared to accompany Xielingxi in facing the consequences. It was no wonder that the wayward youth was so thoroughly captivated. Indeed, she possessed quite the prowess. Yet, no matter how adept a woman may be, she ultimately remains a favored consort. It was, after all, beneficial for Xielingxi to be ensnared by the allure of femininity. We pay our respects to your majesty. Long live the emperor. Jiang Rong and Xielingxi bowed in unison. The emperor cast a fleeting glance at Jiang Rong before turning his attention to Xielingxi, stating, "The Minister of Justice has accused you of obstructing justice, showing contempt for the court, and assaulting his son. Are you aware of your transgressions?" "It was I who struck his son," Xielingxi boldly confessed, and then, with unyielding confidence, retorted, "But what does that have to do with contempt for the court? My disdain is solely for his son." His every word and action epitomized the brazen arrogance and ignorance of a reckless young scion. The emperor could not help but chuckle and shake his head. The Ministry of Justice represents the court, and it is responsible for law enforcement, yet you obstruct. Never mind, I understand that you do not act out of malice. It is merely your fervent desire to protect your wife. Although it contravenes the law, it is not devoid of reason. Hence, I shall treat this matter leniently. Your Majesty. Minister Zhou exclaimed, his voice tinged with urgency and sorrow. Your Majesty. Xielingxi interjected, even more anxious, declaring with righteous indignation, I refuse to accept this. Zhou Hongyang bears a grudge against me, which is why he seeks to capture my wife. Our conflict is a personal vendetta and bears no relation to obstructing the law. The Minister of Justice is his father. Hence, he can arrest whomever he pleases. Does the Ministry of Justice represent Minister Zhou or the court? I refuse to accept this. Your Majesty cannot unjustly label me as a criminal. A profound silence enveloped the grand hall, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Minister Zhou was drenched in cold sweat. Realizing the gravity of the situation, was he not risking his very life with such words? Chapter 55. The heir's affection for his wife, Your Majesty. Xielingxi speaks utter nonsense, slandering me. Minister Zhou was utterly terrified by Xielingxi's words. Bowing repeatedly as if pounding garlic, the Ministry of Justice received a report indicating that there are traces of fugitives at the Wanjun Shuzhai. We are merely acting in accordance with the law.
Ha!
If the heir now reports that there are traces of fugitives in your household, why don't you apprehend your entire family? Xielingxi retorted. Your Majesty. The heir is being absurd. Truly absurd. Minister Zhou lamented. The emperor quietly observed the scene, a smile playing on his lips. Minister Zhou, the heir's extravagant behavior is not a recent development. Do not take offense from a mere junior. Since your son has had his legs broken by him, how much in medical expenses should the Northern King's manor compensate? Heir, do you agree? Compensate. Xielingxi responded readily. Minister Zhou, do you have any objections to this matter? The emperor inquired again, turning his gaze towards Minister Zhou. Cold sweat poured from Zhou's palms. I shall abide by your Majesty's decree. At that moment, he regretted ever coming to the palace to lodge a complaint, lamenting his foolishness in provoking such an ignorant scion. Such a young lord, lacking in decorum and understanding, dared to utter that the Ministry of Justice was his family's domain in front of the emperor. He truly feared for his life. Very well. Both of you may withdraw. Is it worth troubling me with such trivial disputes among the youth? Minister Zhou, do you think I have nothing better to do? The emperor waved his hand, delivering a subtle rebuke to Minister Zhou. Minister Zhou bowed deeply. I am willing to face any consequence. Jiang Rong departed the palace alongside Xielingxi. Throughout the entire duration, she had not a moment to interject. Initially, she had intended to provide a means of escape for the emperor should Minister Zhou become overly aggressive. The emperor would undoubtedly refrain from making things difficult for Xielingxi, but he would require a pretext to absolve him. Little did she anticipate that her assistance would not be necessary. The facade of a dandy occasionally serves an inexplicable yet invaluable purpose. Not only did she manage to extricate herself unscathed, but she also turned the tables. This time, it would be the Zhou family who would find themselves in a predicament. Jiang Rong was acutely aware that the emperor would not seek retribution. To the emperor, Xielingxi's actions were merely a trivial squabble with the son of the Minister of Justice, expelling the officials of that bureau. What was so extraordinary about a dandy engaging in such reckless behavior? Such minor disturbances were hardly worthy of the emperor's concern. Unless one day Xielingxi experienced a sudden transformation and sought to revitalize his family's fortunes, the emperor would likely tolerate any arrogance or high-handedness displayed by Xielingxi. Moreover, he would continue to indulge him. After all, would the emperor truly replace a dandy with a diligent heir at the northern prince's residence? Xie Yuanwen had always strived to make a positive impression. Yet, he failed to grasp that if he were the heir to the northern prince's estate, he would not live to see adulthood. As long as the emperor relied on the northern prince, he would invariably protect Xialingxi. At the Northern Prince's residence, in Songha Hall, Consort Zhao was enjoying tea and conversation with the Grand Dowager Empress when a hurried maid rushed in to report, "Your Grace, something terrible has happened. The heir and his consort have been summoned to the palace for questioning by His Majesty." The Grand Dowager Empress was taken aback, inquiring what had transpired. Today, the son of the Minister of Justice, the nurse detailed the events she had gathered. Zhao, the concubine, was filled with elation, wishing she could offer an additional incense stick at her ancestors' graves. May the ancestors bless us. This debauched scion has finally landed himself in a significant predicament, and his position as heir is now precariously hanging by a thread. As the ancients say, beautiful women bring disaster. Truly, this holds no falsehood. For the sake of such a seductress, Xialingxi has stirred up such a monumental crisis. Excellent, splendid work. Zhao, the concubine, was overwhelmed with excitement. Yet before the Empress Dowager, she feigned a countenance of deep concern. "Your Grace, what shall we do?" Zhou Hongyang, under the guise of the Ministry of Justice, has acted in defiance of the court, disturbing official matters. His Majesty places great importance on the dignity of the court. I fear he will impose severe punishment upon the heir. Xie, the Empress Dowager, understood the gravity of the situation and solemnly declared, "I shall enter the palace at once to plead for leniency from His Majesty. Attendants, prepare my attire." Zhao, the concubine, do not fret. The children will be unharmed. Seeing the tearful anxiety on Zhao's face, the Empress Dowager offered a comforting word. The maidservant hurried to fetch the auspicious garments and headpiece befitting the Dowager.
Zhao,
filled with frustration, thought to herself, "I wish for Xialingxi to encounter misfortune. There is no need for your consolation. This old woman is only hindering her own interests." Soon, Xie, the Empress Dowager, had changed into her ceremonial attire. Zhao harbored desires to confine her within the room, yet as a daughter-in-law, she could only bid farewell with a worried expression as the Dowager departed. Just as they reached the entrance of the royal residence, they encountered Xialingxi and Jiang Rong, who had just alighted from their carriage. "Grandmother, where are you headed?" Xialingxi inquired. Upon seeing them, the matriarch, Lady Xie, joyfully asked, "Are you all well? Has His Majesty released you?" Concubine Zhao, in disbelief, pondered how Xialingxi, having caused such turmoil and been apprehended by the emperor, could return unscathed. Jiang Rong recounted the events that had transpired within the palace. The group returned to Songha Hall, where Lady Xie felt a profound sense of relief, acknowledging the emperor's benevolence and expressing gratitude that they were unharmed. Concubine Zhao, gritting her teeth in frustration, lamented, "Our ancestral graves are utterly useless. Despite Xialingxi's grave misdeeds, he has emerged unscathed. As long as the heir is safe, I can find solace." With a faint sigh of relief, Concubine Zhao's expression turned stern as she fixed her gaze upon Jiang Rong, stating, "Had it not been for you today, the heir would not have found himself in such a predicament. I have long advised you to speak cautiously and guide your husband, yet you chose to disregard my counsel." Before she could finish, Lady Xie interjected, "This incident cannot be attributed to Roma. It is solely the result of Zhou Hongyang's narrow-mindedness and personal vendetta." "Roma has acted commendably, Concubine Zhao. Your words are misplaced." The matriarch continued, "Today, it is the emperor's kindness that spared the heir from retribution. But one cannot always rely on such fortune." Concubine Zhao feigned concern for Xialingxi, asserting, "In the past, the heir was naive, but now that he is married, how can a wife not counsel her husband? Should he continue to behave as he did before? While men may be thoughtless before marriage, it is the wife's responsibility if he remains so afterward." This unreasonable assertion, though flawed, reflects the prevailing societal norms regarding women's duties. Xialingxi's eyes were as cold as ice, poised to speak, yet the young woman beside her, with an innocent expression, interjected, "What fault lies with the heir? Every word and action of his is imbued with reason. His Majesty acknowledges the heir and does not lay blame upon him, but rather rebukes Minister Zhou. His Majesty's wisdom and fairness are beyond question. Could it be that Concubine Zhao harbors dissent regarding His Majesty's judgment?" Concubine Zhao found herself at a loss for words. "Naturally, I do not. The heir is kind and gentle, indulging and cherishing Romer. In Romer's heart, there exists no one better than the heir. Whatever the heir does is right, and Romer believes there is no need for admonition." Jiang Rong gazed intently at Xialingxi, each word laced with vibrant joy. Concubine Zhao momentarily choked on her words. In a bid to evade responsibility, you would even utter such statements. This woman possesses an unfathomable depth of cunning. Chapter 56, Young Master, do you love her so much? Jiang Rong's gaze was exceedingly fervent, causing Xielingxi to feel an involuntary warmth radiating from the areas her eyes lingered upon. This young girl. After being ensnared by the allure of the underworld, she had truly lost her senses. Xia Taifei was greatly astonished. She glanced at her somewhat rigid grandson and then at her granddaughter-in-law, whose eyes brimmed with affection. Was it true that in the eyes of her gentle granddaughter-in-law, her beloved grandson was unparalleled? Could this be the proverbial notion that beauty is in the eye of the beholder? However, Xia Taifei felt nothing but joy regarding this. As an elder, her greatest wish was for the young couple to live harmoniously, enveloped in love. Romer, you are right. You all need not worry. Should the sky fall, your grandmother shall bear the weight, Xia Taifei reassured with a smile. She was well aware of the emperor's indulgence towards Xielingxi. Yet, this matter involved the enforcement of the 6 ministries. For any other prince, it would not end so benignly. Yet the emperor continued to be lenient. Xia Taifei could likely surmise the emperor's thoughts, and that was fine. While some elders aspire for their children to soar, Xia Taifei simply wished for Xielingxi to live a carefree life. He should pursue whatever he desired, without the burden of obligation. Those who are overly intelligent, who possess too much knowledge, often find themselves devoid of joy. It sufficed for her precious grandson to experience a simple, joyous existence throughout his life. Upon returning to the Jinyuan, Zhang Rong instructed Fei Cue to arrange for 2 more scouts to keep an eye on the news of the courtesan competition. She was waiting for someone to appear. In a previous life, there existed a crucial witness whose elimination was essential to Zhou Hanyang. Calculating the time, this individual was already en route to the capital. Young Master, the young Duchess has dispatched additional personnel to gather intelligence on the courtesan competition. Our study had already assigned a scout for this purpose, yet the Duchess has further instructed us. I personally believe this is not merely for the upcoming publication, remarked Xiao Nanxing with conviction. Seated upon a zeton with chaise adorned with intricate cloud patterns inlaid with agate, Xielingxi idly played a game of exquisite chess pieces. After thorough analysis, I surmise that the young Duchess is probing into enemy affairs, Xiao Nanxing asserted confidently. Xielingxi paused, his fingers hovering over the pieces. His gaze fixed upon Xiao Nanxing. What enemy? Who are her adversaries? The young master's focus was astutely sharp. Those courtesans. Young master. While it is evident to me that your indulgence is but a fade, the young Duchess remains unaware. She must surely misconstrue your interests in those courtesan women. With the imminent gathering of beauties for the competition, the young Duchess will undoubtedly keep a close watch to discern your preferences, Xiao Nanxing declared with certainty. Xielingxi raised an eyebrow, pondering. Zhang Rong would never engage in such behavior. He hesitated mid-sentence. The Zhang Rong of yesteryears would have never acted thus. Yet the current Zhang Rong was an enigma to him. It is evident that the young Duchess holds you in high regard, Xiao Nanxing chuckled. Young master, it is getting late. When shall we visit Chunfeng Tower? Xielingxi fell silent for a moment. Let us change our location. Ah! Xiao Nanxing was momentarily taken aback, only to realize that the heir truly cherished the heir's consort. Very well, let us change the venue to the gambling house, Xielingxi remarked coolly, merely wishing to avert any unnecessary complications. He did not believe that Zhang Rong was fixated on the courtesan competition solely because of him. However, it was better to be cautious. Recalling the little girl tugging at his sleeve with a pitiful expression, he was resolute in never stepping foot into such establishments again. Have Jingjia send someone to keep watch over the courtesan competition, Xielingxi instructed. Xiao Nanxing was taken aback. Young master, why are we monitoring the courtesan competition? Zhang Rong may have matters to attend to. We must ensure her safety, Xielingxi replied. Understood. Xiao Nanxing answered dutifully. It soon dawned on him that the heir suspected the heir's consort was focusing on the courtesan competition for a legitimate purpose, not necessarily due to him. He was not even certain if she felt jealousy. Nonetheless, to prevent any displeasure from the heir's consort, he resolved never to set foot in the realm of indulgence again. Young master, do you hold such affection for her? Days later, Fei Cue presented a detailed report on Qi Moi. His mother was the daughter of the merchant Qi family. Zhang Rong was slightly astonished. In her previous life, Chi Moi's mother was the legitimate wife of Lin Ida, the Minister of Rights. He had unexpectedly fallen into the hands of commoners at a young age and was adopted by a family with the surname Chi, hence his name Chi Moi. After acknowledging his ancestry, he took on his father's surname and, following the annihilation of his father's clan, reverted to his original name. Yet this report revealed that Chi Moi's mother was a merchant's daughter, who bore him out of wedlock, with no information regarding his father. Clearly, these were two disparate tales. Zhang Rong had unwavering faith in the intelligence laid before her. The message relayed by the heir was undoubtedly credible. As for the enigma surrounding Chi Moi's lineage in her previous life, having spent a decade as the matriarch of the Northern King's residence, she could surmise Lin Ida's considerations with a mere moment's reflection. The Lin family was a lineage of scholarly officials who ascended to power through imperial examinations, perpetuating their family's influence. Lin Ida, having achieved the rank of Jinshi and secured a prestigious father-in-law, soared to prominence, occupying a high position. His two brothers, however, failed to pass the examinations and were relegated to minor official roles. Consequently, Lin Ida became the head of the family in this generation. Yet, neither of Lin Ida's legitimate sons succeeded in becoming Jinshi. In contrast, the younger generation of his brothers excelled. Thus, Lin Ida was compelled to support his nephew as the successor of the Lin family's political legacy. Once Minister Lin stepped down, it would be his nephew who would assume the mantle of leadership, leaving him dependent on others. If given a choice, he would undoubtedly select his own son to secure a comfortable old age. Coincidentally, Chi Moyan, after becoming a Jinshi, was acknowledged by the Lin family. The stigma of being a bastard was awkward and hard to justify. Should Chi Moyan be recognized as a legitimate son, everything would fall into place, legitimizing his status. In a large family, it was not uncommon for the matriarch to adopt a concubine son. Moreover, to prevent the nurtured illegitimate son from aligning with his biological mother and jeopardizing the matriarch's interests, there existed a ruthless countermeasure known as keeping the son while sending away the mother. Fei Tsui, please invite Dr. Xiao to come here, Zhang Rong instructed, setting aside the intelligence in her hands. In her previous life, Chi Moyan's mother had not emerged. According to hearsay, the family that had adopted him had already passed away. The caregiver corresponds to Mother Chi. Is she gravely ill now? In the outskirts of Beijing, in a secluded courtyard surrounded by a fence, Mother Chi, holding a precious embroidered fan, pointed at Chi Moyan with considerable anger, exclaiming, "I entrusted you with delivering that embroidery to the esteemed elder. Why did you not heed my words?" Today, while tidying up the house, she had inadvertently discovered the fan concealed in Chi Moyan's cabinet. "Mother, please calm down. Do not let your anger harm your health." Chi Moyan humbly bowed his head in acknowledgement of his fault. "My dear child, you have always been bright and learned swiftly since childhood. It is evident that you possess the innate talent for scholarly pursuits. It is entirely my fault for being impoverished and unable to afford a competent tutor to guide you, thus impeding your education. After I depart from this world, I will have no face to confront your father," Mother Chi lamented, her eyes brimming with tears. "Mother, please do not weep. Your son understands his mistakes. I shall surely excel in the imperial examination and attain a prestigious position, so that I may honor you with a noble title." Upon witnessing her tears, Chi Moyan felt a sudden panic, rendered at a loss for words. Chapter 57. His few valued possessions. Zhang Rong stood outside the fenced courtyard, observing the scene before her from a distance. 10 years ago, Chi Moyan was merely a 17 or 18-year-old youth, clad in a coarse linen garment. His frame slender and frail. Before his weeping mother, he lowered his head, an expression of unease etched upon his features. He was a far cry from the feared, treacherous minister of his past life. Even for someone as cold and unfeeling as Chi Moyan, there existed a tender side when confronted with those he cherished most. Gently, Zhang Rong rapped on the door and called out, "Is anyone there?" The mother and son within the courtyard turned in unison. Chi Moyan, taken aback, exclaimed the Duchess. "What brings you here? Who is this?" Chi's mother inquired in surprise. "This is the Duchess of the Northern Prince," Chi Moyan responded. "That study room is her property." Upon hearing this, Chi's mother was struck with alarm. The Duchess of the Northern Prince? What could she possibly want here? Could it be that my son, having spent days in the study, has inadvertently offended her? The mere thought rendered her pale, and she hurriedly approached, bowing deeply. "Esteemed Duchess, I humbly greet you. May you be well. My son has acted foolishly, If he has caused any offense, it is solely my failure to guide him, and I bear all responsibility. Mother. Chi Moyen gazed at his mother, who was flustered and kneeling, her head touching the ground, and tears of sorrow nearly fell from his eyes. This was the lament of the common folk. They held neither power nor influence. Chi's mother, fearful that he might have angered someone, desperately took on the burden herself. Please rise. Esteemed matron. Jiang Rong gently assisted the individual to their feet, expressing gratitude on behalf of the young master for our study.
Today,
I have come specifically to convey my thanks. The emerald immediately presented the assortment of gift boxes. These are tokens of appreciation prepared by our young lady. Only then did Mother Chi exhale with relief, glad that they were not here to seek retribution. Gratitude? Mo Yen assisted the study. Mo Yen wished to shield his mother from the knowledge of his injury. Thus he refrained from disclosing his act of valor. The young lady is exceedingly gracious. A flutter of unease coursed through Mo Yen. It seemed rather unlikely that the young lady would personally pay a visit merely to deliver a gift. What could she possibly want from him? Mother Chi, having ascertained that the visitors bore no ill will, felt reassured and promptly became exceedingly cordial. The arrival of the young lady truly adorns our humble abode. Please do come in. As she spoke, she handed the fan to Mo Yen, persistently signaling him with her eyes. That esteemed scholar had originated from the young lady's study. Thus, presenting this fan to her would equally signify sincerity. You must deliver it at once. Mo Yen could only feign ignorance, tightly gripping the fan, holding on to one of the few things that genuinely mattered to him. Witnessing her son's indifference, Mother Chi was nearly exasperated. This foolish child. How could he be so oblivious to social niceties? Young lady, my son excels in his studies and is exceptionally diligent, yet he lacks the guidance of a distinguished mentor. Mother Chi thus endeavored to establish a connection for her son, who was somewhat inept with words. Jiang Rong smiled, remarking, I have perused Mo Yan's writings. They are indeed commendable. Madam Chi, it seems that you have a slight issue with one of your eyes. Fortunately, I have brought along a physician who can examine you. Oh, you are too kind, Madam Chi replied, taken aback. Chi Moyen's eyes brightened at the prospect. The renowned physician accompanying the heir of the northern prince might indeed possess the skills to remedy his mother's ailment. Xiao Nanqing smiled reassuringly. It is no trouble at all. Dear matron, please extend your hand so that I may take your pulse. As Xiao Nanqing's fingers rested upon her wrist, he soon shook his head and sighed. Alas, the affliction of your left eye has persisted for 3 years, and it has become too entrenched to be salvaged. However, with the right eye, there is still hope. If treated promptly, it can be preserved. Mother, what is wrong with your right eye? Chi Moyen inquired, astonished. Madam Chi hesitated. I have been having difficulty seeing clearly lately. I feared it would cause you distress, so I kept it from you. But if the doctor says there is hope, then it cannot be too grave. You experienced a similar gradual decline in your left eye, did you not? Have you been secretly engaging in needlework again? Chi Moyen urged anxiously. Fortunately, the young lady of the heir arrived today and discovered the issue in time. Had it gone unnoticed for a while longer, would you not have risked losing sight in your other eye as well? Madam Chi mumbled, I haven't done much, just occasionally. Xiao Nanqing interjected. Your right eye was once perfectly healthy, but it has been strained over the past 2 years. It is imperative that you refrain from any activities that might further tax your vision and allow your eyes to rest properly. 2 years. Chi Moyen felt a heavy weight in his heart. Since their arrival in the capital last year, he had fallen ill several times due to the change in environment. It was likely that his mother had taken on embroidery work to cover his medical expenses. I shall prescribe a remedy for you. Take it 3 times a day for 2 months, and you shall be well. Xiao Nanqing meticulously examined the eyes of Lady Chi and finally reassured, rest assured. This can be cured. Chi Moyen's spirits lifted somewhat, and he clasped his hands in a respectful gesture, sincerely bowing to Xiao Nanqing. Thank you, divine physician. He then presented the fan he had long hesitated to part with to Jiang Rong with utmost reverence. The noble consort has saved my mother. I cannot express my gratitude adequately. This fan is the only valuable item in our household, and I gift it to the noble consort. Jiang Rong glanced at it and recognized it as the priceless Qianjin embroidery, a treasure unlikely to have been purchased given the circumstances of the Qi household. This was embroidered by an elderly lady, and its craftsmanship is rather rudimentary. I hope you will not find it lacking, Lady Qi hurriedly interjected. She had initially intended for the fan to help her son find a tutor. However, with the noble consort's assistance in her treatment, a token of gratitude was only fitting. She would have to devise another way to prepare a gift for her son's mentorship. Jiang Rong pondered thoughtfully. So this was the reason Qi Moyan had been reluctant to part with the fan. You are too kind. This fan is exquisitely crafted, and I am quite fond of it, Jiang Rong replied with a gentle smile. I heard you mention that your son is in need of a distinguished teacher. We happen to have a great scholar in our study. Would Master Qi be willing to become his disciple? Qi Moyan was taken aback. Quickly regaining his composure and bowing deeply, that would be my utmost desire. Lady Qi was overjoyed, more elated than when she learned of her eye's potential recovery, and she exclaimed, Thank you, noble consort. You are like a benevolent bodhisattva in a temple. Thank you. You are too modest, Jiang Rong replied. Your son is exceptionally talented and is precisely the kind of individual needed in the Northern Prince's residence. Jiang Rong did not linger for long. Exchanging a few pleasantries with Mother Qi before taking her leave, Qi Moyan was just about to head into the city to procure some medicine. Jiang Rong offered to accompany him. His family did not possess a bullock cart, and each journey to the city was undertaken on foot, a considerable distance indeed. Yet, the courtyard in the countryside had its own merits, particularly in that it did not require any expenditure. This fan holds special significance. Keep it as a memento, Jiang Rong said, handing the exquisite embroidered fan back to Qi Moyan. She accepted the fan in front of Mother Qi, solely to assuage her worries and prevent any further disputes between the mother and son over the matter. She understood well the profound meaning this fan held for Qi Moyan. It was not merely a fan, it was a tangible embodiment of maternal love, forged through her mother's tireless efforts. How could he bear to part with it and give it to those of little consequence? Only you, Lady of the Air, are worthy of its use, Qi Moyan declared earnestly. Chapter 58. From rivals to friends, Jiang Rong's eyes sparkled slightly as she chuckled. Is it because I have summoned a physician for your mother? In pursuit of his own future, he hesitated to part with the fan. Yet, in his heartfelt gratitude for Jiang Rong's treatment of his mother, he was sincere.
Kimoyan.
Allow me to pose a question. If the price of recognizing your father were to be the exchange of your mother, would you consent? Jiang Rong inquired with a calm demeanor. Impossible. Qi Moyan resolutely rejected the notion. I have inadvertently discovered the identity of your biological father. He is the Minister of Rights. As a bastard, you would bring him no advantage. However, a legitimate son who can achieve the highest imperial examination results is precisely the successor he desperately needs. Jiang Rong gazed intently at Qi Moyan. I am confident that you will excel in the examinations, and when that time comes, your father will undoubtedly welcome you back into the family. You must also realize that the paths of a bastard and a legitimate son from a noble family are entirely divergent. Forgive me, Lady Consort, but I have no father. Qi Moyan firmly delineated the boundary. He had never contemplated recognizing his father. To do so at the cost of exchanging his mother was utterly out of the question. Jiang Rong observed Qi Moyan in silence. She was not surprised by his knowledge of his biological father, Lin Ida. It seemed he had been aware all along. Whether Qi Moyan would be willing to exchange his mother for the status of a legitimate son was a test of the outcome, and it unfolded precisely as she anticipated. From the moment he received that fan, it was evident that while Qi Moyan was determined to achieve greatness, he had never considered abandoning his mother. Qi Moyan was simply unwilling to return to the Lin family. In this world, there exists but one person capable of compelling the unwilling Qi Moyan to bow his head, and that is his mother. Such is the tender heart of a loving mother. Jiang Rong sighed inwardly, having nearly discerned the truth of the past life. Before turning her gaze towards Xiao Nanqing, how is Madame Qi's health? How many years might she have left? Qi Moyan was taken aback by this inquiry. Shock etched across his features as he urgently grasped Xiao Nanqing's sleeve. Does my mother suffer from other ailments? Xiao Nanqing, perplexed, responded, though Madame Qi's eyesight is somewhat impaired. She exhibits no other health issues. If all remains well, she is likely to enjoy a long life. In the previous life, Qi Moyan achieved the rank of Jinshi and placed 9th in the imperial examination. Minister Lin discovered that this individual was, in fact, his illegitimate son from a prior encounter. Faced with the dilemma of succession, he promptly conferred with his legitimate wife about adopting Qi Moyan as their heir. Unexpectedly, while she consented, Qi Moyan himself declined the offer. Consequently, the Lin couple approached Madame Qi in private. Dear Sister Qi, it has taken much for Moyan to attain the status of Jinshi. Do you wish for him to bear the stigma of being an illegitimate child for the entirety of his life? Mrs. Lin urged her. If he is recorded under my name, he shall be regarded as the legitimate son of the Lin family and the future heir. He will lead a life adorned with honor, rather than being scorned as an illegitimate offspring. You must not hinder your child's prospects for the sake of your own vanity. Minister Lin added, rest assured, my wife is magnanimous and will treat Moyen as her own. Consider what would truly be best for your son. Madame Chi's will to live was partly fueled by the hope of reuniting with her husband. Little did she know, he was already bound in matrimony, enjoying familial bliss. She felt like an intruder in their lives. The other half exists solely to support the son. Now that the son has a promising future, she has become a burden, an impediment. Thus, Mother Chi compelled Chi Moyen to acknowledge his ancestry. Soon thereafter, she met her demise by drowning. Initially, this news was meticulously concealed. Chi Moyen believed that his mother, blinded and unaware, had accidentally fallen into the water. At that time, she had indeed lost her sight. Later, he discovered that Mother Chi had been driven to her death by the Lin couple, the matriarch of the Lin family. Fearing that he might achieve greatness and bring his mother into the household, threatened Mother Chi post his acknowledgement of lineage, asserting that his status as the legitimate son was already recognized, a truth known even to the emperor. Should any deceit be revealed, it would be a treasonous offense. Mother Chi, already devoid of will to live, feared that her existence might jeopardize her son's future. Thus, she resolutely chose to end her life, ensuring the stability of her son's position as the legitimate heir. The only person Chi Moyen cared for in this world was his mother. The Lin couple's actions led to her death, and he vowed to spare no effort in seeking retribution against Lin Ida and his lineage. The Lin family was aligned with the Duke of Duan. To bring the Lin family down, his best course of action was to align with the crown prince. This marked the inception of Chi Moyen's life as the treacherous minister who would be universally reviled. As the carriage arrived at the apothecary, Chi Moyen expressed his gratitude and alighted. Xiao Nanqing remarked with a smile that it seemed the young lady was there to accept disciples. She intended merely to observe, yet upon witnessing his filial piety, she deemed him worthy of consideration. Jiang Rong concurred, nodding in agreement. Indeed, filial piety ranks foremost among virtues. This young man evidently possesses loyalty and integrity. Loyalty and integrity. The term is hardly suitable to be associated with Chi Moyen. If he truly possessed a conscience, he would not have harmed so many innocent souls in his past life. His eyes are filled with ambition, and he resorts to unscrupulous means to achieve his ends. To slay a few innocent individuals unrelated to him in exchange for his future, he would undoubtedly do so. However, to kill his mother is beyond the pale. That is his only bottom line. Yet that is sufficient. In this lifetime, she will not allow Chi Moyen to tread the same path as in his previous existence. For one like Chi Moyen, who is solely concerned with his own objectives and indifferent to the lives of others, there exists no moral compass. He is capable of committing all manner of malevolence. Nevertheless, he can also restrain his words and actions. This is contingent upon the nature of the individual he chooses to serve and the kind of weapon they desire. He is sharp, intelligent, cunning, and resourceful, a truly exquisite instrument. Most importantly, he has someone he wishes to protect. Jiang Rong gazed at the exquisite embroidered fan resting on the tea table. Chi Moyen is indeed usable. The following day, Chi Moyen came to pay his respects. Chunyang led him to the third floor of the Wanjuan Shuzhai. Young Master Chi, please enter and wait. Senior Qianqiu will arrive shortly. Chi Moyen clutched a scroll of his own writing and entered, finding the bamboo house bright and tidy, devoid of superfluous embellishments, elegantly simple. Within stood a solitary figure, Song Hung. Brother Song, are you also a student of Senior Qianqiu? Chi Moyen clasped his hands and greeted him with courtesy. Song Hung offered a wry smile and shook his head. The senior has not taken me in. The shopkeeper mentioned that the senior seeks me for a matter. Congratulations, Brother Chi, on becoming a disciple of Senior Qianqiu. Chi Moyen expressed a hint of surprise. After he saved Song Hung last time, under his deliberate efforts to befriend him, Song Hung felt an immediate rapport with him, and the two developed a profound camaraderie. He had already perused Song Heng's writings, finding them to be of comparable merit to his own. Moreover, Song Hung possessed a noble character. How could the northern Wang Fu possibly overlook him? Chi Moyen was not one to elevate some while disparaging others. He did not belittle Song Hung simply because he had not yet found a master. He chuckled, Brother Song, your talent is extraordinary. I firmly believe that whether or not you have a teacher, you will undoubtedly achieve recognition. Song Hung, while admiring, felt no envy. He sincerely congratulated his friend on his success in finding a mentor, and the two engaged in a friendly and light-hearted conversation. Just then, Jong Rong arrived, witnessing the scene. In their previous lives, every encounter between the two had resembled that of bitter enemies, each wishing to stab the other twice. The transformation from rivals to friends truly seemed almost surreal. Chapter 59. The master and apprentice, the esteemed daughter-in-law of the heir, has arrived. With a melodious call, Fei Tsue announced her presence. The two individuals within the room were startled, rising in unison to pay their respects to the daughter-in-law of the heir. Please, no need for formalities. Have a seat, Jong Rong said as she entered and took her place at the main seat. The two guests settled down in the honored seats. Song Hung, somewhat perplexed, remarked, I heard that Senior Qianqiu had matters to discuss with me. I wonder where the senior is. Why is it the daughter-in-law of the heir who has come here? Could it be that the steward has taken a wrong turn? It is I, Jong Rong replied calmly. Both Song Hung and Chi Moyan were left speechless in disbelief. You are Senior Qianqiu. How can this be possible? Song Hung exclaimed incredulously. Jong Rong, unhurried, said, Today let us delve into the subject. She proceeded to address each of the perplexities that Song Hung had penned in his apprenticeship letter, providing thorough explanations. Furthermore, she elucidated the pertinent theories mentioned in the first 2 volumes of Qianqiu's writings in an accessible manner. Song Hung found himself entranced, hanging on to her every word. Chi Moyan, however, was the first to grasp the reality. The daughter-in-law of the heir was indeed the esteemed Senior Qianqiu. No wonder she sought him out personally. It was to assess her students. Initially, he had thought that as a student of a great scholar under the auspices of the Northern King's residence, he was merely a subordinate of the daughter-in-law of the heir. He felt compelled to strive relentlessly to one day stand before her. Yet, had he suddenly ascended to such heights? The joy was overwhelming and unexpected. Even someone as composed as Chi Moyan was momentarily taken aback by the surprise, invigorated with an even greater determination to learn. The ranking in the imperial examinations would determine the starting point for an official career. If he could secure a commendable rank, with the young lady of the heir as his protector, his future would be assured. The distance to compel Lin Ida to bow and apologize to himself and his mother has narrowed. Moreover, with the young lady of the heir's devoted cultivation, he must not fall behind. Otherwise, how could he demonstrate his worth? The young lady of the heir has chosen him. He must not disappoint her expectations. For if he were to falter, would she not select another in his stead? An hour later, Jong Rong lifted the teacup from the table and took a small sip to clear his throat, stating that he would speak no further today. You all should ponder this well and write 3 essays each to submit to me by tomorrow. Understood, Chi Moyan replied with a bow, lifting a cup from the tea table and respectfully offering it to Jong Rong. The tea of apprenticeship. Please partake, esteemed teacher. This was the customary etiquette of seeking guidance. Jong Rong accepted the teacup and drank, then turned to Chi Moyan, saying, Regarding Qianqiu's identity, I would prefer it remains unknown to outsiders. The student comprehends.
Chi Moyan nodded,
Fully aware that they would not disclose Jong Rong's identity to anyone. Young lady of the heir. I, too, wish to seek apprenticeship. Song Hung stammered, feeling somewhat awkward. The young lady of the heir had not explicitly invited him, yet since she had taught him alongside Chi Moyan, it should indicate her willingness, right? Song Hung, though our paths may differ, we ultimately strive toward the same goal, to enhance the realm of Daxia in our own ways. Jong Rong remarked, gazing at Song Hung. The Northern King's residence cannot delay you. You may attend classes with Chi if you so desire. Song Hung was momentarily taken aback, contemplating the complexity of this statement. Yet Chi Moyan immediately grasped its meaning. The princess consort wishes to avoid labeling Song Hung as a member of the Northern Wangfu faction. If I am not mistaken, the teacher is willing to teach Song Hung, but prefers to keep their student-teacher relationship concealed from outsiders. Chi Moyan smiled slightly and said, Can Song Hung quietly become a disciple? Song Hung, still somewhat puzzled as to why the princess consort could not openly accept him as her student, felt a spark of excitement upon hearing this. He bowed respectfully, exclaiming, Song Hung humbly requests to be accepted as a disciple. Jong Rong contemplated for a moment and found no objection. Her only concern was to prevent the origins of the Northern Wangfu from tainting Song Heng's path of loyalty. Thus, Jiang Rong raised her cup and drank the tea offered by Song Hung as a gesture of respect for his teacher. The matter of accepting a student was now settled. Your vast knowledge and talent are remarkable, yet it is a pity you cannot participate in the examination. Song Hung expressed his regret for Jiang Rong. She looked at the two of them with a faint smile, saying, "As for the title of the top scholar, you both should strive hard to attain it for me." Both Song Hung and Chi Moyan felt an immense pressure. The title of top scholar seemed exceedingly daunting. In the Great Xia, so many talented individuals emerged, with only one being crowned every 3 years. However, given that Jiang Rong's father was a top scholar and she herself possessed such talent, it seemed almost shameful for her students not to achieve the same. They exchanged serious glances, nodding in agreement to study diligently for the title of top scholar. With a pile of books in his arms, Song Hung dove into the study on the lower floor. Jiang Rong retained Chi Moyan to discuss something further. "Do you know why I have transformed through the ages specifically to take on students?" Jiang Rong inquired. Chi Moyan did not feign ignorance. He had gleaned from the extraordinary methods of the heir apparent's consort that she was indeed a formidable individual. In this world, there exists no woman audacious enough to recruit students for the imperial examination. The students speculated that the consort was constrained by her status, making it inconvenient for her to intervene in numerous matters. In the realm of governance, one requires a representative to act on their behalf. Chi Moyan ventured cautiously.
Indeed.
Jiang Rong nodded. There are myriad rules in this world that we must adhere to, yet flexibility remains an option. Women are prohibited from holding official positions. Thus, she shall send her own people into the political arena. The consort has bestowed upon her students a profound favor, and they shall undoubtedly strive diligently to attain the title of Jinshi, alleviating your burdens. Chi Moyan unabashedly expressed his loyalty. He was acutely aware that without a powerful ally, even success in examinations could lead to a life of stagnation. Hence, he had long been preparing to secure a patron. The consort had clarified their intentions beforehand, what they were doing and what they would do. Would he consent? He, of course, was willing. "You are well suited for an official position. I have faith in your capabilities," Jiang Rong affirmed with admiration, gazing earnestly at him. "However, there is a piece of advice I wish to impart. In one's position, one must seek to govern. Once seated in such a role, one must bear the corresponding responsibilities, be worthy of the people, be worthy of the nation. While we strive for power and gain, we must not forget our duties." Chi Moyan stared blankly at Jiang Rong. He had witnessed countless unscrupulous officials who would stop at nothing in their quest for advancement, as well as numerous loyal ministers who, despite their desire to serve the people, spent their lives in obscurity, achieving nothing. If given a choice, he would undoubtedly opt for the former. However, in this day and age, he has come to realize that there exists a third path in governance. One can simultaneously vie for power and wealth while serving the nation and its people. This revelation illuminated his mind. The fortitude and vision of the crown princess are indeed extraordinary in this era. He suddenly felt as if he had inadvertently stumbled upon a remarkably formidable ally. He must not let this rare opportunity slip away. Thus, he resolved to study diligently throughout the night. Chapter 60. Hunting with the Lord. Time flows like water. And soon it was the end of the month. "Young master, urgent news from the front." Xiao Nanxing delivered the latest report from the northern frontier. Xiaolingxi unfurled the scroll. In the Battle of Dove's Mountain, General Chun faced off against the northern barbarian forces, but was defeated by the formidable General Balhu. Sustaining severe injuries and calling for a retreat, our troops' morale has plummeted, fleeing without a fight. The northern barbarians have become brazen, issuing challenges for 3 days without anyone daring to confront them. After scanning the report, Xiaolingxi furrowed his brow. Xiao Nanxing sighed. The prince's old ailment has recurred, and he remains in the rear to command. The front line has been entrusted to General Chen, but Balhu, known as the mightiest warrior of the northern barbarians, is unmatched. The current situation is unfavorable for us. Xiaolingxi lightly tapped the table's edge with his index finger and requested a map. The attendants swiftly cleared the clutter from the table, revealing a large campaign map of the northern frontier concealed in a hidden compartment. The map was densely marked with circles of various colors. Xiaolingxi's gaze settled on Dove's Mountain, a crucial stronghold. Should this position fall, the ensuing terrain would make it exceedingly difficult for our forces to mount a defense. After contemplating Dove's Mountain for a long while, Xiaolingxi's furrowed brow suddenly relaxed. He picked up the battle report and tossed it into the incense burner shaped like a three-legged beast, enveloped in fragrant smoke. If he was not mistaken, this maneuver was a ruse to feign weakness and lull the enemy into complacency. General Chen should be safe. Otherwise, if Dove's Mountain were lost, his father would hardly be able to remain at ease in command, even in poor health, and would insist on taking to the front lines. Young master, the young lady requests an audience, Jingzhe announced as he entered. Xiaolingxi cast a glance at the map laid upon the table, prompting Xiao Nanxing to swiftly tuck it away. The guards then repositioned a collection of intriguing curios that had recently been displaced. Among these were a box of vividly colored gemstones, 2 pots of exotic flowers, a delicate lamp adorned with gilded depictions of elegant ladies, and a colorful koi fish swimming in a porcelain tank. These items were offerings presented to the young master for his amusement. In the capital, the young aristocrats often displayed a fascination for curiosities such as decorative stones, antique treasures, and various flora and fauna. At first glance, the assortment seemed perfectly suited to the desk of a dandy. Let her in, Xiaolingxi commanded, casually picking up a gemstone to toy with in his hand. Jiang Rong, clad in a snow-white, front-fastening top with narrow sleeves and a deep crimson skirt embellished with golden floral patterns, approached with a light step and a gentle smile. My husband, the weather is splendid today, ideal for hunting. Might we venture into the countryside for a hunt, perhaps with Rong? After a brief pause, she continued, Chen Guangzong and his companions have been at the Northern Prince's residence for nearly a month now. During the Jingzhe period, they reported some progress in their training. It would be a perfect opportunity to take them out and practice. What do you think, my husband? Xiaolingxi's gaze swept over her attire.
Can you ride?
The narrow sleeves and pleated skirt were indeed garments suited for horseback riding.
Ah.
I cannot. Jiang Rong's mind sparked with a sudden thought as she tugged at his sleeve playfully. I have heard my grandmother say that you excel in polo. Could you teach me to ride? At that moment, hailing from a scholarly family, Jiang Rong was not yet adept at riding. Her lessons would commence only after the downfall of the Xie family army, during which the matriarch would aid her in rebuilding it. She followed her grandmother, learning archery and military drills. With the passing of the old prince, the Grand Northern Duke's mansion was left with only 2 women to hold it together. For Jiang Rong, who previously knew nothing of the matters concerning military households, learning was imperative. Of course, at this moment, Jiang Rong could easily concoct a reason, claiming she had learned to ride during her time in the boudoir. However, I must feign ignorance regarding intimacy with my husband. Xiaolingxi found Jiang Rong somewhat peculiar, yet logically, she should not be. Early summer, Qingsong Mountain. The cicadas buzzed, rendering the forest eerily serene, while the bird songs echoed through the tranquil mountains. Chen Guangzong gazed upon the expansive woodland before him, overwhelmed with emotion, almost brought to tears. Having been confined in a separate residence for over 20 days, where each day was consumed by training or additional drills, he felt as though he might perish from the torment. He was utterly desperate to escape. Yet towering walls surrounded him, with dark-clad guards patrolling, rendering his escape impossible. Unexpectedly, heaven had smiled upon him, allowing him to break free from that terrifying prison.
Ha ha ha.
From this day forth I, Chen Xiaoya, shall soar as high as the mountains permit. Chen Go, where are you headed? Zhang San asked, perplexed. The young lady has instructed us to each hunt at least 1 creature, and you're venturing outward. Where will you find any game? Li Si nodded in agreement. Indeed. Those creatures are quite clever, hiding deep within. We must delve further. You 2 fools. Chen Guangzong exclaimed, exasperated as he tapped their heads. Do you truly wish to continue living this miserable existence? Zhang San, Li Si, and the other young scions all shook their heads in unison. Why not seize the moment and flee? Now that we have the chance, we shall each return to our own homes and seek our own mothers. I refuse to believe she would dare come to my house. My mother would never allow her to take me away. Chen Guangzong puffed up his chest, his face alight with the anticipation of imminent escape. Indeed, Chen Go is right. Why should we not run? From this day forth, I shall steer clear of the Northern King's residence. The group of young rakes, suddenly enlightened, followed Chen Guangzong in a sprint toward the outskirts. Before long, they reached the periphery of Qingsong Mountain, only to encounter a terrifying yet familiar figure at the end of the path. Beneath a towering pine tree, Jiang Rong sat leisurely sipping tea, flanked by menacing black-clad guards, each wielding a bow and arrow aimed directly at them. Where do you think you are going? Jiang Rong inquired, casting a glance at the panting young gentleman, her smile disconcerting. The group trembled in fear, their expressions reflecting utter despair, as if mourning a great loss. Woe is me, what torment life has bestowed upon us. Only Chen Guangzong, with a defiant neck and a step forward, attempted to uphold his dignity as the leader. I led them here. They are not to blame. Each must bear their own burdens. If you seek vengeance, direct it at me. Jiang Rong's gaze settled upon him, seemingly receptive to his plea. Very well. Raise the water jar. In an instant, Chen Guangzong's knees betrayed him, collapsing to the ground with a resounding thud. His complexion paled as he capitulated to the malevolent forces, pleading with a pitiful wail, Your Highness, I was wrong. I only wished to see my mother. I long to return to her. Alas, I find myself unable to fulfill my filial duties before my mother. I am unfilial. Woe is me. Indeed, I long for my mother. I miss my father as well. A chorus of young scions echoed in agreement. It is but natural to cherish thoughts of one's parents. You have indeed been away from home for quite some time. Once you have achieved your studies, I shall grant you leave to return home. Jiang Rong offered a faint smile. It is commendable to wish to honor one's parents. Therefore, I shall not impose any punishment upon you this time. Chen Guangzong and the others collectively sighed in relief. That was a close call. We managed to evade punishment. However, I noticed that you all ran faster just now than during your usual training. Jiang Rong changed her tone. Speaking deliberately, it appears that you have not been earnest in your efforts. Fei Tsui announced the new regulations. Fei Tsui immediately took up the call, stating that any acts of slacking during training would incur double the punishment. The young scions lamented. Woe is me. This is unjust. We have indeed been diligent in our efforts. Yet when fleeing for our lives, we simply ran faster than usual. One cannot blame us for that. Alas, I am so wronged. Chapter 61. The deceptive prince Chen Guangzong and his companions, with tears in their eyes, returned to the mountains to hunt. My lord, the people from the main house have just been lurking nearby, reported Fei Tsui, stepping forward and speaking softly. Anan had discovered the presence of spies from the main house in the vicinity. Without the command of the young lady, they had refrained from taking any rash actions. The side consort Zhao has been watching me day in and day out. How tiresome, Jiang Rong scoffed. Since the authority of the household had fallen into Jiang Rong's hands, the side consort Zhao had secretly dispatched people to monitor her, searching for any misstep. Let her be, Jiang Rong said, setting down her teacup and rising. We should go meet the young lord. What could the side consort Zhao be plotting? It was nothing more than an attempt to sow discord between her and the Qin family, the esteemed generals. She could not possibly keep Chen Guangzong and the others confined forever. The news of General Chen's severe injury had reached the capital today. In her past life, it was the death of her father and brother that had awakened Chen Guangzong. In this life, she intended to use this incident to intimidate him, prompting him to understand the situation sooner. Later, you shall deliver water to Chen Guangzong and the others. Casually discuss with the maid that you have heard General Chen is gravely injured and may not survive. Jiang Rong instructed. Fei Tsui was taken aback. General Chen may not survive? He's merely being deceived. Jiang Rong laughed. In her memories, General Chen was never gravely injured. This was merely a strategy to feign weakness. In a secluded grove on Qingsong Mountain, young lady, behold, this is a fine steed, Xuyun, specially chosen by our master for you. Its coat is as white as snow, truly beautiful. Most importantly, its temperament is gentle, making it ideal for a novice learning to ride. Xiao Nanxing rode a magnificent snow-white steed, demonstrating his prowess on behalf of his young master. What a splendid creature it is. My dear husband, thank you. Jiang Rong gazed adoringly at the horse, tugging at Xialingxi's sleeve with a beaming smile. Esteemed young mistress, this gentleman was specially invited by the young master to be your riding instructor. Xiao Nanxing indicated a middle-aged man with a grand beard. Master Liu is an expert in equestrian arts, renowned throughout the capital, with noble families vying for his tutelage. With his guidance, you shall surely master horseback riding swiftly. Master Liu bowed respectfully, greeting the young mistress. There's no need for such formalities. So, the young master's promise to teach me riding was merely to enlist a master? Jiang Rong replied, a hint of disbelief in her voice. It hardly requires such meticulous effort. You could teach me yourself. Sighing, she thought, how difficult it is to coax my husband into a tender embrace. Young mistress, the key to riding is to remain calm. First, place your foot in the stirrup, keep your back straight, gaze ahead, and grip the reins. Master Lu instructed earnestly. Jiang Rong, feeling disheartened, mounted the horse. You possess remarkable talent, young mistress. Master Lu praised. Now, take it slow and don't rush. Jiang Rong glanced at Xielingxi, who stood quietly observing her. A mischievous thought crossed her mind. She gently tapped the snow-white steed. Good horse, let us charge forth. Snow Cloud, perceptive and intelligent, understood her intent and bolted forward like an arrow released from its bow. Young mistress. Master Lu exclaimed in bewilderment. Why has the horse suddenly taken off? The young princess is on the verge of being thrown off. Xiao Nanxing, pale with fear, is bewildered by Xueyun's sudden fury, as she has always been gentle. The steed gallops wildly, and Jiang Rong, seemingly a novice rider, struggles to maintain her balance, causing Xiao Nanxing and Master Lu to tremble in dread. Xielingxi's expression shifts slightly as he leaps onto his own horse, cracking the whip to pursue. As the two horses draw near, Xielingxi plants a foot on the horse's back and leaps behind Jiang Rong, wrapping one arm around her slender waist while grasping the reins with the other. Do not be afraid, my dear husband. Jiang Rong, having cleverly deceived her husband, beams with delight. Before Xielingxi can finish his words, he realizes that he had reacted impulsively when he saw Jiang Rong swaying like a willow branch.
Now.
Pressed against her, he notices that her legs are tightly secured around the horse's belly, providing stability. No matter how much the horse sways, she cannot possibly fall. This is not the demeanor of a beginner rider. Her equestrian skills are evidently refined enough to perform atop the mount. You can ride? Xielingxi finds himself both amused and exasperated. This little girl has tricked him once again. Xueyun is truly obedient and quite cooperative. Thank you, my husband, for this horse. Jiang Rong graciously admits, nestled against the sturdy chest of the man. Tilting her head slightly with a radiant smile, it is your concern for Ronger that led to this deception. You truly cherish Ronger the most. Xielingxi. What on earth has transpired? This logic seems surprisingly sound. At the Northern Prince's residence, in Lanyuan, did you say that Jiang Rong compelled those young rascals to train, but they attempted to flee and were apprehended by her? Zhao Sifei inquired, her face awash with astonishment. A retainer replied respectfully, I witnessed it with my own eyes. Those young scions are like mud that cannot be molded. What purpose does training them serve? It would be more prudent to acquire some servants to train, for they would be far more obedient. Zhao Sifei clicked her tongue. To curry favor with the military families, she is taken in these wastrels, yet she harbors the delusion of transforming them into capable individuals. Allowing Qin Guangzong and his ilk to idle away their days would suffice. Engaging in such a thankless endeavor is truly foolish. A wet nurse interjected. Jiang Rong has long been known as a pedant in her household, likely akin to those antiquated scholars, incapable of adapting. She believes that simply taking them in necessitates proper instruction. Little does she realize that the ladies of the military families have no expectation of these young scions becoming accomplished. They merely wish for them to linger at the Northern Duke's residence. Indeed, by tormenting those foolish mother's precious sons, she risks inciting their ire. Zhao Sifei's eyes glinted with cunning as she devised a plan to send a message to the Qin family, alerting Madame Qin that her son was being subjected to Jiang Rong's cruel treatment. The Qin family cherishes Qin Guangzong as if he were their very own eye. Should they learn of his suffering, they would undoubtedly confront Jiang Rong with great fervor. Oh, and let us ensure that the source of this information remains concealed. Yes, madam. In the verdant Qingsong mountain, Qin Guangzong and his companions gathered around a bonfire, grilling meat, their faces etched with worry. Qin Ge, after such difficulty in catching a mountain chicken, why do you not bring it back to present as an offering, instead of consuming it yourself? Zhang San inquired.
His curiosity piqued.
Qin Guangzong ground his teeth in frustration. The young princess merely suggested that each of us hunt one, without specifying that we must return with it intact. I refuse to share my roasted meat with her. Indeed, we must resist, Li Si exclaimed, gnawing on a greasy chicken leg. Resist what? Can you even contend with anyone? The crucial matter is how we can escape, my friends. Qin Guangzong wore a gloomy expression. I have already doubled my training. Upon returning, I shall have to double it again. No, if I continue training like this, I shall perish. I must flee. Yes, if this continues, I too will meet my end. The group of young aristocrats lamented in unison. Driven to desperation, Qin Guangzong's thoughts became remarkably clear. Although escape seemed impossible, We could at least send a message. With so many people in Chingsong Mountain, we should find someone we know to convey a message to our families. Just 2 words. Help. My mother will surely come to rescue me. The more Chen Guangzong pondered this plan, the more he deemed it brilliant. Truly, he was a genius.
Indeed.
Let us find someone to deliver our message. Chapter 62. The prince's cousin. The group of young rascals suddenly experienced a moment of clarity and promptly sought out acquaintances. Chingsong Mountain, a lush forest on the outskirts of the capital, is often frequented for hunting and leisure. To their fortune, they indeed found several familiar faces, who carried with them a message of salvation. Henceforth, they merely needed to wait for their rescuers to arrive. Chen Guangzong nodded in satisfaction, and the young gentleman felt a sense of joy akin to the dawn breaking after a long night. They gathered together, indulging in hearty water and meat, for Jiang Rong had not prepared any wine for them. Chen Guangzong, you worthless wretch, you're still alive? A mocking voice rang out. The group turned to see a cadre of elegantly dressed young gentlemen, accompanied by attendants, striding toward them from a distance. Sun He. Chen Guangzong glared at the leader of the group, his eyes brimming with fury, yet he forced himself to restrain his anger, saying, Zhang San Li Si, let us depart. Sun He, the legitimate son of the Sun family from the Duke of Jingguo's residence, had risen to prominence following the establishment of the Great Xia, which sought to diminish the military power of the northern prince's estate while supporting the 4 great military clans. The Duke of Jingguo's lineage was one among them, having produced an Empress Sun who bore the heir apparent of Great Xia. In recent years, the Sun family had become increasingly arrogant in their dealings. Sun He, a typical scion of privilege, relished in bullying those of lesser status. His esteemed lineage, coupled with the backing of his cousin the prince, rendered Chen Guangzong and his companions too intimidated to confront him, choosing instead to avoid him altogether. When it comes to the young elite, the measure of one's worth ultimately lies in family lineage. The mightier the father, the greater the backing, the more domineering one becomes. Halt! Did this young master grant you permission to leave? Sun He scoffed coldly. Surrounded by his entourage of debauched youth, they swiftly obstructed the path of Chen Guangzong and his companions. What do you intend to do? Chen Guangzong furrowed his brow. From his elevated position, Sun He looked down upon Chen Guangzong, mocking him. Your father, a worthless wretch, was grievously injured by the barbarians, confined within his shell, too afraid to engage in battle, allowing those savages to trample upon the dignity of our great Xia. It is truly a disgrace to our nation. Like father, like son, it is no surprise that you are equally ineffectual. The young rakes accompanying him erupted in laughter. Sun He, you speak nonsense. Chen Guangzong clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with fury.
Ha!
Your father is indeed a useless fool. Cowed by the barbarians, he dares not leave the city. This is a profound humiliation for Great Xia. With his character, what battle can he fight? Better he play in the mud at home, Sun He derided. Today, the Duke of the State received reports of the Xia army's unfortunate campaign. Sun He reveled in their misfortune, declaring that the Xia army appeared incapable of halting the northern onslaught, destined to crumble like a house of cards. What claim do they have to be the foremost military family of Great Xia? It is my Sun family that holds that distinction. Just as Chen Guangzong and his companions were searching for acquaintances, they chanced upon this encounter, and thus sought amusement. You cannot insult my father. Chen Guangzong, having endured much, finally reached his breaking point, his fists clenched as he struck Sun He squarely in the face.
Bang!
Sun He was knocked to the ground, wincing in pain. To be struck by Chen Guangzong was a profound humiliation. Enraged, he shouted, You insolent wretch! How dare you lay a hand on me? Have you taken leave of your senses? Come, seize him and punish him severely. The young rakes immediately descended upon Chen Guangzong and his companions, unleashing a flurry of blows. Zhang San, Li Si, and others stood in silence, enduring a brutal beating simply for their association with Chen Guangzong. They were uncertain whether to resist. Though the young rascals appeared reckless, they were acutely aware of the precarious nature of their relationships in this world. Even Chen Guangzong, initially overwhelmed by anger, had only struck back once, subsequently shielding himself and shouting, This has nothing to do with them. However, Sun He was relentless, delivering punishing kicks to Chen Guangzong, scolding. You dare strike this young master? You wretched fool. The Xia family is on the verge of collapse, and you still have the audacity to act arrogant before me. Teach them a lesson. He foolishly believed that the Xia family's military prowess was waning. The young rascals laughed mockingly as they assaulted Zhang San, Li Si, and the others. Emerald, sent by Jiang Rong to deliver water, witnessed the scene and hurried back to report. A quarter of an hour later, Sun He taunted, "Are you frightened now? My cousin is the crown prince. Do you dare offend me?" He continued to mercilessly kick Chen Guangzong in the chest. Chen Guangzong gritted his teeth, suppressing the pain, but coughed up blood. His face was battered and bruised, blood streaming down, with injuries affecting his lungs. Zhang San, Li Si, and the others fared no better, suffering grievously. "You are just as worthless as your father." Sun He spat contemptuously. Chen Guangzong glared fiercely at Sun He, his fists clenched tightly, torn between the desire to retaliate and the fear of implicating his family. Just then, Ma Yuma charged in, shouting, "Get out of the way, Sun Xiao, quickly!" The group of young rascals gasped in surprise. In the distance, a woman riding a magnificent white steed approached with great speed, heading straight for Sun He. His expression shifted dramatically, and he could no longer afford to confront Chen Guangzong. He turned to flee. Yet, how could he outrun a horse? The snow-white steed collided with him forcefully, sending Sun He crashing to the ground, breaking several bones and knocking out 2 teeth, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. With a cry of agony, he cursed, questioning who dared to. Before he could finish his words, a whip rose high and struck him squarely on the face, leaving a deep crimson gash from his forehead to his chin. The crowd was stunned into silence. Even Sun He could only emit cries of pain, too afraid to utter further insults. The noble ladies, including Lady Zhang and Li Si, gasped in shock. Chen Guangzong, gravely injured with swollen eyes, struggled to see. He managed to open his eyes and beheld the strikingly beautiful woman on horseback standing before them. "Get up and fight back. After all this training, you still ended up like this?" Chen Guangzong felt an inexplicable sense of grievance rising within him, and he exclaimed, "He is the legitimate son of a duke, the prince's cousin. With such a status, they wouldn't dare to strike, regardless of who they are. Attacking the prince's guards with the intent to assassinate the North King's heir, and you still stand there taking blows? What has become of your duty?" Jiang Rong retorted coldly. A realization dawned upon Chen Guangzong. Indeed, he was not merely a scion of the Qin family, he was also a lieutenant of the prince's guard. If they assaulted them, it was tantamount to attacking the prince himself. No matter their status, we shall retaliate. Brothers, let us charge forth. Chen Guangzong had long harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Sun He, disregarding the sharp pain in his ribcage as he lunged forward despite his injuries. Zhang San and Li Si, too, were filled with pent-up rage, gritting their teeth as they rushed to exact vengeance. Were it not for the fear of bringing trouble to their families, with their skills honed through rigorous training, they would never have allowed themselves to be beaten.
Who are you?
Just wait. My father is the Duke of the Realm, and my cousin is the Crown Prince. You are finished. Sun He shouted defiantly. Before his words could fully escape his lips, Jiang Rong lashed him across the face with her whip, coldly commanding, "Dare to assault my husband? Capture this lot, and send them all to the Dali Temple." Chapter 63. I will not return home. Amidst the clamor, Jingzhe escorted the disfigured young scions, battered and bruised, to the Dali Temple. Jiang Rong dismounted her horse and casually chose a large stone upon which to sit. "Speak," she commanded. "What transpired?" "My lady," Sun He insisted on provoking us. Claiming that General Chen suffered a defeat and insulted General Chen, Zhang San and Li Si hastily explained. Jiang Rong's gaze darkened slightly. It seemed she had been too lenient in her previous actions. "My lady, I was the one who struck first. I am willing to accept any culpability." Chen Guangzong lowered his head, admitting his fault. Yet he could not suppress his anxiety as he inquired, I wish to ask about the front lines. Do you have any news?" Jiang Rong, of course, would not disclose the tactics of the Xie family army. She replied coolly, "I am aware. However, victories and defeats are commonplace in warfare. A single loss or gain is inconsequential." "My father, is he truly injured?" Chen Guangzong's anxiety intensified. His concern was not whether his father had faced defeat, but rather if his health remained intact. "General Chen is indeed gravely wounded." Jiang Rong observed him, noting that despite the upheaval caused by Sun He, their original plan remained unaffected. She continued, "Moreover, his injuries are exceedingly severe. The reason he refrains from battle is not out of cowardice, but due to the likelihood that he may not endure." "Father." Chen Guangzong was struck as if by lightning, collapsing to the ground, tears streaming down his cheeks. Jiang Rong turned her gaze to the others. Your fathers and brothers are all at Pigeon Mountain. This battle may result in defeat. Be prepared for the consequences. In the event of a loss, there will be fatalities. In that moment, Zhang San and Li Si turned pale. It is often only when one suffers a great upheaval at home, such as the death of a loved one, that one awakens to reality. Yet by then, it is too late for regret. Jiang Rong decided to forewarn them of events that would transpire years hence, hoping they might come to understand sooner. However, there is no need for excessive concern. Should the front lines falter, His Majesty will assuredly dispatch other troops for support. In due time, there will be those who seek vengeance on your behalf, such as the Duke of National Defense and the Duke of Stability, Jiang Rong stated deliberately. Chen Guangzong and the others wore expressions of profound distress. Their own kin had perished on the battlefield, and Sun He had insulted them as worthless. To think they would have to thank Sun He's father for avenging their relatives? This was unacceptable. I shall seek my own vengeance. If anything were to happen to my father, I will march to the northern frontier, Chen Guangzong declared angrily. Jiang Rong raised an eyebrow. By what right do you intend to go? Are you well versed in military strategy? Do you understand the formations of battle? Or can you strike down a foe from 100 paces away? You possess no skills. Will you merely rush to the battlefield to meet your demise? Chen Guangzong was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, what skills did he have to seek vengeance for his father on the battlefield? Your parents entrusted you to the Northern Duke's residence. I certainly will not allow you to throw yourselves into danger. If you desire to fight, you must first hone your abilities. In the future, the officers of the Imperial Guard may apply for deployment to the northern frontier, or they may choose to remain in the capital. Jiang Rong looked at them and said, Your training at the Northern Duke's residence concludes today. Those who wish to remain in the Imperial Guard may return with me to the Northern Duke's residence now. Unwilling to comply, he declared, I shall not return home. Despite his daily thoughts of escape, now that Jiang Rong permitted him to leave, he found himself resolute in staying. The group of young scions exchanged glances, soon engaging in hushed discussions. If Brother Qin does not depart, neither shall I. Perhaps I might eventually journey to the northern frontier. Indeed, I wish to go as well. I might not have the courage to go, but I desire to remain in the Imperial Guard. I have often been bullied by Sun He and his ilk. For the first time, someone stands up for me, and I am no longer fearful of implicating my family. I shall stay in the Imperial Guard, for with the young lady of the air to protect me, am I not more formidable than before? Though I may endure some hardships, at least I shall not be beaten by others. Each person has their own aspirations. Not every young scion yearns for the battlefield to slay enemies. Some possess no grand ambitions. Whether for the glory of combat or an understanding of the benefits of the Imperial Guard, none of the young scions chose to withdraw. In the capital, at the Chun residence, Madame Chen received an enigmatic note claiming her son was being tormented terribly by the young lady of the air. She dismissed it with a smile.
How could that be?
Why would the young lady of the air torment my son for no reason? My husband is the right-hand man of the Northern King. Yet, a sense of unease lingered in her heart. Ever since Chen Guangzong went to the Northern King's residence, there had been no word from him. Inquiries made at the royal estate revealed that they had recently entered the Northern King's residence and were currently sequestered in a subsidiary courtyard to learn the royal etiquette. This was, in essence, reasonable, but the lack of contact inevitably stirred her worry. At this moment, a message arrived from an acquaintance, penned in the handwriting of Chen Guangzong, bearing the urgent words, "Save me." This left Madame Chen in a state of distress. Soon, the wives of Zhang and Li, who were on good terms with her, came knocking at her door. They were grateful to Madame Chen since their sons had entered the Imperial Guard alongside Chen Guangzong. The sudden plea for help from their children left them in a state of panic, prompting them to seek Madame Chen's counsel. Why would the young consort suddenly turn against Guangzong and his companions? Madame Chen found it perplexing. Although they had only interacted briefly, she held a favorable impression of the young consort. Madame Chen, the children are pleading for help and they are currently on Qingsong Mountain. What exactly is happening? We must hurry there and inquire, urged Madame Zhang anxiously. Madame Chen nodded in agreement, acknowledging, indeed. We need only express our longing for the children. There is no reason for the young consort to deny us an audience. Let's first seek out Guangzong and the others. After a brief discussion, the women resolved to visit. They were somewhat skeptical about the young consort's alleged mistreatment of Chen Guangzong and the others. Yet their inability to see their sons filled them with unease. Upon arriving at Qingsong Mountain, they were horrified to see the children, each with bruised faces. The sight caused their expressions to shift dramatically. My child. Madame Chen rushed towards Chen Guangzong and embraced him, tears streaming down her face.
What has happened to you?
The other women also hurried to their sons. Chen Guangzong, surprised, exclaimed, Why have you come?
I
am fine. How can you say you are fine when you are in such a state? Madame Chen was filled with both concern and indignation as she turned to Jiang Rong, exclaiming, Your Grace, may I inquire what wrong my son has committed that warrants such severe punishment? Mother, it was not the Duchess who struck me. Chen Guangzong hastily clarified. Madame Chen was taken aback, yet questioned, Then what is the meaning of this? Why did you send me a message pleading for help? Yes, indeed. What has transpired? Madame Zhang also inquired urgently, directing her attention towards Zhang San. Upon hearing the mention of a message, Chen Guangzong and the others exchanged furtive glances, filled with trepidation towards Jiang Rong. In truth, all their clandestine actions were conducted under her watchful gaze. Had she not permitted it, not a single note would have been dispatched. We encountered Sun He, yes. He was bullying us. Hence we sent a message for help. Your Grace arrived just in time to rescue us. Chen Guangzong wiped the cold sweat from his brow. How perilous it was. They nearly exposed themselves. Chapter 64. The Crown Prince's concubine is too kind to me. Upon hearing the name, Madame Chen realized the gravity of the situation and quickly turned to Jiang Rong, offering her apologies. Your Highness, I beg your pardon. Upon seeing Guangzong in such a state, I panicked and mistakenly misunderstood your intentions. Guangzong has acted thoughtlessly and caused quite a mess. I implore you to protect him. As she spoke, she shot a glare at Chen Guangzong, questioning, What have you done to provoke this? Chen Guangzong remained silent, his head bowed, refraining from mentioning his father's defeat and injuries. Jiang Rong chuckled softly, reassuring her, There is no need for alarm, madam. Cousin Chen serves as an officer in the Crown Prince's guard. Any aggression from Sun He towards them constitutes an attack on the Crown Prince, and I have already reported it to the authorities. As they are part of the guard, I will ensure their safety. Thank you, Your Highness. Madame Chen's heart finally eased. Indeed, sending her son to the guard was the wisest decision. Although they were once kin to the Northern Prince's residence, it was inappropriate to continually seek the Dowager Empress's assistance for such trivial matters when the younger generation squabbled. Now that Guangzong is affiliated with the guard, this falls under the purview of the Northern Prince's household. Other ladies also felt reassured. Though they had sustained injuries today and initially intended to return to their residence for recuperation, with the presence of so many esteemed ladies, they decided to grant the injured 3 days of leave to return home and recover. After 3 days, they shall return to duty. Jiang Rong smiled, instructing Fei Tsue. Deliver the medicinal supplies to each household. Fei Tsue acknowledged the command. Madame Chen expressed her gratitude. I am truly sorry for troubling your highness. I have medicine at home. They were injured while on duty. Thus, the Northern Prince's residence shall naturally take responsibility, Jiang Rong replied with a smile. Madame Chen has grown increasingly convinced of Jiang Rong's reliability. She cannot fathom who might be attempting to sow discord between herself and the Crown Prince's consort. No longer will she be swayed by such nonsense. The young nobles are elated to enjoy a 3-day holiday, joyfully returning home with their mothers. Only Chen Guangzong, before departing, discreetly sought an audience with Jiang Rong, consort. Sun He is a cousin of the Crown Prince, and they will certainly not let this matter rest. Today, I took the initiative. If there are repercussions, I am willing to accept the punishment. Jiang Rong dealt a far more severe blow to Sun He than he had sustained. He felt a twinge of concern that this would implicate Jiang Rong. He understood that this situation was not her concern, yet when she witnessed their humiliation, she avenged them, delivering a harsh lesson to Sun He. Chen Guangzong felt a warm glow within him. Although Jiang Rong was strict in training them, she remained loyal to her own. He too valued loyalty. As the eldest brother, he had always shielded Zhang San and Li Si. In that moment, he felt a kinship with the Crown Prince's consort, united by shared values. Such a compassionate and loyal consort must not be burdened because of him. What of the Crown Prince's cousin? After all, he is also the consort's cousin. If he strikes you, neither I nor the Crown Prince will simply let it go. Jiang Rong, unfazed, replied nonchalantly, Rest assured. If the heavens should fall, the Crown Prince will bear the weight. The Northern Prince's residence has yet to falter. The people of the Northern Prince's household will not be subject to the whims of the unworthy. Chen Guangzong felt his eyes welling with emotion. How moved he was. The crown prince's consort has been extraordinarily kind to him. He had previously harbored secret grievances against her, which he now regretted deeply. He hurried back to tend to his injuries. Being beaten to such a state is truly humiliating. I shall return and practice more diligently. Jiang Rong dismissively waved her hand. Chun Guangzong lamented, "Woe is me. Can you not allow one to feel a bit more touched?" At Qingsong Mountain, attendants set up a grand and spacious tent, while the accompanying chef meticulously roasted the wild chickens and boars freshly hunted from the mountains. Xielingxi reclined comfortably in a plush sheepskin chair, casually tossing a plate of meat morsels into an elegant cage. Within the cage sat a small kitten, its fur as white as snow. This little creature had been discovered during the hunt. Its leg bore an injury, presumably inflicted by some wild beast. Realizing it could not escape upon seeing Xielingxi and the others, it approached meekly, mewing at Xielingxi's feet. Xielingxi received an array of rare and exotic creatures daily, yet he never kept them. He understood that prolonged companionship would foster emotional attachment, and emotions are the most fragile of human experiences. He was acutely aware of this, thus he abstained from keeping pets. However, it was rumored that Jiang Rong had an affinity for cats. Curiously, none of the intelligence he gathered about her corroborated this claim. Hence, he remained uncertain of her true feelings. Should she not cherish this kitten, he could simply nurse it back to health and release it. "Why do you not accompany the young lady, my lord?" Xiao Nanqing inquired, perplexed. Xielingxi replied nonchalantly, "She is quite capable of handling it herself." To Chun Guangzong and the others, Jiang Rong was perceived as an outsider. The establishment of rapport and emotional bonds among the lords required time and shared experiences. Thus, it was entirely appropriate for her to take charge of the matter. As for him, such connections were unnecessary. He is the heir to the Northern King, a status that naturally commands the respect of individuals such as Chun Guangzong. Furthermore, he dispatched Jingzhe, allowing Jiang Rong to issue commands at will. With the presence of the black-clad guards, Jiang Rong's safety was assured. Before long, Jingzhe returned with a report. The heir consort ordered that Sun He and others be sent to the Dali Temple. Xiao Nanjing was taken aback, wondering how they could not only exact revenge on those who had wronged them, but also have them sent to the authorities. In astonishment, Xiao Nanjing inquired, by what pretext? For assaulting the heir's ceremonial guards with the intent to assassinate him, Jingzhe replied. Xiao Nanjing was left speechless. Heir consort, you are indeed skilled at lodging complaints. A faint smile graced Xielingxi's previously indifferent countenance, affirming, indeed. The heir consort must be on her way here now. Xiao Nanjing asked. Jingzhe shook his head, his expression peculiar. No. The heir consort informed Captain Chen that General Chen is nearing death, and Captain Chen is weeping in place. Xiao Nanjing. Xielingxi. After Jingzhe withdrew, it was not long before a guard reported, Young Master, Miss Dong Shiqin from the Yongning Marquisate seeks an audience. The Yongning Marquisate, the family of Princess Anyang, one of the four great military families of Daxia, which has had little interaction with the Northern King's residence. Her sudden visit must pertain to Jiang Rong? Xielingxi's gaze darkened slightly, and he instructed, allow her to enter. In Daxia, there has always been a preference for gentle and dignified talented women, who are regarded as coarse if they wield weapons. Thus, the daughters of noble families seldom train in martial arts, instead dedicating their youth to the study of music, chess, calligraphy, and poetry. Dong Shiqin is indeed a paragon among them, renowned as one of the four talented women of the capital. At the tender age of 16, she possesses an exquisite and graceful demeanor, with aspirations that soar above the ordinary. She harbors little regard for the scions of prominent families, fixated instead on the ambition of becoming a princess. Among the numerous princes of the current reign, only 3 wield substantial power. The crown prince is naturally the prime candidate. However, he is already wed, and the crown princess hails from a lineage of considerable prestige. The Prince of England, son of the imperial concubine, is both noble and valiant, yet he remains stationed far at the borders, rendering her efforts to reach him futile. Thus, only the Duke of Duan remains, a man of literary prowess and humility, widely lauded as a refined gentleman. Moreover, he has recently lost his first wife, leaving the position of Duchess of Duan vacant, which greatly entices Dong Shiqin. Yet, she is acutely aware that the marriages of these princes are predominantly political alliances. The Duke of Duan currently seeks support from a prominent military family, but among the 4 great military houses, the Yongning Marquisate stands at the bottom. With the Duke of State ahead of her, it is uncertain whether he would choose her. Just then, her aunt proposed a brilliant idea. Why not consider a simpler option, Xialingxi? The Northern Prince's residence is the most influential in the Great Xia, and becoming the Northern Princess would indeed be a splendid opportunity. Chapter 65. This woman must be intent on harming my husband, Miss Dong. It is evident that Xialingxi is infatuated with Jiang Rong. Based on my meticulous analysis, it appears he is drawn to women of exceptional talent. When Jiang Rong is in her chamber, aside from her modest renown, there is little else to commend her. A scholar gazed at Dong Xiqin and remarked, "You possess far greater talent than she. Surely, with just a hint of your abilities, you could capture Xialingxi's heart." Dong Xiqin held Xialingxi in contempt, regarding him as a debauched wastrel devoid of any scholarly merit, yet he purportedly has a fondness for talented women. It is often said that the more one lacks something, the more one yearns for it. Xialingxi, having no talents of his own, naturally admires those who are gifted. This is quite understandable, mused the scholar as he stroked his beard. Dong Xiqin remained skeptical, but resolved to give it a try. Today, I shall take the initiative to seek him out. If he harbors any affection for me, he surely will not let this opportunity slip by. No sooner had she spoken than a maid entered to announce that the Prince of the North requests her presence. Dong Xiqin's eyes widened in astonishment. Could it be that he truly favors women of talent? Suddenly, her spirit soared, although her heart inclined toward the Duke of Duan. Her prospects of becoming the Duke's consort appeared rather dim. In contrast, Xialingxi, being a frivolous young man who chooses a wife solely based on his whims, could easily find favor even with an orphaned girl from the noble family. As the daughter of the illustrious Yongning Marquis, she held far greater status than Jiang Rong. In that instant, Dong Xiqin felt that the position of Princess of the North was indeed within her reach. With renewed determination, Dong Xiqin entered the military tent accompanied by her maid. The vast tapestry of exquisite floral embroideries, the roux-ware porcelain placed at the side, the shoe embroidery adorned with jade, and the throne inlaid with gold and jade, all radiate an air of exquisite luxury. Though merely a temporary tent erected for a hunting expedition, it bears the grandeur of a royal palace. Dong Xiqin couldn't help but marvel at the wealth of the Northern Prince's residence, which truly lived up to its reputation, and her satisfaction with the position of Northern Princess increased. Then her gaze fell upon the handsome young master seated in the main position. Clad in splendid attire, he possessed an unparalleled beauty. Although deemed a useless dandy, he was even more striking than the Duke of Duan. "Miss Dong, may I inquire if you have come seeking something of importance?" asked Xiao Nanqing, standing nearby. Dong Xiqin withdrew her gaze from Xialingxi and noticed a delicate cage on the table, inside which resided a snow-white cat. One eye gleamed amber, while the other shone a brilliant blue, rendering it exceptionally beautiful. Instantly, Dong Xiqin was captivated. She surmised that a cat cherished by Xialingxi must be a rare breed. If she were to bring it to the banquet, it would surely elicit admiration and envy. At the last poetry gathering, the daughter of the Duke of the Nation had brought a rare multicolored bird, drawing widespread acclaim and leaving Dong Xiqin envious for quite some time. This raccoon-like creature owned by the heir was truly stunning, reminiscent of a pet she had cherished in her childhood, though regrettably, that beloved pet had gone missing. Dong Xiqin sighed softly. Xialingxi remained expressionless, while Xiao Nanqing appeared bewildered. Observing the utter lack of response from the two, Dong Xiqin mused that it was one thing for the frivolous young master to be dim-witted, but how could his astute attendant fail to comprehend such an obvious hint? Never mind. She could not harbor excessively high expectations for the frivolous mind of the young scion. Dong Xiqin straightforwardly expressed her thoughts. It pained her to see the injured creature. If the heir did not mind, perhaps she could take it back for a time to care for it, healing it before returning it to him. Xiao Nanqing finally grasped the situation. "Are you interested in my family's cat? But what gives you the right to request it upon our first meeting?" Xialingxi's gaze fell upon her face, coldly stating, "I do mind." Dong Xiqin's smile froze on her lips. "Miss Dong, this cat belongs to my family's heir and is intended as a gift for the future heir's wife. If you are fond of it, I suggest you procure one for yourself." Xiao Nanqing found the situation utterly baffling and attempted to explain. Dong Xiqin soon realized. This is meant for Jiang Rong? Xialingxi was indeed, as rumored, infatuated with Jiang Rong. However, with a little maneuvering on her part, this mere dandy would surely be swayed to another's affections. Dong Shiqin promptly composed herself and smiled gracefully. I have heard that the heir has recently invested heavily in collecting ancient artifacts and paintings, which suggests a profound appreciation for art. Coincidentally, I too have a fondness for paintings and have recently copied the peony painting by the renowned artist of the previous dynasty, Yan Huaxing. I would be honored if the heir could take a moment to appreciate it. With that, her attendant unfurled a painting of peonies. Dong Shiqin had already discovered that the Northern King's residence was currently amassing ancient artworks by Yan Huaxing, surmising that this artist was particularly favored by Xialingxi. Thus, she chose to replicate Yan Huaxing's work, aiming to appeal to his tastes, hoping that Xialingxi would see her as a kindred spirit. Dong Shiqin cast another glance at the white cat, filled with determination. Today, she was resolute in her intention to win over Xialingxi and bring the feline home. Miss Dong, perhaps you should seek me for the appreciation of paintings and calligraphy. A clear female voice echoed from behind her. Dong Shiqin turned to look. A young woman in a flowing red dress stepped through the curtain. She possessed an ethereal beauty, her features like a painting, her demeanor graceful and captivating. Dong Shiqin felt a twinge of guilt for enticing another's husband, caught in the act. Jiang Rong fixed her gaze upon her, a chilling smile gracing her lips. This woman was one of the primary culprits responsible for the demise of Sieruogio in a past life. At this moment, she had yet to intersect with Sieruogio. What could be her sudden purpose in approaching Xialingxi? As Jiang Rong pondered, her eyes grew even colder. To have a dandy critique a painting was a blatant intention. It was evident that she aimed to witness her husband's humiliation. One could only imagine the slanderous remarks she would concoct about him at the banquet. The Duke of Yongning's residence, in an attempt to undermine the Northern King's prestige, truly displayed a despicable nature. The four great military families had long been at odds with the Northern King's residence due to the strife between the old and the new. With clarity, Jiang Rong understood Dong Shiqin's motives and knew she could not allow her to succeed. Stepping forward, she positioned herself in front of Xialingxi. This peony painting is masterfully executed, remarkably similar to the original. However, Yan Huaxing's style is characterized by bold strokes, flowing effortlessly and exuding a captivating spirit. Miss Dong's pursuit of resemblance is commendable, but lacks a touch of that enchanting essence. Dong Shiqin's complexion paled slightly. Jiang Rong's words were astute, highlighting her deficiencies with precision. This Jiang Rong surprisingly possesses considerable knowledge of the art of painting. Miss Dong, if you wish to appreciate calligraphy and paintings, it would be better to seek my company. My husband, being preoccupied with myriad affairs, has little time for such matters. Jiang Rong replied with a smile. Dong Shiqin, unable to act further in her presence, could only seek another opportunity, maintaining her smile as she said, I shall certainly seek the young lady of the household to appreciate paintings another day. I apologize for the abrupt intrusion today, and bid you farewell. With an awkward smile, Dong Shiqin departed. Once she had left, Xiao Nanxing wore a puzzled expression. What on earth was she here for today? Of course, she came to stir trouble. Jiang Rong responded with evident hostility. Discussing art with my husband is clearly a ploy to make a fool of him. Xiao Nanxing suddenly understood. The young lady of the household is indeed astute. The Yongning Marquise is truly filled with petty individuals. Such underhanded behavior. Although our young master is indeed talented in both literature and martial arts, he appears to be a dandy on the surface. To have a dandy appreciate paintings? How malicious. We must ensure that such individuals are never allowed in again, Jiang Rong declared. Xiao Nanxing wholeheartedly agreed. You speak the truth. Xialingxi, however, felt an unsettling sense that something was amiss, even though it seemed to make perfect sense. Chapter 66, The Gift of a Cat. Having dismissed Dong Shiqin, Jiang Rong finally took the time to observe the furnishings within the tent, her gaze immediately captivated by the snow-white feline upon the table. Oh, what an adorable little creature! Jiang Rong exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she leaned closer to the cage, only to furrow her brow in concern. Wait, why is it bound with silk? Its leg is injured? This was brought back by the young master during a hunt. It appears to have been bitten by a wild beast in the mountains. I have already treated its wounds. It is not serious and will recover with some time, Xiao Nanxing explained. Do you like it, young mistress? This is a gift the young master prepared for you. Jiang Rong's face lit up with delight as she opened her arms and leapt into Xialingxi's embrace. Thank you, husband. I adore it. In her childhood, a guest had presented the Jiang family with a kitten, which Jiang Rong had cherished deeply, pleading with Changshi to allow her to keep it. However, Jiang Wen had expressed her fear of cats, forbidding the family from keeping one, and thus the kitten was sent away. At that time, Jiang Rong believed her sister should have been more accommodating towards her younger sibling. Jiang Wen's fear of cats was valid, and she had every right not to keep one. Years passed, and she had not encountered a cat since then. To her surprise, the regret of her childhood had now found resolution. Xiaolingxi was enveloped in the little girl's embrace. Initially, during their first embrace, he had been somewhat stiff, but now he held her with ease and steadiness, demonstrating the effectiveness of his network of informants. Indeed, Jiang Rong had a genuine fondness for cats. After expressing her affection for her husband, she settled beside the cage containing the feline and turned to Xiaolingxi to discuss more pressing matters. Just now, Sun He from the Duke of Zhengua's residence sought trouble, and I have sent him to the Dali Temple. Although she was well aware that no matter what she did, Xiaolingxi would always stand by her side, Jiang Rong still tugged at his sleeve and asked, "My lord, do you think my actions are feasible?" "Very well," Xiaolingxi responded with evident admiration. Xiao Nanxing, observing the playful couple, felt as if he had just ingested copious amounts of syrup and wished to vanish on the spot. However, compelled by duty, he timidly raised his hand and said, "I have heard that Chen Guangzong was the first to strike. What if they countersue him for attempted assassination?" In the rear courtyard of the Crown Prince's residence, Sun Xiu was in tears as she reported, "Cousin Crown Prince, you must rescue my brother and imprison that audacious Jiang Rong in the Ministry of Justice. She has grievously injured my brother and even dared to whip him, showing no respect for the Crown Prince's residence at all." Seated at the main position, Murong Shircheng wore a grim expression. Those who dared to strike the Crown Prince were clearly disregarding his authority. "Fan Zi, you must go to the Dali Temple immediately and demand the release of our people." At the lower left position sat a gentle and refined young man, holding a blank folding fan. He spoke calmly, "Your Highness, please hold on. The Northern King's residence sending individuals under the pretext of assassination is entirely legitimate. If we forcefully demand their release without just cause, it would be rather improper." Chen Guangzong struck first. "On what grounds can they accuse my brother of attempted assassination?" Sun Xiu protested. However, Sun He had already intercepted their departure. The Northern King's residence could simply claim that Sun He obstructed their guards, preventing them from protecting the heir, thus implying a nefarious intent to assassinate. Fan Zi spoke slowly. "How do you intend to respond?" Sun Xiu fell silent. Fan Zi continued, "Currently, Sun He is merely spending a few days at the Dali Temple. They had no intention to commit murder, and without solid evidence, a brief inquiry will suffice for his release. However, if your Highness insists on pressuring the minister of the Dali Temple to release him, it would constitute an interference in their judicial proceedings. The trouble you might face could be greater than that of Sun He himself." Murong Shircheng felt somewhat stifled. If Xiaolingxi could expel the officers from the Ministry of Justice, why could he, the Crown Prince, not rescue someone from the Dali Temple? He found himself less esteemed than a mere libertine. He is a debauchee, while you are the heir apparent. The Emperor's expectations for you cannot possibly compare to his. He squandered the Northern King's estate, and the Emperor welcomed that outcome. But you are the future master of the Great Xia, Fan Zi reminded him. Murong Shircheng could only swallow his indignation, momentarily feeling that being a crown prince was less enviable than the carefree life of a libertine. Observing that he had managed to dissuade him, Fan Zi felt a bit relieved and smiled, saying, "Your Highness, Sun He has always been arrogant. Spending a few days at the Dali Temple to temper his disposition is not without merit. Our current focus should be on the imminent arrival of Master Shen. If we can secure his support, we will hold half the seats in the cabinet. Neither the Prince of England nor the Prince of Duan can contend with your Highness." In the Great Xia dynasty, the cabinet comprises 3 civil and 3 military officials. The civil ministers are designated as the left and right chancellors and the grand tutor, while military appointments remain at the emperor's discretion, based on his preferences for generals. Currently in the cabinet are the Duke of Zhenghua, the Duke of Ngua, and the Duke of Dinghua, from among the 4 great military families. In this context, the Duke of the State is affiliated with the Crown Prince faction, while the Duke of In is aligned with the English King faction, and the Duke of Ding remains neutral. The remaining left chancellor is also neutral, while the right chancellor is the father of the Crown Prince's consort and Fan Zi. The Crown Prince's influence has always been the strongest, with both civil and military ministers within the cabinet offering their support. Originally, the esteemed minister, he was part of the Duke of Duan's faction. However, due to illness, He stepped down, prompting the emperor to summon Minister Shin back to the capital. The focus of Morong's searching swiftly shifted. The events surrounding Xuanhe were merely trivial skirmishes. The true crux lies within the cabinet's power struggle. You are indeed correct. The matter of befriending Minister Shin shall be entrusted to you. In the military tent, Jiang Rong gently caressed the cat's head with her left hand while grasping Xielingxi's sleeve with her right. Upon hearing this, she shook her head. Wasn't it Xuanhe who initially obstructed our people? The intention to ambush was thwarted by the Imperial Guard. Chen Guangzong acted solely out of desperation to protect the heir. Those around the Crown Prince are astute. They will surely comprehend that we hold the moral high ground in this matter, and their entanglement is of no benefit to them. Xiao Nanqing nodded in realization. Your Highness, you truly excel at reporting grievances. This incident will not stir up any significant turmoil for them. As for potential retaliation, the Duke of the State has long harbored animosity towards us, so this is hardly a new grievance. With that, Jiang Rong lifted her gaze towards Xielingxi, her eyes sparkling with delight. My dear husband, am I not correct? It seems like a little fox wagging its bushy tail, eagerly awaiting praise. Am I right, my husband? Have you not also foreseen this? Do we not share an unspoken understanding? Xielingxi lowered his gaze. His spirits had been quite buoyant lately, though he remained unaware of it. At this very moment, gazing at the young woman who looked at him with eager anticipation, he felt a surge of joy and nodded slightly, affirming his good spirits. As dusk approached, Jiang Rong returned triumphantly with Xu and Mao Mao, along with her husband, laden with treasures. They had embarked on their journey with enthusiasm and returned with satisfaction. The news of the conflict between the Northern King's residents and the Duke of Zhenghua had swiftly spread throughout the capital. Soon he had sustained severe injuries and was subsequently taken to the Court of Judicial Review, leaving the officials eagerly awaiting the unfolding drama. Yet, the Sun family made no significant response. They merely dispatched a physician and medicine to the court. This inaction incited the ire of the eagerly watching Zhao concubine, who vehemently criticized the Sun family as ineffectual. Upon hearing this news, Dong Shiqin could not help but sigh in contemplation. Indeed, the Northern King's residence was deserving of its status as the foremost power in the realm. The Sun family, typically so arrogant, could only suffer this hidden humiliation. She resolved that although her timing this time had been poor, she would surely seize the opportunity to triumph over Xielingxi in the future. Chapter 67. You kneel outside the door on the first day of May. Master Shin arrived in the capital. The young lady of the house, as per your instructions, has prepared a set of the 4 treasures of the study and a set of jade hair ornaments. Fei Chui entered, carrying 2 brocade boxes, and placed them on the table, inquiring with a smile, Are we visiting someone today? Jiang Rong retrieved a roll of music scores from the trunk and replied, We're going to the Shun residence. Fei Chui was taken aback. You wish to visit the Shin family? Although the Shun household is bustling with visitors offering congratulations, do we really need to go and bolster their reputation? Jiang Rong's gaze fell upon the music score. Her father had perished while protecting the emperor during a hunt, leaving no time to arrange for his affairs. Thus, this music score remained unknown to the Jiang family. It had been entrusted to her father by Master Shin before his exile. This score was a labor of love from Master Shin. He had not anticipated returning alive and had entrusted his cherished creation to Jiang's father, asking him to find a worthy successor. In her previous life, Jiang Rong only learned of the score's origin after becoming acquainted with Master Shin and his family. Now that Master Shin had returned to the capital, it was time to return the score to its rightful owner. Yes, we're going to the Shun residence. The Shun estate was a gift from the emperor. On this day of Master Shin's return to the capital, officials and prominent families of the city flocked to offer their gifts and congratulations. At this moment, Master Shin was in the palace, expressing his gratitude to the emperor, while the household was under the management of Shun Wenyuan. Shun Wenyuan had his mother and elder brother above him, but they had just returned from Lingnan and were unfamiliar with the affairs of the capital. To avoid any shortcomings in hospitality and breaches of etiquette, everything was left to Shun Wenyuan's arrangement. He had deliberately donned a brand new brocade garment, standing at the entrance of the Grand Tutor's residence, exuding an air of triumph and satisfaction. This attire had been custom-made 2 months prior at the finest embroidery shop in the capital, and he was filled with a sense of accomplishment. The once disdainful aristocrats now flocked to him, eager to cultivate their connections. From this day forth, Shen Wenyuan was indeed a person of distinction. Congratulations, Grand Tutor Shen. Congratulations, young Master Shen. Fan Zi arrived with several young lords and ladies to extend their greetings, while attendants presented lavish gift boxes. Upon seeing this group, Shen Wenyuan tempered his earlier arrogance, greeting them with utmost courtesy. Young Master Fan, Miss Sun, it is truly an honor to have you grace my humble abode. Please.
Come in.
Last time I heard from Han Yang, he mentioned that you both hit it off splendidly. It's unfortunate that he is recuperating at home and unable to join us today. Otherwise, he would certainly have come in person. Fan Zi responded warmly, referencing mutual acquaintances to strengthen their rapport. Shen Wenyuan sighed. Alas, I regret not being able to protect Brother Zhou. Once this busy period concludes, I intend to visit him. Coincidentally, I plan to go as well. Shall we arrange a time to go together? That would be splendid. The two engaged in amiable conversation, enjoying each other's company. Young master, the carriage from the Northern King's residence has arrived. A servant reported. Shen Wenyuan's smile froze as he caught sight of an opulent carriage stopping at the Shin family's entrance. A maid lifted the bejeweled curtain of the carriage and set out a brocaded spring stool. A woman clad in a delicate, pale yellow brocade gown gracefully stepped out of the carriage. Her features were exquisite, and her demeanor was dignified. Jiang Rong. Shen Wenyuan ground his teeth, feeling as if every bone in his body ached. Upon seeing Jiang Rong, Sun Shiyu's eyes filled with disdain. Just last month, she had brazenly assaulted young Master Shen in public, all to sever ties with him. How curious that she now seeks to ingratiate herself with the esteemed Shen Taifu. It seems rather too late for that. To beat someone's son and then attempt to curry favor? Truly foolish. As the matter was brought up, Shen Wenyuan felt an even greater sense of humiliation and shouted, Jiang Rong, keep your distance. Do not approach. We once had an engagement, and for the sake of my honor, you should remain far from me. The young lords and ladies who had come to offer congratulations and gifts paused, captivated by the unfolding drama. What was happening? Why did Shen Wenyuan block the entrance to the North Wangfu? Are you not aware? Last month, Jiang Rong publicly assaulted Shen Wenyuan to distance herself from him. Now that the Shen family is thriving, she rushes back. TSK. Such opportunism. Wait. Wasn't Shen Taifu already on his way back to the capital last month? If Jiang Rong seeks to align herself with the Shen family, why did she strike Shen Wenyuan? Perhaps she once thought she could climb the ranks with the North Wangfu and had no need for the Shens.
Now,
it seems she finds herself needing them after all. As the crowd observed the spectacle, they whispered among themselves. Jiang Rong remarked coolly, I did not come to see you. But this is my home, he retorted. You come to my house, and we share the same roof. The reputation of this young master has been tarnished by you. Shen Wenyuan felt a surge of indignation as he cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Rong, a cold smile playing on his lips. Jiang Rong, you are now a married woman. Adhere to your duties and refrain from shamelessly appearing before me, tarnishing my reputation. Laughter erupted among the onlookers. This humiliation was truly. Since you share a roof with the Jiang girl and are ruining her reputation, you should not enter. Kneel outside the door. An irate voice emerged from the crowd. Shen Wenyuan turned in astonishment. Approaching him was the esteemed Shen Taifu, who had just returned from the palace, his expression grave. He had not taken the time to change his attire, appearing travel-worn in a faded, tattered long robe. Despite his weary visage, his posture remained upright, and he walked with a measured pace. Father, what are you saying? Shen Wenyuan could hardly believe his ears. Shen Taifu, with his stern and unyielding countenance, glared at him without mercy. You, kneel outside. He then turned to Jiang Rong, a gentle and benevolent smile gracing his features. Jiang girl, I share a brotherly bond with your father. In my eyes, you are as dear as my own daughter. Coming to the Shen household should not feel like a visit. It should feel like home. You are welcome to come whenever you wish. The doors of the Shen family will always be open to you. The crowd was taken aback. Shen Taifu was resolutely defending Jiang Rong and reprimanding Shen Wenyuan. Who was truly the father here, Shen Wenyuan or Jiang Rong? Shen Wenyuan was also left in disbelief. Was he even his father's true son? How could his father treat him this way? Accompanied by his son, Jiang Qingrong stepped forward upon witnessing this scene, interjecting gently, Master Shen, young Master Shen merely misspoke in the heat of the moment. It is not deserving of such severity. He acts with the reputations of both parties in mind. I beseech you to allow him a chance and let young Master Shen join us. Earlier, he had observed from afar as Shen Wenyuan intercepted Jiang Rong. Thus, He deliberately slowed his pace, intending for father and son to arrive after Jiang Rong had departed. This was to avoid an encounter that would force him to choose between defending Jiang Rong and incurring the ire of the northern prince's residents. However, speaking in Jiang Rong's defense would surely offend Shen Wenyuan. It was only upon seeing Master Shen emerge that he felt compelled to approach. Recognizing Jiang Qingrong as the brother of Jiang Qingyuan, Master Shen treated him with great courtesy, stating, "Deputy Minister Jiang is magnanimous and should not take offense. However, as his father, it is my duty to instill in him the values of gratitude and righteousness." How could he utter such words of ingratitude towards Miss Jiang? Chapter 68. The question of divorce. When our family was exiled to Lingnan, it was Qingyuan who provided us with the means for our journey. Lingnan is rife with disease, and I fell ill several times along the way, relying solely on the life-saving herbal pills gifted by Madame Jiang. The Jiang couple has shown our family immense kindness. As for him, in those days of his youth, I feared he would not endure the rigors of travel, thus entrusting him to Qingyuan. Qingyuan treated him as his own, adopting him as a son, and even arranging a marriage with his beloved daughter. The parents of Miss Jiang can be considered his second parents. Even though he and Miss Jiang could not become husband and wife, they ought to have shared a bond akin to that of siblings. Yet, he has coldly shut her out. Such behavior is utterly unacceptable. Master Shen is profoundly disappointed in Shen Wenyuan. Jiang Qingrong is rendered speechless by these words. Who would have thought that Master Shen possessed such unwavering integrity and loyalty? It stands in stark contrast to his son. The onlookers gradually regain their composure. Indeed, this reasoning holds true. The Jiang family has bestowed upon the Shen family and Shen Wenyuan a debt of gratitude as heavy as a mountain. Now that your family has prospered, to cast aside the daughter of the Jiang family is truly disgraceful. She articulated this sentiment last time, and she struck me for it. No, she did not merely strike me once. She beat me several times. Shen Wenyuan instantly retorted. Master Shen let out a cold snort, admonishing his son. What sort of sage teachings have you absorbed? Let us discuss the matter at hand. Regarding today's incident, your actions are unjust, and you must reflect upon them. As for other matters, we shall address them later. He was not privy to the other affairs. At the very least, he needed to inquire about Jiang Rong's situation before passing judgment. Yet, what transpired today was witnessed by his own eyes. What I have heard firsthand, Shen Wenyuan has taken a wrong turn. If you believe I cannot manage you, you may choose to disavow me as your father. However, Shen Taifu did not compel Shen Wenyuan to kneel. He uttered this statement and then disregarded him, turning instead to Jiang Rong and Jiang Qingrong, saying, "Everyone, please proceed inside." Jiang Rong cast but a fleeting glance at Shen Wenyuan, nodded to Shen Taifu, and entered the premises. Today, many guests were gathered in the main hall for the banquet. Yet, Shen Taifu invited Jiang Rong to the tea house in the rear courtyard, instructing his attendants, "Fetch Madam and the Bai siblings to join us." While the banquet unfolded in the hall, the tea house served as a space to meet friends and family. In a short while, the Tian family arrived with their 2 children. "Master, I have heard that you have punished Wenyuan." This Tian Shi's expression was one of concern. Shen Taifu interrupted, saying, "Let us not dwell on him for now. Allow me to introduce you. This is the daughter of the Qingyuan family, a young lady from the Jiang household. When we departed all those years ago, she had just been born. How swiftly time has flown. Bai Ting, Lier, step forward and pay respects to the young lady from the Jiang family. She is akin to our own kin, and you must not treat her lightly." With Shen Wenyuan's unfortunate example in mind, Shen Taifu emphasized this point. The 2 individuals standing beside Tian Shi promptly stepped forward. Shen Beiding, the eldest son of Shen Taifu, was in his early 20s, having accompanied his father into exile in Lingnan since childhood. He possessed a calm demeanor and an elegant bearing. Shen Li, of similar age to Jiang Rong, was the daughter born to Shen Taifu and Tian Shi during their time in Lingnan. Having never left Lingnan before, it was her first visit to the capital, and she approached everything with a sense of timidity. Upon hearing that the enchanting beauty before them was a daughter of the Jiang family, her eyes radiated warmth and familiarity. In her childhood, she had suffered from a severe illness due to miasma, which was cured by a miraculous herbal remedy. At that time, her father had spoken of the deep ties between the Shen and Jiang families, declaring that they were as close as kin. However, father may have overstated the bond. Lier and I could not claim such intimacy. Shen Baiting cast a glance at Jiang Rong and performed a courteous bow. The 2 parties exchanged pleasantries. Tian was deeply concerned about her younger son's condition, yet she knew that Shen Taifu was a man of his word, and thus she suppressed her worries. Turning to Jiang Rong with a gentle smile. When you were a child, I could hold you in my arms with such ease. And now you have blossomed into a graceful, young woman. I have heard rumors of the Empress arranging a marriage for you. Alas! It seems fate has not intertwined your path with Wen Yuan's. How wonderful it would be if you could have been my daughter-in-law. Shen Taifu interjected, stating, though not a daughter-in-law, what difference is there between Jiang girl and our own daughter? In the past, Qing Yuan raised Wen Yuan as his own son. It is only fitting that we extend the same regard. Indeed, you speak wisely. Tianshi nodded, her heart filled with gratitude towards the Jiang family. Jiang Rong offered a gentle smile, expressing her thanks to Uncle Shen for his concern. There is a musical score at home, one that you penned, and I have come to return it to its rightful owner. She presented 3 ornate boxes. Continuing, she said, there is a matter for which I must apologize to Shen Taifu. My father departed early, and the Jiang family has failed in their duty to care for your son. Regrettably, the consequences have now become irreversible. Tianshi listened with confusion, replying, Jiang girl, why speak such courteous words? The Jiang family has never treated Wen Yuan poorly. Despite the passing of Jiang's father, Jiang Qingrong could not possibly cast aside the child entrusted to him by his elder brother and friend. Such an act would surely invite gossip. Thus, Shen Wen Yuan has been well cared for over the years. Although the Chang family once contemplated breaking off the engagement and selling Jiang Rong into a noble household, fate intervened with a twist of fortune, and so the Jiang family has, on the surface, never slighted Shen Wen Yuan in the slightest. Shen Taifu gazed at Jiang Rong, comprehending the unspoken implication of her words. The child you entrusted to us has not been properly nurtured by the Jiang family. You have done your utmost for him. The failure to educate lies with the father, and it is my responsibility. I will take it upon myself to instruct him properly, Shen Taifu assured. Jiang Rong offered no further words. As a father, Shen Taifu would not easily relinquish Shen Wen Yuan, and even when he observed certain flaws in him, he hoped to guide him towards improvement, such as the nature of humanity. Shen Taifu regarded the young woman before him and faintly discerned traces of a deceased friend in her features. The memory of his prematurely departed companion pierced his heart with a pang of sorrow. With concern, he inquired, Dear Jiang, I have heard on the road of the Empress Dowager's decree regarding marriage. It is too late for me to return to the capital. If your experience at the North King's residence is unsatisfactory, I shall immediately seek an imperial decree for your separation. Jiang Rong shook her head, expressing her gratitude to Shen Bofu for his concern. However, my sentiments for the young master are mutual. We harmonize beautifully. In her previous life, Shen Taifu had posed the same question upon his return, and she had likewise declined. Yet, the difference between her past and present state of mind was profound. Then, that as well, Shen Taifu felt a sense of relief, believing that if Qing Yuan were to know, he could finally rest in peace. After a brief pause, Master Shen earnestly advised, Jiang girl, should you require anything, do not hesitate to seek me out. His words, though clumsy and seemingly mere formalities, belied a profound sincerity. Jiang Rong understood that Master Shen's heart was genuinely open to her. In her previous life, when the Xie family fell from grace and the Xie army met its demise, countless individuals reveled in their misfortune, yet only Master Shen offered her solace in her darkest hour. He had aided her in numerous ways, though Shen Wen Yuan often attributed these deeds to his own efforts in persuading his father. In those days, Jiang Rong had unwavering faith in Shen Wen Yuan, largely because he had indeed been a constant support. However, she now recognized the truth. The one who had truly aided her was Master Shen. Jiang's father had raised Shen Wen Yuan as his own son, while Master Shen regarded her as his own daughter. This bond of profound friendship between their fathers was one of mutual trust and guardianship, yet Shen Wen Yuan had manipulated it to seek personal glory. Shen Beiding and Shen Li had also treated her with sincerity, but only Shen Wen Yuan, amidst these earnest souls, deceived Jiang Rong, leading her to mistakenly believe that the kindness of the Shen family stemmed solely from him. Chapter 69. The Young Couple with the Murderous Knife. Thank you, Uncle Shen. If you have any matters to discuss, please do not hesitate to reach out to me, Jiang Rong remarked. Shen Taifu was momentarily taken aback, but he nodded with a smile, saying, Very well, very well. Jiang Qingyuan was indeed of such a disposition, unrestrained and candid, free from superfluous formalities. Jiang Rong mirrored this quality, bringing comfort to Shen Taifu's heart. As there were numerous guests at the Shun residence today, Jiang Rong did not intend to linger for long and took her leave. Shin Taifu instructed Shin Baiting and her siblings to see her off. As the group traversed the garden, they unexpectedly encountered Jiang Wenxing and his son, who were meandering about. Shin Taifu. Jiang Qingrong exclaimed upon spotting Shin Taifu, approaching with warmth and hospitality. Where are you all headed? Shin Taifu, ever courteous to the Jiang family, replied with a smile. The young lady is returning home, and the children are accompanying her. Why didn't your sister stay for a meal? Jiang Wenxing inquired with genuine concern. He was a man of many talents, presenting himself as a refined gentleman at first glance. Sister? Who might this be? Shin Taifu asked with surprise as he looked toward Jiang Wenxing. Jiang Wenxing promptly responded, My nephew is Rong'o's half-brother, Jiang Wenxing. Half-brother? Shin Taifu pondered, recalling that Qing Yuan had no sons. Adopting a child into the family was a customary practice, and thus he regarded it with no small degree of curiosity. He scrutinized Jiang Wenxing intently before inquiring, Are you educated? Have you achieved any scholarly distinction? Merely fortunate enough to have attained the status of a jiren. I am far inferior to my father, Jiang Wenxing humbly replied. Being an adopted son, his reference to father naturally pertained to the esteemed top scholar, Jiang Qingyuan. That is commendable indeed, Shin Taifu acknowledged. Master Shin stroked his beard and nodded. You are still quite young. It would be wise to study for a few more years before taking the examination. Should you encounter any difficulties in your studies, feel free to consult me. He and Jiang Qingyuan had both excelled in their examinations, with one achieving the highest rank and the other the second. Alongside them was another distinguished scholar, and they shared a profound friendship. In their youth, the three of them had ranked among the top 3, becoming a celebrated tale in the scholarly community. Despite the years of exile, they had not succumbed to despair. Each day was spent diligently studying and imparting knowledge to their children. They were more than capable of guiding aspiring scholars. Thank you, Master Shin. Jiang Wenxing felt a surge of joy. He had concocted numerous flattery schemes, yet here he was, already forging a connection without even needing to employ them. There's no need for such formality. As the stepson of Qingyuan, it is only natural that I look after you. Master Shin replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wenxing seized the opportunity. Then I shall have the audacity to address you as Uncle Shin. Congratulations on your return to the capital and your esteemed position as Master Shin. I had not intended to trouble you upon your return, but seeing you today reminded me of a matter. I am to undergo my coming-of-age ceremony this month, and I wish to invite a venerable elder to preside over the rites. Might you be available? Of course, Master Shin readily agreed. Jiang Rong's eyes glimmered slightly at the mention of the coming-of-age ceremony. According to the laws of the Great Xia, noble sons could inherit titles if their father's rank was vacant after coming of age. Jiang Wenxing aspired to inherit his father's title. A mere dream. Jiang Wenjian was already on his way back to the capital. Thank you, Uncle Shin. Jiang Wenxing exclaimed, overjoyed. In due course, the entire capital will be aware that Jiang Wenxing, the newly titled Duke of Loyalty, enjoys the backing of the esteemed scholar Shin, alongside the sister of a prince from the Northern Palace. This life of splendor and prosperity will pose no cause for concern. The siblings, Shin Baiting and Shin Li, escorted Jiang Rong to the entrance of the residence. There, they beheld Shin Wenyuan, kneeling on the ground with a countenance of utter humiliation. How could he dare to disregard the scholar Shin? In deference to having a father of such esteemed rank, he was compelled to kneel at his father's behest. After the scholar Shin took Jiang Rong inside, Shin Wenyuan deliberated extensively on the pros and cons, ultimately succumbing to the gaze of the onlookers and kneeling in submission. His heart seethed with resentment towards both Jiang Rong and the scholar Shin. Shin Baiting observed him with a hint of concern. Second brother Shin Li also cast a worried glance in his direction. Shin Wenyuan paid them no heed, immediately turning away upon seeing them emerge, unwilling to meet their gaze. He harbored a deep-seated animosity, convinced that Shin Baiting was deliberately seeking to witness his disgrace. He believed that his rival was intent on undermining him. Consumed by jealousy that he, the legitimate eldest son, was eclipsed by Shin Baiting's authority in family matters. As for Shin Li, a mere woman, he dismissed her as no threat to his inheritance. Jiang Rong bid farewell to the Shin siblings and turned to board the carriage outside, casting not a single glance at the prostrate Shin Wenyuan. In a private room of a tea house in the capital, a young master reported, "Our people were not needed." The scholar Shen is indeed a man of integrity, allowing our princess consort to enter while leaving Shen Wenyuan kneeling outside. Naturally, Xialingxi would not permit his consort to be obstructed at the threshold. His reputation for being fiercely protective of his beloved is well known throughout the capital. Anyone who stands in the way of his future wife would find themselves subjected to his wrath, and such a reaction would hardly raise an eyebrow. Xialingxi idly toyed with a colorful stone, feeling rather content. Someone had shown kindness to Jiang Ronghao, which was delightful news. Today, an intriguing piece of news spread from the Shin family. The esteemed Shin Taifu was to officiate the coming-of-age ceremony for Jiang Wenxing. Xiao Nanxing continued. The person dispatched by the future wife to secretly escort Jiang Wenyan is also nearing the capital. Since Jiang Wenyan set off for Jiangbei, Jiang Rong had sent someone to trail him. Of course, she had no one under her command. This individual was someone she had boldly borrowed from Xialingxi. Initially, Xialingxi had assumed that she was merely concerned for her brotherly bond with Jiang Wenyan, worried about the long and treacherous journey that might expose him to bandits, thus sending someone to protect him as a gesture of sisterly affection. However, with Jiang Wenxing poised to inherit a title and the matters surrounding Jiang Wenyan's trip to Jiangbei, Xialingxi began to discern that this young lady had orchestrated quite a performance. Young master, the future wife seeks you. There is a matter to discuss, Jingzhe announced as he entered. Xialingxi invited Jiang Rong in and, catering to her preferences, instructed his attendant to prepare a pot of floral tea. My husband, do you know anyone in the capital who is altruistic and eager to help? Jiang Rong inquired with a light laugh. Xialingxi's gaze flickered slightly. What do you need someone for? If elder brother were to learn of the good news regarding second brother's imminent return to the capital, I fear it may prove too much for him. Jiang Rong replied with a bright smile. I wish to find a kind-hearted soul to assist second brother. Xiao Nanxing immediately remarked, Your Highness, did you not secretly dispatch someone to protect young Master Jiang? Surely, he will return to the capital safely. There is no need to seek external assistance. Xialingxi replied, The Mingxin Division's Chu Ju has been investigating a fugitive who has been on the run. I shall convey some information to him. Thank you for your support, my dear husband. Jiang Rong's eyes curved with a smile. Their gazes met, and an unspoken understanding lingered between them. However, Xiao Nanxing stood nearby, utterly perplexed. What are you two talking about? With our people guarding Jiang Wenyan, how could he possibly encounter danger? After Jiang Rong departed, Xialingxi instructed Jingzhe, Do not concern yourself with Jiang Wenyan's fate. Protect the items he brings back until Chu Ju arrives. Understood, Jingzhe acknowledged. Xiao Nanxing's realization dawned. So, when your highness mentioned seeking help for second brother, it was to assist in recovering his body? You two truly make a perfect team in this grim endeavor. Is this what true love between a couple looks like? Such seamless understanding? Chapter 70, An ambush as the night enveloped the surroundings. The guests of the Shun family departed. Lady Tian scrutinized the expression of the esteemed Shin Taifu and cautiously remarked, Yuan has been kneeling outside for an entire day. He has come to realize his mistake. With a look of melancholy, Shin Taifu instructed, Let him in. Lady Tian breathed a sigh of relief and hurried to fetch Shen Wenyuan. With the assistance of attendants, the limping Shen Wenyuan entered, kneeling to pay his respects. Father, I acknowledge my wrongdoing. Lord Zhongyi has shown me kindness, despite the discord between myself and Jiang Rong. I should not have turned her away. Shen Taifu fixed his piercing gaze upon him, questioning, Are these words truly from your heart? Shen Wenyuan had spent the day in contemplation, devising ways to mend the situation. He had come to understand the profound bond between his father and Jiang Qingyuan. Thus he felt compelled to express his gratitude towards Lord Zhongyi. I have always remembered the kindness of Lord Zhongyi and have never forgotten it. Alas, he passed away too soon, and I regret not being able to fulfill my filial duties before him. This is my greatest sorrow. I ought to have embraced all associated with him and cultivated a harmonious relationship with Jiang Rong. Yet, in a moment of impulse, I acted inappropriately. Reflecting upon Lord Zhongyi's kindness, I am filled with deep remorse. Every word from Shen Wenyuan was laced with penitence, his face etched with regret. Shen Taifu's expression softened slightly. What discord exists between you and the young lady Jiang? Not long ago, Zhou Hongyang invited me to dinner. In the midst of our meal, he insisted on going to seal off Jiang Rong's study. Despite his son's attempts to dissuade him, he persisted, and I accompanied him, hoping that in the event of a confrontation, I might intervene. The situation escalated into a standoff between Jiang Rong and Zhou Hongyang, and I grew increasingly anxious. fearing that her outright refusal to comply could exacerbate matters. I urged her to go to the Ministry of Justice, assuring her that once the investigation was thorough, justice would prevail. To my dismay, she misconstrued my intentions as collusion with Zhou Hongyang and retaliated against me. My well-meaning advice was misunderstood, leaving me vexed, and, in a moment of impulsiveness, I made remarks to distance myself from her. On that day, Zhang Rong struck him in plain view. Unaware that Master Shen would later investigate the incident, he distorted the truth, deliberately portraying himself as a victim. Given the misunderstanding, it was imperative to clarify matters sooner rather than later. Master Shen furrowed his brow. He was uncertain whether Shen Wenyuan was entirely truthful. Yet, as a father, one tends to view their offspring through a lens of optimism, believing they are not inherently malevolent. Moreover, your words today have been exceedingly harsh. Regardless of the circumstances, it is unbecoming to speak ill of Miss Jiang. Remember, a kind word can warm the coldest winter, while cruel words can chill the warmest summer. From this day forth, practice restraint in your speech and actions, admonished Master Shen. Shen Wenyuan immediately bowed his head, acknowledging his error. He vowed to seek an opportunity to clarify matters with Zhang Rong and apologize sincerely. He would also be mindful of his words henceforth. Recognizing one's mistakes and striving for improvement is a noble endeavor. You may now retire and rest well. Master Shen nodded slightly, harboring a quiet desire to grant his son another chance, eager to observe his future conduct. Shen Wenyuan felt a heavy heart as he took his leave, yet as he stepped outside, he harbored a deep-seated resentment. In the future, when he no longer required the services of that old fool, he would repay today as humiliation 100-fold. Shen Taifu observed Shen Wenyuan limping away and turned to Tianshi, instructing her to prepare some medicinal ointment for him. Certainly, Tianshi replied, retrieving the ointment to seek out Shen Wenyuan. Moments later, Shen Beiding and his sister entered together. Father, here is today's list of gifts. Shen Beiding presented a neatly organized list, stating, these offerings have been categorized and arranged accordingly. When the time comes, we shall reciprocate with gifts of equal value, returning them to their respective senders. The Shen family, though modest in means, adhered to the principle of reciprocity. Gifts from the Zhang family would be exchanged with the Li family. Merely a formality, and not to be squandered for monetary gain. Indeed, Shen Taifu nodded slightly. Shen Beiding hesitated, saying, while the exchanges with those families are manageable, what should we do about the gifts from Zhang Rong and the Zhang family? Shen Taifu's gaze fell upon a list. Noting that Zhang Rong had sent a set of exquisite writing instruments and a beautiful headdress, clearly intended as a welcoming gift for the Shen siblings, chosen for their utility. Such thoughtfulness could not be reciprocated with any random item from others. Yet the Shen family was undeniably impoverished. Lear, I recall you made some lychee jam. Why not send that to Miss Jiang and her family? Shen Taifu suggested. Shen Li felt somewhat awkward, yet she insisted. But those are merely trivial things. However, they are crafted by your own hands and delectable. They represent our heartfelt intentions. In friendships, sincerity should take precedence. Shen Taifu chuckled. I hope they will appreciate it. Shen Li, somewhat perplexed, nodded, then. I shall select some lychee jam presented in exquisite jars. Jiang Wenxing hummed a cheerful tune as he returned to the Jiang residence. What a remarkable status Shen Taifu held. He was a powerful minister capable of presiding over ceremonies for princes, yet here he was, attending to him. How remarkable! Jiang Wenxing felt that fortune was smiling upon him. Young master, trouble is brewing. A follower rushed in, breathless, to report. We have just received word that the second young master has ventured to Jiangbei and, shockingly, he is there to investigate the examination papers from your childhood trials. It is said that he has taken 2 exam sheets from the secret vault. Jiang Wenxing's expression shifted dramatically, as if struck by lightning. In his youth, he had faced repeated failures, leading him to seek a substitute for the examination. That individual was notably talented and in desperate need of money. After being bribed, they entered the examination hall together, each inscribing the other's name on their respective papers. Thus, he achieved the status of a scholar. Subsequently, to prevent exposure of this scheme, he ensured the individual remained silent forever. The only lingering risk lay in that very examination paper. If the exam papers bearing his signature were to fall into the hands of someone with ill intentions, a simple comparison of handwriting would reveal that they were not penned by the same individual. Yet, while he possesses the capability to silence the impersonator, he lacks the audacity to destroy the examination papers at the authorities' office. The death of a commoner would stir little commotion. But the destruction of examination papers constitutes a dereliction of duty, compelling the responsible officials to investigate thoroughly to absolve themselves of blame. Jiang Wenqing feared being implicated. After all, the test papers remained sealed, and it was unlikely anyone would take the initiative to examine them. Unexpectedly, Jiang Wenmian learned of this matter through an unknown channel. And furthermore, he had borrowed his own exam papers from the authorities. Little did he know that this uneducated individual coveted his title, and this time he had stumbled upon an opportunity. He must not be allowed to enter the capital, and those 2 examination papers must be destroyed immediately. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Jiang Wenqing commanded the assassination of His Excellency. On a narrow path through the valley, Jiang Wenmian sat in a rapidly moving carriage, incessantly urging, "Faster, please." The coachman raised his whip high and urged the horses onward. Jiang Wenmian clutched the satchel slung over his shoulder, his heart brimming with exhilaration. The handwriting on that examination paper was unmistakably not Jiang Wenqing's. Regrettably, the substitute examinee had already met his demise. Nevertheless, these 2 examination papers would suffice to prove his cheating. Jiang Wenmian had even prepared the petition, eagerly awaiting his arrival in the capital to send his elder brother into exile. Cheating in the imperial examination is a grave offense. Jiang Wenqing would no longer have the chance to inherit the title. The position of the loyal and righteous duke would then be his. Just then, a series of piercing sounds cut through the air, and a rain of arrows descended from the mountain path. The carriage was forced to a halt. One by one, cloaked assassins emerged from the mountain path, charging forward. Jiang Wenmian's guards, struck with terror, scattered in disarray. Chapter 71. The intentions of the husband. Ronger, understand, stay back. Help. Jiang Wenmian trembled in the corner of the carriage, his legs weak with fear. I'll give you whatever you want. Suddenly, the leading assassin thrust a sword into his chest, blood splattering everywhere. Save. Jiang Wenmian's eyes widened in terror, his pupils gradually fading. The assassin was about to search his body when, in the next moment, a group of masked dark guards emerged from the surrounding forest, determined to protect Jiang Wenmian's lifeless form. The 2 sides clashed fiercely. In the distance, the sound of galloping hooves approached, and a group of officers clad in flying fish uniforms appeared at the crossroads, with Chu Ju leading them. He immediately recognized the chief assassin as the notorious cold-blooded killer from the renowned assassination hall. Having faced him before, Chu Ju swiftly unleashed a series of 3 bolts from his hidden crossbow, aimed directly at the cold-blooded swordsman. Seeing that members of the Mingxin division had arrived, the cold-blooded swordsman called out, "Retreat. It's not worth risking our lives for this sum of money." The assassins swiftly withdrew, and the Mingxin division could not hold them back, resulting in minimal casualties on their side. Only Jiang Wenmian lay in a pool of blood. Chu Ju dismounted and approached Jiang Wenmian's body, then turned to the formidable group of black-clad dark guards, asking warily, "Who are you?" The leader of the Dark Six produced a token from the Northern Prince's residence, stating, "We are the secret guards of the Northern Prince's heir, tasked by the princess to escort young Master Jiang in secrecy. However, we did not anticipate the sudden appearance of assassins. We were unable to save him in time." Chu Ju accepted the token, confirming their affiliation with the Northern Prince's household. For a moment, he found himself at a loss for words. Is this truly how you protect individuals? The body has already gone cold. It was a miracle that Xielingxi had survived until now. He had received credible reports of a fugitive in the vicinity and had hastened to the scene, only to find himself witnessing a murder instead of apprehending the fugitive. This case fell into his hands, and he was determined to uncover the truth. The victim has been murdered. This case is now under my jurisdiction, Chu Ju declared. Bring the body away. The Dark Six cast a glance at the intact satchel on Jiang Wenmian's shoulder, but made no attempt to intervene. The task of recovering the body was successfully handed over. Farewell. On May 12th, the Jiang family hosted a ceremony for Jiang Wen's coming-of-age celebration at the residence of the loyal and righteous Marquis. Distinguished guests filled the hall, creating a vibrant atmosphere. As the only legitimate daughter of the main branch, Jiang Rong was expected to attend. The Shun family, eager to support Jiang Wen, arrived early. "Princess," Shun Wenyuan called out as he spotted Jiang Rong from a distance, promptly approaching her. "I should not have spoken harshly to you last time. Reflecting on the kindness shown to me by the loyal and righteous Marquis, I feel great remorse and have come today to apologize." Tian Shi chimed in, "Dear Jiang, grant him a chance for redemption." Jiang Rong understood immediately. Today, Shen Wenyuan offered an apology to himself, deliberately displaying it for the esteemed Shen Taifu to witness. Previously, I had appeared alongside Zhou Honyang, but my intentions were genuinely to assist. This matter rests upon my failure to elucidate my thoughts clearly, and I regret allowing my emotions to clash with yours. It is entirely my fault, and I should not have. Shen Wenyuan continued to express his apologies, his visage exuding a pitiable demeanor. The more he pleaded for understanding, the more it seemed that Jiang Rong was unyielding and intentionally targeting him. The surrounding guests exchanged glances and whispered among themselves. In his heart, Shen Wenyuan felt a surge of triumph. He was well aware of Jiang Rong's lofty disposition, which would not permit reconciliation. His father could see through it all. It was Jiang Rong who was excessively domineering. Jiang Rong, discerning his petty schemes at a glance, had no desire to engage in disingenuous pleasantries with Shen Wenyuan. She found it repulsive. How could he possibly be worthy? At that moment, a towering figure stepped in front of Jiang Rong, his voice icy. Shen Wenyuan, step aside. Jing Zhe and others promptly cleared the area, pushing Shen Wenyuan to the side. He fell to the ground, as if staggered by the push, casting a woeful gaze toward his father, the heir of the Northern King. Shen Taifu regarded him, his brow furrowed. What are you doing? Shen Taifu, one must be wary of public opinion. You must know that your esteemed son was once betrothed to our daughter-in-law. A few more words exchanged, and who knows how many rumors may arise. If your son truly wishes to apologize, he should maintain his distance from our daughter-in-law in the future. Xiao Nanqing interjected with a smile. Shen Taifu hesitated momentarily. From a perspective of propriety, it seemed there was no fault in this reasoning. The figure standing in front of Jiang Rong paid no heed to the Shen family. After dismissing Shen Wenyuan, he took the petite woman behind him by the hand and strode forward. Jiang Rong lifted her delicate face, gazing at his silhouette, following closely in his footsteps. Regardless of the time, be it in this life or the last, he always stood before her as a shield. Gently, Jiang Rong shook his arm. Xielingxi turned around, and the soft morning light cascaded upon his flawless visage, resembling a vibrant and resplendent painting. My husband, I adore you even more today. Jiang Rong's eyes sparkled with joy. The arrogant expression of Xielingxi, the esteemed heir of this realm, abruptly froze. Caught off guard by such an affectionate declaration, he could traverse mountains of daggers and seas of fire with unwavering composure, yet he found himself utterly unprepared in the presence of the radiant gaze of the petite woman. Thank you, my husband, for accompanying Ronger today. I understand your feelings, my dear husband. My heart aligns with yours, and my affections mirror yours as well. Jiang Rong leaned closer, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue, her eyes ablaze with fervor. Xielingxi was perplexed. What feelings do I possess? How am I unaware? From whence do you derive this understanding? Jiang Rong, however, was quite certain. Her husband was a hidden powerhouse, perpetually occupied with affairs of great import. She had made a point not to intrude upon his time with trivial matters from the Zhang family. Yet, Xielingxi had taken the initiative to come. He constantly cared for her, thought of her, and protected her. Truly, her husband cherished her deeply, and she, in return, adored him immensely. Together, Jiang Rong and Xielingxi entered the inner hall. Jiang Qingrong approached with a beaming smile, his heart brimming with joy. His son was soon to be bestowed the title of loyal and righteous duke, and today's grand occasion filled him with pride. Upon seeing Xielingxi and Jiang Rong, Jiang Qingrong's face lit up. Ronger, please take your seats alongside the heir. The coronation ceremony will commence in an hour. By the way, Ronger, while sorting through the belongings of the Chang family, I stumbled upon several pieces of your mother's jewelry. They rightfully belong to you, yet I cannot identify them all. Fearing there may be some omissions, they are stored in the warehouse. Please feel free to select what you wish. The Jiang family certainly did not lack for jewelry, but winning over Jiang Rong with such gifts was undoubtedly the most advantageous transaction. Thank you, uncle, Jiang Rong replied, her heart stirred, as she stood to express her gratitude. Oh, it is my duty, he said. Do come back to visit your maternal home whenever you have the opportunity. Your brother and sister miss you dearly. Jiang Qingrong sought to strengthen their bond. Jiang Rong exchanged a few pleasantries with him before heading to the warehouse to retrieve her mother's treasures. As she passed a garden, she heard a conversation emanating from within. Chapter 72. We all heard it beneath the pomegranate tree. Two silhouettes flickered. Wan, do not hesitate to part with some of those exquisite ornaments. bestow a few upon Xinli. She has just arrived in the capital from Lingnan and has few acquaintances. Now is the perfect opportunity to befriend her. Jiang Wenqing urged. Jiang Wan's face displayed clear displeasure as she kicked at the orchid grass beside the gravel path, muttering,
Yamaware, Yamaware.
Father has reminded me countless times. I possess but a meager collection of beautiful jewelry, and still, I must gift her. Moreover, her return gift was a paste-like sauce. Truly, she is nothing more than a rustic country girl, bringing her provincial specialties into the city. That concoction? You expect me to consume it? It is utterly repulsive. I refuse. Jiang Wenqing sighed in resignation. You see, the Shen family has stated that the sauce was crafted by Xinli herself. If you do not partake, how can you offer her a compliment? I coerced the maid to taste a spoonful. They all claimed it was sweet. So, I shall merely extol its delightful flavor. But who presents such unrefined gifts? She, of all people, is the daughter of the Grand Tutor. Jiang Wan's voice brimmed with disdain and envy. This rustic girl, who could not even measure up to a single strand of her hair, had now become the coveted noble lady of the capital, inciting Jiang Wan's deep-seated jealousy. Mind your demeanor in front of Xinli. She could be of great benefit to you. Jiang Wenqing warned, furrowing his brow. I am not a fool. In her presence, I shall undoubtedly treat her as a beloved sister, showering her with compliments. Jiang Wan retorted immediately. This conversation unfolded in the secluded courtyard of the Jiang family, free from the ears of outsiders. The siblings spoke without restraint. Jiang Rong furrowed her brows, suddenly hearing a faint rustling sound nearby. Behind a decorative rock in the garden stood a young girl clad in blue. At that moment, the girl's eyes shimmered with tears as she silently wiped her eyes with the sleeve of her garment, stifling a torrent of grievances as she turned to leave. Upon glancing back, her gaze met Jiang Rong's. Xinli felt a sudden pang of panic, akin to being caught eavesdropping, and hurriedly stammered, I got lost, it wasn't intentional. She had urgently sought a restroom. But the vastness of the Jiang family garden had led her on a winding path to the rear courtyard. Jiang Rong regarded her, reminiscing about certain events from her past life. After the downfall of the Xie family, Xinli often visited her, bringing homemade treats to keep her company. Xinli was deeply concerned for her, yet lacked the eloquence to express it, silently accompanying her day after day. During that time, Jiang Rong had always presumed that it was Shen Wenyuan's reluctance to engage too closely that prompted his sister's visits. You heard everything, Jiang Rong said, looking at her. Xinli's face flushed with embarrassment. I didn't mean to eavesdrop. If you heard it, how could you just turn and leave? Jiang Rong grasped her hand and led her inside, calling out loudly, Stop right there. Jiang Wenqing and Jiang Wan, who were nearly out of the garden, both turned back at the sound. Upon seeing Xinli, their expressions shifted to one of unease. What were the sisters of the Shen family doing here? Jiang Wenqing is a person of great charm, feigning ignorance of the unfolding events as he remarked. The front hall has specially prepared a variety of delicacies from the capital for Miss Shen. I wonder if they suit her palate? Jiang Rong, with a cold demeanor, exposed the truth, saying, We heard everything you just said. Jiang Wan's expression shifted dramatically. Return the lychee jam, Jiang Rong declared frostily. Jiang Wan, slightly flustered, insisted irrationally. That was a gift from the Shen family to us. How can you simply take it away? Your lack of discernment renders you unworthy of it. If you refuse to return it, I shall summon my uncle to listen to what you just said. Jiang Rong's voice was chilling. Jiang Wan, terrified of her father, quickly commanded her maid, Hurry and fetch it. Xinli, that's not what I meant. I simply do not eat sweets. I'm not accustomed to them. Jiang Wan attempted to rectify her mistake. With tears in her eyes, Xinli turned her head away, refusing to engage. Soon after, the maid hurriedly returned with the lychee jam. Fei Cui stepped forward to take the jar. Jiang Rong, accompanied by Xinli, turned and departed. Watching the two leave, Jiang Wan fumed. Jiang Rong will undoubtedly speak ill of me behind my back. What am I to do? Brother. Jiang Wenqing was rendered speechless. Was it necessary for Jiang Rong to disparage you? Your own words were already damaging enough. Xinli is the easiest to deceive, and now that this incident has occurred, it is best to redirect the focus onto the other members of the Shen family. Indeed, the most crucial target remains the Crown Prince of Beiwang. Are you aware of the recent events unfolding in the capital? Even the Crown Prince dares not oppose the Northern Prince's heir. Indeed, the foremost noble of the great Xia dynasty truly lives up to their reputation. Jiang Wenqing was filled with excitement. He did not comprehend the intricate games behind these events, only perceiving a superficial outcome. The northern prince's consort had struck the crown prince's cousin, and the crown prince dared not intervene. The northern prince's residence was indeed the strongest. One must cultivate a good relationship with them. Anticipating that the heir would visit the Jiang family today, I had prepared in advance. Yet, Jiang Rong consistently thwarted my plans. Brother, could you help me buy some time? Jiang Wan's eyes sparkled with ambition, resolute in her belief that she could supplant Jiang Rong. Very well, I shall seek her out. Jiang Wenxing was more than willing to assist her in this endeavor. He had never regarded Jiang Rong as one of his own. The position of the heiress consort should undoubtedly belong to his own sister, allowing him to bask in the glory. Meanwhile, Shunli accompanied Jiang Rong to her chamber. The makeup is ruined. Let us fix it, Jiang Rong said, guiding her to the vanity. Shunli hesitated. No. It's unnecessary. If I go out like this, others will know I've been crying. You must, Jiang Rong insisted. Shunli gazed into the mirror, where streaks of tear-stained makeup marred her reflection, and fell silent. The maid, Fei Chui, stepped forward, gently wiping Shunli's face with fresh water, then retrieving cosmetics from the dressing box. Jiang Rong's gaze briefly flicked to the lychee jam that had just been returned, remarking, "The jam you made is exquisite. Thank you, consort. There's no need to console me. I understand my gifts are unworthy of notice." Shunli replied, her eyes once again brimming with tears. "I offer no consolation. I merely speak the truth. In the capital, lychees are a rare sight, and lychee jam is virtually non-existent. As we gazed upon this jam, we found it refreshingly novel, and its flavor was indeed delightful." Jiang Rong spoke leisurely. "Fei Cui has crafted a new delicacy, named thousand-layer lychee cake, which features lychee jam nestled within a layer of glutinous rice cake, presenting a unique treat. Just yesterday, it was delivered to Songhe Hall, where the matriarch praised it profusely." Shunli widened her eyes in astonishment. "Is it truly so?" "Of course," replied Jiang Rong. "Our matriarch even inquired about the source of the lychee jam, expressing a desire to procure several bottles to have our kitchen prepare some delightful confections." Fei Cui, with a radiant smile, added, "Miss Shun possesses remarkable ingenuity, preserving the essence of lychee in such a delectable manner." Shunli felt a blush creep onto her cheeks from the compliment. "In Lingnan, lychees abound, and I merely thought it a pity for them to spoil, so I transformed them into jam. Since the matriarch enjoys it, I shall have someone send 2 bottles home." Chapter 73. Waiting for my husband's arrival, then I must express my gratitude to you, Sister Shin. Jiang Rong smiled in response. Shunli raised her gaze to Jiang Rong, a wave of warmth surging within her heart. Today, accompanied by her parents to the Jiang residence, the smiling faces around her concealed mockery and disdain. Yet the one who seemed aloof and unwilling to converse with her elder brother was, in truth, a person of warmth and kindness. "Thank you, Sister Jiang," Shunli said sincerely. "You are truly wonderful." Jiang Rong chuckled softly. "What is there to thank me for? Sister Shin, your sincerity deserves a reciprocal gesture." The Shin family had journeyed to the capital, weary and with little to their name. The lychee jam they carried was, indeed, the most precious treasure they possessed. Their residence was a gift from the emperor, and even the funds for hosting banquets were borrowed from taverns. When others came to offer their congratulations, it would be rather impolite to let them stand at the door merely to quench their thirst before departing. They were genuinely impoverished. The capital is bustling, and living here is no simple task. "Have you considered partnering with me in a business venture to seek some income for the Shin family?" Jiang Rong inquired, glancing at Shunli.
"Ah?
"Can I really?" Shunli exclaimed, her face reflecting astonishment. Jiang Rong replied with a smile, "Your lychee jam is quite exceptional. It is absent in the capital. I believe this is a splendid idea. We could open a pastry shop, featuring lychee jam as our signature item, crafting various delicacies from it. I will manage the shop staff. You will focus on developing the lychee jam confections." She recalled that Shunli was particularly skilled in confectionery. Shunli appeared somewhat anxious, but will it genuinely sell? And the lychee jam, once it is consumed, it is gone. "Do you have any friends in Lingnan? Let them prepare the dish according to your recipe and deliver it here. Moreover, if there is no lychee jam, there are other fruits available. Whether they can be sold or not, Sister Shin need not worry." Jiang Rong chuckled. Fei Cui, brimming with pride, interjected, "Our esteemed young lady is exceptionally skilled in commerce. There is no doubt we will not incur losses." Miss Shin, rest assured, this lychee jam is truly delectable. If you find yourself uncertain, feel free to discuss it with your father and brothers at home, and come back to me once you have made a decision. Jiang Rong advised. Shun Li immediately responded, I trust your judgment. I believe everything Sister Jiang does is right. Jiang Rong was taken aback for a moment and couldn't help but smile. Fei Cui assisted Shun Li in perfecting her makeup, while Jiang Rong sent a maid to escort her back to the banquet hall, and she herself went to the storeroom to search for her mother's jewelry. After a meticulous search, she gathered 7 pieces. Jiang Rong carefully placed these jewels into a brocade box, just as she was about to return to the banquet hall. Jiang Wenqing arrived. Sister, I have been looking for you. Today marks the day of my coming-of-age ceremony. I think we should inform our parents, allowing them to know that their son has matured and is to inherit the title as a comfort to their spirits in heaven. Jiang Wenqing said solemnly, Sister, come with me to the ancestral hall. Let us light a stick of incense for our father and mother. Jiang Rong's gaze fell upon his face, her eyes flickering slightly. Today, Jiang Wenqing was indeed in high spirits, yet he still thought to honor their parents. She could hardly believe he possessed such filial piety. Was Jiang Wenqing attempting to lead her to the ancestral hall? Could it be that he had laid some sort of trap there? Very well. I, too, was just thinking of lighting incense for my parents. Jiang Rong, seemingly oblivious, readily agreed and handed the brocade box to Fei Cui, instructing her to deliver it to the carriage before returning to the ancestral hall to seek her out. With a knowing glance exchanged, Fei Cui nodded and gracefully retreated with the box. Sister, let us go together, Jiang Wenqing said cheerfully, feeling quite at ease with this trivial matter. However, Jiang Rong replied with a smile, Uncle instructed me to retrieve my mother's jewelry, but I was far too young at the time. I've set aside what I could remember, yet there remains a considerable amount that escapes my recollection. Perhaps my stepbrother could assist me in this. She had no intention of accompanying Jiang Wenqing to the ancestral hall alone. She would wait here for her husband to arrive. Very well, I shall take a look. Jiang Wenqing thought to himself that it mattered not whether they were in the ancestral hall or the storeroom, as long as he could keep Jiang Rong occupied. It would suffice. Thus, both harbored their own intentions and, in unison, sought to delay time. In a secluded corner of the southern courtyard of the loyal and righteous duke's residence, there lay an open-air hot spring. Servants attended to Jiang Wan, carefully removing her garments one by one. Jingxia hurriedly arrived, bowing before the young lady. Might I inquire what you wish for me to do? Please bring the heir here, and inform him that Jiang Rong is present, Jiang Wan commanded as she stepped into the hot spring, her eyes brimming with resentment. Ever since Jiang Rong wed into the northern Wang residence, she had been subjected to constant bullying, snatching her flowers and today daring to reprimand her. It was truly intolerable. She could hardly contain her impatience to usurp Jiang Rong's position. That Xielingxi was merely a debauched young man, captivated by beauty. How could he possibly remain unmoved upon seeing her in such a state? At that moment, she wished for Xielingxi to divorce Jiang Rong and marry her instead. Then she could torment Jiang Rong properly. However, the thought of deceiving the heir made Ingxia's face turn pale with fear. Jiang Wan cast a disdainful glance at her, reminding, Do not forget whose servant you are. If I merely informed Jiang Rong that you are a spy placed by my mother beside her, do you think she would spare your life? Ingxia fell to her knees, urgently begging for mercy. Third Miss, I am utterly devoted to you and Madam. I implore you to grant me a chance to live. Rest assured, once Xielingxi, that debauched scion, is in good favor with me, he would never punish you. In fact, I owe you my gratitude for bringing him here, Jiang Wan replied, casually plucking a handful of pink petals from a flower basket by the bath and scattering them into the water. Once I become the heir's wife, I shall reward you handsomely. Though fear gripped Ingxia's heart, she quickly realized the truth in Jiang Wan's words. As long as Jiang Wan and Xielingxi succeeded, she would be a contributor, and thus would not be punished. I shall summon the heir at once, Ingxia declared, making her exit. A cold smirk curled at the corners of Jiang Wan's lips. Jiang Rong, just you wait. Ingxia hurriedly made her way from the garden to the banquet hall. Bowing respectfully to Xielingxi, I pay my respects to the heir. The heir's wife awaits you in the southern garden's plum grove. She has urgent matters to discuss with you. Xielingxi's gaze shifted to her face, recognizing her as Jiang Rong's handmaiden. Yet, she was also the very person he had been wary of. Jiang Rong would never send her. If she were to send anyone, it would surely be Jade.
Heir.
You must go find the heir's wife at once. She is in urgent need of your assistance. Fei Sui hurriedly approached, holding a brocade box. Xialingxi's brows furrowed slightly. What has transpired? I am uncertain. However, Jiang Wenxing mentioned a desire to accompany the young lady of the heir to the ancestral hall for a ritual, prompting the young lady to send me to find you. Fei Sui urged anxiously. You must go at once. Xialingxi inquired. Where is she? In the northern storage. Rising, Xialingxi proceeded northward, casually gesturing towards Yingxia, commanding, detain her. Jingxia immediately advanced to seize Yingxia. Yingxia was struck with terror, exclaiming, This is disastrous. What shall we do now? Chapter 74. The reason Xialingxi protects her in the loyal and righteous duke's residence, within the northern courtyard storeroom. Jiang Wenxing held a jade hairpin, earnestly analyzing its significance. This hairpin must have been purchased by my aunt at the Linglong Pavilion. Sister, observe closely. It bears the inscription Linglong. He deliberately meandered, taking time to critique each piece of jewelry. Speaking of Linglong Pavilion in the capital, their jade hairpins are particularly renowned. Do you fancy one, dear sister? Tomorrow, I shall visit Linglong Pavilion to select one for you. Jiang Rong sensed that he was stalling for time, and a flicker of suspicion arose within her. Thus, the ancestral hall was not the focal point of their scheme. It was rather an attempt to detain her. The young master has arrived, called out the maid, Fei Sui, from outside. Jiang Rong turned to see a man clad in golden embroidered robes adorned with jade, striding towards her. He possessed an extraordinarily handsome visage, his features meticulously carved as if by a master sculptor, flawless and exquisite. Darling husband, Jiang Rong exclaimed with a bright voice, stepping forward to entwine her arm with his. Jiang Wenxing was taken aback upon witnessing Xialingxi's unexpected arrival. What could this mean? Hadn't Jiang Wan lured him away? Now that Xialingxi appeared here, what was happening with Jiang Wan? A flurry of thoughts raced through Jiang Wenxing's mind, yet seeing Xialingxi's expression remain unchanged, he warmly inquired, What brings you here, young master? Is there something amiss? Fei Sui interjected. This servant returned to deliver the jewelry box, and happened upon the young master. Upon learning that the young mistress intended to visit the ancestral hall to pay respects to her parents, the young master graciously chose to accompany her. Truly, my husband is wonderful. Jiang Rong's eyes curved in a gentle smile as she turned to Jiang Wenxing. Let us proceed to the ancestral hall, she suggested. Jiang Wenxing inwardly cursed Jiang Wan's incompetence, but maintained a facade of cheerfulness. Indeed, time was of the essence. They should go. The Jiang family's ancestral hall was nestled deep within the rear courtyard. With Xialingxi observing nearby, Jiang Wenxing approached the memorial tablet of Jiang Qingyuan and his wife. His demeanor solemn and his face etched with sorrow, even as glistening tears welled in his eyes. He spoke a stream of platitudes to the tablets. Father, mother, today I have come of age, and shall shoulder the responsibilities of the loyal and righteous duke's residence. I will care for my sister well. May you both find peace in the heavens. Jiang Rong remained silent, solemnly lighting 3 incense sticks for her parents. She bowed deeply 3 times. I will live well. Do not worry, father and mother. Xialingxi's gaze fell upon the memorial tablets of Jiang Rong's parents, his profound eyes betraying no emotion, revealing not a hint of turmoil. 19 years prior, during that great upheaval, had it not been for the couple, he and his mother would have met a tragic fate. As the benefactor's daughter, he vowed to protect her at all costs. Rest assured, I will safeguard this matter, he silently promised. This old tale was entwined with a colossal secret, known only to Xialingxi now. He picked up an incense stick and knelt beside Jiang Rong, offering his prayers. Jiang Wenxing was taken aback. While it was fitting for a junior to pay such respects, given Xialingxi's noble status and his reputation as a reckless scion, he had presumed he would be too disdainful to partake in such rites. It was evident that he held a deep affection for Jiang Rong. Was there still a possibility for Jiang Wan's seductive scheme to succeed? Jiang Rong beheld Xialingxi, who was also there to pay respects. Her brows slightly arching as she gazed at the ancestral tablets, silently whispering to herself, Father and mother, this is your daughter's husband. She has encountered a truly remarkable man. Upon exiting the ancestral hall, Jiang Wenxing, noticing the failure of today's plans, chose to disregard Jiang Wan. With the time for the coronation ceremony approaching, he had numerous preparations to attend to. Today, the affairs at home are quite complex, so I shall not intrude upon you too. Sister, please feel free to enjoy your time with the heir, Jiang Wenxing said with a smile as he took his leave. Once Jiang Rong observed his figure fade from sight, She turned to Xielingxi, pondering that Jiang Wenxing seemed intent on stalling her. What peculiarities might the heir encounter? The schemes of the Jiang family targeting her were either directed at her or at her husband. If they were indeed delaying her, it likely pertained to the heir's side. Ingxia mentioned you were at the May Garden in the south courtyard, seeking me for a matter, Xielingxi remarked. The bathing pool in the May Garden? Jiang Rong suddenly realized. That was indeed the place for the women of the Jiang family to bathe and change. The person in the May Garden must be
Jiang Wan.
Was she attempting to cling to the heir? Or did she perceive her frivolous husband as someone easily seducible? A glimmer of cold ruthlessness flickered in Jiang Rong's eyes. Since you are so eager to marry, I shall present you with a suitable match. Fei Zui, find a newly acquainted maidservant to masquerade as a maid from the Duke of Zhen's residence and seek Shin Wenyuan's assistance. Jiang Rong instructed. Shin Wenyuan had grown up in the Jiang family and was aware that the May Garden in the south courtyard was a bathing pool. If she were to inform him that Jiang Wan had arranged to meet him there, it might raise his suspicions. In his eyes, those who were socially compatible with him were undoubtedly the daughters of the left chancellor, the noble ladies of the Duke of the State, or perhaps even the royal princesses and county princesses. The Duke of the State's household was a faction closely aligned with the crown, wielding immense power. He would surely relish the opportunity to cultivate a favorable relationship with the daughter of the Duke of the State. Yes, Fei Zui acknowledged. First, let us ascertain the whereabouts of Sun Xiyu. If she is indeed near Shin Wenyuan, then we shall adopt the guise of the right Chancellor Fan's daughter. Additionally, we have the option of the daughter of the Duke of En and the County Princess of Huayang. Fei Zui found herself thoroughly convinced. The noble consort truly demonstrated a remarkable foresight. Today, Shin Wenyuan appeared particularly modest and unassuming. Instead of engaging in grand conversations with his fellow young lords, he resembled a member of the Jiang family, welcoming guests at the entrance. This was, of course, a performance intended for the observation of Master Shin. Were it not for Master Shen's considerable regard for the Jiang family, he would not deign to visit such a humble residence as the Duke of Loyalty. Master Shin, have you seen our young lady? I was accompanying her in the garden, and in the blink of an eye, she disappeared. Has our young lady returned to the banquet hall? A worried maid inquired. Shin Wenyuan looked perplexed. You are. I am a maidservant of Miss Sun, who accompanied her to the Shun residence to offer congratulations, the maid replied anxiously. I wish to seek assistance from the Jiang family to help locate her, but I have yet to spot anyone. Sun Xiyu? Shin Wenyuan suddenly recalled. Today, the Duke of the State had also sent representatives to extend their congratulations, and several young lords and ladies from the Sun family had arrived. His father was quite the traditionalist, rejecting all overtures made by the three princes, remaining steadfastly loyal to the emperor. However, his heart secretly leaned towards the crown prince. The daughter of the duke is indeed well matched with him. However, it does not necessarily mean that Sun Xiyu is the chosen one. He is also considering other young ladies from several duke's residences and the prince's manor. Nonetheless, it is essential to cultivate a good relationship with Miss Sun. The winding paths of the Jiang family's garden could easily lead one astray. And it is not surprising that Miss Sun might have lost her way. Take me to the place where she got separated. I am familiar with this area, and I can assist you in the search, Shin Wenyuan eagerly offered. I am immensely grateful, young Master Shin. The maid stepped forward to guide them. They arrived at the southern part of the garden, where the maid hesitantly remarked, "This is where the young lady went missing." It appeared she had taken a wrong turn and ended up in the plum garden, Shin Wenyuan suggested. The plum garden is connected to the main garden, so it is possible someone could have inadvertently taken a detour. He did not dwell on this thought for long. As for the hot spring in the plum garden, the Jiang family has always locked the doors at night, with a maid assigned to guard the plum garden, ensuring its exclusivity. With guests aplenty today, it would be highly unusual for someone to bathe in broad daylight amidst such a crowd. Noticing the absence of maids around, Shin Wenyuan did not consider this possibility at all, until he entered the plum garden and found himself locking eyes with Jiang Wan, who was frolicking in the hot spring. Chapter 75. Xielingxi exclaimed, "How adorable! What are you doing here?" Jiang Wan let out a piercing scream, hastily covering her chest. Shin Wenyuan was taken aback, astonished to find Jiang Wan in such a predicament, especially while bathing. The maid who had lured him here had vanished without a trace. He realized he had fallen into a trap. He needed to make a swift exit. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a cheerful voice called out from behind him, "Wenyuan, my dear nephew, Ronga and I were just looking for you. Shen Wenyuan turned to see Jiang Qingrong and Jiang Rong approaching. Unbeknownst to Jiang Qingrong, an incident had transpired. The coronation ceremony was about to commence. Yet Shen Wenyuan was absent from the banquet hall. Jiang Rong mentioned having seen him heading towards the plum garden. As such an esteemed guest, Jiang Qingrong felt compelled to personally invite him to join the festivities, prompting their visit to the plum garden. Accompanying them were a multitude of maids and attendants, creating a formidable barrier that effectively trapped Shen Wenyuan. In the hot spring, Jiang Wan, upon hearing her father's voice, cried out in panic, "Don't come any closer. Stay back." The smile on Jiang Qingrong's face faltered, and he quickly halted his steps, bewildered by the unfolding situation. Jiang Rong took a few steps forward, observing the flustered Jiang Wan in the hot spring, and feigned shock, saying, "Uncle, my cousin is in the hot spring." Turning to Shen Wenyuan with indignation, she accused, "Shen Wenyuan, how dare you spy on my cousin while she bathes, you shameless scoundrel." "I was lured here." Shen Wenyuan seethed, gritting his teeth in frustration. "Your family deliberately brought me here to frame me." He had already grasped the nature of this treacherous trap. Jiang Wan, in her quest for elevation, intentionally led herself to this location. Jiang Qingrong hastened to confront him, meticulously timing his arrival, all to compel him to take responsibility. He had long been aware of the insatiable greed and shamelessness of the Jiang father-daughter duo, yet he was astounded that they would dare to target him. How despicable. "Cousin Wenyuan, you must not speak so recklessly," Jiang Qingrong admonished, his expression grave. His thoughts were consumed with the prospect of marrying Jiang Wan to the crown prince of the north. However, with Shen Wenyuan having already laid eyes upon Jiang Wan, it was evident that the crown prince could no longer take her as his bride. Even if Jiang Rong were to perish, she would not be entitled to that position. After contemplating the situation, he realized that Shun Taifu, being one of the three foremost civil officials, held more potential for his own advancement than the military lineage of the northern prince's residence. Forming a marital alliance with Shin Taifu would indeed be a splendid opportunity. "I trust you did not intend to intrude, yet you inadvertently stumbled upon Waner in her bathing quarters. Thus, you must take responsibility," Jiang Qingrong concluded, weighing the pros and cons and attempting to smooth over the situation. Shen Wenyuan seethed with indignation, just as he had suspected. This was indeed the scheme of the Jiang father-daughter duo. "I shall discuss this matter with Shen Taifu," Jiang Qingrong added. Shen Wenyuan felt an overwhelming urge to plunge a dagger into that old scoundrel. That father of his, ever devoted to the Jiang family, would undoubtedly pressure him into marrying Jiang Wan. "So, you Jiang family have calculated all of this, have you?" Emerging from the plum garden, Jiang Rong returned to her chamber, where Xialingxi awaited her. Jiang Rong refrained from bringing Xialingxi along, to prevent Jiang Wan from becoming desperate and emerging from the pool upon spotting her. The maid originally tasked with luring Shen Wenyuan was none other than Yin Ping, a third-rank maid from Jinyuan. Shen Wenyuan, who usually held himself above all others, had never paid any heed to the maids. "Yin Ping, you have performed admirably. Here is a reward of 200 taels of silver. From now on, you shall remain by my side," Jiang Rong said, her spirits lifted. Yin Ping hurriedly expressed her gratitude. "This humble servant thanks the young master's consort for your kindness. I am grateful for your patronage. Everything is due to your brilliance. I merely followed your commands. The young master's consort is truly formidable. Shen Wenyuan has indeed fallen for it," praised Fate Sui, feeling a sense of vindication. "She is your cousin, yet she repeatedly conducts herself in such a manner. It is utterly excessive. Henceforth, if she marries Shen Wenyuan, it will spare her from further vexing the two esteemed masters." Jiang Rong chuckled softly. She had no intention of marrying Jiang Wan to Shen Wenyuan. Rather, she was content to wait and observe. Shen Wenyuan would certainly not wish to wed Jiang Wan. Just as he had once bribed bandits to eliminate threats to himself, he would undoubtedly seek to deal with Jiang Wan before the wedding date. This man, intent on marrying a woman of high status, would allow no one to obstruct his aspirations. However, there was truth in the saying, a deceased person would naturally not cause them any annoyance. The grievances of her past life would be repaid, one by one. After orchestrating this scheme, Jiang Rong lifted her gaze towards Xialingxi, the coldness in her eyes dissipating entirely. With her delicate fingers, she gently tugged at his sleeve and inquired, "Husband, do you find me terrifying?" She incited the Jiang brothers to turn against one another. She murdered the Chang family, orchestrated a scheme against Shen Wenyuan, and took Jiang Wan's life. Each of these actions resembled the ruthless and heartless villains found in tales of old, starkly contrasting with his impression of her as a delicate and helpless young lady. Xialingxi cast his gaze downward, observing the pair of clear and bright eyes. The young girl tugged at his sleeve, swaying like a docile little kitten, undeniably charming. "So adorable," Xialingxi blurted out, his words escaping faster than his thoughts. Jiang Rong's eyes curved with delight as she leapt into his embrace. Her voice brimming with joy. "I knew it. My husband must cherish me, believing that Ronger possesses countless virtues. Indeed, love is blind, as the ancients have said." The fact that such a heartless individual in her own right could be perceived as endearing by her husband was nothing short of astonishing. Xialingxi had always indulged her every whim, and Jiang Rong understood his leniency towards her. Yet the definition of indulgence is vast. Despite harboring thoughts of her ruthless methods, his willingness to assist her, simply because it was her, was also a form of tolerance. Now, she realized that Xialingxi's affection for her transcended mere indulgence. He adored everything about her, finding her delightful regardless of her actions. Joy soared within her. Once more, Jiang Rong flung herself into his arms. And Xialingxi expertly caught her. Why was it that every illogical argument she presented left him speechless? He even felt there was a hint of validity in her reasoning. The jade and silver vessels exchanged knowing glances, stifling their laughter as they quietly withdrew. Today, the young lord and his lady are enjoying a day filled with affection. In the study of a loyal and righteous duke's residence, Jiang Qingrong hurriedly inquired, "Jiang Wan, what on earth transpired today?" Emerging from the plum garden, Jiang Wan, already dressed in her elegant attire, retorted with irritation, "I have no idea how Shin Wenyuan arrived. I had instructed Xia to summon Xialingxi, that insufferable maid. She could not even manage such a trivial task. In an unexpected turn of events, it may not be entirely unfavorable." Jiang Qingrong gazed at Jiang Wan and remarked initially, "We were somewhat distanced from the Shun family, lacking intimacy. However, should you wed Shin Wenyuan, we would henceforth be connected by marriage. This is indeed a fortunate development."
Yet.
The position of the young lady of the house. Jiang Wan remained discontent. Jiang Qingrong scoffed, had it not been for today's unforeseen circumstance. Shun Wenyuan would certainly have wed a daughter of a noble house. The fact that you are to marry into the Grand Tutor's residence is already a blessing from our ancestors. After today's incident with Shun Wenyuan, do you still dare to entertain thoughts of the Northern King's residence? Realizing her hopes had been dashed, Jiang Wan reconsidered. The Grand Tutor's residence indeed held great prestige, being the pinnacle of the three ranks of civil officials. Marrying Shun Wenyuan is, in truth, quite advantageous. "My lord, the Shun family has been invited to the tea room," reported the steward. Chapter 76. A kiss behind the folding fan in the loyal and righteous duke's residence, within the tea room. The esteemed Master Shin found himself taken aback by the unforeseen turn of events. Jiang Qingrong recounted in detail the scene he had witnessed in the plum garden. Jiang Wan's eyes shimmered with unshed tears as she lamented, "Father, I have brought disgrace upon our family. The only resolution for me is to end my life. My poor Wan, how could I bear such a thought?" Jiang Qingrong sighed deeply, casting a sorrowful glance at Master Shin. In light of this unfortunate incident, one would expect Wan to take her own life to preserve her honor. Yet I find myself unable to let go. I must shamelessly seek your counsel, Master Shin. Upon hearing this, Master Shin was profoundly astonished. Regaining his composure, he responded, "What you say is unfounded, my lord. This matter should rightly fall upon Wenyuan's shoulders. Father, it is entirely my fault. I inadvertently trespassed into the plum garden and startled Miss Jiang-san. I am willing to take her as my wife. I implore you to advocate on my behalf." Shun Wenyuan, observing the theatrics of the father and daughter, realized the matter was settled and decided to play along before Master Shin. Though Master Shin initially intended to admonish him, witnessing his sense of responsibility eased his mood. He turned to Jiang Wan and inquired, "Might you be willing?" Overjoyed internally yet feigning sorrow, Jiang Wan replied, "I shall defer to my father's judgment in all things. Wenyuan, bring me paper and ink. I shall draft a marriage contract," Master Shin declared promptly, for he was a man of straightforward disposition. Shun Wenyuan inadvertently caught Jiang Wan's gaze, and he thought to himself that he would indeed marry her. Otherwise, would it not be tantamount to forcing her to her demise? He respectfully acquiesced, though a cold smile danced within his heart.
Jiang Wan.
"You shall never live to see the day of our union. As the sun rose higher in the sky, the ceremonial rites of the coronation approached. The maid ushered the esteemed guests to their seats at the ceremonial stage, with Jiang Rong and Xielingxi occupying the front row as the honored guests. Shen Taifu and Jiang Qingrong arrived together, gazing at the assembly before them. With a countenance beaming with pride, Jiang Qingrong welcomed everyone, expressing gratitude for their attendance at his nephew's coming-of-age ceremony. Despite having adopted Jiang Wenqing as his own, he could only refer to him as his nephew, as his elder brother had passed away early. Nevertheless, the boy had been raised alongside his own children, indistinguishable from them. Before the commencement of the ceremony, Jiang Qingrong had another joyous announcement to make. My daughter, Jiang Wan, is to be betrothed to Shen Taifu's son, Shen Wenyuan, today. I ask you all to bear witness. Jiang Qingrong stood tall, his voice tinged with uncontainable delight. This proclamation elicited a wave of astonishment among the attendees. Shen Taifu was indeed supporting the Jiang family. Given his esteemed position today, it was remarkable that he chose to align himself with them through marriage. Shen Wenyuan had initially been betrothed to Jiang Rong, so it appeared that the Shen family had shifted the engagement to Jiang Wan in order to maintain their familial ties. She was indeed fortunate to have acquired such a significant advantage. Jiang Wan beamed with pride, reveling in the envious glances from those around her, her heart soaring. However, her elation was abruptly interrupted by whispers suggesting she had merely claimed Jiang Rong's discarded fiancé, igniting her ire. This was not a matter of mere chance. She had secured this union through her own merit. The guests showered their congratulations, while Shen Wenyuan maintained a gentle and amiable smile, standing beside Jiang Wan, presenting an image of a perfect pair. The two took their seats, positioned just below Jiang Rong and Xielingxi, as the ceremonial music commenced. The ceremony of the crown begins. Second sister, I truly apologize. Jiang Wan gazed at Jiang Rong with a feigned expression of grievance and pity. You have been betrothed to Brother Shen since childhood, sharing a bond of childhood innocence. I have always regarded him as my brother-in-law. Yet, unexpectedly, fate has led to my engagement with him. Second sister, you do not harbor resentment towards me, do you? It is well known that Jiang Rong has repeatedly clashed with Shen Wenyuan, leading to a rift between them. However, Jiang Wan, privy to the underlying truth, understands that Jiang Rong's actions are merely an attempt to avoid suspicion. Despite her deep affection for Shen Wenyuan, which compelled her to elope, Jiang Wan perceives her choice to forsake the esteemed position of the Northern Prince's consort for a life with Shen Wenyuan as exceedingly foolish. Yet, Jiang Rong's decision was undoubtedly driven by profound love, as she would accept no one but him. Ultimately, her elopement was thwarted, and she was forcibly made the Northern Prince's consort. The die was cast. She had no choice but to feign distance from Shen Wenyuan publicly, while privately, they might still share an unbreakable bond. Now, the man she yearned for is to become her husband. Surely, Jiang Rong harbors jealousy towards her. A jealousy that must cut deeply. As this thought crossed Jiang Wan's mind, her spirits lifted. Though Shen Wenyuan pales in comparison to Xielingxi in many regards, he is the unattainable man Jiang Rong desires, which renders Jiang Wan thoroughly satisfied with this union. I am not well acquainted with Shen Wenyuan. If he were raised in the Jiang household, then one might consider him a childhood companion to the daughters of the Jiang family. Thus, it would be more fitting to replace me with you. Jiang Rong cast her a sidelong glance and replied, unhurriedly, You and Shen Wenyuan are childhood companions, innocent and untainted. A union destined by heaven is upon us, as the auspicious date of the first day of next month approaches for the wedding. Have you considered hastening your marriage? Jiang Wan found herself momentarily speechless. Jiang Rong, with a dismissive remark, distanced herself from the rumors, casting an ambiguous light on her relationship with Shen Wenyuan, as if they had long been entangled. Such words were truly offensive. Yet, she firmly believed that beneath Jiang Rong's seemingly righteous facade lay a seething jealousy. On one side, Shen Wenyuan quickly noticed the silver vase behind Jiang Rong, belonging to the maid who had led him to the plum garden. The Jiang sisters were clearly colluding to ensnare him, and now they were enacting some new charade. Hastening the marriage? Jiang Rong was indeed relentless in her efforts to marry her sister off to him. Just wait. I shall ensure that your sister meets the king of hell sooner than you think. It was midsummer, and the heat was stifling. Though the sun did not directly penetrate the room, the air was thick with warmth. A jadeite servant presented a refreshing icy beverage, placing it before Jiang Rong. This was a newly concocted yangmei ice treat from the kitchens of the Northern Duke's residence. Jiang Rong, suffering through the sweltering summer, found solace in this particular delicacy. The young master was aware of your preference and had instructed the maid to keep it prepared at all times. The jadeite servant proudly took credit for her master's thoughtfulness. As they set out this morning, the icy drink was kept chilled in a special vessel, and as the midday heat intensified, it seemed fitting for the young mistress to enjoy this cool refreshment. Jiang Rong gazed at the Yangmei iced treat before her. Her spirits lifted as she glanced at the languid figure of Xielingxi reclining beside her, seemingly indifferent. "Thank you, my husband." Jiang Rong lifted a silver spoon, scooping a generous portion of icy sweet dessert, and offered it to Xielingxi, saying, "Let us share this delicacy together." Xielingxi, with an expression that betrayed his discomfort, declined, stating, "I do not partake in sweet foods." Jiang Rong's eyes widened in surprise as she earnestly noted this preference and proceeded to savor the dessert herself.
Subsequently,
she seized the jade-boned folding fan from Xielingxi's grasp and held it before them, effectively shielding them from the onlooker's gaze. Leaning in closer, her exquisitely sculpted visage brushed against his lips in a gentle peck, her eyes sparkling with joy as she said, "Then allow me to offer a different token of gratitude. My dear husband, thank you." The cherry-red lips that had just tasted the icy treat were initially cool to the touch, yet the moment they met Xielingxi's, it felt as if a flame had ignited, his thin lips ablaze with warmth. Chapter 77. The two sons of the Jiang family, gone. The paper fan fell. Jiang Rong returned to her original position, picked up the silver spoon, and continued to merrily indulge in her icy treat. Beside her, Xielingxi stood rigid, an unnatural flush creeping up his ears. This intimate scene was obscured by the folding fan, rendering it invisible to the onlookers. Only the maid standing behind them and Jiang Wan, who was closest, bore witness to the moment. A surge of indignation coursed through Jiang Wan as she silently rebuked Jiang Rong for her shamelessness. Truly, she was a siren, brazenly enticing the heir of the northern king in plain sight of all. No wonder Xielingxi was so entranced by her. As she continued her mental tirade, a bitter pang of jealousy bubbled within her. Watching Jiang Rong smile radiantly while savoring her icy delicacy made her own stomach feel uncomfortably warm, prompting a desire for a refreshing drink to alleviate the heat. Jiang Wan turned to Shin Wenyuan, her voice laced with feigned sweetness. "Brother Shin, it is indeed sweltering today. Look, you are even sweating. Shouldn't you indulge in some icy refreshments?" The implication was clear. She awaited his suggestion to send someone to procure some. If Jiang Rong had it, she too should partake. However, Shen Wenyuan was preoccupied with plotting how to eliminate Jiang Wan. He was disinterested in frivolous indulgences and dismissed her with a curt, "No need," as he continued to focus intently on his nefarious scheme. Jiang Wan, exasperated, thought, "You dense fool. Do you not comprehend?" Frustration simmered within her. She glanced enviously at the northern king's heir, who lavished affection on his lady, then turned her gaze back to Shen Wenyuan. She was filled with a sense of injustice. How could Jiang Rong, who had taken what she cherished, still appear so blissful? It was utterly infuriating. The sound of silk and bamboo ceased, and the music came to a halt. As the chief officiant, Master Shun approached Jiang Wenxing, who stood at the center of the banquet hall upon the jade platform, overwhelmed with excitement. Jiang Wen had somehow become entangled with Shin Wenyuan, further solidifying his bond with Master Shin, which he regarded as fortuitous. Today, amidst a multitude of guests, many of whom were once lofty noble scions beyond his reach, he found himself among their ranks. He was finally to become a man of status. Master Shin gazed upon the assembly and began to speak. But before he could complete his words, a cadre of officers clad in flying fish attire burst through the doors, charging in like wolves upon their prey. The crowd gasped in astonishment. What was transpiring? The leader was none other than Chu Ju, flanked by two officers who bore a litter upon which lay a corpse shrouded in white cloth. The oppressive heat had begun to emit a faint odor from the body. Mingxin Division, what is the meaning of this? Master Shin inquired, visibly taken aback. Chu Ju extracted a badge from his breast pocket, raising it for all to see. Mingxin Division is conducting an investigation. All unauthorized persons, step aside. The crowd erupted in murmurs. Jiang Qingrong, incredulous, rose from his seat. Sir, have you come to the wrong place? This is the residence of the Duke of Loyalty. I am here to apprehend the Duke's stepson, Jiang Wenxing, Chu Ju replied coldly, fixing his gaze upon Jiang Wenxing. Jiang Wenxing, you have committed examination fraud and are suspected of silencing your cousin. Take him away. The two officers behind him immediately advanced to seize Jiang Wenxing. Jiang Wenxing could hardly believe his eyes. He had engaged the services of a renowned assassin from the Assassin's Guild, reputed for never missing a target. To eliminate someone as inconsequential as Jiang Wenyan seemed like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. How could things have gone awry? Moreover, what connection did this have with the Mingxin Bureau? How could they possibly be aware of this matter? The Mingxin Bureau typically dealt with significant cases involving officials. Yet Xu Ju was known for his unwavering sense of justice. Any case he stumbled upon would be thoroughly investigated until the truth was unveiled.
What?
Exclaimed the esteemed scholar Shen, visibly shocked. Do you possess any evidence for your claims? Without proof, how could I apprehend anyone? Jiang Wenmian had discovered 2 examination papers. One bore Jiang Wenxing's name, but upon comparison, the handwriting was entirely different. The other paper, however, was attributed to another individual, with handwriting that was a perfect match to Jiang Wenxing's. The person who had exchanged papers with him was already deceased. Yet, these 2 examination papers stood as irrefutable evidence. He had meticulously verified every detail, confirming their accuracy. At that moment, a military officer stepped forward and unveiled a white cloth, revealing the lifeless body of Jiang Wenmian.
My son.
Jiang Qingrong was struck as if by lightning, unable to fathom the reality before him. Although he often reprimanded his son in frustration, beneath it all lay a profound concern for him. The heart-wrenching loss of his son plunged him into deep despair. Jiang Wenxing, witnessing the scene, felt his legs weaken, rendering him unable to stand. He had not anticipated that, despite Jiang Wenmian's silencing, the examination papers had remained intact, falling into the hands of the Mingxin Bureau. As for the matter of hiring a hitman, a simple investigation would reveal the truth. Xu Ju cast a cold glance at Jiang Wenxing and commanded, "Take him away." The Mingxin division escorted the disheartened Jiang Wenxing away, leaving the lifeless body of Jiang Wenmian behind. They had already investigated the corpse and confirmed it to be the result of a murderous assault. There was no need for further examination, and it would be returned to the family. Jiang Qingrong, who had been weeping bitterly over the stretcher, raised his head to see his most promising son being taken away by the Mingxin division. In that moment, he realized he had lost both of his sons. "Father, what on earth is happening? That captain just said that elder brother killed second brother, and that elder brother also cheated in the imperial examination." Jiang Wan asked in shock. The guests murmured among themselves. Though these 2 were nominally cousins, they were, in fact, brothers by blood. What enmity could lead to such a tragedy, where the elder brother had slain the younger? Wasn't it painfully obvious? The loyal and righteous Marquis had passed away early, leaving the title vacant. Without the elder brother, the younger would inherit. Otherwise, how could the younger brother be so eager to find evidence against his elder brother for cheating? Alas, Jiang Wenxing's status as a scholar was merely a FA for someone else's examination. How then did he attain his degree? I suspect this matter will undoubtedly implicate many others. The plight of the Deputy Minister Jiang is truly sorrowful. He has lost both of his sons in one fell swoop. It is indeed a misfortune for the family. Has he perhaps committed some grave sin, that he should be left without heirs? The guests continued their speculations, casting various scrutinizing glances at Jiang Qingrong. A buzzing filled his ears as he grappled with the loss of his 2 sons while hearing the surrounding mockery. Darkness enveloped him, and he fainted on the spot. "Father, why have you fainted?" "Father," Jiang Wan exclaimed anxiously. The Jiang family was engulfed in chaos, lacking a person of authority to take charge. Ultimately, it was Jiang Rong who stepped forward and addressed the assembly. "Esteemed guests, an unforeseen incident has occurred today, and our hospitality has fallen short. I hope for your understanding. We shall host you again on another occasion." As the crowd began to comprehend the situation, they rose, exchanging a few polite remarks before departing. The notion of hosting another banquet was merely a formality. However, Xiao Nanqing glanced at the lifeless body of Jiang Wenmian and could not suppress a smirk. Indeed, a future banquet would be necessary. One by one, the guests took their leave. Observing this scene, Master Shen remained silent for a considerable time before comforting Jiang Rong. "I will send someone to inquire at the Mingxin office. If Jiang Wenxing is innocent, we shall ensure justice is served. Alas, my condolences. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to reach out to me." Jiang Rong, suppressing the urge to laugh, wore a grave expression and replied, "Thank you." Chapter 78. A calculated encounter. As the guests departed, the unconscious Jiang Qingrong was carried into the room by the servants. Jiang Wan found herself at a loss, and the remaining servants were equally uncertain of what to do. Jiang Rong cast a glance at the lifeless body of Jiang Wenmian on the stretcher and commanded, "Bring forth someone to procure a white coffin and prepare for the funeral." The steward, Jiang Zhong, paused momentarily, then recollected himself and complied with her directive. At present, the Jiang family was in dire need of a leader. None of the servants dared to take matters into their own hands. Although the second young lady was married, she acted with decorum and composure, proving herself capable in times of crisis. In this moment, the steward and servants of the Jiang household all heeded her commands. Before long, the chaotic residence of Duke Zhongyi was methodically arranging the funeral of Jiang Wenmian. As night deepened, Jiang Rong and Xielingxi returned to the North Wangfu. Yingxia knelt on the steps of the courtyard, hastily bowing her head in supplication. "Your Highness, please spare me. I was coerced. It was the third young lady who compelled me to act thus. I beseech your Highness for mercy. I shall remain ever loyal and shall not dare transgress again." "Execute her," Jiang Rong said coolly. "Your Highness, please spare me." Yingxia, terrified, wept profusely as she continued to bow in desperation. Jiang Rong did not spare her a glance, instead turning to Fei Sui and stating, "All those I brought from the Jiang family are to be replaced. The personnel from Yuquanshan Manor should also be exchanged. Jiang Kai, take him below to meet his master." "Understood," Fei Sui acknowledged. Her prior concealment was to avoid drawing attention from the Jiang family. Now, with the spectacle of fraternal strife concluded and the dust settled, there was no longer any need to retain these individuals. As the summer approached, the anguished cries of Yingxia echoed as she was dragged away. In the Mingxin division, Chu Ju conducted a nocturnal interrogation of Jiang Wenxing. With 2 examination papers and a handwriting identification document in hand, Jiang Wenxing's guilt in the matter of cheating was indisputable. "Though I am not particularly adept at adjudicating cases, I possess a certain proficiency in the art of coercion. Take a look for yourself, which one appeals to you. Allow me to demonstrate." Chu Ju gestured towards the array of torturous implements lining the walls, casting a disdainful gaze upon the kneeling Jiang Wenxing. Jiang Wenxing's eyes darted towards those instruments of torment, his entire being trembling. "Why you? This is a severe form of torture." Was it not common knowledge that the Mingxin division was notorious for its brutal methods? Chu Ju's smile was as frigid as the depths of winter, and in the flickering candlelight, he resembled a terrifying deity of death. He casually seized a red-hot branding iron and drew it near Jiang Wenxing's cheek. "Let us commence with this one. The aroma of roasted flesh is rather enticing, making it a fitting first course. I confess, I hired an assassin. Please, don't come any closer." Jiang Wenxing, in his panic, lost control of himself. A foul stench emanating from beneath him. Chu Ju recoiled in disgust, stepping back a few paces, then commanded, "Bring me paper and ink. Let him pen a confession." A quarter of an hour later, a subordinate presented a document bearing Jiang Wenxing's confession and signature. Under the benevolent prompting of the officer of the Mingxin division, Jiang Wenxing trembled as he meticulously detailed the process of hiring a killer to murder Jiang Wenmian. After perusing the document, Chu Ju set it aside and continued his interrogation. "I am left with the question, if you required a proxy to pass the scholar's examination, how then did you manage to succeed in the provincial examination?" Jiang Wenxing's psychological defenses had long since crumbled. "He has committed a capital offense, and there is no longer any concealment. It was my aunt, the Chang family. She provided me with examination questions. I do not know how she obtained them." Chu Ju's cold eyes narrowed slightly. "The Chang family? This case was also handled by the Mingxin division. She has gone missing on the road to exile. A mere prisoner did not attract much attention." Jiang Wenxing was a successful candidate from last autumn's imperial examination, and that year the chief examiner from Jiangbei was a deputy minister of rights, a person who had no prior connection with the Jiang family. There seems to be a hidden secret in this matter. Chu Ju committed this individual to memory, waved his hand, and had him taken away. The following day, Chu Ju presented the case file. The commander of the Mingxin division determined that Jiang Wenxing had committed examination fraud and murdered his younger cousin, a crime of the gravest nature, and proposed an immediate execution by decapitation. At the residence of the loyal and righteous duke, Jiang Qingrong trembled as he opened his eyes. Greeted only by a sea of white, the steward, with a white cloth tied around his waist, lamented, "Master, you have finally awakened. The funeral arrangements for the second young master are already underway, and we require your formal approval." Mayor. Jiang Qingrong's heart ached profoundly, filled with both sorrow and anger. How could this be? The announcement from the Mingxin division has been released. It was the eldest son who killed the second son. Because the second son possessed evidence of the eldest son's examination fraud, he sent someone to silence him. Jiang Zhong reported, the court has sentenced the eldest son to execution by decapitation. He initially intended to say that the second son's vendetta had been avenged. However, considering that the eldest son was also the master's son, he hastily swallowed his words. The execution. Xinger. Jiang Qingrong, upon witnessing Jiang Wenxing being taken away yesterday, sensed impending doom. With this verdict, his only remaining son was irrevocably lost. Jiang Qingrong coughed up a mouthful of blood and fainted once more. Jiang Wenxing met his demise due to his crimes. In esteemed families, there exists a strong aversion to the dishonored, thus no funeral arrangements were made for him. His remains were hastily collected and buried. Jiang Qingrong, having reached middle age, suffered the loss of 2 sons and endured a grave illness. However, after the 7th day of Jiang Wenxing's passing, he quickly regained his composure, taking in numerous concubines and seeking a new spouse. In no time, both he and Jiang Wan were preoccupied with their affairs. At Jinxiu Tower, the premier tavern in the capital, the private rooms on the 5th floor were not open to the public, reserved exclusively for the royal family and the Northern Prince's residence. Among these, the elegant chamber named Listening to Snow belonged to the Northern Prince's estate. Xielingxi, renowned as the foremost dandy of the capital, was a frequent patron here. As a distinguished young lady, Dong Xiqin would naturally avoid encounters with Xielingxi in brothels or gambling dens. However, it was entirely fitting for their paths to cross at Jinxiu Tower, where the dandy's indulgences in revelry could be sidestepped. Miss, I have gathered some intelligence. The steward of the Northern Prince's residence has come to reserve tomorrow's crispy mountain banquet, announced a maid. Dong Xiqin's eyes sparkled with interest. Recently, Jinxiu Tower had introduced a lavish, icy banquet featuring a grand crispy mountain as the centerpiece, accompanied by 18 varieties of ice delicacies and 8 different refreshing beverages. Due to the meticulous preparation required, reservations needed to be made in advance. Given the sweltering heat of summer, it had become immensely popular among the city's populace. It is likely that the young lord has heard of the exquisite delicacies at Jinxiu Tower and has come to savor them. Dong Xiqin's eyes sparkled with excitement as she promptly exclaimed, "Quickly fetch the jade hairpin I recently acquired from Linglong Pavilion, along with the shoe embroidery dress I have been crafting for 3 months." She had meticulously orchestrated a serendipitous encounter, firmly believing that Xielingxi would be utterly captivated by her talent and beauty. The following morning, a carriage from the Northern Prince's residence gracefully emerged. Dong Xiqin, who had been eagerly awaiting at Jinxiu Tower, deliberately tossed her embroidered handkerchief along with a jade hairpin into Tingxue Pavilion. The handkerchief bore a poem she had penned, accompanied by her name. Upon discovering the poetic verse, Xielingxi would surely admire her literary prowess. By returning the jade hairpin and handkerchief, he would find a perfect excuse to meet her. This would pave the way for future encounters, allowing her to express her gratitude for the return of her cherished jade hairpin. Thus, the progression of events would unfold seamlessly, as if it were meant to be. Chapter 79. Yet he is my husband. Within the carriage of the Northern King's residence, Xia Ruo Jiao, donned in a delicate pale yellow gown, gazed at Jiang Rong with a radiant smile and remarked, "Sister-in-law, the crispy mountain delicacies at Jinxiu Tower are exceptionally delectable. You simply must try them." Ever since the Qingfeng Poetry Conference, where Jiang Rong had come to her rescue, Xia Ruo Jiao's perception of her had shifted profoundly. Recently, following a bereavement in the Jiang family, where Jiang Rong lost 2 elder brothers, Xia Ruo Jiao, cognizant of her sorrow, resolved to accompany her for some delightful diversions to lift her spirits. Thus, she had arranged a banquet at Jinxiu Tower the previous day, inviting her brothers and sisters-in-law for a meal. Accompanying them, the ever-cheerful Emerald remarked, "The second young lady has specifically come to inquire about the young master's preferences regarding the young mistress's culinary tastes. Upon learning that the young mistress favors chilled beverages, she opted for a table laden with crispy mountain dishes." "Thank you, dear sister. Your thoughtfulness is truly appreciated." Jiang Rong responded with a gentle smile and a nod. Xia Ruo Jiao, feeling a touch of embarrassment, stammered, I heard that your appetite has not been well lately. You must try to be more open-minded. My brother is quite a decent fellow. If you wish, you may consider him as another brother." seated at the head of the table. Xiaolingxi cast an incredulous glance at his sister, his expression a blend of astonishment and disbelief. Meanwhile, Xiao Nanqing struggled to suppress his laughter. The second young lady's attempt at consolation was amusing. After all, she had lost 2 brothers, and now she was offering her own brother as a substitute.
Goodness.
Turning a husband into a brother, how suddenly taboo that has become. Even Jiang Rong, despite her extensive experiences, was momentarily taken aback. Feeling a bit perplexed as she gently reminded, "But he is my husband after all. Is there not a possibility that spouses are not ideally suited to be siblings? It's rather, well, one person serving multiple roles. He can serve as your husband and also as your brother. What do you think? Is it not a profitable arrangement?" Sierra mind was in disarray. Yet she firmly resolved to comfort her sister-in-law by providing her with a brother. Whatever is lacking must be replenished. Such consolation could not possibly be amiss. Jiang Rong cast a bewildered glance at Xiaolingxi, then at Sierra. It certainly sounded advantageous, albeit somewhat peculiar. No need to dwell on these trifles. In any case, with my brother by your side, you shall not endure the slightest grievance. Sierra continued her attempts at consolation. Jiang Rong, noticing the silent expression of the person beside her, could not help but chuckle softly. Indeed, what my second sister says is quite reasonable. Though the logic may be rather chaotic, her conclusion is undeniably correct. With the heir accompanying her, she would certainly not suffer any injustice. Seeing Jiang Rong smile under her comforting words, Sierra felt her spirits lift. I knew it. Whatever my sister-in-law lacks, we shall provide, and she will surely be comforted. The trio entered the private room of the Listening Snow Pavilion, radiating warmth and harmony. As they stepped inside, Sierra immediately spotted a jade hairpin and a handkerchief on the floor. What is this? Fei Cui took a step forward, picked up the hairpin and the handkerchief, and presented them. This handkerchief bears a little poem embroidered with the name Dong Shijin. This hairpin is inscribed with the words Linglong, crafted from exquisite jade, highly valuable. Who is this person? How could her belongings be found here in the Listening Snow Pavilion? This place is not open to the public. Sierra was utterly perplexed. Xiao Nanqing immediately interjected, Second miss, this woman is not of good character. Last time, she deliberately invited the heir to appreciate her painting, intending to humiliate him. She is the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Yongning. The rising talents of the 4 great generals have always been at odds with our northern Wangfu, yet most of their conflicts occur only in the court. It is only the likes of the Yongning Duke's residents that resort to such underhanded tactics in private. Upon comprehending the analysis of the situation, Sierra was struck with a sudden realization, followed by an outburst of rage. No wonder their family ranks lowest among the 4 great generals. Their methods are utterly inferior. They even dare to frame me for theft. What theft? Xiao Nanqing inquired, puzzled. Look at her. She deliberately discarded a priceless jade hairpin in our Listening Snow Pavilion and then reported it missing. When it is found later in the pavilion, how will I defend myself? Truly insidious. Sierra exclaimed angrily. The Listening Snow Pavilion in the Jinyao building has always been reserved for the heir's use. Sierra seldom visits. Hardly more than a few times a year. Dong Shijin was genuinely astonished to discover that the one who booked the table was Sierra. So that's it. I shall quickly dispose of it. Xiao Nanqing expressed her strong agreement and hurried to the window. Jiang Rong immediately intervened, saying, Wait. Since Dong Shijin has set a trap to harm the second sister, she must have anticipated our attempt to destroy the evidence. Perhaps someone is watching us from outside, keeping an eye on our actions. Xiaolingxi, sensing an oddity in the conversation among the 3, felt something was amiss. At that moment, Jingja stepped forward and said, My lord, there are indeed some suspicious individuals near the Listening Snow Pavilion, likely acting as spies. Sister-in-law is astute. Sierra Jiao gazed at Jiang Rong with admiration. Sister-in-law, your foresight is truly remarkable. It appears that the schemers from the Dong family have indeed set their sights upon us. Xiao Nanqing, filled with trepidation, interjected, What shall we do about the incriminating evidence? I fear Dong Shijin may have already reported us. And soon the authorities will arrive to seal off Jin Xiaolu for an investigation. I just spotted Lieutenant Chu from the Ming Xian Division in the main hall. Jiang Rong pondered for a moment and then conceived a plan. We shall report the matter. But we possess no evidence. Sierra Jiao expressed her confusion. They merely speculate that Dong Shiqin intends to frame us. How can we file a report? Moreover, does the Ming Xian division even handle such minor cases? We can report that we have discovered traces of a fugitive here, and this is all that remains. Zhang Rong, growing increasingly familiar with the situation, once again used the fugitive as a pretext. Xie Ruojiao was astonished. Is that truly possible? I have learned something new. For some reason, she felt an inexplicable familiarity with her sister-in-law's words. Yelling, she stifled a laugh. It was this tactic again.
Yet,
The effectiveness of a strategy is not diminished by its familiarity. Dong Shiqin's underhanded actions deserve to be reported to the Ming Xian division for thorough investigation. I shall go report this immediately. Xiao Nanxing feared that any delay would allow the Dong family's schemes to succeed, and rushed out like the wind. As for Chu Ju's identity, he could easily arrange for a private chamber. However, he preferred to dine amidst the bustling crowd, savoring the various tidbits of information that floated around him. Congratulations, Chief. Another perplexing case solved. His subordinates raised their glasses in salute. Having just resolved a case of fratricide among the Jiang brothers, Chu Ju had indeed earned his accolades. It is of little significance, he replied modestly. With a proud gesture, Chu Ju dismissed the matter with a wave of his hand. Such a simple case posed no challenge whatsoever. The evidence had practically fallen into his lap. It was as if fate had ordained him to serve justice. Chu Xiaowei. Just now, my master went upstairs to dine, and we observed a shadow leaping from the window. It bore some resemblance to the fugitive wanted by the Mingxin division. Xiao Nanxing strode confidently before Chu Ju, continuing. Then we discovered a jade hairpin and a handkerchief within the room. We are uncertain if these items were left behind by the fugitive.
what?
Chu Ju's eyes lit up, quickly. Lead me there to take a look. Chapter 80. I advise you to confess for leniency in the Listening Snow Pavilion. Chu Ju meticulously examined the jade hairpin and the embroidered handkerchief. The hairpin was in pristine condition, reflecting the latest fashion trends from this year's capital. We should investigate at Linglong Pavilion. We may uncover the buyer, he mused. The handkerchief bears a name. Dong Shiqin. Does anyone know her? Chu Ju inquired, casting his gaze upon his subordinates. One stepped forward to provide insight. Chief, Dong Shiqin is the daughter of the Yongning Marquis, and indeed, that is her name. Those engaged in the apprehension of fugitives were well acquainted with the scions of noble families, ensuring they tread carefully to avoid any missteps. Of course, Chu Ju had no need for such caution. He would confront any challenge head-on. His subordinate continued. How could a young lady's accessory end up in the hands of a fugitive? Perhaps the fugitive pilfered from her household and inadvertently lost it. Chu Ju's expression turned serious. This was implausible. Ruojiao, who had reported the false case for the first time, felt a rush of excitement intertwined with anxiety. Upon hearing this, she became increasingly tense. Had the Mingxin division already discerned their deception? Chu Ju pressed on. It is not unusual for a fugitive to steal gold and jewels. However, the fact that they also possess her handkerchief, which bears a love poem, suggests their relationship is anything but ordinary. Summon Dong Shiqin to the Mingxin division for a thorough investigation. Ruojiao sighed in relief. That had been a close call. Meanwhile, Zhang Rong maintained a calm demeanor, smiling serenely. Chief Chu possesses keen insight. I am confident the truth will soon emerge. Chu Ju wore a proud expression, his gaze fixed on Zhang Rong's face. Upon meeting her autumn water-like eyes, he was suddenly struck by a sense of déjà vu. During his previous visit to the Jiang residence, he had not paid attention to the guests surrounding him. This moment marked their first formal encounter. The lady before him possessed striking features, a beauty that was unforgettable and captivating. Although he was certain this was their first meeting, an inexplicable feeling lingered, as if they had crossed paths before. Was this merely an illusion? On the 4th floor of Jinxiu Tower, in an elegant private room, a maid hurriedly reported, Miss, there's troubling news. The informant just conveyed that today at Tingshu Pavilion, there is not only young Master Xie but also his sister and Zhang Rong accompanying him. Dong Shiqin furrowed her delicate brows. Zhang Rong was indeed persistent in her pursuit of Xielingxi, even following him out for a meal. Previously, Xielingxi had always dined alone at Jinxiu Tower. Now, the presence of two obstacles meant there would be no opportunity for her to have a private conversation with him. Though somewhat regrettable, the arrangements she had made were not entirely in vain. Raising her teacup, she took a measured sip and spoke calmly. Today will yield one of two outcomes. Either the Northern King's residence will return my jade hairpin to the Ho residence, or they will inquire with a waiter, learn of my presence here, and invite me to collect it. Even if she were to encounter Xielingxi today, the presence of the two interlopers would hinder any meaningful interaction. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, her connection to him through the jade hairpin had already been established. In due course, she would use this as a pretext to extend an invitation to express her gratitude. In due time, devoid of those troublesome individuals, my interactions with him shall surely progress smoothly. The maid, in a sycophantic manner, remarked, "Miss, you are astute. How could Jiang Rong possibly be your rival?" No sooner had she spoken than a series of knocks echoed from outside. The Mingxin Bureau requests the presence of Dong Xiqin for an inquiry. Due to the lack of concrete evidence, they could not apprehend anyone directly. Thus, they invited her to the Mingxin Bureau to cooperate with the investigation. However, though it was termed an invitation, once one entered the Mingxin Bureau, it was nearly impossible to be released without a thorough investigation yielding conclusive results.
What?
Dong Xiqin could hardly believe it. What connection could she possibly have with the matters of the Mingxin Bureau? Dong Xiqin never anticipated that today's scheme would yield a third outcome. She was apprehended. At this very moment, situated within the interrogation room of the Mingxin Bureau, she remained somewhat dazed, struggling to comprehend how she had found herself in such a predicament. "I have already interrogated the shopkeeper. He stated that you insisted on visiting the 5th floor and even sent the servants away. At that time, you were the sole occupant of the upper floor." Chu Ju fixed his gaze upon her, coldly asserting, "It is evident that you arranged to meet on the 5th floor, a location both secluded and sparsely populated." Dong Xiqin, thoroughly perplexed, queried, "What are you insinuating? Confess. Where is your paramour concealed? When did you conspire with him? Harboring a fugitive is a grave offense. We at the Mingxin Bureau uphold justice. If you confess sincerely, leniency may be afforded, otherwise, even your father will be unable to protect you." Chu Ju, still somewhat inexperienced in the art of interrogation, relied heavily on intimidation. "What fugitive?" Dong Xiqin was entirely bewildered. Feigning ignorance is of no avail. The fugitive departed from the listening snow pavilion, leaving behind your handkerchief and jade hairpin. The evidence is irrefutable, Dong Xiqin. Your predicament has been revealed. Chu Ju waved his hand, and his subordinates brought forth 2 rows of torture instruments. "Which do you prefer?" Dong Xiqin's face turned ashen with fear. "You cannot torture me. This is slander, a defamation. I shall inform my father to accuse your Mind Enlightenment Department of indiscriminately arresting people. Then explain why your belongings appeared in the listening snow pavilion. At that time, only you and the fugitive were present upstairs. If it was not his oversight, could it be that you discarded them yourself? The listening snow pavilion belongs to the Northern King's residence. If you were not engaged in nefarious activities, why would you infiltrate another's chamber?" Chu Ju's gaze was like lightning, fixed upon Dong Xiqin, his aura imposing. "Dong Xiqin, I advise you to confess and seek leniency." Due to the lack of substantial evidence, the Mind Enlightenment Department could not directly employ torture for interrogation, rendering Chu Ju's intimidation merely a facade. Though he spoke with apparent certainty, it was all conjecture and, thus, not conclusive. However, Dong Xiqin was somewhat unfamiliar with the judicial procedures of the Great Xia. Hearing Chu Ju's assertions, she felt as if she were already being condemned and hastily exclaimed, "I merely discarded them myself."
Ah?
Now it was Chu Ju who was taken aback. "I do not know the fugitive you speak of. I saw no one while on the 5th floor. I threw the handkerchief and jade hairpin into the listening snow pavilion myself." Dong Xiqin was left with no choice but to grit her teeth and admit. Chu Ju utterly disbelieved her, brandishing a branding iron menacingly. "You shall not attempt to evade responsibility. It was truly I who threw it. I do not know the fugitive." Dong Xiqin shrieked, "Ah, do not come closer." Overcome with terror, she fainted, her vision fading to darkness. Chu Ju regarded her with a hint of skepticism. How could one so frightened claim such a thing? He found it hard to believe that such a delicate young lady possessed such fortitude. This must indeed be the truth. "Chief, we have interrogated the staff at Jinxiu Tower, and they reported no suspicious figures on the 5th floor," an underling reported. Furthermore, the innkeeper mentioned that a maid from the Dong household had been inquiring whether anyone had visited Tingxue Pavilion, probing for news about the Northern Prince's residence. This implies that Dong Xiqin was likely intent on the Northern Prince's estate today. She remained oblivious to the fact that a fugitive had previously roamed the 5th floor. But why? Having inquired about the whereabouts of the northern prince's entourage, would she leave her jade hairpin and embroidered handkerchief in the room before their arrival? Chu Ju furrowed his brow deeply, his gaze lingering on the jade hairpin for a moment before enlightenment struck him. It is an exquisite piece of jade. I comprehend now. She intends to frame the Xie family for theft. Chapter 81. Song Heng sailed to substantiate her claim regarding the jade hairpin. She purposely retained a handkerchief embroidered with her name. As for the love poem, it must have been intricately stitched onto the handkerchief long ago, devoid of any ulterior motives. Chu Ju meticulously unraveled the layers of the case, his eyes gleaming with clarity. I comprehend now. It all makes sense. My father has long warned me about the fierce rivalries among these noble families, and today I have witnessed it firsthand. His subordinates hastily flattered him, exclaiming, "Chief, your discerning eye has swiftly unraveled this intricate case." They then inquired, as for Miss Dong, shall we release her now? Dong Shiqin merely discarded her belongings. She has yet to frame the Xie family. Legally, she has committed no crime and must be released unconditionally. However, let us keep her detained for a while longer. Inform her that her cooperation is required for the investigation, and we shall release her in half a month. Chu Ju interjected with a disdainful huff. I have an aversion to petty individuals. Let her languish in prison for half a month. One subordinate cautioned, but if Miss Dong is forcibly detained for that long, the Duke of Yongning's residence will undoubtedly lodge complaints against you. I possess justifiable reasons. Is she not suspected of colluding with a fugitive? This investigation shall be conducted meticulously. After half a month, I will declare the outcome. Given the involvement of a fugitive, this is a serious matter that demands careful consideration. Chu Ju asserted with righteous fervor. His subordinate sighed in resignation. You have already unveiled the truth today, yet to detain Dong Shiqin for an additional half-month. You intentionally postpone the announcement of the case's results. This will surely offend the Duke of Yongning's household. Fortunately, you have a father in command. Otherwise, even 9 lives would not suffice. Indeed, the subordinate acknowledged, accepting the orders. This case has reached a temporary conclusion. Chu Ju recalled Jiang Rong, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if they had crossed paths before. Within the listening snow pavilion, Xie Ruojiao stood by the window on the second floor. Observing Ming Xinxi escorting Dong Shiqin away, her mood remarkably buoyant. Let her frame me, Xie Ruojiao exclaimed, her spirit uplifted. Xie Lingxi appeared pensive, as he harbored the suspicion that Dong Shiqin was up to something. He glanced back at the results of Ming Xinxi's investigation. Sister-in-law, the trouble has been dealt with. Shall we dine? Xie Ruojiao quickly dismissed thoughts of Dong Shiqin, enthusiastically recommending delicacies to Jiang Rong. The waiter presented an array of chilled beverages, setting a splendid table before them. Most notably, the centerpiece was a towering pastry mountain, adorned in hues of imperial red, eyebrow green, and layered snow, skillfully crafted to resemble majestic peaks, aptly named for its appearance. It was embellished with fruits and floral accents, both visually appealing and delectable. After their meal, it was already noon. Xie Ruojiao felt a significant improvement in her relationship with her sister-in-law, having shared a meal and engaged in mischief together, marking a departure from their previous interactions. Sister-in-law, let us visit the Ling Long Pavilion. They have unveiled numerous exquisite new accessories recently. Xie Ruojiao tugged at Jiang Rong's sleeve. With little on her agenda, Jiang Rong nodded in agreement. The trio was just about to depart when a messenger arrived. Your Highness, Qionyang and young Master Qi request an audience, the Jade Messenger announced. Could it be that something has transpired at the Wanwan study? Allow them to enter, Jiang Rong instructed. Qionyang and Qi Moyan hurriedly entered, bowing to the assembled company. Qionyang remarked, the young lady of the Marquis's household possesses a gentle demeanor. This morning, Song Heng did not arrive at the study as expected. He has always been punctual and never tardy. I thought perhaps he was delayed by some matter today, so I did not dwell on it, until just now when young Master Qi came to the study in search of him. Qi Mo Yen interjected. I had arranged to dine with Song Heng today to discuss our studies. He has never failed to keep his appointments. However, when the time arrived, he was uncharacteristically absent. I went to his residence to look for him, but found it deserted. I then returned to the study, where the innkeeper informed me that he had not come today. I am deeply concerned that he may have encountered some misfortune. His disappearance has only just begun. Reporting to the authorities seems premature. But if we wait another 2 days to search, I fear it may be too late. Thus, I have come to seek your assistance, esteemed lady. Xiaonyang expressed her worries. Given the current situation, it is possible that young Master Song has met with some calamity. Jiang Rong furrowed her brow. Song Hung has vanished? He resides within the capital, where all traces can be followed. With the intelligence network of the Northern Wang residents, locating him should not pose a challenge. Jiang Rong turned to Xielingxi, my husband. Could you assist me in uncovering Song Heng's whereabouts? Jingzhe, investigate immediately, Xielingxi commanded. Before long, Jingzhe returned, dragging a thoroughly bound middle-aged man and unceremoniously casting him before Jiang Rong. The man appeared corpulent, his face battered and bruised, crying out for mercy. Esteemed young master and lady, Jingzhe reported, this man is Song Heng's uncle. Last night, he sought money from Song Heng, and in a fit of rage, he rendered him unconscious and sold him. Xiao Nanqing was taken aback. Sold him? To whom? The sudden jolt of the spring thunder startled the man, who cried out in a high-pitched voice, Chunyu Pavilion. Help, help. Song Heng owes me money. I sold him to offset the debt. What is the problem? Who are you people? Why are you hitting me? What is Chunyu Pavilion? Xie Ruo Jiao inquired with curiosity. Xiao Nanxing felt a mix of sympathy, shock, and incredulity as he explained. It is a brothel. Song Heng's uncle recently incurred a substantial gambling debt. Song Heng still owed him 200 taels. After the incident where the study nearly faced confiscation, Jiang Rong rewarded everyone with triple the monthly salary, and Song Heng repaid him 100 taels. This time, in his desperation for cash to settle his debts, he sought Song Heng for repayment, even demanding 1,000 taels. Where could Song Heng possibly find such an amount? He has already given him everything, not a single tael remaining. Failing to locate any money within the Song family, Song Heng's uncle resorted to knocking him unconscious and selling him to the brothel. Due to his fair complexion and handsome appearance, resembling a graceful pine, along with his literacy and the endearing charm of his demeanor, he fetched a high price of 100 taels. Young master, the Chunyu Pavilion is backed by the Princess of Anyang, Xiao Nanxing cautioned. Brothels operating in the capital invariably have powerful patrons behind them. Xielingxi's eyes darkened. If it were an ordinary brothel, I could simply go and demand the person, and they would undoubtedly comply. However, the Princess of Anyang has a vendetta against Jiang Rong. If she were to discover that it was Jiang Rong who sought him, she might very well have Song Heng killed and disposed of, then vehemently deny ever having received him. At that point, we might not even find Song Heng's corpse. Thus, the strategy of openly repairing the plank road while secretly crossing the chasm. Jiang Rong gazed at Xielingxi, her eyes gleaming with brilliance. In front of Chunyu Pavilion, Xielingxi forcefully kicked open the door. It was mid-afternoon, and the establishment had yet to open for business, leaving it devoid of patrons. A group of black-clad guards surged in like ravenous wolves, ransacking the place, smashing anything they laid their eyes upon. What are you doing? What is the meaning of this? The madam shrieked as she rushed forward. Upon recognizing Xielingxi among the intruders, she hastily donned a smile. Pray tell, how have we offended the esteemed son of the North King? Xielingxi, with an air of arrogance, dismissed her with a glance, showing no inclination to exchange further words. Meanwhile, Xiao Nanqing commanded loudly from the side, smash everything. Leave no room unscathed. Should anyone dare to obstruct us, simply strike them down. Who would dare to stand against the North King's manor? Chapter 82. Grateful for the rescue by the young lady. Thank you for rescuing me, young lady. Our Chunyu Pavilion is, after all, the property of Princess Anyang. The madam exclaimed loudly, invoking her connections. However, Xielingxi remained unfazed, her expression devoid of emotion. The bouncers from the brothel rushed forward to impede her, yet they proved no match for the black-clad guards. In mere moments, they were all felled to the ground. In the back courtyard of Chunyu Pavilion, within a certain chamber, Song Heng was jolted awake by a splash of water. Before him stood a matronly stewardess, her appearance slightly past youth, accompanied by a group of thugs wielding wooden clubs. You have certainly acquired a fine specimen, the stewardess remarked, examining Song Heng with satisfaction. Having just regained consciousness, Song Heng began to grasp his dire circumstances. The night before, his uncle had sought money from him, threatening that if he refused, he would be sold to settle debts. He had dismissed his uncle's threats as mere bluster, never anticipating that he had indeed been sold. This stewardess, I was knocked unconscious. I did not come here of my own volition. If you release me, I shall repay you double the amount you spent on me. Song Hung implored urgently.
Ha!
How many who come to us do so willingly? The stewardess derided, casting him a disdainful glance. Once you enter this place, there is no escape. At Chun Fong Pavilion, we execute 2 disobedient individuals each month. If you wish to avoid such a fate, you must comply and serve our clients. Go, bring that fool from next door, she commanded. 2 thugs complied, and shortly thereafter, they returned carrying the bloodied and battered corpse of a woman. Song Hung was horrified. The overseer was thoroughly satisfied with his expression. The most effective method of instilling fear was to make an example of someone. Each time goods were received, there were invariably 1 or 2 who would rather starve than accept clients. Thus, the overseer would select the one who resisted the most fiercely and, in a display before the multitude of newcomers, would brutally execute them. Those who witnessed this scene would invariably be frightened into submission, sparing the overseer much trouble.
Do you see?
If you disobey, this will be your fate. He pointed to the lifeless female body. Song Hung, both furious and astonished, exclaimed, "You're disregarding human life. Your actions are tantamount to coercion and are against the law." The overseer was somewhat taken aback. He had not expected Song Hung to be unafraid. And his expression darkened further. "It seems you prefer to be punished rather than accept a kind warning. Seize him." The methods employed by the brothel's overseer against disobedient newcomers were quite straightforward. First, intimidation. Next, physical punishment. And if all else failed, execution. The henchmen, armed with wooden clubs, surged forward. At that moment, the door was kicked open, and a group of black-clad guards burst in. "What is happening?"
Who are you?
the overseer exclaimed in surprise. Turning around, no sooner had he spoken than he was knocked down by Chi Moyen, who had blended in with the guards. Chi Moyen swiftly deduced that Song Hung was likely confined somewhere in the back courtyard and headed straight for the rooms, all of which were sealed. One by one, he broke them open. Song Hung. He spotted Song Hung on the ground, pulled him up, and urged, "Let's go." Song Hung, both startled and elated, asked, "How did you come here?" "The Crown Prince and Crown Princess have come specifically to rescue you. Hurry, we can discuss further once we are outside." Chi Moyen replied. Song Hung hurriedly exclaimed, "There are others imprisoned here. Many are not here by choice. Can we save them?" "Rest assured. The guards at the back door have all been subdued by the black-clad guards. Every room has been breached, and those who do not wish to remain in the brothel can flee now," Chi Moyen replied. Feeling somewhat relieved, Song Heng's gaze fell upon the lifeless body of a woman on the ground, and he bent down to lift her. "What are you doing?" Chi Moyen inquired. Looking at him, with compassion evident in his eyes, Song Hung replied, "She has suffered greatly. I wish to give her a proper burial." Chi Moyen's gaze shifted to the woman's hands, a flicker of realization crossing his eyes as he pondered something. The black-clad guards escorted Chi Moyen and Song Hung through the back courtyard of the brothel, while the remaining guards continued to wreak havoc within. Chaos reigned in the Spring Moon Pavilion, and amidst the turmoil, many took the opportunity to slip away unnoticed. In the alleyway around the corner of the Spring Moon Pavilion, a splendid carriage rested quietly beneath a large banyan tree at the entrance. Xie Ruo Jiao peeked through the curtain of the carriage, her eyes wide with curiosity as she observed the nearby Spring Moon Pavilion. The building was adorned with colorful lanterns, fluttering in the breeze, making it quite a sight. Xie Lingxi had intended to send someone to escort Xie Ruo Jiao back to the Northern King's residence, but as she had never visited a brothel, she insisted on accompanying him to witness the spectacle. "What is the second miss looking at?" Emerald asked, lifting the curtain for her. Xie Ruo Jiao replied with intrigue. "I have never seen a male courtesan before. They say they are all exceptionally handsome. What does that Song Hung look like? Having been sold to become a male courtesan?" As she spoke, the conversation continued. Xie Ruo Jiao discerned from afar a group of black-clad guards surrounding a young gentleman in azure attire. He resembled a gentle breeze after a clearing storm, akin to a rare orchid among jade trees, exuding an exquisite grace, with eyes sparkling like stars. Indeed, he epitomized the image of a refined gentleman, perfectly aligning with Xie Ruo Jiao's impressions of talented scholars gleaned from her readings. However, what left her utterly astounded was the sight of him cradling a blood-soaked woman in his arms. The tragic state of the woman was harrowing, her blood staining his blue robe. He approached with deliberate steps, his demeanor, once as gentle as jade, now bore the sharpness of a sword unsheathed, exuding a fierce intensity. "Thank you for your kindness in saving the young lady," Song Hung said, gently placing the lifeless body aside before bowing respectfully. Jiang Rong's gaze fell upon the corpse, prompting her to inquire, "Who is she?" "She is a pitiful soul, struck down by them. Even in death, her body is to be displayed. I wish to reclaim her remains and grant her a peaceful resting place," Song Hung replied, his heart heavy with sorrow. Chi Moyan stepped forward, stating, "I have a suspicion. This woman is likely a victim of human trafficking. Her fingers are delicate and tender, suggesting she is not labored. It seems improbable that she was sold by her family. If she had not toiled at home, it implies that her family is not impoverished and that her parents cherished her dearly, making it unlikely they would sell her to a brothel. Under the laws of the Great Xia, while voluntary slave trade is permitted, trafficking is strictly prohibited." Song Hung seethed with anger. Many involved here are coerced. There is likely a significant amount of trafficking. The steward of the brothel has stated that 2 individuals must be killed each month. This is utterly cruel. Sieruogio exclaimed, her heart ablaze with righteous indignation. "Sister-in-law, we must hold the Chunyu Pavilion accountable." Chi Moyan's expression was one of distress. Even if this case is investigated, it has no connection to Chunyu Pavilion. They acquired the individuals from others. The act of trafficking cannot be attributed to them. They merely need to claim ignorance regarding the trafficking to extricate themselves. Moreover, the slaves they purchased can be beaten or killed without breaching the law. Chunyu Pavilion dares to conduct such activities openly because they have naturally mitigated the risks involved. This is utterly despicable. Sieruogio was incensed. Knowing full well their misdeeds, yet feeling utterly powerless, was incredibly infuriating. Jiang Rong's countenance turned frosty. "Emerald, go to Mingxin office and file a report. Seek out Captain Chu Ju and inform him that while my husband was smashing up the brothel, he inadvertently discovered a female corpse. We suspect Chunyu Pavilion of murder and concealing the body, which warrants a thorough investigation." Sieruogio was taken aback. "Sister-in-law, are we filing a false report again?" Chapter 83, Seize What You Desire, Transform It into Reality. Jiang Rong coldly instructed Fei Tsue, "Dispatch someone to monitor the case at Mingxin Division. If this woman has been abducted, then eliminate the kidnapper, leaving no witnesses." How can Chunyu Pavilion prove that this virtuous woman, who perished on their territory, was a slave purchased by them? If she is not a slave, then the crime of murder rests upon their shoulders. Thus, a case of abduction morphs into a homicide. Sieruogio widened her eyes, astonished. "Is it truly possible to do so? Sister-in-law, you are remarkable." Chi Moyan was equally astounded. He had always thought himself quite ruthless. Yet now it appeared there were still realms in which he could learn and improve. Song Hung was profoundly moved. A man of upright character. He had never contemplated that fabricating facts could sometimes be a means to bring the wicked to justice. Why should that not be permissible? A once virtuous young woman, under Jiang Rong's influence, gradually began to evolve into something more complex. In the residence of Princess Anyang, "Your Highness, trouble has arisen. Miss Dong has been apprehended by Mingxin Division," a scholar reported. Princess Anyang was incredulous. What crime has she committed? The message from Mingxin Division indicated her involvement with a fugitive, requesting her cooperation in the investigation. However, Miss Dong's maid implored for assistance, asserting that she had no knowledge of any fugitive. The scholar continued, "If she truly knows nothing, there is no cause for concern. Mingxin Division will undoubtedly release her. I and Marquis Yongning will petition our elder brother, the Emperor, for a thorough investigation, ensuring she is not wrongfully accused." Princess Anyang furrowed her brow, pondering how a refined lady of high birth could possibly be entangled with a fugitive. The scholar hastily responded, acknowledging the shocking nature of the situation. "Miss Dong is currently imprisoned in the Mingxin Bureau, and it remains uncertain when she will be released, or if she will be at all, which jeopardizes your plans. I humbly suggest considering a different individual for this task." What a useless lot. If she could entice Xiaolingxi, would she not also manage to lure herself into the Mingxin Bureau? In a fit of anger, Princess Anyang swept aside the porcelain teacup from the table, which shattered into countless fragments upon impact. The maidservants in the hall trembled in fear, kneeling silently. At that moment, an elderly matron entered, bowing respectfully. "Your Highness, I bring joyous news. We have received word from Yanju that a rare herb you seek has been discovered at your villa. Here is the illustration of the flora sent by carrier pigeon for your perusal." The matron presented a bamboo tube. Princess Anyang's expression brightened slightly as she hurriedly opened the tube and unfurled the drawing. However, She could scarcely retain the image of the herbs and handed it to the scholar beside her. "Pray, take a look. Is this it?" The scholar examined the illustration closely for a moment before exclaiming in delight, "Your Highness, this is indeed the depiction of summer's grace pill. This herb bears a resemblance to the yellow peony, blooming in midsummer. It possesses rejuvenating properties that can delay the aging process and is truly a rare and precious remedy." "What? It can enhance beauty as well?" Princess Anyang's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Quickly, have them send the flowers here. I wish to take it." "Yes, Your Highness." The scholar accepted the order and suggested, "To avoid drawing attention, I believe it would be prudent to mix it among the flowers presented to Your Highness. This way, it will go unnoticed." "Splendid, splendid. Let it be done." The Princess of Anyang beamed with delight, her spirits lifted. "A miraculous herb has unexpectedly flourished in my garden. It seems heaven itself is favoring me. Jiang Rong, your fate is sealed." As the esteemed princess, she possessed several estates bestowed upon her by the royal family, all situated in the vicinity of the capital. Due to her fondness for flora, these estates were dedicated to cultivating rare and exotic plants, which were meticulously selected each year to be sent to the princess's residence. The exquisite Xia Shijiao Dan had been nurtured in her villa for over half a year, a wildflower gathered by the gardener from the mountains. Its beauty had already inclined her to offer it as a tribute. Upon the princess's decree to seek the 9 miraculous herbs, the steward of the Mianzhou estate identified this seemingly ordinary flower as the very herb required by the princess and promptly relayed the news. "Congratulations, Your Highness." The scholars and others bowed in congratulations. The Princess of Anyang, filled with satisfaction and elation, mused, "I now hope Jiang Rong can discover more miraculous herbs. With each one she finds, I shall feel an increased glimmer of hope for survival. This news must be tightly sealed. I want Jiang Rong to believe she still has a chance to live, only to reveal at the end that she can never gather the 9 miraculous herbs. That despair will be utterly delightful." Each word she uttered dripped with venom. The scholar eagerly extolled, "Your Highness, with a single stroke, you have severed the roots of their ambitions. No matter how triumphant Jiang Rong may feel at present, she is destined to suffer a death tormented by the poison of the underworld." Princess Anyang chuckled with delight. However, before long, another steward hurriedly arrived, exclaiming, "Your Highness, calamity has struck. The North King's heir has demolished your spring moon pavilion." The smile upon Princess Anyang's face froze. "You insolent Xielingxi! How dare you transgress upon my domain? Summon the palanquin. We shall proceed to the North King's residence." After the destruction of the Spring Moon Pavilion, Xielingxi departed with his entourage. Just as they exited, Jingzhe rushed forward, presenting a note. "Your Highness, news has arrived from the princess's residence regarding the 9 rare medicinal herbs." Xielingxi accepted the letter and unfolded it, his gaze darkening. In the Mianzhou mountain villa, a summer bloom of the exquisite Jiao Dan had been discovered. Xiao Nanqing exclaimed in frustration, "How can the heavens be so blind as to allow such herbs to flourish in the hands of villains? It is utterly unjust." Xielingxi's expression remained impassive. He had long understood that the universe is indifferent, and the heavens are blind. The wicked thrive in their elevated positions while the virtuous are buried in obscurity. As for him, he required no divine favor. What he desired was to seize it by force. "You stay here to manage the aftermath," Xielingxi commanded. "Mianzhou is merely a 3-day journey from here. Time is of the essence. I shall depart at once." Xiao Nanqing returned with Jingzhe and the others.
Huh?
"Why have you come alone? Where is my brother?" Sieruojiao inquired, peering around. Xiao Nanqing smiled. "The heir had pressing matters to attend to and left ahead of us. The aftermath has already been arranged by the young master, and there is no need for the young mistress and the second miss to worry. What urgent matter arises?" "I have some delightful news to share with him," murmured Sieruojiao. Jiang Rong's eyes flickered with understanding. She was aware that Xielingxi was quietly biding his time, planning something significant. He had always been there to assist and protect her, and she yearned to contribute to his endeavors. The haste with which Xielingxi departed surely signified the occurrence of a momentous event, and she could not help but ponder whether he might be in danger. With these thoughts weighing on her mind, Jiang Rong called Xiao Nanqing aside and inquired, "Do you know if the young master is facing any troubles? Is there anything I can do to assist?" However, regarding the significant undertaking the young master was involved in, Xiao Nanqing dared not reveal a single detail. Yet, this was for Jiang Rong's quest for medicine. The young mistress was already privy to this matter, and there was no reason to keep it from her. Chapter 84. Yearning to stand alongside the crown prince, Jiang Rong was momentarily stunned by the mention of the rare herb, summer's tenderness, which had unexpectedly grown in the estate of Princess Anyang. Truly, fate seemed to have a cruel sense of humor. She promptly commanded that the extraordinary herb be sent to the capital, prompting the crown prince to make a desperate attempt to seize it. Xiao Nanqing observed. Xialingxi's haste to depart was indeed in search of medicine for her. Jiang Rong was acutely aware that she was Xialingxi's Achilles' heel. With the precious herb in the hands of adversaries, she could only imagine the perils Xialingxi might face in his quest to obtain the summer's tenderness. He was willing to risk everything for her, yet she wished for his safety above all else. Xiao Nanqing, I have a brilliant plan to procure the herb. Where is the crown prince? Take me to him, at once. Jiang Rong exclaimed, her mind racing with possibilities. He should be gathering his men at the other residence. I shall escort the crown princess there immediately. Xiao Nanqing responded without hesitation. It was clear that Xialingxi would not embark on this endeavor alone. He needed to position spies to ascertain the route of the messenger from Mianzhou Villa. Furthermore, he would gather a team to lay an ambush along the path the enemy would traverse. Ideally, they would also determine in which carriage the summer's tenderness resided, ensuring a precise and effective capture. First and foremost, we must sever their connection to the cargo. The young master's objective is the summer's tenderness. We must seize the extraordinary herb at all costs. Do you all understand? The deputy leader of the Shadow Guards, Chu Shu, addressed the assembled operatives. The Shadow Guards acknowledged their orders with resolve. Once Xialingxi had gathered his men, he released his spies and prepared to set forth. At that moment, a guard reported, Young Master, Xiao Nanqing requests an audience with a young lady, stating that they wish to discuss a plan to procure medicine. Xialingxi furrowed his brows slightly. He had not specifically informed Xiao Nanqing, as he was always discreet and never disclosed his whereabouts to outsiders. To his surprise, had he already informed Jiang Rong? Xialingxi did not wish for Jiang Rong to know his intentions at this moment. Otherwise, that little crybaby would be consumed by worry. He intended to retrieve the medicine and present it to her directly. Although Xialingxi found it challenging to handle Jiang Rong, who was now overwhelmed with worry, she had arrived nonetheless. After a brief silence, he said, Let her in. As Jiang Rong stepped over the threshold, she rushed into Xialingxi's embrace like a gust of wind. Husband, thank you for your tireless efforts in seeking the medicine for me. The young girl held him tightly, secretly relieved she had arrived just in time. Otherwise, Xialingxi would have left. I have an idea, but I wonder if my husband finds it feasible? Jiang Rong stated directly, laying out her plan. Xialingxi lowered his gaze, pondering. If your identity is exposed, there will be risks. With my husband by my side, I am not afraid. Even if this plan fails, as long as my husband is with me, I shall be safe. Jiang Rong lifted her eyes to meet his, her gaze sparkling brightly. After weighing her proposal and ensuring he could protect her, Xialingxi finally nodded. It is feasible. Thank you, my husband. Jiang Rong beamed with joy. Her objective accomplished. Pausing for a moment, her sparkling eyes gazed earnestly at Xialingxi as she said, Husband, I understand that you wish to always shield me from harm. Yet, my feelings for you are equally profound. In the future, when faced with challenges, could you share them with me and consult with me? If there are matters of utmost secrecy, I understand if you choose not to disclose them. I do not seek to pry into your confidences. I simply do not wish to remain in ignorance of your burdens. I desire to weather the storms alongside you, to walk by your side, to be the one who stands with you. Husband, may I? Each word she spoke was earnest and sincere. Xialingxi stared blankly at Jiang Rong, his heart racing tumultuously. For a fleeting moment, he forgot that Jiang Rong's affection for him stemmed from her condition. His typically calm and clear rationality was thrown into disarray by her heartfelt declaration. After a brief pause, he regained his composure. Had anyone else uttered such sentiments, Xialingxi would have surely dismissed them. But this was Jiang Rong, who mistakenly believed she loved him, who offered him her genuine heart, and who, once healed, would depart from his life. Why should he cause her pain at this moment? Once she recovered, she would inevitably distance herself from him. Ultimately, what Xialingxi had yet to realize was that he had unknowingly grown soft-hearted toward Jiang Rong and could not bear to refuse or hurt her. It is possible now, he replied, looking at Jiang Rong. She appeared a mix of joy and displeasure, pouting as she asked, Why is it only now that it is possible? Will my husband eventually lose his affection for me? Your feelings may change in the future. Xielingxi's tone inadvertently grew somewhat somber. That will not happen. Jiang Rongjia retorted with a glare, then smiled brightly. So what you mean, my husband, is that as long as my heart remains steadfast, that is enough for eternity. Xielingxi replied, Ah well. Then it is settled. From now on, I shall walk alongside my husband. It is against our marital covenant of love for you to embark on adventures without my knowledge. Henceforth, you are not permitted to do so. Ronger must join you. Jiang Rong embraced him with satisfaction. Xielingxi hesitated for a moment, ultimately conceding with a soft His voice carried a hint of reluctance, yet it was filled with indulgence. Standing nearby, Xiao Nanqing remarked, I haven't had the chance to take my leave yet. How sweet. A mutual journey, side by side. Today is yet another day to fervently celebrate your exquisite love. A new plan was set in motion. Xielingxi went to procure the items Jiang Rong required, while she returned to seek out Xieruojiu, and together they headed back to the North Prince's residence. At the North Prince's residence, in the reception hall, with the heir's wife absent, it was customary for concubine Zhao to receive Princess Anyang. He actually destroyed my shop. I bear no grudge against your North Prince's residence, and yet he commits such unreasonable acts. Princess Anyang exclaimed in fury, directing her ire at Xielingxi. The concubine Zhao's heart blossomed with joy, yet her countenance bore an expression of deep regret. The heir apparent is frivolous and lacks discipline, a consequence of our excessive indulgence. We have failed to educate him properly, causing trouble for the Grand Princess. This matter must be addressed by your Northern Prince's residence. The Grand Princess of Anyang let out a cold snort. The concubine Zhao smiled and reassured her, Rest assured, Grand Princess, this is only proper. I have already dispatched someone to inform the Dowager Empress. Her heart brimmed with uncontainable delight. Xielingxi has caused yet another mishap. Just then, a matron entered to report, Madam, the Dowager Empress requests your presence along with the Grand Princess. Chapter 85. The Ruckus at the Brothel in the North Wangfu. At Songha Hall. Your Highness, the situation is as follows. Concubine Zhao earnestly recounted the incident regarding the Long Princess's visit, her expression filled with sincerity. The young master has always acted with impunity, and now he has resorted to such outrageous behavior as smashing someone's establishment. If this continues unchecked, who knows what further atrocities he might commit. The failure to educate is the fault of the parents. The Wang Fei departed early, and as his stepmother, I am deeply ashamed for not having guided the young master properly, allowing him to engage in such misdeeds. I implore your highness to punish me. Princess Anyang's eyes flickered slightly as she cast a discreet glance at concubine Zhao. Each of her seemingly self-reproaching statements, however, meticulously detailed Xielingxi's transgressions. Concubine Zhao is indeed a woman of considerable cunning. It is no wonder she has managed to hold sway over the North Wangfu for all these years since the passing of the Chen Wangfei. Concubine Zhao, do not be hasty. Although Shiger may have acted somewhat recklessly, I believe he possesses a good heart and would not oppress a shop without cause. This incident likely involves some misunderstanding, the elderly matriarch, Grand Dowager Xie, stated calmly and unhurriedly. Someone, go fetch Shiger and inquire about his side of the story. As she spoke, the elder's gaze swept over Princess Anyang before turning to concubine Zhao, advising, after all, this is merely the perspective of an outsider. We should first hear what the child has to say. The implication of the Grand Dowager's words seemed to suggest that this palace might be speaking out of turn, infuriating Princess Anyang. Grand Dowager Xie, maintaining her serene demeanor, reassured her, there is no need for the princess to be overly concerned. We merely seek to clarify the matter. At that moment, an attendant arrived with news. Your Highness, the heir's wife and the second young lady, along with physician Xiao, have returned to pay their respects. A smile graced the face of the matriarch, and she quickly instructed them to enter. Xieruojiu entered, linking arms with Jiang Rong, the two of them appearing as intimate as sisters. This sight caused a flicker of discomfort in the corner of concubine Zhao's eyes. How had Xieruojiu, who had previously harbored such disdain for Jiang Rong, suddenly developed such a close bond with her? Upon seeing Jiang Rong, concubine Zhao was the first to strike, saying, I heard from the doorman that the heir's wife went out with the heir today. How is it that the heir wreaked havoc upon another's establishment, and you did not attempt to intervene? Princess Anyang cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Rong and remarked, Indeed, I have heard that the heir was not so unruly before. It seems that ever since his marriage to you, disturbances have become frequent. Xiao Nanqing promptly stepped forward and said, Your Highness, allow me to explain. The heir's actions at Chunyu Pavilion today were not without cause. Since marrying the heir's wife, he has undergone a significant transformation, avoiding places of ill repute. To demonstrate his decisive break with the world of pleasure, the heir resolved to make a statement by targeting a brothel. Coincidentally, Chunyu Pavilion was situated right along his path, prompting him to storm in. Xielingxi allowed Xiao Nanqing to shoulder the blame, fabricating a reason for the destruction of the brothel. Though it sounded utterly absurd, due to Xielingxi's reputation, it somehow seemed plausible. Well then, it is indeed a good thing that my son does not frequent such places. The matriarch expressed her admiration wholeheartedly. Zhao, the side concubine, was utterly speechless. Even if he refrained from action, he should not disrupt another's establishment. Zhao Fei voiced her sentiments. However, the heir's intentions were noble, just as in ancient times one would shave their head to signify resolve. Today the heir chose to wreak havoc upon a brothel to demonstrate his determination. Naturally, the heir's wife could not thwart his resolution to reform from a wayward life. Thus, she was unable to intervene. Xiao Nanqing continued, Rest assured, Your Highness, our heir has pledged to compensate for all damages incurred. Princess Anyang was incensed. Is that so? Do you think a mere handful of silver will suffice to placate me? You intend to brush aside the destruction of my establishment with such ease? Princess Anyang scoffed. Old Lady Xia leisurely remarked, If you are dissatisfied, feel free to choose any establishment to demolish. Just remember to compensate. Princess Anyang was taken aback. This old woman is truly difficult to deal with. Your Highness, there is another matter I must inform you of. While we were dismantling the brothel, we discovered a tragically deceased female corpse in your brothel's backyard. We have already reported this to the authorities. Xiao Nanqing added. Princess Anyang was momentarily stunned. What corpse? At that moment, the steward outside announced, Old lady, the officer from the Mingxin department has arrived, stating that our heir's wife has filed a report and specifically requests her presence at the Mingxin department to provide a testimony. Jiang Rong rose, saying, Grandmother, I shall attend to this matter. Go ahead. If anything arises, do inform your grandmother. Old lady Xia replied kindly. Jiang Rong nodded and took her leave with Xiao Nanqing. Xia Rua Jiao, eager to discern the unfolding of the case, exchanged a few hurried words with the elderly concubine before following suit. Simultaneously, another maid rushed forward, whispering, Your Highness, the Mingxin Bureau has sealed off the Chunyu Pavilion. This news had just arrived from Chunyu Pavilion. The expression of Princess Anyang darkened. Her cherished source of wealth had been closed off, and she could hardly afford to seek trouble with the northern Wangfu. She hastened back to inquire about the situation. At the Mingxin Bureau, the court of inquiry was in session. The captain led Jiang Rong and his entourage into the room. Chu Ju occupied the principal seat. On the platform lay a female corpse atop a stretcher, while a middle-aged couple knelt beside it, weeping inconsolably. Chief, the Northern Wang's heir's consort has arrived, reported an attendant. Chu Ju turned to Jiang Rong, saying, The identity of the deceased you reported has been confirmed. Now, please recount the details of the incident. The intelligence gathering at the Mingxin Bureau was remarkably swift. Through the woman's appearance, her identity was established, leading to the discovery of her parents. Her name was Zhang Yun, and her parents were modest cloth merchants in the capital. Although not affluent, they were free from the worries of basic sustenance. Zhang Yun, merely 14, was the beloved daughter of the couple, raised with utmost affection. 4 months prior, during the Lantern Festival, she had gone missing while accompanying her brother to view the lantern. Since then, her family had been searching for her in vain. Today, upon receiving the news from the Mingxin Bureau to identify the body, the couple was left in utter despair, their grief palpable. Xiao Nanqing stepped forward to declare, I accompanied the prince to the brothel and discovered a female corpse in a room within the back courtyard. We suspect that Chunyu Pavilion is involved in a murder, hence we have reported the matter. The chief, the manager of Chunyu Pavilion, and others were all brought in. An officer rushed forward to report. Chu Ju, known for his swift and decisive handling of cases, confirmed the identity of the deceased. He dispatched one group to summon the plaintiff, while sending another to seal off Chunyu Pavilion, apprehending all individuals for questioning. Bring the manager forward. Soon, the old madam of Chunyu Pavilion was brought in. My lord, this is a grave injustice. Our establishment was attacked, and they are falsely accusing us. Upon seeing Chu Ju, the old madam cried out in protest. Xiao Nanqing remarked, "It is a fact that a female corpse was discovered in your premises. This was a slave we purchased. According to the laws of the Great Xia, killing a slave is not a crime." The old madam immediately retorted. Madame Zhang was grieving and, in her fury, came at me, claiming my daughter is a pure and innocent lady, not a slave. "You owe me for my daughter's life." The old madam, terrified, recoiled. The officer on duty stopped Madame Zhang. Chu Ju turned to the old madam and inquired, "The Zhang family did not sell their daughter. From whom did you purchase her?" "This is human trafficking." "My lord, we are wrongfully accused. We did not know if she was trafficked. We do not understand such matters. We merely bought her from a broker," the old madam protested vehemently. "You must seek out Wang Gui. He is the one who sold her. Any wrongdoing is his doing and has nothing to do with us." Chapter 86. A Meeting of Minds. Interruption. Chu Ju had a rough understanding of the case at hand. The daughter of the Zhang family had been abducted by human traffickers and sold to Chunyu Pavilion. There, she was coerced into soliciting clients, but she resolutely refused, ultimately resulting in her tragic death. Given that Chunyu Pavilion had purchased her, they were, in a sense, exempt from culpability. Feeling a sense of frustration, Chu Ju maintained a stoic demeanor and proceeded with his inquiries. "What does Wang Gui look like? Where does he reside?" "He resides in Chili Alley." The madam of the establishment, clearly familiar with Wang Gui, provided a detailed description of his appearance, stature, and residence. Rising from his seat, Chu Ju addressed his subordinates. "Let us go apprehend him. Master Chu, when will we be allowed to return? We still have business to attend to." "This matter has nothing to do with us," the madam urged impatiently. "You murderer! You are the cause of my daughter's demise." Mrs. Zhang, upon hearing that the madam might be released, surged forward in a fit of rage, confronting her fiercely. "Why are you still striking her? Someone help! She is creating a scene in court. Should not Master Chu interrogate her for her crimes?" The madam shrieked in panic, evading Mrs. Zhang. Chu Ju cast a cold glance her way. It was understandable that Mrs. Zhang, having lost her beloved daughter, acted in a moment of impulse. "This official pardons her for her transgressions. But she attacked me. I will sue her for assault. She should be imprisoned for her actions," the madam clamored. Chu Ju chose to disregard her protest, commanding, "Take the individuals from Chunyu Pavilion away." It was indeed imperative to prevent Mrs. Zhang from inflicting harm upon the madam. Otherwise, should she lodge a complaint elsewhere, it would be this unfortunate mother who would find herself imprisoned. The officer of the garrison intercepted Zhang, but the old courtesan evaded in time and remained unscathed. Jiang Rong observed this scene quietly, her gaze cold and unyielding, without uttering a word. Chu Ju personally led the team to apprehend Wang Gui. Jiang Rong and her companions departed from the Mingxin division. "Jingzhe, it is entrusted to you," Jiang Rong said, glancing at the accompanying Jingzhe. Jingzhe acknowledged the order and swiftly took flight. Jiang Rong, along with Xie and Xiao Nanqing, boarded the carriage returning to the residence. "It infuriates me. It truly infuriates me. Sister-in-law, did you witness that? This old courtesan is insufferably arrogant. She has taken the life of another's daughter, yet remains haughty, even demanding Zhang to hold her accountable. This is an outrageous affront, utterly intolerable." Xie clenched her fists, wishing fervently to confront the old courtesan with a couple of blows. Xiao Nanqing let out a bitter smile. Indeed, she believes she can evade this case. "Fortunately, our noble consort has already devised a plan. Otherwise, by tomorrow at the latest, the Mingxin division would have released them all. Will Jingzhe manage to arrive in time?" Concern filled Xie eyes. Jiang Rong replied, "The officer of the Mingxin division rides to the outskirts of the city, specifically to Chili Alley, avoiding the bustling market. However, Jingzhe possesses exceptional agility, capable of scaling walls and traversing rooftops, making her route shorter than theirs. She should arrive at Wang Gui's residence before them. Yet, this individual may not necessarily be at home at this moment. Perhaps he is nearby. The Mingxin division has numerous personnel, and they will undoubtedly locate him more swiftly than Jingzhe. Thus, to be prudent, we should attempt to intercept."
How shall we intercept?
Xie inquired in confusion. Jiang Rong closed her eyes, envisioning every street in the capital vividly in her mind. Before long, she roughly deduced the route that Chu Ju would take. Considering the time required for horseback riding, he should be nearing the intersection at Linhe Street. "Let us head to the junction at Linhe Street," Jiang Rong suggested. Leading a cadre of officers from the Mingxin division, Chuju urged his steed forward at a swift pace. He had deliberately chosen a less frequented, secluded path. Otherwise, galloping through the bustling streets could endanger innocent civilians. As they traversed the usually desolate Linhe Street and approached the intersection, a carriage suddenly emerged from the left fork at a breakneck speed. Chuju narrowly avoided a collision, hastily pulling on the reins to halt his horse, only to be thrown from its back. Fortunately, his martial prowess allowed him to roll upon landing, though he did twist his ankle slightly. Before he could regain his composure, another carriage came barreling down the right fork, hurtling directly toward him. Had he still been mounted, he might have managed a leap to safety, but having just fallen and injured his foot, he lacked the strength to evade. In that critical moment, as the hooves seemed poised to trample his face, one of the passengers in the carriage yanked the reins with considerable force, veering the carriage away just in time, narrowly missing Chuju. A cold sweat broke out on him. What a close call. Xiao Nanqing watched in trepidation. The young lady of the air had accurately calculated the distance and timing, allowing Chuju to escape danger. However, she had not anticipated the simultaneous appearance of another carriage. As Chuju dodged to one side, he could not react in time to avoid the other. The carriage from the opposite street came to a halt beside Jiang Rong's carriage after brushing past Chuju. "Isn't that our family's carriage?" Sierra exclaimed as she leaned out her head, spotting the carriage that perfectly mirrored theirs, even down to the character Xia hanging beneath the awning. It was indeed the standard of the northern Wangfu's carriage. As the attendant lifted the curtain, they beheld a young gentleman adorned in a robe embroidered with gold. Unmistakably Xielingxi. "Brother, what a coincidence to see you here." Sierra waved enthusiastically at him. Xielingxi's gaze fell upon Jiang Rong beside her. "Indeed, quite the coincidence," he replied. "Husband." Jiang Rong's eyes curved with delight as she gracefully descended from the carriage. "In such a vast city, to encounter you here is truly serendipitous." Chuju offered a wry smile. "Could you too, in your shared telepathy, perhaps find a different location? You nearly knocked me over." "Oh dear, Lieutenant Chu, is that you? Are you well?" Xiao Nanqing approached briskly, as though just recognizing him. "I'm fine, merely twisted my ankle. I have official duties to attend to, so please make way." Chuju replied. The two carriages stood side by side, blocking the path completely. "Twisted your ankle? A fall from a horse is no trivial matter. I recall someone once fell and neglected to see a physician, ultimately meeting a tragic fate." Xiao Nanqing said with fervor, grasping his hand. "I am a doctor. Allow me to check your pulse." "There's no need. I am in haste to apprehend someone," Chuju insisted. Xiao Nanqing remained resolute. "No, it is imperative I examine you, lest you harbor any lingering ailments. Otherwise, if you were to suffer a serious injury, how would you pursue fugitives in the future? Is it really that serious?"
Chuju hesita.
The injury was not grave, yet the congealed blood had accumulated, necessitating a treatment to invigorate the blood and dispel the stasis. Xiao Nanjing checked his pulse and examined the wound on his ankle. If not addressed promptly, it could lead to significant complications in the future. "I will administer 3 needles, and you shall surely recover. If not dealt with in time, it may heal improperly." Jiang Rong immediately interjected, "Chu Xiaowei, you were injured due to our startled horse. This is our responsibility. Please allow Dr. Xiao to examine you." Upon hearing that it was merely 3 needles, which would not take much time, Chuju nodded in acquiescence, saying, "Thank you for your trouble." In the next moment, the silver needle in Xiao Nanjing's hand swiftly pierced Chuju's ankle. With a sharp, bone-deep pain, Chuju felt darkness envelop him and fainted on the spot. Chapter 87. A request for an embrace. The entourage of officers stood in stunned silence, encircling the scene. "Do not fret, everyone," Xiao Nanqing spoke with calm assurance. "The revitalizing needle may cause a slight discomfort. Officer Chu merely fainted from the pain. This is quite common. Allow me to administer some massage to him, and once the blood disperses, I shall proceed with a second injection." The leading officer assessed the situation, and, seeing that Chuju had indeed merely lost consciousness without serious harm, he felt a measure of relief. Moreover, given that Xiao Nanqing was renowned as the divine physician of the Northern Prince's residence, it seemed improbable that a mere twisted ankle could lead to grave consequences. Thus, he refrained from intervening but remained vigilant, promptly dispatching someone to summon a doctor. It was prudent to have a physician examine the matter thoroughly. Time trickled by, each moment laden with tension. Xiao Nanqing alternated between massage and medicinal concoctions, employing a bewildering array of techniques, which caused the officers to murmur amongst themselves. Could it be that our leader is gravely injured? Why the complexity of treatment? They speculated. Did those from the Northern Prince's residence downplay the severity of the incident? With all these procedures, one might suspect a broken leg rather than a mere sprain. An air of unease settled over the group until, at last, Jingzhe returned. He bowed respectfully to the young lord and lady, positioning himself at the side. Upon noticing his arrival, Xiao Nanqing understood that Chu Ju must be regaining consciousness. With swift precision, he administered 2 more needles to Chu Ju's leg. A pained cry escaped Chu Ju as he awoke from his stupor. "Leader, are you well? Can you move your leg?" His subordinate inquired with genuine concern. "No worries." Chu Ju rose to his feet, discovering that the pain in his ankle had significantly subsided, allowing him to walk again. He exclaimed in astonishment, "Dr. Zhao's medical skills are remarkable. Is it truly healed?" Xiao Nanqing smiled modestly. "You flatter me. Commander Chu possesses robust health and recovers swiftly. Those who practice martial arts indeed have a solid foundation. Their self-healing abilities are remarkable." Eager to attend to his case, Chu Ju refrained from lingering further. After exchanging greetings with Jiang Rong and the others, he mounted his horse and departed with his entourage. Once he left, Sieruojio hurriedly turned to Jingzhe and inquired, "What is the situation?" Jingzhe reported, "Wang Gui is currently at home. He has been silenced." Jiang Rong nodded slightly. "Very well. Excellent." Sieruojio sighed in relief and then curiously looked at Xielingxi. "Brother, what brings you here?" Xielingxi replied, "I encountered Jingzhe on my way. After he finalized the new plan, I crossed paths with him on my return home. Upon learning that Jingzhe was going to eliminate Wang Gui, I specifically came to delay Chu Ju." "Wow, brother, you and sister-in-law are truly in sync. Is this what they call a telepathic connection? How harmonious." Sieruojio's eyes widened in astonishment. She had never anticipated that these 2 individuals, without prior communication, could coincidentally converge to intercept someone. It was a match made in heaven. A pair soaring together. She had previously wished to send her sister-in-law away, only to realize that she was the very one playing the role of the meddler in the tales. "I truly should not have. Thank you, my husband, for coming all this way to assist Romer." Jiang Rong's eyes sparkled with joy, her smile radiant as a blossoming flower. Xielingxi replied, "I did nothing worthy of thanks." She had meticulously planned everything, making assistance unnecessary. Had he anticipated her arrival to intervene, he would not have acted so redundantly. Indeed, the carriage had raced too swiftly, startling Ronger to her core. Jiang Rong extended her hand, tugging gently at Xielingxi's sleeve, seeking comfort. Ronger is frightened and needs her husband's company to calm down. Sieruojio interjected, "Sister-in-law, you weren't like this just moments ago. When our carriage sped off, I clung to your arm in terror, yet you remained utterly composed, steadfast as a mountain." "My dear husband, I was overwhelmed with fright. My legs turned to jelly," Jiang Rong protested, her earlier poise dissolving into a delicate, wilting flower as she leaned against Xielingxi. "I need you to embrace me as we board the carriage." Xielingxi caught the young lady who had deliberately flopped into his arms and urged her to rise. Jiang Rong buried her head against his chest, feigning ignorance. "I won't listen. I simply want a hug." Xielingxi lowered his gaze, and after a brief moment, with a mix of exasperation and affection, he lifted her into his arms and proceeded toward the carriage. Sieruojio watched this scene in astonishment, unsurely glancing at Xiao Nanqing. Wasn't my sister-in-law just ruthless and unflinching? Yet now, she appears utterly helpless. "Indeed," Xiao Nanqing affirmed with a nod. "But now, she is so delicate, unable to fend for herself." Sieruojio blinked in disbelief. Yes, they concurred. "Dear sister-in-law, your talent for feigning vulnerability to elicit a hug is quite remarkable," Sieruojio remarked, noting the increase in her repertoire of knowledge. She refrained from interrupting the young couple and deliberately led Xiao Nanqing to another carriage. "Indeed, Xiao Nanqing. Did you just administer acupuncture to Chu Ju at the point of unconsciousness? How did he faint so suddenly?" Sieruojio inquired with curiosity. Xiao Nanqing replied with a smile. "It was indeed a blood-activating needle. It invigorates the blood and dispels stasis, but it is exceedingly painful, often leading to uncontrolled fainting. Everyone who has experienced my blood-activating needle has fainted, save for the young master." He added silently in his mind, "The young master possesses an extraordinarily strong will." beyond the realm of ordinary individuals. But what if Chu Ju withstood it and did not faint from the pain? Sieruojio asked with concern. Xiaonan Xing calmly responded, "Then I shall simply administer another needle. There is nothing that cannot be resolved with a single needle. If there is, then I shall administer another." Chu Ju arrived at Wang Gui's residence in the Alley of Seven Li. Upon entering, he was met with a pungent scent of blood. Wang Gui's lifeless body lay starkly in the main hall, drenched in blood, with a fatal wound to the throat. There were no other signs of struggle on his body. Clearly, the assailant was a skilled individual who had swiftly severed Wang Gui's throat. The corpse was still warm, indicating death had occurred not long ago. How fortuitous. The Mingxin department had only just discovered Wang Gui, and he was murdered just moments before their arrival. Chu Ju stared intently at Wang Gui's body, fragments of thoughts coalescing in his mind. He realized that only a few individuals present in the Mingxin department hall today were aware of his intent to apprehend Wang Gui. Along the way, he had encountered Jiang Rong and Xielingxi, which had caused a slight delay. Yet upon his arrival, Wang Gui was already dead. A faint suspicion began to form in Chu Ju's mind. The leader, having conducted a meticulous search, reported that no suspicious items were found within the room, and the perpetrator had left no trace. A subordinate stepped forward, drawing upon his extensive experience in criminal investigations, quickly discerning that the assailant had acted with remarkable efficiency, making it evident that the truth would remain elusive. Chuju, regaining his focus, instructed, "Take Wang Gui's body back to the Mingxin division." After issuing this command, he exited the courtyard, mounted his horse, and rode in the opposite direction of the Mingxin division, already presuming who the assailant might be. The carriage from the northern Wang Manor traversed the streets at a measured pace, neither hurried nor slow. As they approached the Wang Manor, they were suddenly halted by a figure on horseback. "Why is Captain Chua here? Is there something amiss with your injuries?" Xian Nanxing inquired with a cheerful smile upon seeing him. Chua Ju ignored him, his scrutinizing gaze fixed on Jiang Rong within the carriage. A maid lifted the curtain, revealing Jiang Rong, who appeared fragile and harmless, her expression calm and untroubled, resembling an ordinary young lady from a prestigious family at first glance. "Do you have business here?" Chua Ju's line of sight was obstructed by Xielingxi, who had shielded Jiang Rong behind him. Chapter 88. Malevolent?
No.
"She is most charming." Chu Ju gazed at Xielingxi, pondering. "Xielingxi, do wake up. The woman you have married is exceedingly malevolent, capable of taking a life without a flicker of hesitation. Yet, you remain blissfully ignorant, as if you are guarding a delicate flower. You ought to safeguard yourself first." "Wang Gui is dead," Chu Ju stated bluntly. "I went to capture him, and he met his demise. Such a convenient death. What does the young lady of the air have to say about this?" He named names, casting suspicion upon Jiang Rong for the murder. However, the person shielded by Xielingxi remained unperturbed. This game was fundamentally a matter of open conspiracy. Wang Gui's death was indeed fortuitous. Yet what of it? An open conspiracy means that one is privy to the entire truth, yet remains powerless to act upon it. Just like the original open conspiracy of Chunyu Pavilion. Everyone knew they had slain the innocent abducted daughters of respectable families, yet they were rendered helpless. Jiang Rong had never claimed to be virtuous. She was adept at silencing those who posed a threat and framing the innocent. She treaded the path of the wicked, ensuring that the malevolent met their demise. "I believe his death was just," she declared languidly. "He was involved in the trafficking of virtuous maidens, and who knows how many innocent lives he has destroyed. He got what he deserved, and his death brings great relief. Moreover," she continued, "his timing of death was particularly fortuitous. Had he lived, Chunyu Pavilion would have been acquitted today. However, with his demise, the testimony of the Zhang family regarding the abduction is now void, leaving no witnesses. Chu Xiaowei, a poor maiden, has tragically perished at Chunyu Pavilion under mysterious circumstances. This is a matter of human life. I implore you, Chu Xiaowei, to investigate thoroughly and seek justice for the people." Each word she uttered was imbued with a chilling sharpness. This is a matter of life and death. Countless innocent souls, like the Zhang girl, may lie buried here. The law must release Chunyu Pavilion, but she shall not be permitted. Chu Ju listened in a daze. Before him stood Jiang Rong, who seemed entirely unsurprised by his visit. She was acutely aware that without evidence, no one could easily apprehend the Prince of the North's consort. She candidly articulated her reasons for killing Wang Gui and entrusted him with the pursuit of justice. Chu Ju had to concede that, at this moment, he too found solace in Wang Gui's demise, which had come at an opportune time. He had no desire to release Chunyu Pavilion either. He wished to advocate for those innocently lost. Now that Jiang Rong had arranged everything, he merely needed to uphold justice. Such ruthless determination, such intricate schemes. This woman was no simpleton. She evoked a sense of admiration, yet also profound trepidation. The consort remarked that Wang Gui had indeed died at the right moment. Chu Ju cast a lingering gaze at Xielingxi before turning and riding away. It was no wonder Xielingxi had fallen head over heels for her. He now suspected that this malevolent woman had orchestrated everything meticulously. After Chu Ju departed, Xie Ruojiao exhaled deeply, relieved. "You startled me. I thought he was going to apprehend my sister-in-law." "Fear not, dear sister. Without evidence, Mingxin division cannot seize me," Jiang Rong replied with a gentle smile, her tone shifting as she embraced Xielingxi's arm, transforming into a delicate and swaying white flower. "With my husband by my side, he cannot take me." Xie Ruojiao nodded earnestly. Indeed, with brother protecting sister-in-law, she will be safe. Upon returning to the Mingxin division, Chu Ju found the Zhang couple still engulfed in despair, weeping uncontrollably over their daughter's lifeless body. As he entered, Mrs. Zhang fell to her knees before him, repeatedly bowing her head in supplication. "My lord," she cried, "my daughter met a most tragic end. Please grant me the chance to avenge her by killing the brothel keeper. I am willing to trade my life for hers. I implore you to show mercy. I beg of you." "Dear wife, what are you doing? Rise at once. Taking a life demands a life in return." Her husband urgently intervened. Yet Mrs. Zhang, overcome with grief, lamented, "How can it be that the brothel keeper, who murdered my daughter, goes unpunished? I am prepared to sacrifice myself. I must avenge my daughter. Her death was so horrific. How can I bear to watch her murderer roam free?" The Zhang girl had been brutally slain, her body marred by ghastly wounds, having endured unimaginable torment in life. Such a sight drove this poor mother to the brink of madness. A wave of heaviness washed over Chu Ju. If he were to witness a loved one reduced to such a state, he believed he would succumb to a madness even greater than Mrs. Zhang's. He would undoubtedly seek to obliterate the Chunyu Pavilion, sparing not a single soul. Returning to his senses, Chu Ju recalled his earlier judgment of Jiang Rong as cruel and malevolent. Yet, the ability to exonerate the Chunyu Pavilion stemmed solely from the fact that it was not his kin who had perished. Had it been his family, would he have remained passive? He too would have sought vengeance, refusing to let anyone escape retribution. A profound tremor coursed through him, stirring deep emotions within. The kind-hearted Jiang Rong, who deluded himself into believing he was acting in accordance with the law, was indeed a detached spectator. How could he have perceived Jiang Rong as malevolent? She was undeniably the most benevolent and delightful woman in this world. Rest assured, I shall not release anyone from Chunyu Pavilion. Chu Ju gently inclined his body, assisting the kneeling woman at his feet, who was prostrating herself. I will certainly bring those from Chunyu Pavilion to justice. The woman sincerely bowed her head, her forehead bruised and bleeding from the repeated impact, astonished and incredulous. Thank you, my lord. You are truly a beacon of justice. Thank you, my lord. Chu Ju felt an even deeper pang of sorrow within. To serve justice for the people is their duty, yet they must still beseech the citizens to bow and plead, risking their lives in exchange. Chunyu Pavilion deserves the utmost condemnation. My lord, this trafficking case has no connection to Chunyu Pavilion. A subordinate stepped forward, noticing the scene. Chu Ju replied coldly, who claims this is trafficking? Wang Gui is dead, leaving no witnesses to prove that the Zhang woman was bought from Chunyu Pavilion. The tragic discovery of a missing commoner, found brutally murdered at Chunyu Pavilion, constitutes a homicide. Ensure that everyone from Chunyu Pavilion is securely detained. Not a single one shall be released. Interrogate them all. The subordinate stood in stunned silence. What? How did the trafficking case transform into a murder? Indeed. The subordinate complied and withdrew, while Chu Ju remained in the grand hall, lifting his gaze to the two plaques hanging above. Bright mirrors hang high, upholding integrity and righteousness. This is the Ministry of Clarity. My lord, the doctor has arrived. Shall you not take another look? Another subordinate approached. The doctor they had summoned had yet to arrive, and Chu Ju hurried off to apprehend someone, rushing along without a moment to spare to consult the physician.
There was no need for that now.
A smirk flickered at the corner of Chu Ju's mouth. In her attempt to delay him, Jiang Rong had truly collided with fate. Speaking of which, where had he encountered her before? An unsettling sense of familiarity lingered in his mind. Chapter 89. The Crown Prince and his consort share a dwelling in the residence of Princess Anyang. A storm was brewing.
What?
A murder case? Did you not assure me that there was nothing to worry about and that they would be released shortly? Princess Anyang was infuriated. The scholar bowed in apology. Your Highness, please temper your anger. No one anticipated that Wang Gui would be slain. Initially, the human trafficking was indeed unrelated to Chunyu Pavilion. Someone is framing us. Infuriating. Chunyu Pavilion is my domain. Who dares to oppose me? Princess Anyang seethed. The scholar continued. This all stemmed from the report made by the heir's consort from the northern prince's residence. It seems, her methods. What? That insignificant creature dares to ensnare me? Princess Anyang gasped in astonishment, her fury intensifying. The scholar mused, a mere commoner's wrath can spill blood over 5 paces. You were too blatant in your deceit when you lure her to the hot springs last time. And that Chang family member has likely divulged too much to her. You have nearly brought about her demise, yet you do not permit her to retaliate? Your Highness, please calm down. Xia Shijiao Dan is already en route to the capital. She is like a grasshopper in autumn, unable to leap for long. The scholar thought inwardly, though he maintained a facade of utmost respect. At the mention of Xia Shijiao Dan, Princess Anyang's mood softened slightly. A dying person, yet she dares to add to my troubles. Her antics are truly irksome. If Dong Shiqin is unfit for her role, then let us find another. Go. Relay my message to the Mingxin office. Release my people at once. What murder case? Who is conducting this investigation? Replace that individual. Princess Anyang declared vehemently. The scholar replied that the chief examiner was Prince Chu Ju, the son of the commander of the Mingxin division, who had always taken a keen interest in meddling in others' affairs. This young man, lacking in understanding, would soon grasp the situation after a visit from his subordinate. Hasten to it, he urged. The Princess Anyang was greatly agitated, as the emperor's sister. She had always enjoyed the favor of both the Empress Dowager and the emperor. Who would dare to dismiss the princess's dignity? The scholar ventured to the Mingxin division. Yet he did not even lay eyes on Chu Ju before being unceremoniously ejected. Infuriated, Princess Anyang sought out Chu Ju's father. But that is a tale for another time. At the northern king's residence, in the Jinyu garden, Xiang Rua Jiao burst in, exclaiming, Sister-in-law, splendid news. The Mingxin division has detained individuals from the Chunyu Pavilion, investigating them for the murder case. She had eagerly dispatched someone to gather information from the Mingxin division, and upon receiving word, rushed to share the good tidings with Jiang Rong. Chu Ju is indeed a commendable official, Jiang Rong remarked with a gentle smile and a nod. Indeed, this man was once a dandy like my brother, skipping school daily. Yet, who would have thought he would evolve into a principled official serving the people? Xiang Rua Jiao wholeheartedly agreed. Meanwhile, a maid was busy organizing the boxes, neatly packing Jiang Rong's frequently used cosmetic pouches.
Oh?
Sister-in-law, are you preparing for a journey? Are you going far? Xiang Rua Jiao inquired with curiosity. Jiang Rong nodded slightly, mentioning the splendid blooming of lotuses in the Qiaoshui area, as her husband had invited her to see them. I wish to go too. Xiang Rua Jiao exclaimed eagerly, raising her hand. Though it would be delightful to have her accompany them for a leisurely outing to admire the lotuses, they were indeed embarking on a significant mission. Not permitted, came the firm reply. A cold male voice resounded from outside. Dressed in splendid brocade, Xielingxi entered, surrounded by his attendants and maidservants.
Why?
I want to play with my sister-in-law too, Sieruojio insisted, clinging to Jiang Rong's hand. Playing with my sister-in-law is far more enjoyable. At the usual banquets, she was only met with the endless comparisons and displays of wealth among the noble ladies, each boasting of their latest jewelry or garments, or the promotions of their fathers and brothers, such tedium. Despite her esteemed lineage, she found herself rather unamused. There was no thrill comparable to joining her sister-in-law in daring escapades. She was resolute in wanting to play alongside her sister-in-law. Second miss, the heir and his wife are enjoying a blissful union, you understand, right? Xiao Nanxing aptly reminded her. Realization dawned upon Sieruojio, her heart filled with reluctance, yet she could only nod in understanding. Understood. I shall not disturb you, sister-in-law. Do remember to play with me once you return. Very well, Jiang Rong replied. Sierra continued to chatter on, reluctant to leave, until she finally departed. After a while, Chusher entered to report, "Young master, the items you requested have been prepared." Jiang Rong's eyes sparkled with delight. "Darling, let us take our leave." Before stepping out, Jiang Rong and Xielingxi made a point to bid farewell to the matriarch. It was a well-known custom that young women from noble families should not venture far or spend the night away from home without the company of their elders, fathers, or husbands. "Enjoy yourselves, there's no need to rush back. Take your time to have fun," the matriarch advised with a warm smile. "The heat in the capital is stifling. A stroll to admire the flowers would be perfect." Jiang Rong smiled gently. "By the way, regarding the matter of Chunyu Pavilion." It was evident that Grandmother Xia was also concerned about the turmoil caused by the young couple. She looked at Jiang Rong and said, "There is no need for worry. Grandmother is watching over you. Princess Anyang will surely exert pressure on the Mingxing Bureau, but our Northern Wangfu can counteract that." Originally, I had planned to apply pressure on the Mingxing Bureau in the name of Xielingxi to prevent them from favoring the princess's residence. Yet now, Grandmother Xia intends to intervene personally. "Grandmother, you. My dear child, you're doing the right thing. The family should support you." Grandmother Xia smiled as she patted her head. "I have some knowledge of the temperament of Princess Anyang. She is vengeful. You have sealed Chunyu Pavilion, and she will not let it go easily. I will make it known that you are under the protection of our Northern Wangfu, and no one shall bully the daughter-in-law of the Northern Wangfu." A wave of warmth surged within Jiang Rong. "Thank you, Grandmother. Go out and have some fun. If there is anything, tell Grandmother. I am here to back you up," Grandmother Xia said with a smile. A day later, in the vicinity of Jiaoshui, Hihua Town, a convoy transporting goods hurried along the official road. The servant pulling the cart suddenly lost his footing and fell to the ground. "You worthless scoundrel! You've damaged the treasures on the cart. Your life isn't enough to compensate." Sun Daki whipped the servant in anger. Due to the delicate nature of the flowers, they could not withstand the jolting and could not be transported by cart. In Mianzhou, a land of mountains, traversing the rugged terrain is most effectively accomplished by having men pull the cart. "My lord, after a long day of travel, everyone is exhausted. Might we rest for a moment? We can hardly stand," a senior servant humbly implored. Sun Dagui stepped onto his chest, exclaiming, "You insolent wretch! This is a delivery to the princess's residence. How dare you jeopardize such an important matter? We must reach the capital before sunset tomorrow." Sun Dagui, the son of the estate manager, was entrusted with leading the team to claim the reward for the rare summer Xia Shi Jiao Dan found at their estate. "Young master, do not lower yourself to the level of these commoners." The maidservant fanned him gently. "It is sweltering. Please, step inside the carriage to escape the heat." Sun Dagui wrapped an arm around her and climbed into the carriage, turning back to urge, "Hasten your pace. If we do not arrive in the capital by sunset tomorrow, none of you shall return alive." The group of servants trembled in fear, straining to pull the cart. Inside the carriage, Sun Dagui and the maidservant grew intimate. "Young master," she cooed, "I have heard that you are to receive a grand reward this time." "Indeed, I shall soar to great heights," he replied with a hint of pride. "Alas, I shall only meet with the estate manager. If only I could see the princess herself. If she were pleased, who knows what treasures she might bestow upon me." Sun Dagui mused. Just then, he heard distant sounds of gongs, accompanied by a loud proclamation. "The princess is on her way. All travelers, please step aside." Chapter 90, presenting the extraordinary medicine. Upon hearing the title of the Grand Princess, Sun Dagui's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement. He lifted the carriage curtain and, from a distance, beheld a procession drawing near. Attendants brandished red staffs, cleared the way with flags, and waved ceremonial banners. This was the grand retinue accompanying the Grand Princess. At the center was an opulent carriage, adorned with multicolored tassels, embellished with the bells of a phoenix, and displaying a jade plaque inscribed with the characters Anyang. The phoenix, a symbol of the common folk's taboo, could only be used by royal women. Sun Dagui instantly recognized this carriage as belonging to the Grand Princess of Anyang. Although he lacked the privilege to meet her, he had previously glimpsed her carriage before the gates of her residence. Observing the attendants, all clad in the attire of the Grand Princess's court, he understood the gravity of the moment. As the Grand Princess made her way, the crowd parted respectfully. The attendants announced her arrival in loud voices, while the servants, pulling the small carts hurriedly, stepped aside. Filled with elation, Sun Dagui joyfully leaped from the carriage. sprinting forward with a few quick strides before kneeling reverently before the procession. I am Sun Dague, wishing the Grand Princess eternal blessings and peace. I have come from Mianju Mountain Villa to present flowers. I heard that your highness was eager to see this year's blooms. I have specially come to offer them. The leading attendant scrutinized him for a moment before stepping forward to relay the message. In but a short while, a maid approached with an air of haughtiness. Are you the one from Mianju Mountain Villa delivering flowers this year? Indeed. Sun Dague replied, maintaining his respectful kneel. Too intimidated to rise. He had accompanied his father once to present flowers, but on that occasion, he had not even caught a glimpse of the Grand Princess's maidservants. Men were not permitted to enter the rear courtyard. In the residence of the Grand Princess, a minor steward handed over his duties, and both father and son took their leave. The Grand Princess possessed numerous flower estates, akin to the Mianzhou Villa. However, the estate managed by his father was rather remote and small, yielding a meager selection of flowers, lacking any remarkable varieties that could stand out among the others. Let me see the token, said the maid. Sun Daegu eagerly presented the Mianzhou Villa's token with utmost respect. The maid cast a fleeting glance at it and inquired, where is the extraordinary flower that His Highness desired? Hand it over, and as for the rest, you may continue to deliver them to the residence. Someone will receive them. Please, this way, Miss Fairy, to the second carriage. Sun Daegu promptly led the way. The maid, accompanied by 2 guards, followed Sun Daegu to the second flower delivery carriage. Sun Daegu personally opened the concealed compartment of the carriage and retrieved a pot containing a flower that resembled a yellow peony. I would be most grateful if Miss Fairy could speak a few kind words for me in front of His Highness, Sun Daegu said as he handed the pot to the maid. I have journeyed tirelessly day and night to deliver flowers to His Highness. Not daring to pause even for a moment, the maid accepted the flower pot without acknowledging him and swiftly returned to the carriage. Yet, Sun Daegu bore no resentment. The maid, as he envisioned, was the epitome of arrogance, high above all, indifferent to those around her. Within the spacious carriage, Zhang Rong donned a long, phoenix-tail brocade gown, befitting the Grand Princess's standards. Although the plan dictated that Sun Dague would not meet her, she fully committed to the charade. Not only did she enlist Xialingxi's assistance in procuring a gown befitting a princess, but she also had Xiao Nanqing prepare a concoction to render her voice hoarse. Should an encounter be necessary, she would feign a sudden chill. This exquisite garment was clandestinely acquired from the Royal Tailoring Bureau, each stitch a testament to the craftsmanship of the palace seamstresses, originally intended for Princess Anyang. Princes, princesses, and noble consorts receive garments and jewelry as annual tributes according to their ranks. This particular set was scheduled for delivery to the princess's residence in a month's time, but had been hastily retrieved from the storeroom. Alongside it came a royal carriage specifically designated for the princess's use. One could only speculate on the connections Xialingxi possessed within the palace, for these items were assembled in less than a day. As for the ceremonial retinue, it was equivalent to that of the princess and the prince consort, borrowed from the northern prince's residence. There were, of course, vulnerabilities in the ruse. She lacked the identity jade pendant of a princess. Nonetheless, in the absence of venues requiring verification of such tokens, individuals like Sun Dague would hardly dare to question the retinue of a princess. At that moment, her maid, Faitsue, entered bearing a basin of the precious summer elixir, presenting it with grace. Xiao Nanqing immediately stepped forward to examine it closely and confirmed it was indeed the summer elixir. Splendid, young lady, your ingenuity is truly remarkable, Faitsue exclaimed in admiration. While the method was clever, it was only feasible due to the presence of the air. Zhang Rong smiled gently, turning to Xialingxi beside her, and tugging at his sleeve playfully. Thank you, my husband, for accompanying me to fetch the medicine. Your idea is truly commendable. Xialingxi replied, if we were to seize it directly and fail to acquire the flower at the first opportunity, the adversary would threaten to destroy it, placing us at a disadvantage. This strategy is indeed quite clever. Thank you for your praise, my husband. Although I lack strength, having an additional person to devise plans invariably brings forth more ideas. It is said that when a couple is united in purpose, they can achieve anything. Jiang Rong constantly reminded Xialingxi, do consult with me on future matters. Who knows, perhaps everything will proceed smoothly. Dear husband, where are you going? What are you up to? Take me along. Xialingxi lowered his gaze, observing the eager young lady beside him, finding her utterly adorable. Faitsue, let us depart at once. By the way, after a while, send someone to give those servants some silver, so they can escape immediately. That's Sun Dague. I have already reviewed his intelligence. He is beyond redemption. There is no need to concern ourselves with how Princess Anyang will settle the score with him. However, the servants are mostly pitiable souls. With Xia Shijiao Dan taken by me, those individuals might well be slaughtered by the princess in her wrath. Understood. Fei Tsue acknowledged, and the carriage continued on its way. Sun Dague knelt respectfully by the roadside, watching as the procession from the princess's residence gradually receded into the distance. Young master, why did you not request an audience with Her Highness the Princess? Inquired a maid. Sun Dague struck her face with a hand, exclaiming, What do you understand? The princess holds a noble status. I am not worthy to seek an audience with her. I encountered the personal maid of His Highness, which is indeed a tremendous fortune. Truly, as a servant of the princess, she possesses an air of elegance akin to that of a young lady from a wealthy family. How delightful it would be to marry the maid of the Grand Princess. Today, I have already made an impression in the eyes of the Grand Princess. Perhaps, upon returning to her palace, she may bestow upon me additional rewards. You mention, the maid, covering her face in a display of feigned modesty. The Grand Princess's carriage clattered along, not traveling far before a procession of vehicles appeared ahead on the official road. Upon sighting the Grand Princess's entourage, the approaching caravan promptly came to a halt. Shortly thereafter, a beautiful matron emerged from the carriage, accompanied by a lovely young maiden. It was Lady Chiao, the wife of the Deputy Minister of Rights, seeking an audience with Her Highness, the Grand Princess. The atmosphere in the carriage grew tense, as both Xiao Nanqing and Fei Tsue felt a wave of anxiety. The Grand Princess frequently graces various court banquets, and most noblewomen in the capital are familiar with her. Fei Tsue expressed her concern. She may recognize us. Chapter 91. A gift for the eldest princess. Receive, receive, receive. Xielingxi's languid voice flowed with an air of ease, unperturbed by the revelation of their intentions. The medicine was already in his grasp. Who could possibly thwart this noble scion? Their entourage consisted entirely of covert guards in disguise. The opposing convoy posed no obstacle to them. They could depart without any need for negotiation. The Vice Minister of Rights, Xiang Cheng, must have some connection to Princess Anyang. Jiang Rong's eyes flickered with insight. She recalled Jiang Wenqing's provincial examination, presided over by the same Vice Minister of Rights, Xiang Cheng. It was rather peculiar that Jiang Wenqing, who had failed to pass the scholar's examination, managed to succeed in Xiang Cheng's provincial test and attain the status of a graduate. This was already somewhat suspicious. However, after the conclusion of Jiang Wenqing's case, the details of his examination malpractice were never disclosed. Presumably, the Mingxin division had failed to uncover substantial evidence. Matters unverified could not be publicized by the Mingxin division. Let us meet her. If we are discovered, we shall flee, Zhang Rong remarked, directing her gaze towards Xielingxi. She wished to engage in conversation with this Xiang figure. Perhaps she could extract some valuable information. The Princess of Anyang had long been scheming against her, and yet she remained oblivious to the nature of their grievances. Should she acquire more intelligence, it might prove unexpectedly beneficial. Very well, Xielingxi replied with a slight nod, rising to take a seat behind her on the soft couch. The princess's carriage was exceedingly spacious, furnished with a large couch, a tea set, and various screens. Xielingxi positioned himself directly behind her, prepared to protect her at a moment's notice should any unforeseen circumstances arise. Xiao Nanqing presented a pill to Jiang Rong, retreating to the far corner of the carriage. His reputation as a renowned physician necessitated caution to avoid recognition. Fei Tsue, who had been attending to Jiang Rong, also concealed herself behind the box, fearful of being remembered. They exchanged several inconspicuous third-rate maidservants to accompany them. A layer of beaded curtains adorned the grand bed, allowing only a hazy outline of the figure upon it to be discerned, obscuring the details of the face. Once all was prepared, Jiang Rong ingested the pill and said, "Please invite her in." Her voice had become hoarse. Meanwhile, Mrs. Xiang and her daughter boarded the carriage bound for the princess's residence. Behold the opulence of this carriage belonging to the princess. If you were to become a royal consort, you too could enjoy such splendor, Mrs. Xiang whispered. Jenner nodded, understanding her mother's aspirations. The mother and daughter entered the carriage, bowing respectfully as they greeted the princess. "We pay our respects to the esteemed princess. May you be at peace." Cough, cough. "Please, cough, cough, be seated," Jiang Rong croaked, her voice strained. "Your Highness, what has happened to your voice?" Mrs. Xiang inquired with concern. A maid standing nearby explained, "The Highness has caught a chill and is feeling unwell. Please, if you have matters to discuss, do so swiftly, for the Highness must soon rest and take her medicine." Unbeknownst to Mrs. Yang, the person before her was not the princess herself. It was common for one with an illness and a hoarse voice to remain unrecognizable, and it was certainly an imposition to disturb the Highness during her convalescence.
Today,
"I have returned to the capital with my daughter and fortuitously encountered your presence while you were out. I was uncertain of your return to the capital, and, fearing I might not find you later, I felt compelled to pay my respects," remarked Madame Xiang. She had journeyed to the ancestral home a month prior to escort her daughter back to the capital. At this moment, they chanced upon the carriage of the Princess of Chang, who was also traveling. It was unclear what purpose the princess had, or how long she would be away, which spurred her to hasten her approach. "No matter," Zhang Rong coughed softly twice. Madame Xiang continued, "Next month marks the selection for the imperial court. My daughter Zhen will participate in this year's selection. However, I am unsure of His Majesty's inclinations and whether he will take notice of her. I believe that if you could advocate for my daughter to Her Majesty the Empress Dowager, she would surely be inclined to retain her. The Emperor, at the pinnacle of his middle years, is expected to live for a considerable time yet. Thus, many noble families are eager to send their daughters to the court for this selection. The regulations of the Great Xia selection are voluntary. Any daughter from an official family may register for the selection every 3 years if she so wishes. Should she be favored by the Emperor, her entire family would ascend to unparalleled heights of fortune." Jiang Rong speculated quietly. Madame Xiang had approached Princess Anyang directly with her request, without first offering any incentives, indicating that such favors had likely been extended long before. It seemed that Princess Anyang owed the Xiang family a debt of gratitude. After all, when soliciting assistance, one does not merely state the request without presenting a substantial gift. "Very well," Zhang Rong replied decisively. "The outcome of the selection is, indeed, beyond the control of outsiders. However, for the Emperor's beloved sister, the daughter cherished by the Empress Dowager, Princess Anyang merely needed to utter a few words of praise in the presence of her mother and brother to secure her future with utmost certainty." "Thank you, Your Highness," exclaimed Madame Xiang, her face beaming with joy. She then added, "Once one enters the palace gates, it is as deep as the sea. I fear for this child, lest she encounters unforeseen circumstances within the palace. If only the Empress Dowager could extend her grace and favor, it would indeed be a stroke of heavenly fortune. I have recently acquired a remarkably rare luminous pearl, which I wish to present to the Empress Dowager. However, as I have no prior acquaintance with her, I am at a loss for an opportunity to meet." Madame Xiang yearned to offer a gift to the Empress Dowager, but found herself lacking even the chance for an audience. Furthermore, she had obtained an exquisite set of East Sea pearls, perfectly complementing the princess's delicate beauty. She instructed her attendant to present 2 gift boxes. The maid accepted them and brought them forth to Jiang Rong. Jiang Rong understood the situation at a glance. Even if Madame Xiang were to meet the Empress Dowager, it would be rather abrupt to suddenly offer a gift in hopes of soliciting assistance. Such matters require the intervention of a mediator. Jiang Rong remained silent. The previous request was a mere trifle, a personal favor. However, the latter request, urging the Empress Dowager to look after a newly entered concubine, posed a more significant challenge. Noticing the princess's silence, Madame Xiang hastily continued, "If my daughter achieves success within the palace, it may lead to my husband gaining the Emperor's favor, thereby becoming of greater assistance to you in the future. Currently, my husband can only preside over local examinations, but should he eventually oversee the imperial examinations, he could further aid your esteemed son. With your son's exceptional talent, it is only fitting that he should achieve success in the imperial examinations." Jiang Rong's gaze remained clear and discerning. Once more, she sought assistance. The provincial examination and the imperial examination were at hand. She comprehended the debt of gratitude owed by the Princess of Anyang. Her son's success in the provincial examination, securing the title of scholar, was reliant upon the illicit disclosure of test questions by the vice minister. Now, the Xiang family deliberately highlighted this matter, seeking to cultivate a favor. Promising to preside over the imperial examination in the future, they aimed to secure another leak of questions. Jiang Rong refrained from readily agreeing. Given the character of the Princess of Anyang, it was unlikely she would so easily lend her support for a mere token gesture. The carriage was enveloped in silence. Xiang clenched her teeth, retrieving a prepared gift box from her bosom, I have prepared a sum of 100,000 taels of silver to present to the princess. I hope your highness will graciously accept. Clearly, Xiang understood the nature of the princess well enough, having even prepared the silver. However, she was rather stingy, hesitating to present it until she noticed the princess's silence. Mrs. Xiang had intentions. I will ensure the luminous pearl reaches the Empress Mother, Jiang Rong finally spoke, her tone considerably more amiable than before. Xiang let out a sigh of relief. Jiang Rong's every word and action was perfectly in line with the character of the Princess of Anyang, leaving Xiang without a shred of doubt. Chapter 92. The heir apparent's affection for her having attended to the pressing matters, Xiang prepared to exchange a few pleasantries before taking her leave. I must trouble your highness, the crown princess, with this matter. Might I inquire as to your destination? Jiang Rong's eyes flickered momentarily as she deliberately replied, I intend to venture beyond the capital to seek solace. This Jiang Rong, so utterly brazen, daring to disrupt my establishment. Were Xiang aware of the reasons behind the crown princess' dealings with Jiang Rong, or had she been privy to any schemes? She would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to divulge something of significance. Behind the couch, Xielingxi's thin lips curved slightly. Upon hearing Jiang Rong refer to herself as arrogant, she offered a silent smile, only to quickly revert to her impassive demeanor. Xiang's heart raced with astonishment. The northern prince's consort had audaciously vandalized the crown princess establishment? Jiang Rong, having been granted in marriage to the northern prince by the Empress Dowager, was a figure known throughout the court. Yet, many perceived her merely as a minor lady of a humble household, fortunate enough to capture the attention of the heir apparent. Surely, she must possess a petty demeanor, timid, and unwilling to cause trouble. How could she dare to oppose the crown princess? It seemed the northern prince truly was besotted with her, as the rumors suggested. Without his protection, how could she have committed such an act? On one side lay the northern prince's manor, and on the other, the crown princess' residence. She could not afford to offend either. Xiang's face bore an expression of shared indignation. This Jiang Rong, once she ascended to power, has become insufferably arrogant, daring to vandalize your establishment. She truly deserves the harshest of punishments. With a shift in tone, she continued, Your Highness, being of noble lineage, holds a position of great esteem. It is unworthy of you to stoop to her level. Observe closely. For this shallow-minded fool shall soon be abandoned by the prince of the northern kingdom, who will grow weary of her affections in no time. Jiang Rong, upon hearing these words, realized that Xiang was utterly oblivious to the matter at hand. While pretending to join the crown princess in disparaging Jiang Rong, yearning to demonstrate loyalty through a display of violence, she was, in truth, far too timid to involve herself in such affairs. It is my hope that this is indeed the case. Yet, the prince dotes on her with boundless affection. I doubt they will part ways anytime soon. Jiang Rong cleared her throat twice, her tone laced with fury, while her heart brimmed with delight. It is my husband and I who shall not be separated. Your Highness, do not rush into matters, Xiang advised. Jiang Rong subtly hinted at her thoughts, realizing that nothing of value could be gleaned from Xiang. With a calm demeanor, she remarked, I am gravely unwell. Therefore, I shall not keep you for tea. I would not dare disturb your Highness's recovery, Xiang replied, rising to pay her respects. The mother and daughter of Xiang then took their leave, exiting the opulent carriage. Curiosity piqued, Xiang Zhener inquired, Mother, is there animosity between the crown princess and the northern prince's estate? Why this discord?
Who can say?
Matters of such high stature are best left undisturbed. Focus on your own affairs, Xiang advised. Our family has exerted considerable effort to secure your position within the palace. You must cherish this opportunity. Indeed, Mother. The crown princess's garments are simply exquisite. Xiang Zhener exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with envy. As the maid presented gifts and banknotes, a corner of the beaded curtain was lifted, revealing glimpses of the splendid attire worn by the woman behind it. Xiang Zhener had never encountered such exquisite fabric, shimmering with a golden glimmer, exuding an unparalleled elegance. As for the visage of the grand princess, it remained unseen from the perspective of the maidservants attending her at the bedside. This fabric, known as floating light brocade, was a rare tribute from the kingdom of Gaochang, reserved exclusively for the imperial family. Only the imperial consorts, princesses, and a select few from the royal houses received 1 or 2 pieces each year. It was unattainable for ordinary folk. Filled with envy, Xiang Shi remarked, Once you become an imperial consort, you shall don garments of such splendor. Enter, you must strive diligently. With a heart ablaze, Xiang Zhen'er resolved to become a favored concubine, yearning for such luxurious carriages and attire. After the departure of the mother and daughter, Xiangxi rose from behind a couch and returned to sit beside Jiang Rong. The interactions between Xiang Shi and the Grand Princess were few, yet yielded significant insights. Jiang Rong lifted her gaze to Xiangxi and said, her son achieved success in the imperial examinations through the unscrupulous means of the Deputy Minister of Rites. The Dong family from the Yongning Marquisate hails from northern Jiangsu. Last year, the Deputy Minister of Rites served as the chief examiner for the provincial examinations in northern Jiangsu and leaked the questions to Grand Princess Anyang. Upon receiving the questions, the Grand Princess sought out a reputable scholar to compose a brilliant essay, which her son, Dong Zifei, memorized and subsequently transcribed, ultimately securing third place in the examinations. Meanwhile, Chang Shi, who facilitated the Grand Princess's endeavors, benefited by receiving the questions in return. Though she could not engage a particularly distinguished scholar, her essay was mediocre, yet still managed to pass. It is truly astonishing how shameless the Grand Princess's household has become. Last year, they hosted a grand banquet to celebrate Dong Zifei's high school graduation. Xiao Nanqing emerged from the box with a look of astonishment, inquiring, "My lord, shall I report this to the authorities?" Xiangxi's gaze darkened slightly. There is no evidence. This incident occurred last year, and anyone involved from the Grand Princess's residence would have been silenced long ago. Reporting it now, regardless of which office, will yield no results. There is no proof to substantiate any claims. Jiang Rong shook her head. Xiao Nanqing, feeling helpless, remarked, "Must we simply let it go?" "Of course not," Jiang Rong replied, her eyes glimmering with resolve. "Reporting to the authorities without evidence will do nothing against Dong Zifei. It may even lead to countercharges of defamation. However, there are other means." The carriage arrived at a secluded manor. Jiang Rong entered the estate, shedding her elaborate attire in favor of her original garments. Xiao Nanqing presented her with a bowl of medicinal concoction, prepared with the necessary herbs. "Esteemed lady, please partake." Jiang Rong accepted the broth, feeling a stirring within her heart. She glanced at Xiangxi, who remained languid and indifferent, patiently awaiting her to consume the medicine. In a previous life, Xiangxi had also sought the 9 rare herbs for her. However, after she shattered the second herb, he had sacrificed himself, becoming a living corpse. And Hian Ti had the chance to find the third herb for her. Thus, the two had not met for a decade. Their reunion had become a final farewell. Yet now, everything was gradually transforming. Both she and Xiangxi were well, and together they had acquired the third rare herb. A path that is utterly different from the previous life. Everything is progressively improving, so splendid that it even feels somewhat surreal. Jiang Rong unconsciously tightened her grip on Xiangxi's sleeve. The experience of having lost something only to regain it often evokes a fleeting illusion. Does all of this truly exist? Xiangxi's gaze fell upon Jiang Rong. Noticing her holding the medicinal soup while yearningly looking at him, he pondered for a moment before instructing. "Fei Sui, fetch the candied fruits." Fei Sui responded briskly, promptly retrieving a treasure box filled with an assortment of candied treats that had been specially prepared for her in advance. "First, indulge in the candied fruits." Xiangxi lifted the box and presented it to Jiang Rong. "It's not bitter." Amidst the rising steam, Jiang Rong regained her composure, her eyes gradually reddening. "Someone will offer you sweetness. Xiangxi is forever so kind." Chapter 93. Joy born from her. Xiangxi had not anticipated that the little girl would gaze at the treasure box, her eyes suddenly brimming with tears. The languid expression on his face vanished in an instant. "Husband, I wish to have the candied crabapple," Jiang Rong implored. One hand tugging at Xiangxi's sleeve while the other held a bowl of medicine, her eyes gleaming with expectation. Fearing her tears, Xiangxi retrieved a plump candied crabapple from the treasure box and brought it to her lips. Jiang Rong delightedly accepted her husband's offering, her eyes sparkling as she downed a bowl of medicinal soup in one go, showing no signs of bitterness. Seeing her radiant smile, Xiangxi felt reassured that she would not cry again. In the next moment, a thought struck him. Had she feigned those tears to coax him into feeding her the sweets? With a resigned sigh, Xiangxi conceded, "Well, it matters not." He instructed his servants to arrange for the carriage and garments from the palace to be transported back to the capital, while he and Jiang Rong set forth toward Qiaoshui. As the heat of late summer bore down, the convoy, bearing the flag of the North Prince's estate, approached Qiaoshui. Your Highness, the task is nearly complete, reported Yenji. Stepping forward. Jiang Rong nodded slightly. Let us be on our way. Meanwhile, Sun Daki hummed a cheerful tune, feeling quite pleased with himself. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed as the leading servant fell heavily to the ground. Exhausted from the relentless journey under the scorching sun, the servants could no longer endure. This fall was particularly severe. The servants struggled momentarily to rise. Why have we stopped again? As Sun Dague lifted the curtain of the carriage, he beheld a servant sprawled on the ground, unable to rise. Enraged, he leapt from the carriage, whip in hand. Get up. Rise at once. Slacking off, are you? I shall not tolerate your idleness. The servant, already exhausted, found even less strength to stand after the beating. If you do not rise, I shall surely beat you to death today. Sun Dague, who always regarded servants as mere trifles, was incensed that this man was delaying his reward, and his anger compelled him to lash out violently. At that moment, a shadowy figure descended from the sky, delivering a swift kick that sent him crashing to the ground.
Ah!
Sun Dague let out a cry of anguish, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The martial artist's kick, infused with inner strength, shattered several of Sun Dague's ribs and injured his vital organs. The other servants looked on in terror at the newcomer. My master is benevolent and has sent me to deliver silver to you, the stranger announced. The miraculous medicine sought by the princess has already been acquired by my master. Should you venture to the capital, it shall be your demise. Take this silver and flee for your lives. The figure tossed a pouch of silver toward the servants. Sun Dague, nearly fainting from the pain, was startled by the words. What are you saying? The miraculous medicine has been presented to Her Highness. You dare to strike me? The princess's household will not spare you. The shadowy figure ignored him and addressed the servants. The princess you saw earlier was merely a disguise of my master. If you do not believe me and choose to head to the capital, that is your choice. With that, he executed a swift movement and departed to report back. The servants exchanged glances, hesitant to act rashly, while Sun Dague continued to curse. How could it possibly be a deception? The carriage of the Grand Princess's residence. I have seen it before. Such grandeur, how could it possibly be a counterfeit? You wretched slaves, hasten to assist this young master. I am in excruciating pain. Quickly summon a physician. Before he could finish his tirade, the servant he had struck lunged at him, fiercely clutching his throat. What are you doing? An elder servant anxiously inquired. The servant replied, Since I am destined to flee for my life, I shall exact my vengeance before I depart. Are you truly going to escape? Someone questioned uncertainly. The servant, displaying a modicum of intelligence, remarked, For someone of such stature, there is no need for deception. They possess benevolence. Having seized the flower, they grant us a chance to evade punishment and offer us a path to survival. If you do not believe, go forth and meet your demise. I, for one, intend to flee. After his declaration, several servants found his reasoning compelling and surged forward to assault Sun Dague. What are you doing? How dare you, a bunch of lowly slaves, lay hands on me? Sun Dague roared in fury. But soon, his voice was silenced as he was brutally beaten to death. The group of servants divided the silver and fled, leaving behind nothing but a bloodied corpse. At the Qiao Shui Manor, several grand lakes are renowned for their lotus blossoms. It is the height of summer, when the lotus leaves are abundant and the scent of the flowers is pervasive. In the early morning, as dawn breaks, a small boat drifts across the lake. As the hours pass and the heat rises, the ambience becomes stifling. This moment is indeed the most opportune for admiring the lotuses. On the small vessel, a young nobleman clad in a robe adorned with jade and woven with gold thread sits opposite a lady dressed in a flowing scarlet gown. On the boat, there rests a square tea table, adorned with a pot of lotus seed tea simmering on a small stove, emitting a gentle, soothing sound. Accompanied by 5 or 6 plates of exquisite tea snacks, the ambience invites one to appreciate the lotus, savor the tea, and drift leisurely upon the water, indulging in serene enjoyment. My lady, do take a look. It is truly a pair of lotus blossoms, exclaimed a maid standing at the bow, pointing excitedly towards a cluster of lotus flowers in the heart of the lake. Promptly, the boat was maneuvered closer. Jiang Rong's gaze fell upon the intertwined blossoms. Indeed, a pair of flowers blooming from a single stem. The ceremonial entourage of the northern prince had arrived at Qiaoshui Lake for lotus appreciation, and the local magistrate had come forth early to extend a